Chapter 4069. You dare threaten me? Kuan Sha stared at Lin Feng icily. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng's heart was pounding, but he tried his best to look fearless. After a long time, Kuan Sha grunted coldly, "All right, I agree." He smiled coldly. "When I find the boy who stole the moon essence, I'll eat you first." Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh with relief. He had to inform Yang Kai as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Kuan Sha arrived, they wouldn't have much strength to fight back. Unfortunately, Kuan Sha was so strong, how could he have a chance to send a message? Fortunately, he didn't know where Yang Kai was now, and where would he go after escaping from the Sea Clan? He could delay Kuan Sha for a while and then act according to the situation. When Lin Feng told Kuan Sha this, Kuan Sha frowned. He thought that Lin Feng and Yang Kai must have known each other for a long time. Who would have thought the situation would be like this? After thinking for a while, Kuan Sha said, "That young man's strength is extraordinary, and he must be famous. You should go down and find someone to ask about him." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. The Great Void Realm was so big, and millions of cultivators were scattered everywhere. Who would know the name of Yang Kai? However, since Kuan Sha had made a request, Yang Kai couldn't refuse, so he just casually asked and flew down, shouting loudly, "Have any of you heard of Yang Kai? Where is he now?" Thousands of people in the Star Market had seen Kuan Sha's body before, and they were all frightened. When they saw Lin Feng come down and ask, they didn't know what the relationship between him and Kuan Sha was. Nobody answered. On the other side, Kuan Sha snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a young man in the Star City. The young man was so scared that his face turned pale. He was terrified and said, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Kuan Sha approached him and shouted, "Do you know Yang Kai?" The young man shouted, "I don't know him. I've never seen him." Kuan Sha grunted coldly. "When you heard this name, your heart beat faster. You know him. How dare you lie in front of me? I won't forgive you." He opened his mouth wide and stuffed the young man into his mouth, swallowing him whole. "Kuan Sha, how dare you break your promise?" Lin Feng was furious. Kuan Sha had promised him that he wouldn't eat human beings, and now he had stuffed one into his stomach. Kuan Sha said calmly, "He dared lie with me, I will punish him." Saying so, he reached out and grabbed another elderly man, asking the same question, "Do you know Kai Yang?" The old man was scared out of his wits and stammered, "You should have seen what happens to those who lie. Just now, your heart beat faster too." Kuan Sha grinned. "I know him. With me with him." "Sha Xing?" The Kuan Shark raised his brows. The old man hurriedly said, "He killed thousands of Thunderlight Sex people and even annihilated Sword Pavilion Star Market. More than 100,000 people died in his hands. He is a killing star." "Good little boy. I like you." "Ha." Kuan Sha's eyes twinkled. He killed thousands of people from Lei Guang, destroyed Jiang'a, and killed 100,000 people? Lin Feng was dumbstruck. Was that for real? That didn't sound right. But that old man didn't dare lie in front of Kuan Sha. Someone said nervously, "It's true. I saw him kill thousands of people from Lei Guang. He also killed tens of thousands of people from Jiang'a." Lin Feng turned his head and asked, "You saw him too?" That person shook his head and said, "I didn't see him, but I heard that he brought back tens of thousands of empty space rings from Jiang'a. If he hadn't killed so many people, how could he have gotten so many empty space rings?" Lin Feng's eyelids kept twitching. Tens of thousands of empty space rings meant tens of thousands of lives. But Lin Feng had been in contact with Yang Kai for a few days. He didn't look like a murderous person. What's more, he really hadn't expected that after casually inquiring about this human race stronghold, which only had a few thousand people, he would actually find news about Yang Kai. Was that guy really that famous? Lin Feng had been traveling all the time, so he didn't know much about this place. Otherwise, he would have known where Yang Kai was. The one who spoke and the two who were captured by Kuan Sha were originally disciples of Crimson Star. Previously, a wave of disciples from Crimson Star had fled, and these two were part of the group that escaped. They had come here to eke out an ignoble existence, but they had not expected to be implicated by Yang Kai. Kun Sha was extremely happy. He thought that Yang Kai was a good person. He laughed loudly and said, "Old man, do you know where Yang Kai lives?" The old man hastily said, "He's one of Qi Xing's officials. He's in their stronghold." "Take me there," said Kun Sha. The old man didn't dare disobey. He hastily led the way. Kun Sha followed him with his hands clasped behind his back. Lin Feng hastily followed him. After a short while, Kun Sha frowned and said, "You're too slow. How long will it take? Old man, show me the way." As he spoke, he grabbed the two of them in each hand, and his figure turned into a stream of light, disappearing at lightning speed. Inside the tree hole, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing for a while and felt much better. Only then did he activate the empty spirit bead and return to his mansion. This time, he had broken into the holy land of the Sea clan and attracted a holy spirit. This was no joke. He didn't know if the holy spirit would retaliate. After all, he had stolen the holy spirit of the Sea clan. If the holy spirit really chased him, Star City wouldn't be able to resist. His only hope now was little fatty Su Zhen. He had to hurry back and set up a great deployment spell. Yang Kai urged Su Zhen over and over again. Su Zhen was speechless. He didn't have a convenient method like Yang Kai. He couldn't travel through space. He didn't even know where he was now. If he wanted to go back to Qi Xing City, it would take him at least 1 or 2 months. A day later, there was no reply from Su Zhen's side. Yang Kai was anxious. He thought that Su Zhen was annoyed with him and tried to appease him, but he couldn't contact him again. Yang Kai immediately realized that something must have happened to Su Zhen that prevented him from contacting him. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom as he secretly wondered if little Fatty had been caught by Kun Sha. If that was the case, little Fatty was likely dead. Walking out of his room in a daze, Yang Kai was greeted by a warm and fragrant body. He subconsciously supported her and looked up, asking in surprise, "You are?" The person in front of him was a young girl with picturesque features and a graceful figure. As she stood in front of him, a strange fragrance wafted into his nose. This young girl was extremely beautiful, her face delicate and pretty, but her pair of eyes had the ability to captivate one's soul. When their 4 eyes met, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Looking carefully, he saw that her eyes were as clear as water, as if everything he had seen just now had been an illusion. The key was that he had never seen this young girl before. "She's my new servant. What? Are you interested in her? If you're, then take her." Yuhi's voice came from behind him. Yang Kai looked back and knew that she was still a little concerned about Lu Shui, so he laughed and said, "Why did you suddenly think of taking someone in?" Yuhi snorted, "This young lady is too lazy to serve you. Can I take in some people to serve you?" "Fine, fine, fine," Yang Kai nodded. "Do what you want." The young girl next to them saw them arguing, but she wasn't afraid and simply looked around with interest. Yuhi glared at her and said, "Why aren't you working yet? What are you looking at?" The young girl ignored her and just stared at Yang Kai without blinking, slowly walking over, looking back every 3 steps with a smile on her face. Yuhi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as she cursed in her heart. "Little wench, I'll drive you out when I get back." Yang Kai looked at the young girl's back in confusion, feeling that the young girl's smile had a deep meaning, but in his perception, there was nothing strange about the young girl, making him a little puzzled. "Do you want to dig out your eyeballs and stick them on her body?" Yuhi turned her head and saw Yang Kai in a daze, her nose almost crooked from anger. Yang Kai sighed, "Yuhi, I'm afraid I've gotten into big trouble this time." "Which girl did you harm this time?" Yuhi glanced at him. "Moreover, didn't you go out with that little fatty? Why did you come back alone? Where are they?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "We were separated. I went overseas with them and provoked a sea race divine spirit." "What happened?" Yuhi's expression changed. "What kind of divine spirit did you provoke?" Speaking of business, she no longer had the mood to be jealous and instead began to worry about Yang Kai. Yang Kai was about to tell Yuhi about his encounter this time when suddenly his expression changed and he turned to look in a certain direction, exclaiming, "He caught up so quickly?" At the same time, the young girl who had stepped into another corridor also turned her head and looked in that direction. Kunsha? What is he doing here? Does he want to snatch people from this queen? How bold! He was puzzled. What do you mean he caught up? Yang Kai had no time to explain too much and hurriedly said, Quick, summon all the people in the mansion, we have to run away quickly. Yang Kai was puzzled. How did Kunsha find this place so quickly? He shouldn't know where he lived. Was he tracking the aura of the Ice Soul Cold Moon Bead? But that couldn't be right. The Ice Soul Cold Moon Bead was sent into the mysterious small world by him, so no matter how strong Kunsha was, it was impossible for him to sense it across worlds. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai's heart sank and he sighed, It's too late. At this moment, a stream of light suddenly appeared above Star City. It paused and revealed Kunsha's face. In each of his hands was a person. Yang Kai looked at them and realized one of them was Lin Feng. The other was an old man he didn't know. Lin Feng had been captured. That was normal. On the island, Yang Kai had wanted to take everybody away, but Lin Feng had wanted to escape alone, so he hadn't joined him. In front of a divine spirit, how could a cultivator from the Emperor realm escape? It was only a matter of time before Lin Feng was captured. Yang Kai had never seen the old man, so he didn't know why Kunsha had captured him. Chapter 4070. They couldn't escape. Yang Kai's heart sank. He hadn't thought that Kunsha would catch up with him so quickly. It would be extremely difficult to escape now. Yang Kai had already seen how strong Kunsha was when he was in the ocean. He knew that Kunsha could break through space. When Kunsha arrived, his chi filled the air and enveloped Star City. Hundreds of thousands of people felt like a mountain was pressing down on them. They couldn't breathe and their faces turned deathly pale. Chen Tianfei flew out of the mansion and shouted in fear, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Activate the formation! Rumbling sounds spread as the deployment spell of Star City was activated. Star City had been expanding rapidly, so the deployment spell had been strengthened. Lights dashed to the skies and turned into a curtain of light which enveloped the entire city. Kunsha lowered his head and smiled coldly, You think you can stop me with just a curtain of light? You're dreaming. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down. With a cracking sound, a huge hole appeared in the protective array of the Star City. The Kun shark bit down a few more times, and the array was broken in an instant. Chen Tianfei, who had just calmed down, fell down on his butt. His fat was shaking violently. On the other hand, the expressions of everyone that saw this scene turned ashen. How could they not know that the Kun Sha was so formidable that it was invincible? Who was he? How could he be so strong? Yang Kai had fought against the Lei Guang sect and the thousands of people from Jiang'a. The Kun Sha laughed and put Lin Feng and the old man into his mouth. The old man's eyes rolled and he fainted. Lin Feng was furious. Kun Sha, what are you doing? Kun Sha smiled ferociously. Of course I'm going to eat you. Since we're here, you're useless. Then he put Lin Feng into his mouth and swallowed him, but his stomach kept swelling. Lin Feng was resisting. Kun Sha slapped his stomach and the swelling disappeared. Everybody was astonished when they saw that. They had never seen such a cruel thing. Kun Sha had eaten someone alive. It was beyond their imagination. Yang Kai, where are you? Come out and see me. Kun Sha roared majestically as he scanned the entire city. Shwa shwa shwa. Pairs of eyes turned towards the direction of Yang Kai's residence. Many people cursed loudly. This murderous star was really up to no good. Just where had he provoked such a terrifying existence? Kun Sha followed their gazes and soon saw Yang Kai standing in the mansion with a solemn expression. He immediately grinned and said, Found you. He bent down and stretched out his hand to grab Yang Kai. The power of the Holy Spirit filled the air, sealing the sky and locking down the earth. Obviously, the Kun Sha had seen him use the space divine technique before, so it was targeting him to prevent him from escaping again. Yang Kai felt as if the whole world had been covered by the giant hand. He couldn't see any light in front of him. With a low shout, he activated the power of the Dao Seal with all his strength. A round sun jumped out from behind him and rose slowly. Golden crow casting sun. As soon as the divine technique Dharma idol appeared, Yang Kai finally broke free from the suppressive force, but before he could resist, he saw a pure white finger pointing at him from the mansion. Silently, the finger collided with the Kuan Sha's palm. The Kuan Sha staggered back, his power instantly broken. Kuan Sha was surprised. He lowered his head and his eyes fixed on a young woman. His eyes couldn't help narrowing as he asked, "Why are you here?" The young woman giggled. "I also want to ask, why did you come here instead of stirring up trouble in the sea?" Yang Kai was stunned. He turned his head and saw that not far away, Yuhi's new maidservant had her hands behind her back, standing there with a smile on her face as she looked up at the Kuan Sha. Yuhi was also a little dumbfounded as she stared blankly. This young woman was the one Yang Kai had bumped into before. Just now, he felt that she was a little strange, but now it seemed that it was true. Since she could easily break the Kuan Sha's attack, this young woman's strength was likely on par with the Kuan Sha. "Is this really your servant?" Yang Kai whispered to Yuhi. Yuhi was dumbfounded and nodded unconsciously. "This servant is really scary." Kai Yang swallowed his saliva. In the sky, the Kuan Sha rolled his eyes and chuckled, "Don't you know why I'm here?" The young woman smiled sweetly, "So you want to snatch him from me?" The Kuan Sha's face sank. "You also have your eyes on that boy?" "I had my eyes on him a few years ago." "Kuan Sha, you're too late," the young woman smiled. "That's not necessarily true." The Kuan Sha shook his head. "The winner takes all. Since you and I both have our eyes on this boy, let's see how strong each of us is." The young woman said indifferently, "Kuan Sha, don't humiliate yourself. If we were in the sea, this queen might be wary of you, but on land, you are not this queen's opponent. How would you know if we haven't fought?" The Kuan Sha snorted coldly and slammed his palm down. His strength turned into a huge palm print that covered half of Star City. "You're courting death." The young woman was angry and raised her palm to meet the attack. With a loud bang, a terrifying shockwave spread out. The buildings in Star City collapsed, and the cultivator was also injured or killed. Under this palm, the young woman soared into the sky and went straight for the Kuan Sha. The Kuan Sha's body swayed and he retreated a few steps, thinking that he was indeed at a disadvantage when fighting this dragon lady on land. However, since he was here, if he did not fight, how could he be willing to leave? The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. For a time, the sky fell and the earth cracked. In Star City, countless cultivators were scrambling to escape for their lives, fearing that they would be affected. Qi Xing and the other heads were also ashen. Who knew which evil god Qi Xing had bumped into? Ever since he entered the great cosmological realm, he had been having a bad time. First, he was tormented by Yang Kai to the point that he almost fell apart. After a few years of recuperation, two such terrifying existences appeared. This woman is also a divine spirit. Seeing the young woman fighting with the Kuan Sha, Yang Kai was horrified. Only a divine spirit could be evenly matched with the Kuan Sha, and even have a slight advantage. However, he did not know who this woman was and why she was lurking in his residence. At this moment, everyone in the mansion gathered around. Yang Kai shivered and shouted in a low voice, "Go, go, 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 hurry up and leave." When the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat suffer. No matter who won in the end between the young woman and the Kuan Sha, he would definitely not have a good time. Originally, he wanted to let Sujin arrange the spirit array just in case, but now that he saw the power of these two divine spirits, Yang Kai knew that no one in the great cosmological realm could stop their power. Even if he used his full strength, he would not be able to last more than a stick of incense worth of time. There were more people in the mansion. In addition to the three from Great Moon State, Yu He, Lu Shui, and Chen Yu, there were nearly 40 people including Guizian. In addition, the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon were still outside the city. Yang Kai ordered the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon to flee quickly while putting the cultivator who had not reached the heaven-opening realm into the small sealed world. The small sealed world was its own world, so it did not matter if it accommodated the Emperor realm, but heaven-opening realm cultivators also had their own small universe, so it could not accept heaven-opening realm cultivators. After busying himself, only Yu He, Lu Shui, and Guizian were left. Yang Kai urged his strength to wrap the three of them before summoning the Space Spirit Bead and activating the power of the Space Spirit Bead, disappearing in an instant. "Smelly brat, you want to run?" The young woman was fighting with the Kuan Sha endlessly, but she still had the leisure to pay attention to Yang Kai's movements. She opened her mouth and spat out something that instantly disappeared into the void. After a short while, somewhere in the void several hundred kilometers away from Star City, a large net suddenly appeared out of thin air. Yang Kai, Yu He, Lu Shui, and Guizian were all caught in the net and fell to the ground. "Bastard!" Yang Kai was furious and shocked. Previously, the Void Shuttle was destroyed by the Kuan Sha, causing him to be separated from Su Zhen and the others. Now, the Void Shuttle was ruined by the young woman. This time, she was even more ruthless as she directly broke through the void and caught them back. What kind of bizarre method was this? The young woman's strength was probably beyond his imagination, but because of the special principles of the Great Void Realm, she was not able to fully display it. He reached out to grab the net and tried to tear it, but there was no reaction at all. Yang Kai's heart sank. His half-dragon body was terrifyingly strong, yet this net was so tough. Not only that, it was also very sticky. He could not get rid of it once he grabbed it. With a thought, the golden crow true fire emerged and burned the net, but it could not burn it. "What kind of net is this?" Yu He exclaimed. She was also struggling hard, but there was nothing she could do. Instead, the more she struggled, the tighter the net became. "It looks like a spider web." Lu Shui frowned. "Spider web?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he looked over at the battlefield. Just as he looked over, he saw Kuan Sha's body sway and transform into his 1,000-foot-long true body. The young woman also turned around, and a terrifying monster as large as a city appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. It was an incomparably huge spider with 8 legs, a silver body, and a crescent moon mark on its back. "Heavenly Moon Demon Spider!" Yang Kai exclaimed as he stared fixedly at it. Lu Shui could not help covering her red lips, and Yu He also gave up struggling, a bitter expression on her face. "So it's her." Yang Kai finally understood. No wonder the young woman said that she had taken a fancy to him a few years ago. It turned out that her roots were in Sword Pavilion's Star Market. In Sword Pavilion's Star Market, when Yang Kai was investigating the corpse of Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master, he discovered the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's mark on his chest. At that time, the mark had erupted, transforming into the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's appearance and filling Yang Kai's mind, but he had to rely on the Divine Dragon's power to break it. At that time, Yang Kai felt a pair of eyes watching him. Now that he thought about it, the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider must have sensed it when he broke the mark. Then, it sent Head Mantis to capture him, but in the end, Head Mantis was killed by him. Yang Kai thought that this matter was over, but who would have thought that after more than 2 years, he would meet the real deal? But what made Yang Kai feel strange was that since the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider found him, why didn't it attack him? Instead, it hid in his mansion. What did it want? That Kuan Sha came to find him not just for the Hailstone Cold Moon Pearl, but what were these holy spirits planning? Chapter 4071. The Kuan Shark's body was 1,000 zhang long, and the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider wasn't too far off. The two colossal creatures used their respective divine abilities and fought fiercely. The earth shattered, the void trembled, and the world's spiritual energy within a radius of tens of thousands of li became extremely chaotic. The strength of the two divine spirits was similar, and they both lived in the great cosmological boundary, so they should have fought each other more than once. They knew each other very well, and their killing moves were constantly being used, causing everyone to tremble in fear. However, after watching for a while, Yang Kai discovered that the Kuan Shark was not a match for the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Just as the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider had said before, the Kuan Shark was a divine spirit born in the sea after all. If they were in the sea, she might not be a match, but on land, she was stronger. Spider silk sealed the world and gradually weaved into a net. Even with the Kuan Shark's strength, it could not escape, and when the net was formed, the Kuan Shark would be completely defeated. The Kuan Sha obviously realized this as well. It shook its head, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards a weak point. It bit off the tens of thousands of spider threads there and transformed back into its human form. It rushed out of the gap and fled quickly. A voice came from afar. Jujuin, you've won today, but don't be complacent. Let's see who has the last laugh in the spirit-seizing battle. Seeing him leave, the heavenly moon demon spider did not stop him. Its giant spider body twisted and transformed back into the innocent young girl, looking around with her hands behind her back. Several hundred kilometers away, in the spider web, Yang Kai and the others watched in horror. The power of the two divine spirits' battle was beyond imagination. Even in the great cosmological realm, they were able to display power that surpassed the heaven-opening realm. This might have something to do with the fact that they were born here, or it might have something to do with the fact that their strength was boundless. But no matter what, the power of the divine spirits was indeed unstoppable. The young girl turned around and stepped forward, arriving in front of Yang Kai and the others in a few leaps. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile, her beautiful eyes filled with scrutiny like a young girl in love looking at her lover, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Yang Kai felt his scalp go numb. He said bitterly, "Senior, how can you teach me?" The girl smiled faintly and said, "Don't be afraid. I won't kill you, and I won't let others kill you either. You are of great use to me, and this isn't the place to talk. Let's go back first." With a wave of her hand, she summoned the spider web back. Yang Kai and the others regained their freedom, but in front of such an existence, they didn't have the slightest intention of escaping. They could only obediently follow behind her and head towards Star City. Tens of thousands of miles away, Qinsha stopped and said angrily, "Bitch, you ruined my plan. This is bad. That kid has been targeted by that lowly servant, Zhu Jiuyin, and I'm afraid I won't be able to snatch him away. I wonder if the other kid has died." As it spoke, it opened its mouth and spat out something. It was none other than the Lin Feng he had swallowed before. "You're not dead yet? Good. At least you have some skills." Qinsha's eyes brightened. He found that although Lin Feng's face was pale, he was intact, but there was a layer of light golden protection on the surface of his body, which was corroded by his gastric acid and could be broken at any time. Lin Feng obviously didn't have the ability to resist the corrosion of Qinsha's gastric acid. It should be that he used the treasure given by the elders to save his life. Suddenly, Lin Feng was frightened and coughed violently. He hadn't recovered from his shock when he heard the Qinsha shout in a dignified manner, "Junior, you've passed my test and can be my vessel. In the next few years, I'll teach you carefully. After a few years, you have to do something for me. If you do it well, I'll spare your life. If you don't, then obediently become my food." Lin Feng raised his head and looked at him blankly. The opportunity of escaping from death made his mind confused. He didn't even hear what Qinsha was saying. Qinsha ignored him, grabbed him by the collar and carried him to the sea. In the main hall of Yang Kai's mansion, the young woman was walking back and forth. She was touching this thing, touching that thing, as if everything was new to her. Yang Kai and the others were standing in front of the hall. They didn't dare take a deep breath. Even though the celestial moon demon spider had said that she wouldn't kill him, who knew if the dragon lady would change her mind? If she really wanted to fight, no one would be able to withstand more than 3 of her moves. Suddenly, Qinyu ran in from outside and said in a low voice, "Master, Qi Xing and the others want to see you." When the celestial moon demon spider took Yang Kai and the others back to Xing City, everybody saw it. How could Shen Tianfei and the others sit still when the celestial moon demon spider suddenly appeared in Xing City? Of course, they quickly came to pay a visit. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the celestial moon demon spider. The young woman waved her hand and said, "Tell them to get lost." She looked extremely impatient. Chen Yu shrank back and bowed respectfully. The young woman finally stopped and turned to look at Yang Kai, smiling as she asked, "Where is elder brother's body?" "Elder brother?" Yang Kai was stunned. "What elder brother? Which elder brother? Did you kill him?" the young woman asked. Yang Kai suddenly understood and quickly raised his hand, tossing out a headless corpse. It was the mantis-headed monster he had killed in Sword Pavilion Star City more than 2 years ago, but this guy's head had been pierced by the blue dragon spear, leaving only the lower half of his body. Because this monster race man's strength was quite good, and his 2 sharp blades were good materials for forging artifacts, Yang Kai had always kept his body. Elder brother has followed me for many years, and I was the one who enlightened him and opened his sentience. Although he is now dead, I want to take back his body. Do you have any objections? The young woman looked at Yang Kai and asked. I wouldn't dare. Yang Kai lowered his head obediently, not daring to say a word at this time. The young woman nodded, raised her hand, and put away the mantis-headed monster's body before turning around and sitting down in the seat that originally belonged to Yang Kai. Crossing her legs and resting her cheek on her palm, she said somewhat lazily, This queen is Zhu Jiao-yin, you have all seen what my true body is. Greetings, Senior Zhu. Yang Kai quickly saluted while winking at Lu Shui, Yu He, and the others. Thinking to himself, is this woman a heavenly moon demon spider, so her surname is Zhu? The young woman giggled as she stared at Yang Kai and said, This queen came out of seclusion this time specifically to find you. As soon as this statement came out, Yu He immediately turned to look at Yang Kai, a vigilant look on her face. Yang Kai asked curiously, Does Senior know me? I didn't know you before, but now I do, Zhu Jiao-yin chuckled. Yang Kai frowned and said, Senior, why are you looking for me? If you want to avenge Dalong, Senior would have already done it. Of course it's not to avenge Dalong. Otherwise, how could you still be alive? This queen came here to ask you to do me a favor. If this favor is successful, the enmity of you killing Dalong will be written off. Otherwise, I will properly settle it with you. Yang Kai was speechless and said, What does Senior want me to do? If she couldn't do it, how could he do it? You will naturally know when the time comes. It's useless to know now. What you need to do now is to improve your strength as soon as possible. The stronger, the better. Before you help me, I will live here, so don't think about running away. Zhu Jiao-yin's gaze turned and looked at Yu He and Lu Shui. You too follow me. This queen needs servants. Yu He was speechless. She was a 5th grade splitter and was actually treated as a servant. However, thinking about Zhu Jiao-yin's identity and strength, he was indeed qualified. If this kind of existence went outside, he would at least be equivalent to a high-grade splitter. Zhu Jiao-yin really stayed in the mansion and chose the best bedroom, which was originally Yang Kai's residence. He had nothing to do all day, so he led Yu He and Lu Shui to wander around the star market. He bought a lot of random things which made people speechless. She was a sacred spirit, celestial moon demon spider. She had always lived in the depths of the mountains. Even though her strength was tyrannical, she couldn't help but feel some novelty when she saw this lively world. Yang Kai was confused by her. This woman only asked him to do her a favor, but she didn't say how he would help her. She only said that he would know when the time came, which made him confused. However, since it was a request from a sacred spirit, it was definitely not a small matter. Yang Kai could only speed up his cultivation. Unfortunately, he couldn't cook without rice. The power of yin and yang and the 5 elements in his Dao seal was stuck on the metal element. Without a suitable metal element power, there was no way to continue condensing the power of his Dao seal. He already had the water element, but without condensing the metal element, there was no way to condense the water element. He could only take the dragon blood pill every day to strengthen his body and purify his bloodline power, and then comprehend the wood and earth divine technique. 10 days later, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and quickly took out a communication bead, immersing his mind into it. Then, he was overjoyed and sent a message. Brother Su, are you okay? This communication bead was the means of communication with Su Zhen. Previously, Su Zhen suddenly disappeared, which made Yang Kai quite worried. He didn't know if he was alive or dead, but he didn't expect that Su Zhen would take the initiative to send a message today. Not dead yet, but the situation is not good. Su Zhen replied. What happened? Why was there no news from before? What about the others? The others are fine for the time being, but it seems that the days ahead won't be too good. Brother Yang, you have to make plans early. You are too outstanding and will be targeted sooner or later. What do you mean? Yang Kai was puzzled. Targeted by who? Su Jin said, Brother Yang, have you ever heard of the bearer? Never heard of it. Su Jin said, I only saw some records in the ancient books of my ancestors and didn't take it seriously, but now I know that it is true. In the great cosmological realm, there is more than one divine spirit. Yang Kai laughed dryly, I know this. Su Jin was surprised. How did you know? Did you encounter one? Yang Kai said with a headache, Not only did I encounter one, there is one in my residence now. Su Jin didn't reply for a long time, and Yang Kai thought that something had happened to him again, so he sent a few messages. Su Jin replied, Brother Yang, you are indeed being targeted. In that case, it is convenient for me to explain it to you. Did the divine spirit on your side ask you to do her a favor? Yang Kai was surprised. How did Brother Su know this? Su Jin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Because I am the same, we are really in the same boat. Chapter 4072. You too. Yang Kai was shocked. You were also captured by the sacred spirits? The sacred spirit that captured me is called Zhu Yen, and its strength is extraordinary. Which sacred spirit captured you? Yang Kai muttered, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. After a simple exchange, Yang Kai learned that Su Jin had been teleported to an unknown place after being separated from him. As a result, he encountered Zhu Yen on the way back and was accidentally captured. Yang Kai was puzzled. What do these sacred spirits want? The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider only said that she wanted me to help her with something, but when I asked again, she didn't say anything. Also, what's with the bear you mentioned before? Sighed. Su Jin sighed heavily. This is why I sent you a message. The great cosmological realm is ancient, and there are countless sacred spirits living here. However, these sacred spirits are born here, raised here, and limited here. In the great cosmological realm, no matter how strong they are, it is difficult for them to fully display their strength. Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. The laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological realm were indeed very strange. He previously thought that the great cosmological realm's small universe world was sealed by the great cosmological realm's fog, causing the heaven-splitting cultivators to be unable to display their strength, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Even those sacred spirits were restricted from displaying their strength, let alone a mere lower or middle-grade heaven-splitting cultivator. Although Zhu Jiuyin and Kun Sha were fighting fiercely before, they were far from displaying the strength that sacred spirits should have. On the sacred spirit list, whether it was the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider or Kun Sha, their rankings were comparable to Miemeng, but how terrifying was Miemeng's power? The power displayed by Zhu Jiuyin and Kun Sha was only a fraction of its strength, giving people a feeling that they did not live up to their name. This should be the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological realm, and not simply because of the great cosmological realm's fog. Su Zhen's divine sense came out of the communication bead and transmitted his message. These divine spirits are equivalent to living in a huge cage. Brother Yang, if you were them, would you do this? Yang Kai's heart trembled, and after thinking carefully, he said solemnly, Of course I would want to jump out of this cage. The almighty figures were definitely unwilling to accept the current situation and would definitely think of ways to change it, and the most convenient way was to leave the great cosmological realm. That's right. The sacred spirits also think the same way. They also want to jump out of this cage, break free from the suppression of the great cosmological realm, and restore all their might. But they are living beings of this world. How could it be easy to break free? Is this related to the bear you mentioned before? Yang Kai asked. Yes. Su Jin replied. The sacred spirits can't leave the great cosmological realm on their own. They can only find someone to take them out, and that person is the bearer they are looking for. Find someone to bring them out. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Can the holy spirits of this place be brought out? If that was the case, then wouldn't his 6 directions Rui pouch be a treasure? When he was about to leave, he could just put Zhu Jiuyin into the bag. You can bring them out, but only one at a time. And you need some special opportunities. Su Jin seemed to know what Yang Kai was thinking. I know that Brother Yang has a treasure that can hold living things, But that thing is useless. Even if you put the sacred spirits in it, without that opportunity, you will be stopped by the great cosmological realm when you leave. The reason why the sacred spirits are looking for a bearer is to fight for that opportunity to break free from the shackles of the great cosmological realm. What's that opportunity? Yang Kai asked hurriedly. I'm not too sure. I just saw some records in the ancient books of my ancestors. Back then, the ancestors of the divine cauldron grotto heaven also fell into the great cosmological realm and competed with the tide of that era, leaving behind some information about this place. He succeeded. He failed. Su Jun sighed. The glory of that era belonged to a senior of the Xinyuan grotto heaven. He took away a sacred spirit from the great cosmological realm, and that sacred spirit became his Tao protector, guarding him for 1,000 years before leaving the Xinyuan grotto heaven. Tao protector! Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Bodyguard, thug guard. Anyway, that's what it means. Su Jun chuckled. We worked hard for those sacred spirits and risked our lives, so we have to get some benefits from them. That senior of the Xinyuan grotto heaven was amazing. He negotiated with that sacred spirit to be his Tao protector for 1,000 years, and that sacred spirit had no choice but to agree. Brother Yang, I'm going to have a good talk with this Zhu Yen on my side. Think about how awe-inspiring it would be to have a sacred spirit with you when you go out in the future. Yang Kai was speechless. How could such a condition be put forward? If he angered that person, he wouldn't know how to spell the word death. Thank you for telling me, Brother Su. This information is very important to me. Yang Kai replied gratefully. He had been thinking about what Zhu Jiuyin wanted him to do and why he wanted him to improve his strength. Now that he heard Su Zhen's words, he knew the reason. It seemed that the reason why the Kuan shark chased him all the way here was not only because he had stolen the Frosty Soul Cold Moon Pearl, but also because of the bearer. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned the whereabouts of the Frosty Soul Cold Moon Pearl before he left. Anyway, I won't tell you. You will know in the future, but you and I are both bearers, and there will be a time to fight in the future. For the benefit of my divine cauldron, Brother Yang, when the time comes, I will not show mercy. That's how it should be. And Ning Daoran and the others, they probably won't be able to escape either. Those holy spirits have sharp eyes. They haven't made any movements these past few years, probably because they are observing those of us who have fallen into this place and choosing suitable bearers. Now that the Zhu Yen and the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider have made their moves, the other holy spirits will definitely not be able to sit still. I reckon that Ning Daoran and the others will all be captured by the holy spirits. It's just a matter of time. When the time comes, there will definitely be a confrontation between us. Let's not talk about it for now. After saying that, Su Zhen cut off the connection. Yang Kai silently put away the communication bead and digested the news he had received from Su Zhen. Bearers, the only opportunity to get rid of the shackles of the Great Void Realm, and protectors. He had never heard of such information. Right, there was also Lin Feng. In that case, Lin Feng should not be in danger. He was also a disciple of the Heavenly Cave, and his background was extraordinary. He was definitely one of the candidates for the bearer. The Kuan shark should not kill him. It was estimated that he would be chosen as the bearer. But in this way, some of the doubts in his heart could be solved. Zhu Jiuyin did not kill him, nor did he make things difficult for him. He also wanted him to cultivate well. Obviously, he wanted him to help her snatch the opportunity to leave. The battle of spirits seizing? Yang Kai recalled the harsh words the Kuan shark had left before he left. Although he did not know what the battle of spirits seizing meant, he thought it should be related to the opportunity. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai stepped into the lobby. In the lobby, Zhu Jiuyin was sitting in a chair, while Lu Shui and Yu He were busy. The ground was full of messy things that the three of them had swept from the Star Market. Most of them were women's accessories. Yu He stood in front of Zhu Jiuyin with a mirror. Lu Shui took the accessories for Zhu Jiuyin to wear. She looked left and right in front of the mirror. If she liked it, she kept it. If she didn't like it, she threw it aside. When Yang Kai came in, he saw the scene of Zhu Jiuyin pitying himself in front of the mirror. He couldn't help but be speechless. Yu He turned her head and looked at him with an aggrieved face. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. Senior. Zhu Jiao-yin played with the headdress on his head and didn't raise his eyelids. What are you doing here instead of cultivating? He turned his head sideways and asked Yu-He, how about this? Yu-He said, it looks good. It wasn't flattery. It was indeed beautiful. After all, she was a heavenly moon demon spider. She was beautiful and looked good on anything. It's a bit too gaudy. Zhu Jiao-yin shook his head. He took off the headdress and threw it aside. Yang Kai took the chance to say, Senior wants me to cultivate. I want to cultivate too. It's a pity that I can't continue. But Zhu Jiao-yin raised his head and looked at him. Without treasures, I can't condense the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. Yang Kai lowered his head. Nonsense. Zhu Jiao-yin curled his lips. You stole the Kuan shark's moon essence. Do you think I don't know? That thing came from the land of elders. It was originally a moon essence core. It's enough for you to refine for a long time. Land of elders? Moon essence core? Yang Kai's body shook. Senior is talking about the hailstone cold moon pearl? What hailstone cold moon pearl? Zhu Jiao-yin said in disdain. He waved his hand and had Yu-He stand aside. He looked at Yang Kai and said, this great cosmological realm originally had a moon and a sun. However, too much time passed and the sun was extinguished, the moon crumbled. A piece of moon essence fell into the land of elders. Later, it was taken out by someone and fell into the hands of the Kuan shark. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Although he knew that the hailstone cold moon pearl was an innate supreme treasure, he didn't expect it to be a moon essence core. No wonder it emitted light like moonlight but was cold to the touch. As for where the land of elders was, Yang Kai didn't know. However, it should be a secret place in the great cosmological realm. After calming his mind and suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Yang Kai said, that won't do. Senior, I have now condensed the power of wood, fire, and earth. Next, I need to condense the power of metal element, and then the power of water element. The moon essence should be the power of water element. I still lack a suitable metal element treasure. Without the metal element, there's nothing I can do even if I have the water element. What do you mean? Zhu Jiao-yin looked at him with a smile. It would be best if Senior could reward me with the metal element treasure. Senior has been the flowing time great emperor of the great cosmological realm for a long time. The great cosmological realm is rich in treasures, so you should have a lot of metal element treasures. So you're here for benefits. Zhu Jiao-yin smiled and rested his cheek on his hand. He looked at Yang Kai lazily and said, okay, tell me, what treasure do you want? If I have it, I'll give it to you. No matter what treasure it is, as long as it's a metal element above the 7th grade. Junior's request is not high. Yang Kai rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly. Zhu Jiao-yin's face suddenly darkened. Not high request? Anything above the 7th grade? Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Was this request too much? He gathered his courage and nodded. Chapter 4073. Zhu Jiao-yin said angrily, and you say your request isn't high. Do you know what it means to be above 7th grade? What does it mean? Yang Kai asked weakly. Zhu Jiao-yin snorted and said, that means you have to kill someone who is at the same level as me and take his inner core. If you really want to do that, I can point you to a good place to go. 1 million miles west from here, there is an annoying guy called Jin Wu. You can kill him and take his inner core. It is at least an 8th tier treasure. Cold sweat dripped down Yang Kai's forehead. Senior, you're joking. That Jin Wu was also a sacred spirit. If he really had that ability, he wouldn't need to be docile and respectful in front of her. He would have broken through the heavens long ago. Junior doesn't necessarily need the sacred spirit's inner core to obtain the metal element treasure. Is there no other treasure in the great cosmological realm that fits the criteria? There were some in the past. Zhu Jiao-yin revealed a look of reminiscence. But there were none later. Why? Yang Kai didn't understand. You're not the only guests in the great cosmological realm. If there were good things, wouldn't those despicable fellows plunder them? Why would they leave them for you? If you want something above 7th grade, You have to kill those sacred spirits and seize their inner cores. Yang Kai couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It made sense. Although the great cosmological realm was a huge natural treasure trove, they weren't the only group of guests over the years. How could those seniors be merciful when they came here? If there were good things, they would have collected them long ago. He was able to obtain the Earth Element Dragon Ball because of his bloodline. He was able to obtain the Moon Essence because it was a sacred object of the sea race. With the Kuan shark guarding it, it would be difficult to obtain the metal element. Why do you want something above 7th grade? Zhu Jiuyin looked at Yang Kai in confusion. I know your cultivation method. You condense a Dao seal in your body and then condense the power of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements to achieve heaven opening. If it's 7th grade, wouldn't it be high-grade heaven opening? Yes. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Junior's ambition is high, and I want to achieve high-grade heaven opening. Zhu Jiuyin blinked and laughed. You're the most ambitious person I've ever met. Yang Kai keenly grasped something. Senior, did you have a bearer before? Zhu Jiuyin was surprised. You know about the bearer? This isn't a secret, is it? Yang Kai smiled and pretended to be profound. Zhu Jiuyin scrutinized him and said, You have an extraordinary background, so it's not strange that you know about this. Since you know about the bearer, you definitely know what I want you to do. Yang Kai nodded. Seize the opportunity to escape from this cage. That's why I came here to seek benefits from you. Only when I'm strong will I have a greater chance to compete with the other heroes and take the lead. That's true. Zhu Jiuyin nodded. However, if you want metal elemental treasures of the 7th tier and above, I can't do anything about it. As for the 6th tier, I have quite a number of them. Yang Kai was speechless. He also had a few dozen Divine Essences magnetism stones. The Divine Essences magnetism gourd also contained a lot of Divine Essences magnetism light. If he was willing to use a Divine Essences magnetism stone, why would he need to beg Zhu Jiuyin? How about this? Zhu Jiuyin pondered for a moment and said, Condense the water element first. I'll send someone to scout for the metal elemental treasures. Maybe there are some that I missed. If there are, I'll find them for you. Yang Kai was puzzled. If I don't condense the metal elemental treasures, how can I condense the water element? Zhu Jiuyin sneered. Normal people can only condense according to the 5 elemental treasures. However, I have a wonderful technique that can allow you to ignore this order and condense as you wish. Yang Kai's body shook. There's such a wonderful technique in this world? Yu He and Lu Shui also looked over in surprise. One of them was at the 4th tier and the other was at the 5th tier, so they were considered knowledgeable. However, they had never heard of such a technique. If there was such a wonderful technique, wouldn't it break the countless years of cultivation system outside the universe? If such a thing appeared in the world, it would definitely set off a bloodbath. Zhu Jiuyin said faintly, Originally, there wasn't such a technique. However, I once had a bearer who was astonishingly talented and created this wonderful technique. His situation was similar to yours at that time. He had an item for the next stage of cultivation in his hands, but he was missing the middle part. He couldn't find it anywhere and had no choice but to cross the stage to cultivate. However, I have to tell you that although this technique is wonderful, it is a little whimsical and has some risks. If your foundation is not enough, it is very likely that the 5 elemental treasures will collapse and your Dao seal will shatter. Do you still want to continue? Do you still want to learn it? Yang Kai quickly nodded his head. No matter how dangerous this technique was, it was always right to learn it first. If he really couldn't do it, he could just not cultivate it. Anyway, he was still young and had a lot of time. There was no need to rush. Zhu Jiuyin nodded his head and gently lifted his finger to tap on Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai's body trembled and he felt countless information pouring into his mind. He couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. After a long while, his body suddenly trembled and he came back to his senses. He had a look of admiration on his face. The person who created this technique is simply gifted by the heavens. This technique was called the Reverse Yin-Yang 5 Elemental Shen Universe Heart Sutra. If one were to use this technique to condense the Yin-Yang 5 elemental treasures, there was no need to worry about the order of the 5 elemental treasures. It could be said that one could cultivate it as one wished. However, using this technique to condense the power would have a much greater impact on the Dao seal than normal cultivation. If the Dao seal wasn't firm enough, one wouldn't be able to cultivate it. This was the danger that Zhu Jiuyin mentioned. However, correspondingly, using this technique to condense the power of the yin-yang 5 elemental treasures had some benefits. Once one succeeded in splitting open the sky, one's ability would be stronger. This was because the Dao seal would withstand an unimaginable impact and its foundation would be firm. Naturally, it would be incomparable to others. Yang Kai was full of praise. Zhu Jiuyin said that this was a technique created by one of her bearers. It could be seen how amazing that bearer was. However, what made Yang Kai feel strange was that since the creator was so impressive, why couldn't he bring Zhu Jiuyin out of the great cosmological realm? As if she saw the doubts in Yang Kai's heart, Zhu Jiuyin said, "That person is dead. He died in the battle of spirit seizing. If not for that, with his talent, how could I be trapped here?" Yang Kai swallowed his saliva. That person died because of this technique? That's not it. This technique was deduced by me and him together. It's considered more complete. He died because he was the tallest tree in the forest. He was besieged by many other bearers and died. Yang Kai nodded. This way he was relieved. Since someone had successfully cultivated the reverse yin-yang 5 elemental Shen Universe Heart Sutra, he would definitely be able to do it too. There was no reason that he couldn't walk the path paved by his predecessor. He couldn't wait to comprehend the mystery of this technique. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to talk to Zhu Jiuyin anymore. He excused himself and returned to the secret room to meditate. Day after day, month after month. The reverse yin-yang 5 elemental Shen Universe Heart Sutra was extensive and profound. Yang Kai comprehended it for half a year before he could be considered to have some understanding. However, even so, he didn't dare to try it. The grade of the moon essence was extremely high. After all, it was a connate cardinal treasure. If he didn't have complete confidence, forcefully condensing it would only damage the Dao seal. If he wanted to try, there were two key points. One was that the power of the 5 elements couldn't be harmonized. Under normal circumstances, he should first condense the power of the metal element and then the water element. However, he didn't have a suitable metal element now, so he could only skip this stage. As a result, the power of the 5 elements would definitely be in chaos. This required the reverse yin-yang 5 elemental Shen Universe Heart Sutra to be harmonized. This wasn't a big problem. The reverse yin-yang 5 elemental Shen Universe Heart Sutra was created for this moment. The biggest problem was that the Dao seal wasn't strong enough. Yang Kai was blessed by nature. He first condensed the essence of the immortal tree to form the power of the wood element and laid an incomparably strong foundation. Then he condensed the fire element. With the wood element suppressing it, there was no danger. There was no need to talk about the earth element. The earth dragon pearl came from the same source as him, so there was no danger in condensing it. However, if he wanted to condense the water element now, the strength of the Dao seal was still lacking. Yang Kai had no choice but to come out and consult Zhu Jiuyin. He believed that the previous bearer had a similar experience. Since he had succeeded in his cultivation, he definitely solved this problem. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, Zhu Jiuyin casually threw a jade bottle to Yang Kai. Yang Kai received it. As he opened the bottle, he asked confusedly, "What is this?" Zhu Jiuyin said lazily, "I don't know what this is either. That brat once called it Dao-e holy water." The brat she was talking about was undoubtedly the bearer who created the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Shen Yu Heart Sutra. Dao-e holy water? Yu He and Lu Shui exclaimed in unison. Their beautiful faces turned pale. Zhu Jiuyin turned to look at them. Yang Kai also looked at them. Is this thing very famous? She didn't know much about the world outside of the universe. Naturally, she didn't know what Dao-e holy water meant. Yu He hurriedly said, "It's good stuff. It's a treasure." Lu Shui also nodded vigorously at the side. She looked at the jade bottle in Yang Kai's hand with a burning gaze. Yang Kai was enraptured when he heard this. It must be something good given by Senior. But what's the use of this thing? Yu He said, "It's used to strengthen the Dao seal." You also know that a cultivator's aptitude is limited. The fundamental reason is the Tao seal. Some people's limit is to condense the power of the 3rd grade. Some people's limit is to condense the power of the 6th grade. This is the limit that the Tao seal can withstand. The difference is that the Tao seal is condensed from everyone's own Tao. Once formed, it can't be easily changed. It can be said that when the Tao seal is condensed, this person's future achievements are basically determined. But if there's Tao-e holy water, then it's possible to go one step further. Using this holy water to strengthen the Tao seal, one can condense power of a higher grade and surpass one's original limit? Yang Kai finally understood and was wild with joy. That's right. Yuhi nodded. Back then, she achieved the 5th grade to split open the sky. This meant that the limit of her Tao seal was to withstand the impact of the 5th grade. But at that time, if she had the help of the Tao-e holy water, achieving the 6th grade would not be a problem. The premise was that she could find enough 6th grade materials. But the Tao-e holy water was extremely rare. In this 3,000 worlds, for countless years, there were only a few times. Legend had it that someone had obtained the Tao-e holy water. Chapter 4074. This Tao-e divine water was indeed a good thing. Yang Kai put it away happily and asked Zhu Jiuyin about the refining method before returning to the secret room and continuing his seclusion. In the secret room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and activated the formation to avoid being disturbed. Only then did he carefully take out the jade bottle that contained the Tao-e divine water and open the bottle. There was not much Tao-e divine water left in the jade bottle, only half a bottle. There were only a few dozen drops left, which should have been used by Zhu Jiuyin. However, a drop of Tao-e divine water was hard to find, and a few dozen drops were enough for Yang Kai to use. Calming his qi and concentrating, Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he reached into the jade bottle and wrapped a drop of Tao-e divine water. Inside the jade bottle, there was nothing special about the divine water, but once it was exposed, it emitted an extremely strange fragrance. Yang Kai's nose twitched, and his eyes couldn't help but become lax as he muttered to himself, so fragrant, this thing must be very delicious to eat." As he said that, his divine sense wrapped around the drop of Tao-e divine water and sent it to his mouth. But in the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly shook and regained his senses. He quickly closed his mouth and imprinted the drop of Tao-e divine water on his glabella. This divine water was not meant to be consumed, but to be refined with the Tao seal, just like refining the power of yin and yang 5 elements. If it was consumed rashly, it would not have the slightest effect. Zhu Jiuyin had also told him that there would be some interference when refining this Tao-e divine water, but he did not take it to heart. Only now did he realize that he was a little careless. Fortunately, he reacted in time, otherwise he might have really wasted a drop. It was strange, the Tao-e divine water was clearly a tangible thing, but when it was imprinted on his glabella, it completely disappeared. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt that his Tao seal was slightly cold, as if something had invaded it. Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in investigating. Under inspection, he saw that his Tao seal was covered with a layer of watery light, and the Tao-e divine water was constantly invading his Tao seal. A strange power spread out and was absorbed by his Tao seal. As time passed, Yang Kai did feel that his Tao seal was becoming stronger. The Tao seal was the manifestation of each cultivator's own Tao. When condensing the Tao seal, all the power of a cultivator would be immersed in the Tao seal. The foundation of a cultivator was directly related to the strength of the Tao seal. If the foundation was good, then the seal would be stronger. Although no one had classified the Tao seal, in fact, the Tao seal of a cultivator could be divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Yang Kai's Tao was the Void Tao, and he was extremely proficient in the Tao of space. If not for this, he wouldn't have been able to escape the pursuit of so many low-rank and mid-rank heaven-opening masters after snatching the Golden Crow's corpse. The Tao of space was one of the 3,000 Taos, and it was an extremely profound Tao. Yang Kai used the Tao of space to condense his Tao seal, so it was naturally incomparable to others. This was also one of the foundations of him being able to condense power above the 7th grade. The other foundation was the wood elemental energy condensed from the essence of the immortal tree. This was also an opportunity. But even so, his Dao seal still had a lot of room for improvement. Fortunately, he had not reached the heaven-opening realm yet. If he had, it would have been completely fixed, and even the Dao-E divine water would have been powerless. When the mysterious Dao-E divine water entered his Dao seal, there was a trace of coldness at first, but then a warm and comfortable feeling came from the Dao seal. Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent and focused on refining it. However, refining the Dao-E divine water was really difficult. That small drop of water took Yang Kai a whole month to completely refine. Comparing the difference between his Dao seal and the one before, Yang Kai frowned slightly. He felt that the increase was not too great, at most 10%. However, on second thought, his Dao seal was already extraordinary, so the Dao-E divine water could not increase it by too much. If it were someone else's Dao seal, it would not be like this. If a drop of Dao-E divine water could increase it by 10%, wouldn't 10 drops double? Without stopping, he released his divine sense to wrap around a drop of Dao-E divine water and continued to refine it. There were at least a few dozen drops of Dao-E divine water in that jade bottle. This was a rare opportunity, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to increase his Dao seal to its maximum level. As he refined drop after drop of Dao-E divine water, his Dao seal became more and more solid, but as time passed, the benefits of refining the Dao-E divine water gradually decreased. Another year passed, and Yang Kai opened his eyes and exhaled slightly. During this year, he had consumed a dozen drops of Dao-E divine water and raised his Dao seal to its limit. Refining more Dao-E divine water was useless and would only be a waste. Keeping the jade bottle, Yang Kai examined himself and was very satisfied. Now, even if there was a 9th grade material in front of him, he was confident that he could easily refine it. He did not have to worry that his Dao seal could not withstand it. The benefits of this closed-door cultivation were too great. His Dao seal was stable, and not only could it allow him to condense a higher grade of power, in the future, even if he encountered any divine technique that targeted his Dao seal, he did not have to be too afraid. He came out of closed-door cultivation again and went to see Zhu Jiuyin. He saw Zhu Jiuyin in the courtyard, giving a lecture to the Scarlet Jiao. He did not know what language she was speaking, and Yang Kai could not understand it at all. He only felt that the voice was like a pearl falling on a jade plate, containing the truth of the great Tao and resonating with the great Tao of heaven and earth. The Scarlet Jiao did not notice his arrival at all and listened attentively. After a while, Zhu Jiuyin smiled. "All right, let's stop here for today. Go back and cultivate properly." The Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon nodded slightly to express their gratitude. When they turned around and saw Yang Kai, the Scarlet Jiao immediately crawled over and swam around Yang Kai's feet. The Earth Dragon was much more direct. It opened its mouth and wriggled non-stop. Its mucus was thrown everywhere and there were bursts of scratching sounds coming from the ground. Yang Kai was speechless. He threw 2 dragon blood pills to them and asked them to scram. With a rumble, the 2 big fellows obtained the dragon blood pills and left through the tunnel that was opened up earlier. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Senior, why are you in the mood to teach them today?" He listened for a while just now. Although he did not know what Zhu Jiuyin was talking to the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon, he faintly felt that he was helping them to open up their intelligence. The reason why the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Jiao could not transform was not because they were not strong enough, but because their intelligence had not been opened. With Zhu Jiuyin's teaching, their transformation would be much earlier. Zhu Jiuyin smiled slightly. "I had nothing to do, so I found something to do. However, I was still a little curious as to why their bloodline is so pure. So it's because of you." She clearly saw the origin of the dragon blood pills. Whether it was the Scarlet Jiao or the Earth Dragon, they all had a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. It was just that it was very faint. After continuously consuming the dragon blood pills for the past few years, their dragon race bloodline had greatly improved and had already surpassed the limits of their respective races. "Why are you looking for me?" Zhu Jiuyin asked. Yang Kai said, "I want to ask about the metal element treasure." "There is no clue." Zhu Jiuyin slowly shook her head. The million troops under her had all moved out and searched 3 feet in the entire great cosmological abyss, but they could not find any information about metal element treasures above the 7th grade. Not only the metal element, but the other 5 elements were also not found. Just as she said before, they were not the only batch of guests in the great cosmological abyss. Since ancient times, batches and batches of cultivator had been devoured, and there was no lack of outstanding talents. Many of the precious treasures in the great cosmological abyss had already been plundered clean. Even if the sacred spirits had some collections, they had given them to their respective inheritors to increase their strength so that they could snatch the opportunity to leave during the spirit-seizing battle. Yang Kai was slightly disappointed. If Zhu Jiuyin could not find a metal element treasure above the 7th grade, then he did not have much hope. Now, there may only be 2 places that have what you need, Zhu Jiuyin said softly. Which 2 places? One is the Golden Vulture Palace, which is Jin Wu's territory. Yang Kai's face darkened. Forget about that. A year ago, Zhu Jiuyin had also mentioned Jin Wu. If he could kill him and seize his inner core, he could satisfy Yang Kai's needs. However, Jin Wu was a sacred spirit after all, and Zhu Jiuyin might not be his match. The other place is the Land of Everlastingness. There are more treasures left there. Where is the Land of Everlastingness? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The moon essence came from the Land of Everlastingness. Zhu Jiuyin had once said that the great cosmological abyss originally had a sun and a moon. However, too much time had passed, and the sun had been extinguished and the moon had collapsed. A piece of moon essence had fallen into the Land of Everlastingness and was taken out by someone, landing in the hands of Kuan Sha. The Land of Everlastingness is where the spirit-seizing battle is, and it has not started yet. Zhu Jiuyin shook his head slowly. Yang Kai was indignant that it had not started yet. However, the Land of Everlastingness was where the spirit-seizing battle was. Didn't that mean that he could only go in and search for suitable metal element treasures during the spirit-seizing battle? Zhu Jiuyin wanted him to improve his strength for the spirit-seizing battle. There was no time at all. Can't you just make do and use a 6th grade metal element? Zhu Jiuyin frowned and looked at him. Yang Kai said solemnly, "This is related to the Great Tao. It is my lifelong pursuit. How can I make do?" Zhu Jiuyin smiled, thinking that it was not up to him when the time came. He changed the topic and said, "How's the cultivation of the technique?" "Almost there." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Black Universe Heart Sutra was profound, he had comprehended it for a long time and had gained some insights. Now that his Tao seal had been strengthened to the limit, there should not be any danger if he were to condense the water element. Then go and condense the water element. I will protect you. Yang Kai was about to refuse when Zhu Jiuyin said, "Your life and death is related to my future. It is not up to you to decide. I might as well tell you that those old fellows have already found their respective inheritors and are nurturing them vigorously. The spirit-seizing battle is bound to be a life and death battle." All right. He could not win against Zhu Jiuyin and could only nod his head in agreement. They agreed to go into seclusion 3 days later to condense the water element. Yang Kai found Yu He and asked about what happened when he was in seclusion. It was not a big deal. Now that the divine spirit, the heavenly moon magic spider, was guarding the Star City, who would dare to invade? Hence, it was peaceful. Chapter 4075. 3 days later, in the secret chamber, Yang Kai and Zhu Jiuyin sat opposite each other. I have already imparted you the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Mystic Universe Heart Sutra. You need to remember that this sutra consumes a lot of your mind, so you must not let your guard down. Zhu Jiuyin instructed solemnly. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Don't worry." He grabbed at the void and a scepter appeared in his hand. On top of the scepter, there was a round bead shining brightly. It was the moon essence. A dense water element chi immediately spread out. If Yang Kai had not seen the power of this thing with his own eyes, he would not have thought that there was such a huge danger hidden in this gentle water power. This scepter was also forged with extremely high-grade materials. Otherwise, it would be impossible to embed the moon essence in it. However, Yang Kai only wanted the water element power in the moon essence, so this scepter was useless to him. He reached out and took the moon essence. The moment it touched his hand, Yang Kai could not help but shiver. He felt a bone-chilling coldness spread out from his palm and instantly corroded his mind, as if it was going to freeze his soul. On his palm, a layer of frost spread up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon it reached his elbow. With a whoosh, a pitch-black flame burned and dispersed the shocking coldness. The frost gradually melted. Zhu Jiuyin's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Golden Crow Primordial Fire? She was also a sacred spirit, so she was naturally sensitive to the sacred spirit fire. She could not help but nod slightly. This brat in front of her had the Golden Crow Primordial Fire, so the danger of refining the moon essence was greatly reduced. Water and fire were incompatible, so it would be able to suppress the coldness of the moon essence to a large extent. "Senior, I will begin," Yang Kai said. He then closed his eyes and immersed his mind. He activated the power of the Dao Seal and absorbed the coldness of the moon essence. In an instant, Yang Kai felt as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice. Even his thoughts became a little sluggish. The coldness of the moon essence that was originally suppressed erupted again and froze his palms. His flesh was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just now, the moon essence was only emitting coldness instinctively, so he could suppress it with the Golden Crow Primordial Fire. Now that he actively absorbed the power of the moon essence, the Golden Crow Primordial Fire could not suppress it. The flames burned fiercely, but the coldness showed signs of suppressing the Golden Crow Primordial Fire. Zhu Jiuyin's expression changed. She paid close attention to Yang Kai's actions. She was waiting to immediately stop. Yang Kai was her chosen carrier, so she naturally could not watch him die. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to find such an outstanding carrier. In other words, if Yang Kai died because of this, she could only wait for the next opening of the Great Void Realm to find a vessel to seize opportunities for herself. As far as the eye could see, a layer of green light suddenly emerged from the flesh that was corroded by the cold and was rapidly withering away. That light was filled with exuberant vitality, and even Zhu Jiuyin couldn't help but be moved when he saw it. He really couldn't figure out what kind of wood attribute Yang Kai had condensed to actually possess such powerful strength. The power of the wood element lingered. The withered flesh healed and regained its luster. Then, it continued to wither and heal under the coldness. The cycle repeated. It looked extremely dangerous, but there was a delicate balance between them. This did not mean that the moon essence's power surpassed the combined power of the Immortal Tree and the Golden Crow Primordial Fire. However, both the Immortal Tree and the Golden Crow Primordial Fire had been condensed in the seal by Yang Kai. He was not strong enough, so the power he could unleash was limited. The moon essence, on the other hand, was in his hand. After it was activated, its power was fully displayed. Naturally, he could fight against two. Yang Kai and Zhu Jiuyin could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Golden Crow Primordial Fire and the power of the Immortal Tree had finally suppressed the coldness of the moon essence. However, the withering of his flesh naturally brought about unbearable pain, but Yang Kai remained motionless like a dried-up well, his mind focused solely on the Dao Seal. The ancient seal was originally filled with 3 kinds of power. Now, there was an additional coldness. That was the power of the moon essence. The balance that existed in the seal was instantly broken. The 5 elements were in chaos. Regardless of whether it was the wood element, fire element, or earth element, they were all attacking the seal. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as he felt his soul tremble. The blood qi in his chest surged as he thought to himself, "This kind of condensing is really dangerous. If I didn't use the Dao Yi Divine Water to strengthen my Dao Seal, I'm afraid I really would have died." After all, the power in his seal was of a very high grade. The impact was not small. The seal from before could not hold on for long. However, the seal was different now. It was strengthened by more than 10 drops of Dao Yi Divine Water. In terms of toughness, it was almost twice as strong as before. It could still withstand the impact. He quickly activated the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Xianyu Heart Sutra to harmonize the 5 elements. As the technique was activated, the chaotic power of the 5 elements gradually restored its order. Yang Kai was delighted when he saw that. Although he knew that the technique had such an effect when he comprehended the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Xianyu Heart Sutra, he did not practice it himself. He was a little uneasy. Now that he tried it, the 5 elements immediately returned to their original position. He knew that the technique was indeed effective. It could allow the cultivator to ignore the number of times the 5 elements generated each other to condense power. As such, he did not need to rush to find a suitable metal element treasure. There would always be a chance to come across it in the future. It would not be too late to condense it when he found it. However, Yang Kai soon discovered the drawback of the technique. Just as Zhu Jiuyin said, the technique consumed a lot of the mind. It needed to be activated all the time. Once it was interrupted, the 5 elements would be in chaos. The reason why Zhu Jiuyin wanted to protect him was to guard against such danger. With her strength, if she sensed that something was wrong, she could forcibly stop it. She would not let Yang Kai suffer any fundamental damage. At this moment, after observing closely, he found that Yang Kai was fine and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement, thinking that this little brat's mental strength was quite extraordinary. Although his previous bearer was also quite good, it was still somewhat inferior to Yang Kai's. At the very least, his previous bearer hadn't been able to restore the 5 elements in such a short period of time. It had taken a lot of effort. However, she didn't know that Yang Kai's mind power was much stronger than a cultivator of the same level. When he obtained the soul-warming lotus, after so many years, the soul-warming lotus nourished Yang Kai's mind all the time. No matter what stage he was at, his mind power was much stronger than his peers. Later, when he consummated with Yu Ru Meng, he obtained the primordial yin power that she had cultivated for many years from her. Yu Ru Meng was a succubus demon saint. Among all the demon saint great emperors, her mind power was second to none. The primordial yin power made Yang Kai's mind power soar again. It almost reached the level of the great emperors. Later, when he became the great emperors of the void, his mind power naturally rose as well. Therefore, to Yang Kai, it wasn't too difficult for him to split his attention to maintain the circulation of the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Xianyu Heart Sutra. His physical body was unaffected. The coldness was suppressed by the golden crow primordial fire, and the wood elemental power repaired his damaged physical body. His mind was unaffected. His powerful divine will was enough for Yang Kai to multitask. His Dao seal was unaffected. The Dao seal was strengthened by the Dao-E divine water, and it could withstand the impact of the 5 elements. The first step was taken, and the next step was simple. As time passed, the power in the moon essence was continuously refined into the Dao seal by Yang Kai, turning into the water elemental power. The moon essence in Yang Kai's hand gradually dimmed. Zhu Jiuyin suddenly lowered her head and stared at the moon essence in Yang Kai's hand. She didn't pay much attention to it before as she was fully focused on Yang Kai. Now that she saw that Yang Kai had stabilized, she finally had the time to pay attention to other things. She realized that there seemed to be a trace of spirituality born in the moon essence. When she looked carefully, there was indeed a stream of light circulating within the moon essence. She was slightly surprised. This moon essence was actually sentient? According to what she knew, this moon essence was a treasure brought out by a carrier of the Kuan Sha from the land of elders 10,000 years ago. However, that carrier didn't manage to snatch the opportunity for the Kuan Sha, and the Kuan Sha killed that carrier in anger. After that, it was worshipped as a sacred object by the sea race. 10,000 years had passed, and the spiritual faith of the sea race continued to gather in this moon essence. It was indeed possible for a dead object to gain sentience. If this moon essence hadn't fallen into Yang Kai's hands, this moon essence would have completely gained sentience in another 1,000 years. At that time, it might become an existence that wasn't inferior to any sacred spirit. However, the moon essence's power was absorbed and refined by Yang Kai, and this moon essence's spirit was probably unable to be born. For an existence like her, there was nothing to feel sorry about. The stronger Yang Kai was the greater the chances of him obtaining the opportunity. Not to mention just a trace of spirituality, even if it was truly sentient, she would kill it for Yang Kai. Under her watch, the stream of light within the moon essence gradually dimmed. Clearly, it was being absorbed and refined by Yang Kai. Zhu Jiuyin stood up and left. There was no need for her to pay attention to the rest. Yang Kai had refined the moon essence to this extent, and if there was still an accident, it would mean that he wasn't worth nurturing. Half a year later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked down. He saw that the moon essence in his hand had turned into powder and was falling from his fingers. The energy within the moon essence had been completely refined. Yang Kai listened carefully and frowned. He felt that there was a strange voice in his head that seemed to want to tell him something, but when he listened carefully, he couldn't hear anything. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He didn't know if there was a problem with refining the moon essence this time. Zhu Jiuyin was no longer there, and he didn't know when he left. Yang Kai flashed out of the secret room and saw Yuhi standing outside, waiting. Seeing Yang Kai, Yuhi's eyes lit up. She hurriedly asked, "Young master, did you succeed?" Yang Kai subconsciously nodded, "Yes, I succeeded." "Then why did you take so long?" Yuhi saw that his expression wasn't right and couldn't help but feel nervous. This time, refining the water element had indeed taken a long time. Previously, when he was refining the earth element's power in Crouching Dragon Mountain, it only took him 2 months. That was an earth dragon's dragon pearl, but this time, it took him half a year. "I didn't refine it according to the order of the 5 elements, so it did take me a long time," Yang Kai explained. He lacked the metal element, so refining the water element naturally took him more time. Chapter 4076. That wasn't the main problem. What made Yang Kai speechless was that he had to constantly divert a portion of his attention to activate the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Shenyu Heart Sutra to maintain the stability of the 4 types of 5 elements in the Dao Seal. Otherwise, the 5 elements would be in chaos. This was a bit of a headache. Although this portion of attention wasn't considered much and wouldn't affect his daily life and battle, the harsh thing was that it couldn't be stopped for even a moment. In other words, before he repaired the power in the Dao Seal, Yang Kai definitely couldn't faint or else he would die. Young Master has just condensed the water element and should be in seclusion to consolidate it. Why did you come out? Yuhi looked at him in confusion. There's something I need to ask Senior Zhu. Where is Senior? Yuhi shook her head and didn't know. She had been guarding here for the past half a year and didn't go anywhere else. How would she know where Zhu Jiuyin went? Yang Kai scanned with his divine perception and quickly found Zhu Jiuyin's aura. With a flash, he appeared in front of her. Looking over, Yang Kai was shocked. He saw Zhu Jiuyin lying on the bed lazily. Lu Shui was holding a fan with hidden bitterness and gently fanning her. In front of the bed, a mantis head was half kneeling on the ground with its head lowered. It was unknown what it was reporting to Zhu Jiuyin. This mantis head looked exactly the same as the one that Yang Kai killed previously. Yang Kai thought that the dead had come back to life, but after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't possible. That Dalong's head was blown up by him. How could he come back to life? This mantis head in front of him was definitely another mantis demon under Zhu Jiuyin. If it was in the past, this kind of thing wouldn't be able to enter Star City. But now that Zhu Jiuyin was overseeing this place, who would dare to stop him from coming in? You may leave. Zhu Jiuyin waved his hand. That mantis had apologized and left. It didn't even look at Yang Kai. After that mantis head left, Yang Kai cupped his hands and greeted, "Senior." Zhu Jiuyin raised his eyes and looked at him. He acknowledged, "Since you have successfully refined it, why aren't you in seclusion to consolidate it? Why did you come out?" Yang Kai frowned. "I seem to have a problem." "What problem?" Zhu Jiuyin was slightly shocked. "I don't know why, but I keep feeling like there's a voice buzzing in my head. When I listen carefully, I can't hear anything." "A voice?" Zhu Jiuyin frowned. "What kind of voice?" "I can't say." Yang Kai shook his head slowly. He listened carefully for a while and said in horror, "It's happening again. Senior, that Yin-Yang 5 Elements Black Universe Heart Sutra wouldn't have any problems, right?" He had a nagging feeling that there was something wrong with this technique that led to the current situation. Zhu Jiuyin said curiously, I have never heard of such a thing happening before. Her previous bearer had also cultivated this technique, but there were no signs like Yang Kai had described. Are you sure you're not imagining things? Yang Kai hesitated. After hearing what she said, he couldn't tell if it was an illusion or not. Moreover, that faintly discernible voice didn't affect him much. He was just a little worried. If you are not worried, you can release the seal. I will take a look for you, Zhu Jiuyin suggested. Yang Kai shook his head and said, maybe it's my illusion. Zhu Jiuyin chose him as the bearer and had no ill intentions towards him. However, releasing the seal was equivalent to revealing all the secrets in front of her. Yang Kai was naturally unwilling. Zhu Jiuyin didn't force him and nodded. Maybe it will be fine after a while. Yang Kai nodded and changed the topic. Senior, is there still no news about the metal element treasure? No, Erlang came over to report this matter. After searching for so long, he still couldn't find a metal element treasure that meets your requirements. I'm afraid the great cosmological realm is gone. Yang Kai was slightly disappointed and said, Senior, please ask your subordinates to inquire about the whereabouts of the Yin-Yang treasure. It must also be grade 7 or above. Zhu Jiuyin laughed. That's even more difficult. For the other 5 elements treasures, grade 7 and above have more or less appeared in the great cosmological realm. Only the Yin-Yang treasure has never been heard of. However, there are some below grade 7. Senior knows my ambition. Yang Kai said solemnly. Zhu Jiuyin said, I will send someone to inquire, but don't get your hopes up. Thank you, Senior. Yang Kai bowed and left. After Yang Kai left, Zhu Jiuyin's eyes flashed and murmured, could it be that the spirit of the moon essence hasn't been obliterated? When she heard Yang Kai mention that there was a strange sound in his head, she suddenly remembered the wisp of spirituality she saw in the moon essence. When Yang Kai refined the moon essence, he must have refined and absorbed that wisp of spirituality. If it wasn't obliterated, it might cause trouble in his body. However, telling Yang Kai this kind of thing would only make him worry, so she didn't say anything. Anyway, her purpose was to let Yang Kai snatch that opportunity for her. After leaving the great cosmological realm, whether Yang Kai lived or died had nothing to do with her. In the secret chamber, Yang Kai cultivated in seclusion to consolidate the water element power that he had just refined. The most important thing was to activate the reverse Yin-Yang 5 elements Mystic Universe Heart Sutra and try to make it his instinct. If he could really do this, he wouldn't need to be afraid of suddenly falling into a coma. Instinctively, even if he was in a coma, this method would continue to be activated and wouldn't cause the 5 elements in the Tao seal to become chaotic. Zhu Jiuyin's million-strong army roamed every corner of the great cosmological realm to search for the metal element and Yin-Yang treasures. However, they didn't find anything after 2 years. Yang Kai had some expectations at first, but he gradually lost hope. After 2 years of cultivation, his strength did not increase by much. However, the water elemental power in the Tao seal had been completely stabilized. He could now use it as he wished. The reverse Yin-Yang 5 elements Mystic Universe Heart Sutra had basically become his instinct. He also had a lot of contact with the little fatty Su Zhen. That guy was chosen as a bearer by Zhu Yan and naturally received great cultivation from Zhu Yan. According to him, Zhu Yan had countless rare treasures in his hands. In 2 years, he had almost gathered the power of the 5 elements of Yin and Yang and stepped into the threshold of the heaven-opening realm. However, the laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological realm were strange. Even if the power in the Tao seal was complete, it couldn't create a small universe in the body, so there was no way to make a breakthrough. However, his strength had definitely increased exponentially. It was incomparable to before. Su Zhen was also in contact with Ning Dao Ran and the others, so after inquiring about this matter, Yang Kai found that it was indeed as this little fatty had said before. Each and every one of the disciples from the heavenly cave-blessed lands had been chosen as a vessel by a different divine spirit and had entered secluded retreat to cultivate, greatly increasing their strength. Among them, Gu Pan was captured by Kuei Niu, Chu Huashang fell into the hands of Fei, and Ning Daoran was captured by Zhu Jian. For these disciples of the blessed enclave, their strength was both a blessing and a curse. Fortunately, they had the vigorous cultivation of these divine spirits, so each of them had saved hundreds of years of cultivation. Unfortunately, in this spirit-seizing war, they were just pawns in the hands of the divine spirits. If they succeeded, everything would be fine, but if they failed, the consequences would be dire. After the bearers failed, who knew how many of them died at the hands of these divine spirits? Moreover, Su Zhen also said that there were definitely more divine spirits in the great cosmological realm. There were many who had not shown up, so they must have chosen many bearers to secretly cultivate. These bearers may have been unknown before, but now they must have soared into the sky, waiting to shine in the spirit-seizing war. Yang Kai had no friendship with others. Even Chu Huasheng, Yang Kai had only discussed the Yin and Yang Dao with her. Only Gu Pan, who came from the birthplace of Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor, was safe. Yang Kai was relieved to know that she was safe. He secretly made up his mind that the next time they met, he would ask her about Zhang Ruoxi's situation. On this day, a fluctuation came from the communication bead. Yang Kai immediately picked it up and probed it with his divine sense. Su Zhen's message immediately came. Brother Yang, the spirit-seizing war is about to begin. Yang Kai's heart trembled. How do you know? He didn't get any information, and Zhu Jiaoyin didn't tell him this. Su Zhen said, Zhu Yan told me. These divine spirits are extremely sensitive to the changes in the great cosmological realm. He said that the land of eternity will open in 1 to 3 years. At that time, the spirit-seizing war will begin. At that time, the spirit-seizing war will begin. At that time, we bearers will have to compete. Yang Kai chuckled. Then Brother Su should be careful. I won't show mercy when the time comes. Su Zhen said, my strength has improved greatly now, so I may not necessarily be your opponent. Brother Yang should also be careful. Then he changed the topic and said excitedly, we can finally leave this damned place. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Leave? Su Zhen said, Brother Yang, don't you know? After the spirit-seizing war, the great cosmological realm will be closed. At that time, outsiders like us will be sent out. In other words, the opening of the land of eternity is a sign that the great cosmological realm is closed. Yang Kai's expression brightened. Is that so? You can ask the heavenly moon demon spider. It's always been like this for generations. This was good news. Although the great cosmological realm was a huge natural treasure trove, and he had obtained unimaginable wealth here, even condensing the power of earth and water, the metal element and yin and yang treasures were nowhere to be found. It seemed that the great cosmological realm was gone, so he could only rely on the outside world. Leaving early would also be beneficial to him. And calculating the time, it was almost time for the great cosmological realm to close. It had been 7 or 8 years since they entered. Zhu Yan said that the land of eternity would open and the great cosmological realm would close in 1 to 3 years, which was consistent with the rumors. After chatting with Su Zhen for a while, Yang Kai put away the communication bead and left the secret room to find Zhu Jiaoyin. Zhu Jiaoyin was a little surprised to see him, but she still nodded and said, You came at the right time. I have something to tell you. As she said so, she suddenly gave a look to her left and right. Yu He and Lu Shui both said with a guilty look, Young master, please excuse us. The moment they finished speaking, the two women made a move together. One of them reached out to touch Yang Kai's forehead, while the other shook out a red caltrip and wrapped it around Yang Kai's waist. Yang Kai was baffled, and then he flew into a rage. You're rebelling. His body shook, and raging flames ignited. The two women let out a low cry and took a few steps back together, their faces slightly pale. Before Yang Kai had time to ask, he saw Zhu Jiaoyin open her small mouth and spit out a spider web, which covered his head. Chapter 4077. The spider web sealed the sky and locked down the earth. Yang Kai couldn't even activate the law of space and could only watch as the spider web fell. He roared and a round sun rose behind him. The divine technique of the golden crow casting sun. However, in the next moment, the spider web completely wrapped Yang Kai and the small sun that had just risen vanished into thin air. The spider web seemed to have a form, but after it landed on his body, it quickly melted into his body and disappeared. Then, Yang Kai felt that there was an extra layer of strong and unknown imprisonment in his body, causing him to be unable to circulate his power properly. Senior. Yang Kai was shocked and furious at the same time. He glared at Zhu Jiuyin. Senior, what are you trying to do? Don't be afraid. Zhu Jiuyin stood up slowly and said softly, You should know that I have no ill intentions towards you. You are the carrier that I have chosen. I just want to help you increase your power. Do I need to use such a method to increase my power? Yang Kai sneered. He didn't believe it at all. He felt that the dragon lady had some ulterior motives. Moreover, it might not be a good thing to forcefully increase one's power with the help of others. It might even spoil one's own foundation. However, what he couldn't understand was that he had become an accomplice. He turned to look at her and Yang Kai was heartbroken. He was obviously guilty and didn't dare to look at him. She only said softly, Young master, I am doing this for your own good. Yang Kai sneered and turned to look at Zhu Jiu. May I know how you want to help me increase my power? Come with me, Zhu Jiu said as he walked out. Although Yang Kai's power was restrained, his movement wasn't restricted. He glared at Yu He and Lu Shui fiercely. The two ladies shrank their necks and followed Zhu Jiuyin's footsteps. Very soon, the four of them came to an underground secret chamber. Zhu Jiuyin waved his hand and the wall of the secret chamber lit up. The secret chamber was illuminated. Yang Kai stared in astonishment. He didn't know when a secret chamber had appeared beneath his residence. This was obviously Zhu Jiuyin's handiwork. On the floor of the secret chamber, there were grooves and blood-red liquid flowed within the grooves. He didn't know what it was, but it looked like fresh blood. However, it didn't have the slightest bloody smell. Those grooves covered the ground, outlining an extremely complicated and mysterious array diagram. In the center of this indescribable array, a small and exquisite altar stood. Go up. Zhu Jiuyin gestured towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai tilted his head and ignored her. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. Until now, he still did not know what Zhu Jiuyin wanted to do. Childish. Zhu Jiuyin chuckled. He lifted Yang Kai's collar and threw him onto the altar. The shackles in his body suddenly tightened and Yang Kai sat on the altar uncontrollably. Yang Kai was furious. He looked at Yu He and Lu Shui and said, You two heartless ladies, are you going to watch him do this to me? Lu Shui blushed and muttered, We are not his match. A hint of struggle flashed past Yu He's eyes, but she didn't say anything. Zhu Jiuyin chuckled. This is my idea. It's useless to blame them. Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Of course I know it's your idea. But now, you should tell me what you want to do. The battle of seizing spirit is about to begin. Zhu Jiuyin sighed. The shortest is 1 year. The longest is 2 to 3 years. The land of elders will open. This was the same information that Su Zhen had told him. It seemed that it was indeed as Su Zhen had said. These holy spirits were born and raised here, so they were extremely sensitive to the changes in this world. Since Zhu Yan could sense it, Zhu Jiuyin could also sense it. Seeing that Yang Kai was not surprised, Zhu Jiuyin was slightly surprised and continued, Do you know how many holy spirits there are in the great cosmological abyss? Yang Kai said in a neutral tone, How would I know? About 100. Yang Kai trembled when he heard this. Although he knew that there was more than one holy spirit in the great cosmological abyss, he didn't expect there to be so many. About 100? Didn't that mean there were hundreds of holy spirits? What kind of terrifying number was this? These hundreds of holy spirits were all equivalent to high-grade heaven-opening realm. If they all left the great cosmological abyss, even the grotto heavens and blessed lands would not be able to contend against them. Putting aside those guys who have no ambition and are content with their circumstances, there are probably more than half of those old farts who want to leave the great cosmological abyss. She was one of those old farts, so there were at least 60 to 70 of them. Each of these guys has their own bear. In other words, in the battle of spirit seizing, their goal is the same as yours. They all want to snatch the only opportunity. So what? Yang Kai had an unruly look on his face. Although you're strong, you might not be able to have the last laugh. Zhu Jiuyin sighed slightly. Her previous bearer was like this. Among all the bearers, his strength was absolutely top-notch, but he still died in the end, so she couldn't leave this place. So you need to become stronger. Yang Kai said solemnly, I also want to become stronger, but your subordinates are useless and can't find what I need. At this point, he suddenly looked shocked as if he had realized something, and his face turned ashen. Zhu Jiuyin smiled softly. It seems that you understand. That's much easier. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen metal elemental treasures floated in the air. Each of them exuded a rich metal elemental energy, and each of them was a grade 6 metal elemental treasure. The laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological abyss are strange, and you can't exert all of your power above heaven-opening realm. There's no difference between condensing a 6th grade and 7th grade, but there's an obvious improvement in your strength. Look, I've found so many metal element treasures for you. Which one do you want? Without waiting for Yang Kai to speak, Zhu Jiuyin introduced them. You should also have this divine origin magnetic stone. If you condense it, you can cultivate the divine origin magnetic light divine technique, which is quite powerful. There's also this 10,000-year copper essence, which is also a good choice. This is the illusory star sand, and this, she introduced the metal element treasures one by one with a smile, but in Yang Kai's eyes, she was extremely vicious. She had chosen Yang Kai as her bearer and had indeed been vigorously cultivating Yang Kai in the past few years. She had even imparted the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Black Universe Heart Sutra to him without reservation. When Yang Kai was refining the water element, she had personally overseen him. However, the root of all this was not for no reason. The stronger Yang Kai was, the greater her hope. Now that the battle of spirit seizing was about to begin, there was not much time left. She could no longer indulge Yang Kai like before. Whether Yang Kai was willing or not, he had to completely supplement the power of the yin-yang 5 elements in the Tao Seal so that Yang Kai could exert more power. That was why the current scene was happening. A moment later, Zhu Jiuyin said, choose one, or I'll help you choose. Yang Kai closed his eyes and tried to activate the power of the Tao Seal to break the seal in his body. Zhu Jiuyin saw this and smiled gently, then whatever. She raised her hand and grabbed the fantasy-colored star sand. She kept the other things and landed beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked up at her, I won't cooperate. Zhu Jiuyin smiled beautifully, how can I not know that you won't cooperate? Don't worry, I don't need you to cooperate. I set up this formation just for today. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. He thought that he would be fine if he did not cooperate. After all, it was the power of his Tao Seal. However, it seemed that he had underestimated Zhu Jiuyin's methods. He felt that the formation here was extremely strange, so it was to forcibly condense the metal element power for him. This formation had such an effect? He did not know if Zhu Jiuyin was speaking the truth or not, but he did not have time to find out. Zhu Jiuyin had already sat cross-legged in front of him and was less than a meter away from him. She said with a solemn expression, there will be some pain. Bear with it for a while. If you don't want to feel uncomfortable, just cooperate obediently. After saying that, she made hand seals with one hand and kept changing them. Countless tiny spider silks extended out from the 5 fingers of her other hand. Those spider silks extended into the fantasy-colored star sand and absorbed the metal element power of the fantasy-colored star sand. Zhu Jiuyin waved her hand and the spider silks suddenly jumped out and landed in the formation. The formation was activated and after a rumble, the blood-red liquid in the groove flowed into the small altar and gathered on Yang Kai's body. The countless spider silks hidden in the liquid entered Yang Kai's body through his pores. Yang Kai groaned and felt that his body was riddled with holes. He was in so much pain that he almost jumped up. Following that, traces of metal element power entered his body and rushed towards the Tao Seal. Yang Kai turned pale with fright. He resisted with all his might, but it was to no avail. His mind was immersed. Seeing that the traces of metal element power was about to contaminate his Tao Seal, Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on Zhu Jiuyin's face. He said with a ferocious expression, If you dare to do this, I will die here immediately. Zhu Jiuyin's movements paused slightly. She looked at Yang Kai with her bright eyes as though she wanted to see through him. After a while, she laughed softly. Why are you scaring me? I'm not scared. She continued to move her hands. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and roared, I swear on my Dao seal. The smile on Zhu Jiuyin's face froze as she looked at him in a daze. Come on. Yang Kai roared, if you dare to destroy my Dao seal, I will dare to die in front of you. Zhu Jiuyin's face turned gloomy. You dare to threaten me? I allowed you to do this once, so don't blame me for doing the same thing 15 times. Yang Kai sneered again and again. You already knew that my ambition was to reach the 7th grade, but now you're trying to destroy my Dao seal and forcibly condense a 6th grade metal element for me. How can I tolerate this? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Zhu Jiuyin's eyes were filled with killing intent. Yang Kai sneered. The battle of spirit seizing is about to begin. It will take at least 1 year and at most 2 to 3 years. Where are you going to find a suitable vessel in such a short time? Even if you find one, how much time do you have to nurture him? When the time comes, the battle of spirit seizing will be a crushing defeat. You can forget about jumping out of the cage of the great cosmological realm to see the excitement of the outside world. Bastard! Zhu Jiuyin was furious and trembled with anger. Yang Kai sighed. It is hard to find someone as outstanding as me. I am really worried for you. Chapter 4078. Yang Kai's self-praise made her so angry that she laughed. However, she had to admit that this carrier was indeed outstanding. She was very clear about Dalong's strength. In the entire great cosmological abyss, there were only a few people who could kill Dalong. Furthermore, as Yang Kai had said, there was not much time left. She did not have the time or energy to nurture another carrier. Back then, she had massacred tens of thousands of people in Sword Pavilion Star City because she wanted to find a suitable carrier. Unfortunately, none of them met her requirements. In her anger, blood flowed like a river in the Star City, and tens of thousands of people died. Yang Kai had sworn with his own Dao seal to make it difficult for her to continue. This kind of oath was related to one's Dao heart. Once the oath was made, there was no way to break it. If she really forcefully condensed the 6th grade metal element, even if Yang Kai did not die, his Dao heart and Dao seal would definitely be damaged. At that time, it would be useless. However, how could Zhu Jiuyin not be annoyed by a junior? At this moment, a delicate shout was heard. Yuehe attacked from behind. The power of yin, yang, and 5 elements fluctuated in her slender palm. It seemed to have transformed into a reincarnation cycle and slapped toward Zhu Jiuyin. Zhu Jiuyin did not even turn his head. He just flicked his hair, which suddenly expanded and whipped Yuehe. Yuehe flew out with blood spurting out. She crashed into the wall and slowly fell down. Lu Shui was shocked and quickly went forward to support her. Yang Kai turned his head and looked with a gloomy gaze. He did not know why Yuehe wanted to help Zhu Jiuyin, but after knowing Zhu Jiuyin's intention, he understood. Yuehe did not want him to achieve high-grade split heaven. Previously, she had been encouraging him to refine the 6th grade metal element. However, Yang Kai had never heard of it. Zhu Jiuyin had the means to make Yang Kai forcefully condense the 6th grade metal element, which was exactly what Yuehe wanted. Furthermore, she could only cooperate obediently. However, at this moment, it was related to Yang Kai's life. She could not sit still. Even though she knew that she was not Zhu Jiuyin's match, she swore to fight to the death. A lowly servant dares to disobey me? Zhu Jiuyin had a stomach full of anger because of Yang Kai and had nowhere to vent. Yuehe's sneak attack had hit the nail on the head. She swung her hair again, and the black strands of hair suddenly turned into sharp blades that pierced towards Yuehe. Yang Kai said anxiously, if you dare to kill her, I will die in front of you, I swear on my Dao seal. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Zhu Jiuyin looked at Yang Kai. His charming face was filled with anger. You only know this move? Yang Kai grinned. It doesn't matter if it's new, as long as it's useful. Senior, you can try. Let's see if I have the guts to die in front of you. Zhu Juin gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He really wanted to slap Yang Kai to death. Yang Kai said leisurely, Senior, you should know my abilities. So what if I can't condense the metal element? Who in the great cosmological abyss is my match? He said proudly, Senior, just wait for the good news in the battle of spirit seizing. I will definitely snatch that opportunity for you. Zhu Juin said coldly, What if you can't snatch it? I'll be at Senior's disposal. Yang Kai puffed out his chest. I know Senior's abilities. If you really want me to die, I can't resist. At least you know what's good for you. Zhu Juin's gloomy face eased a little. He pulled back the hair, and he immediately groaned. Blood spurted out from her body and dyed her a bloody gourd. Lu Shui hurriedly went forward to suppress her injuries. Zhu Juin got up, flung his sleeves, and walked out. His voice floated over, Remember what you said today. If you fail, it won't be as simple as death. Looking at her leaving figure, Yang Kai couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He knew that today's crisis was over, but he felt it was a pity. He had always been in contact with Su Zhen. Originally, he planned to take the opportunity to ask for more benefits for himself. However, after what happened today, he couldn't ask for any benefits to avoid angering Zhu Juin again. The restriction in his body suddenly dissolved, and a spider web left with Zhu Juin. His power began to circulate again. Yang Kai got up and walked towards Yuhi. Yuhi's injuries weren't serious. Although she looked miserable, they were just superficial wounds. With her foundation of opening the heavens at the 5th stage, she would be able to recover in 2 to 3 days. Sensing Yang Kai's arrival, she didn't dare to raise her head. She felt ashamed to face Yang Kai. She crawled up with difficulty and knelt in front of Yang Kai. She lowered her head like a wronged wife and said softly, Please punish me, young master. As she spoke, tears fell. She regretted cooperating with Zhu Juin. Although without her cooperation, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to resist, she still felt like she had betrayed Yang Kai. She blamed herself. Yang Kai raised his hand and placed it on her head. He sighed. Don't do it again. He gave Lu Shui a look, telling her to take good care of her. Only then did he leave. After Yang Kai left, Yuhi collapsed on the ground. She looked at Lu Shui and muttered, Did I do something wrong? Lu Shui said, Did you tell the master about the benefits of reaching the 7th stage? Yuhi slowly shook her head. Previously, I wanted to wait until we left here and let someone else tell him and persuade him. However, it seems that his Dao heart is firm. I'm afraid that person won't be able to persuade him. The other person she was talking about was naturally the lady boss. Lu Shui sighed. She knew that Yuhi was telling the truth. She would rather swear on her Dao seal than condense the power of the 6th stage. She was determined to reach the 7th stage. However, in this era, who would dare to easily reach the 7th stage and split open the sky? This master's future would most likely be bumpy. A month later, the news of the land of everlastings spread throughout the entire great cosmological realm. No one knew who spread the news, but it caused an uproar. Almost everyone had heard about it. The land of everlastings was about to open, and it was the greatest opportunity in the entire great cosmological realm. There were countless rare treasures there, and any one of them could soar to the sky. It was rumored that many almighties of the blessed enclave had also entered the land of everlastings. It was there that they had obtained their current achievements. Countless people were eager to make a move. Countless people were looking forward to it. Every cultivator was eager to enter the land of everlastings and seek their own opportunities. Yang Kai cultivated in seclusion with peace of mind. Since then, Zhu Juin had not forced him to condense the power of the 6th stage. Instead, she had found him many treasures that could improve his strength. Yang Kai did not refuse and accepted all of them. He had made a windfall. After all, they came from the hands of sacred spirits, so their quality could not be bad. Moreover, Zhu Juin had done this for herself, so Yang Kai accepted them with a clear conscience. He had a lot of contact with Su Zhen. According to Su Zhen, he had reached an agreement with Zhu Yan. If he could snatch the opportunity for him and take him out of the great cosmological realm, then Zhu Yan would have to protect him for 500 years. Others had put forward similar conditions and signed contracts with the various sacred spirits, but the duration of protection varied. The sacred spirits also hoped that the bearers they had chosen would exert their full strength, so they would naturally give some benefits. Protecting these bearers was the biggest benefit. Both sides had their needs and benefits, so it was a fair deal. Yang Kai was envious. He had planned to have a good talk with Xu Jiuyin, but after the previous incident, he could not find a chance to speak and could only wait for the right time. Days passed by. 1.5 years later, on a certain day, the great cosmological realm suddenly shook slightly. Then, a strange fragrance floated between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked and could not help but search for the source of this strange fragrance. Soon, the gazes of many cultivators were attracted by a rainbow light in the sky. That light was very far away from everyone, as if it was far away on the horizon. It was like a curtain hanging in the sky, constantly changing. Someone was puzzled. A strange treasure has appeared? Someone's spirit was lifted, and greed appeared in his eyes. The land of elders is about to open. Someone revealed the mystery. For more than a year, news about the land of elders had spread among the various masterclass strongholds. Everyone was waiting. Now that the world had changed, what else could it be other than the opening of the land of elders? I've been waiting for this day for so many years. It's time for me to soar into the sky. Someone laughed and soared into the sky from a stronghold, heading straight for the place where the strange phenomenon was. Then, the dense light in the stronghold rose into the sky and rushed in the direction of the land of elders. Hundreds and thousands of people rushed to the land of elders from various human strongholds. In the blink of an eye, these strongholds that had been operating for more than 10 years were empty. In the Crimson Star City, more than half of the 100,000 people had left in the blink of an eye. There was a huge battleship in the sky with the Crimson Star symbol on it. It was the Crimson Star's battleship. Many Crimson Star disciples were led by several masters to board the battleship and head to the land of elders. In Yang Kai's residence, Zhu Jiuyin's voice sounded in the mind of Yang Kai, who was in seclusion. "Kid, it's time to come out. The land of elders is about to open." Yang Kai opened his eyes and pushed the door open. Zhu Jiuyin glanced at him and nodded slightly. He grabbed his collar with one hand and flew into the sky. He noticed the movement and came to investigate. She only saw the two figures turning into a stream of light and disappearing. She hurriedly gathered Guizian and the others and chased after them. In a dense forest, an old bull was crawling under a large tree. It suddenly stood up, looked in a certain direction, and spoke in human language. "Child, the land of the ancients has opened, let's go." Gu Pan appeared out of nowhere. In a flash, she sat on the old bull and said softly, "Thank you for your trouble, Grandpa Bull." The old bull smiled and said, "Hold on tight, don't fall." His forehooves moved as fast as lightning. In another swamp, a strange snake with a body length of 1,000 feet shuttled forward. Its figure was long and its speed was like the wind. The strange snake had 2 heads, and its forked tongue flickered in and out of its mouth. Wherever it passed, the sound of the wind and the cry of the crane could be heard. With a sweep of its forked tongue, a strange beast hidden under the swamp would be pulled into its mouth and swallowed into its stomach. On the left head of the strange snake, Chu Huachang reached out and touched her forehead with a worried face. "Senior, can't we go separately? Why don't you go to the land of elders and wait for me?" Chapter 4079. The right head of the strange snake spoke. "We are too far away, your speed is too slow. By the time you reach the land of no elders, I am afraid it will be too late." "But," Chu Huachang had a headache, "you are too ugly." She sighed in her heart. The holy spirits of others were either majestic or picturesque, but when it came to her turn, it was such an ugly appearance that people couldn't bear to look at it. The strange snake was furious. "I am ugly? I am ugly? You little girl are blind, actually saying that I am ugly, you are the ugliest one." Chu Huachang's face was black, and she didn't argue with him. Millions of miles away, Someone was riding on a human-faced leopard spirit beast. He laughed and shouted, "Hurry up, I can't wait to meet the heroes of this world. I want to see if they are more powerful than me." The leopard-tattooed saint spirit said angrily, "Brat, I am your Tao protector, not your mount. Don't tell me what to do. If you keep talking, I will throw you down." The man laughed and said, "You throw one for me to see. If you throw me, no one will snatch the primordial spirit fruit for you." The Holy Spirit with a leopard face was furious. At this moment, the Holy Spirits moved out one after another, with their chosen bearers, and rushed to the land of no elders. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was chaotic, and the cultivator in the great cosmological realm found that there were so many powerful existences in this world, and they couldn't help but tremble a little. They have lived here for more than 10 years, but few people have encountered Holy Spirits, and they never knew that this great cosmological realm was so dangerous. Fortunately, most of these Holy Spirits were in a corner, and they had never harmed others before. Otherwise, how could anyone survive now? Any Holy Spirit here was not something they could contend with. The land of no elders was about to open, and a vision of heaven and earth appeared. The great cosmological realm was boiling, and countless cultivator gathered in the land of no elders from all directions. In just 10 days, there were no less than 3,000 people gathered in the periphery of the land of no elders. This was the first batch to arrive here, and as time passed, more people would come. A month later, there were no less than 200,000 people gathered outside the land of the ancients. At this point, there were no more people coming. Even if there were, they were scattered and their numbers were small. In other words, almost all the cultivator who was still alive in the great cosmological realm were gathered here. When Initial Star City was engulfed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss, there were more than 200,000 people. That was nearly 3 or 4 times the number, or even 1,000,000. After more than a decade, there were only so many people left. This showed how dangerous the great cosmological abyss was. And this time, with the opening of the land of the elders, how many of them would be able to return safely? On the outskirts of the land of the ancients, the cultivator gathered in groups and set up their own camps. The Holy Spirits also unceremoniously released their powerful auras, each occupying a piece of land, causing others to shrink back in fear and respect. Everyone looked up at the sky in a daze, staring at the ever-changing 7-colored light. This light was said to be the door of the land of the ancients, but it was not fully open yet, so no one could enter it. When the light was completely stable, it was the day when the secret plane opened. Chu Huasheng, Gu Pan, Lin Feng, Su Jin, and Ning Dao Ran were all here. At this moment, they were gathered together, talking and laughing, talking about their experiences in recent years. Behind the 5 people, the 5 Holy Spirits were watching this place from a distance, not only concerned about the safety of their bearers, but also coveting the lives of other bearers. If they could kill a few more bearers here, it would also reduce some competitors for them. The hostility was pervasive, but under the mutual fear, no one dared to make a move easily. The 2 strange snakes crept forward, their long forked tongues silently curling up, and then suddenly retracted. Chu Huasheng turned her head angrily. "If you dare to eat him, I will leave now." The left head of the strange snake said, "Eat what? What is there to eat?" Chu Huasheng gritted her teeth and said, "Open your right mouth." The right head of the strange snake turned aside, and the 2 triangular snake eyes looked up. "I'm going." Chu Huasheng got up decisively. "Don't eat, don't eat." The left head of the strange snake yelled, the right mouth opened, and a wet cultivator was spat out from it. After the cultivator landed, he looked at it blankly. He didn't know when he was rolled into the mouth of the Holy Spirit. When he reacted, his face suddenly turned pale, and he screamed and turned into an escape light to fly away. The strange snake snorted, "The ugly girl cares too much. There are so many people here. It doesn't matter if I eat 1 or 2 of them." The nearby cultivator were all ashen-faced, and they all stayed away from the strange snake. "Be honest, I'll stare at you." Chu Huasheng reached out and poked her eyes, and glared at the strange snake fiercely. Su Jin's mouth twitched and said, Fei Senior is really interesting. The 2 strange snakes are the Holy Spirit Fei. Su Zhen saw that he was restrained by Chu Huasheng and couldn't help but be envious. His Zhu Yan is not so good to talk to. In the past few years, he has been with Zhu Yan and has been beaten by him. So ugly. Chu Huasheng looked disgusted and changed the topic. Why hasn't little brother Yang come yet? He should have arrived early. The furthest one of them is Chu Huasheng. Even she arrived here 3 days ago, but she hasn't seen Yang Kai. It's a bit strange. Su Zhen said, I contacted brother Yang earlier. He seems to be being hunted. Chu Huasheng was shocked. Hunted? Who is hunted by? Su Zhen said, several enemies of the heavenly moon demon spider joined forces and ambushed them halfway. It took a lot of time to fight all the way. Chu Huasheng was stunned. Hey, it's coming. Su Zhen suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, only to see a fierce aura rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of him and transformed into a beautiful young girl. That young girl was carrying a person in her hand. If it wasn't Kai Yang, who else could it be? At this moment, Kai Yang was like an octopus wrapped around the young girl's body, hugging her tightly as he complained, Why do you have so many enemies? How did you manage to survive until now? Zhu Jiuyin sneered and said, A few clowns also want to go against the queen? If it was one-on-one, the queen would have killed them all. While talking, he stared coldly at Yang Kai. Let go. Yang Kai suddenly let go of his hand and stood side by side with her in the void. He straightened his clothes and recalled the experience along the way. He couldn't help but sigh. In the past month, at least 5 waves of attacks had been encountered. Several holy spirits had ambushed them on the road ahead. They had fought more than a dozen big and small battles. The most dangerous time was when they were besieged by 3 holy spirits. Zhu Jiuyin was also really good. He took him to block those enemies and arrived here safely, but a lot of time was wasted. They had just arrived, and there were 5 powerful auras behind them. It was the 5 holy spirits who had chased them all the way. The 5 holy spirits had turned into human forms. There were men and women, old and young. They looked at Zhu Jiuyin with hatred, as if they couldn't wait to pull out his tendons and skin him. Yang Kai's heart was beating like a drum. Senior, they are coming. Can you stop them? Zhu Jiuyin simply replied, I can't stop them. Then we are in danger. Yang Kai's face was dignified. Let's avoid them for a while and wait for this place to really open. Don't worry. Zhu Jiuyin comforted, once we are here, they won't make a move anymore. But Yang Kai did not understand. They also have enemies. If they make a move here, they will be looking for trouble. Zhu Jiuyin sneered. It was indeed as she said. The 5 holy spirits chased them all the way here. Although they were all furious, no one made a move on Zhu Jiuyin. Yang Kai also keenly felt that there were powerful auras locking onto the 5 holy spirits. It seemed like they were the enemies that Zhu Jiuyin had mentioned. Although they don't dare to make a move on me, you have to be careful. Don't be harmed by them. Zhu Jiuyin reminded Yang Kai, remember their auras. If you meet their bearers in the land of elders, kill them for me. Yang Kai frowned, they also have bearers? Why didn't I see them? Zhu Jiuyin chuckled, naturally, they are hiding in the crowd and are unwilling to show themselves. But since they are here, they must have already chosen their bearers. They definitely won't come empty-handed. Yang Kai nodded, understood. Turning his head to look behind, he was stunned. The gate of the land of elders was majestic and magnificent. The 7-colored light was twisting nonstop, and there was a great mystery hidden inside. And at the periphery of the land of elders, the holy spirits with powerful auras each occupied a territory. They were either alone, hiding their bearers in the crowd, or bringing their bearers along to protect them. Yang Kai was shocked. With a glance, there were at least 50 holy spirits gathered here. What a terrifying force! These 50 holy spirits were equivalent to more than 50 high-level heaven splitters outside. There were probably very few blessed lands that had such a foundation. Most of these holy spirits had transformed into human forms, but there were also some that maintained their original forms. All of them were like mountains, mighty and majestic. Yang Kai saw Kunsha. This guy was coldly sizing him up, not hiding his killing intent at all. There were also Fei, Kui Niu Chu Yen by Fong Nu Fong. He had only heard of these holy spirits before but had never seen them before. Today, it was an eye-opener, and Yang Kai couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. These holy spirits weren't all the holy spirits in the great cosmological realm. Zhu Jiuyin had said before that some holy spirits were content with the status quo and didn't want to leave the great cosmological realm, so they naturally wouldn't get involved in this mess. However, what made Yang Kai feel strange was that he didn't see the dragon and phoenix holy spirits. Previously, in Crouching Dragon Mountain, he had obtained the Earth-type giant dragon pearl and thought that there was a dragon race in the great cosmological realm. But now, it seemed that the dead giant dragon was probably the last divine dragon. This made him feel slightly regretful. These days, he hadn't made any contracts with Zhu Jiuyin because he wanted to see if he could find a giant dragon. If there was a dragon race here, he would have more and better choices. Chapter 4080. Yu He and the rest had arrived a long time ago and were looking forward to it. They occupied a territory and kept waving at Yang Kai. After meeting up, they asked about Yang Kai's experience in the past month and were all shocked. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai said, "Senior, it's time to talk about the situation in the Land of Elders." "I don't know." Zhu Jiuyin shook his head. Yang Kai was stunned. "How can you not know?" He had not asked Zhu Jiuyin about the Land of Elders before and thought that Zhu Jiuyin would tell him when the time was right. Who knew that he would receive such an answer when he took the initiative to ask? "I can't enter the Land of Elders, so how would I know?" Zhu Jiuyin snorted. If they could enter the Land of Elders, why would they need to choose a bearer? They would have gone to snatch the opportunity themselves. Yang Kai frowned. "Although you can't enter, didn't you have a bearer before?" At this point, Yang Kai suddenly realized that Zhu Jiuyin did have a bearer before, but that bearer had died inside. She might not know what was going on inside. "Then what do you know? What do I have to do after entering?" Yang Kai settled for the next best thing. Zhu Jiuyin said, "I only know that there are countless treasures inside, but the most important one is the primordial fruit tree. Every time the Land of Elders opens, the primordial fruit tree will appear. However, only one primordial spirit fruit can be plucked before it disappears. If we want to leave the great cosmological abyss, we have to consume that primordial spirit fruit. That's why it's called the Spirit-Seizing War." Primordial spirit fruit. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Anything that was named primordial must be extraordinary. Zhu Jiuyin rolled his eyes at him. "Don't think too much. That fruit won't be of much use to you. We were born and raised in the great cosmological abyss, but we're also trapped in the great cosmological abyss. Fortunately, there's always a way out. That primordial spirit fruit was specially born for us. If you can pick that primordial spirit fruit and bring it to me, you'll definitely benefit from it." Yang Kai nodded, but he didn't agree with her. He was skeptical about her words. Zhu Jiuyin was probably afraid that he would eat the primordial spiritual fruit. As for whether it was useful or not, he didn't know for the time being. "You'll have to find the primordial fruit tree by yourself. You'll also have to identify the primordial spirit fruit by yourself. Don't try anything funny. Bring the primordial spirit fruit to me obediently and I won't mistreat you." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself that when the time comes for him to obtain the spirit fruit, it would not be up to him. As if sensing what Yang Kai was thinking, Zhu Jiuyin took a deep look at him, and a mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth. "Senior, I'm going over there to meet some old friends. Please accompany me." Yang Kai pointed in the direction of Su Zhen and the others. "What's there to meet? Don't create unnecessary trouble. This queen needs to recuperate, so you stay here obediently." Zhu Jiuyin snorted coldly and sat down cross-legged. She had consumed a lot of energy in this 1 month, so she naturally wanted to recover quickly. Yang Kai was speechless. He glanced at Su Zhen and the others and shook his head. Without Zhu Jiuyin's protection, he would never dare to go alone. Not to mention, the divine spirits who had been chasing after Zhu Jiuyin would not let go of the opportunity to kill him so easily. As long as he was killed, Zhu Jiuyin's plan would fail, so they naturally wouldn't be stingy. Time passed slowly. 200,000 people gathered at the periphery of the Elders' Land, waiting quietly. It wasn't until a certain day more than 10 days later that the ever-changing rainbow light suddenly froze for a moment before twisting and changing at an even faster speed. At the same time, the world energy of the entire great cosmological realm crazily surged in this direction. The heavens and earth were stirred up, and in an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere. All the divine spirits looked up at the door of the Elder's land. "It's about to open," a divine spirit shouted. The 200,000 people were immediately in high spirits as they looked at the door. Zhu Jiuyin also opened her eyes and looked over. She stretched out her hand and said, "Kid, come here." Yang Kai walked over obediently. "Senior, what are your orders?" "There's only one sentence. This trip can only succeed and not fail. If you fail, you will have no value to me. Do you know what that means?" Zhu Jiuyin looked at him indifferently. Yang Kai nodded expressionlessly. "Of course I understand." But at the same time, many divine spirits were also exhorting their bearers, either encouraging or threatening them. Gu Pan stood in front of the Kuei cow and said seriously, "Grandpa Cow, don't worry. I will definitely pluck that primordial spirit fruit for you and bring you out of here." The Kuei cow transformed into a kind old man with white hair and long eyebrows that reached his chest. He smiled and said, "Just do your best. The most important thing is that you come back safely." Gu Pan nodded vigorously. Fei also turned into a human form with 2 heads. It was very evil. The snake tongue in his mouth was swallowing and hissing, "Ugly girl, if you fail, don't blame me for eating you. Eat all day. I will take the primordial spirit fruit and eat it." Chu Huashang said angrily. Fei's 2 faces changed slightly. "Just kidding. Well, you must bring that primordial spirit fruit out to me. I will give you a lot of benefits." On the other side, Su Zhen covered his head and looked angry. "Why do you always beat me?" Scarlet Ape's fist landed on Su Zhen's forehead, and a shiny, 3-inch-high bump bulged out. Scarlet Ape said, "If you don't bring that primordial spirit fruit to me, it won't be as simple as beating you up. Do you hear me?" Su Zhen gritted his teeth. "You wait for me to take you out and let you be my mount for 500 years. Zhu Yen smiled coldly. "If you really have the ability, I will be your mount for 500 years. What's the harm?" The Holy Spirit's life was long, and 500 years was just a moment for them. If you succeed, you live. If you fail, you die. Kun Sha looked at Lin Feng and said concisely. Lin Feng's face was livid. "You don't need to say more." Not far away, Ning Daoren had a carefree expression on his face. Zhu Jian, who had transformed into a middle-aged man, was extremely worried. "Kid, you better be more careful. That primordial spiritual fruit is extremely important to me. When it's time to snatch it, you have to snatch it. Don't show mercy." Ning Daoren said, "Master, don't worry, I will do my best." Zhu Jian sighed. If only that were the case. He felt indignant in his heart. Why did he choose such a person as his successor? How could he accomplish great things with such an easygoing attitude? The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was constantly converging towards the door of the land of elders, and the 7-colored light was getting more and more condensed and dazzling. 3 days later, the multicolored light suddenly fell. Then, as if a pair of invisible hands separated the multicolored light into 2 sides, revealing a multicolored passage that led directly to the land of everlastingness. Everyone's spirits were shaken. They looked inside, but as far as their eyes could see, they couldn't see anything at all. The door of the land of elders was open. In the crowd, a few people turned into streamers and flashed into the 7-colored passage, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Some people couldn't hold back anymore and rushed in first. More than 200,000 martial artists rushed towards the door. Although the door was large, there were simply too many people gathered here. As they rushed in, some people were immediately squeezed out of the 7-colored passageway and fell into the depths of the abyss. Miserable screams rang out, and under everyone's watchful eyes, the cultivators who were squeezed out of the 7-colored channel were stripped of their flesh and blood. In less than 3 breaths of time, all of them turned into skeletons. Then the skeletons broke apart inch by inch, turning into dust that scattered in the air, completely disappearing from this world. "There's great danger outside the passage." Someone shouted in fear, and with a pale face, he quickly retreated. The cultivator who noticed this did not dare to push anymore, fearing that he would be pushed out of the passage and meet with some mishap. Many of the divine spirits were happily watching this scene, causing the surrounding cultivators to curse. The divine spirits were obviously aware of this situation, but none of them had warned them. Obviously, in the eyes of these divine spirits, their deaths were not worth paying attention to. They only needed to take care of their bearers, so why would they care about others? Hundreds of lives were lost, and people knew about the dangers outside the passage. The successors were very careful and stayed far away from the edge of the passage. But soon, another change happened. There was a cultivator who walked in the middle of the passage, but he was also screaming in pain, and his flesh was peeled off and turned into a skeleton. The cultivator around was shocked, and turned to look, not knowing what was going on. It was not only one cultivator, but more than a dozen people in front and behind had the same experience, dying tragically in various parts of the seven-colored passage. This scene made many cultivators bewildered. They did not know why they died in the passage. Someone suddenly realized, heaven-opening realm, they are all heaven-opening realm. Heaven-opening realm cannot enter this elder's land, those who enter will die. Hearing his shout, everyone came back to their senses. Thinking carefully, the dozen people who died were indeed heaven-opening realm. Qi Xing's group was about to step into the passage under the lead of a few heads, but the great head immediately stopped. Chen Tianfei and the rest behind him were also covered in cold sweat. The few of them had almost stepped into the passageway. If they had really stepped in, they would have died on the spot. Not far away, Yang Kai's face sank. He turned to look at Zhu Jiuyin. "Senior, heaven-opening realm cannot enter this elder's land." Zhu Jiuyin looked at him deeply. "If I could enter the heaven-opening realm, why would I find you to be my inheritor?" That sword pavilion's pavilion master had the cultivation of the sixth stage heaven-opening realm. Zhu Jiuyin would naturally choose him. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Yang Kai was furious. Zhu Jiuyin smiled faintly. "Is it too late to say it now? You have nothing to lose." Yang Kai suppressed his anger. "It's not too late." This was going to be troublesome. Initially, he was still thinking of bringing Yu He and the rest along. It would be best if they could obtain the natural spirit fruit in the land of the ancients. However, if they could not obtain it, he would bring them along and flee. Although Zhu Jiuyin was strong, Yang Kai was prepared. He might not be unable to escape her pursuit. Now, everything was empty talk. Yu He and the rest could not enter the elder's land. They had to stay with Zhu Jiuyin, which was equivalent to sending hostages to her hands. Unless Yang Kai did not care about Yu He and the rest's lives, he would have to face her after coming out of the elder's land. And Zhu Jiuyin had obviously expected this. He deliberately did not mention this to Yang Kai. He wanted to catch him unprepared. Both of them were clear about their plans. In the end, Zhu Jiuyin was more skilled. Chapter 4081. Don't worry, I will take good care of your servants for you. Don't worry about them in the land of elders. Just serve this queen well, Zhu Jiuyin said. Yang Kai nodded with a gloomy expression. The heaven-opening realm cultivators were unable to step into the land of elders, so Yu He, Lu Shui, and Guizian could only stay outside, greatly reducing their battle strength. This was secondary. The most important thing was that Yu He and the others were in Zhu Jiuyin's hands, so even if Yang Kai had a rebellious heart, he would not dare to betray them. Guizian looked at the cultivator who had followed him to Yang Kai in the early years and shouted, "Follow the master forward. You must protect the master's safety with your lives, understand?" Everyone shouted, "Understood." Yang Kai glanced at them and shook his head with a bitter smile. Although they had been cultivating diligently all these years, and their strength had increased greatly, if they really encountered a danger that they could not resolve, they would not be of much help. "Let's go," Yang Kai called out to everyone, and dozens of people followed behind him, stepping into the door. In this short period of time, at least tens of thousands of people had rushed into the land of elders, and when Yang Kai led a group of people into the rainbow tunnel, more than half of the 200,000 people had disappeared. The seven-colored passageway was like the maw of an invisible beast, constantly swallowing the cultivators in the area. The tunnel was crowded and bustling, and a group of people protected Yang Kai in the middle as they rushed forward side by side. Not long after, an angry shout came from the front. "Reckless fools, how dare you look for trouble with my Ditian brothers, chop them to death." In the next moment, the tunnel in front of them exploded with violent energy fluctuations as countless people fought. The power of secret techniques and artifacts flew everywhere, turning the tunnel in front into a bloody battlefield. Screams rang out as corpses fell to the ground, blood flowing like a river. Yang Kai had a strange expression on his face. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar figure. That voice just now sounded familiar. It was Di Tian's leader, Ding. Ever since they parted ways on the Yuan Ci mountain back then, he had not seen him again. In recent years, he had occasionally heard some news about Di Tian. He knew that this fellow had established Di Tian and was doing well in the great cosmological realm. He had also obtained many benefits. At that moment, in the sky ahead, Ding Yi was carrying a machete with a ghost head. He was wearing a scarlet cloak and looked like a divine weapon that had descended into the world. He looked majestic. It was unknown who he had a grudge with, but they were actually fighting in the Rainbow Passageway. Di Tian's motley crew couldn't withstand the sheer number of people. Those who were fighting with Di Tian only numbered in the thousands, yet they were all surrounded and unable to break free. However, when both sides attacked, there were many accidental injuries. As a result, more people were involved in this battle, and the scene was chaotic. Ding Yi, on the other hand, laughed heartily. He seemed to be very happy with this situation. He slashed with the machete in his hand, and rays of machete light swept down with an imposing aura. Suddenly, Ding Yi stopped and looked in the direction of Yang Kai and the others. When he saw Yang Kai's face clearly, he greeted him happily. "So it's Brother Yang. Brother Yang, how have you been in recent years?" Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Thanks to you, Brother Ding, you seem to be doing well." Ding Yi rubbed his head and said cheerfully, "I'm just a so-so." Yang Kai said seriously, "Brother Ding, I want to go forward. Please make it easy for me." "Sure." Ding Yi waved his hand heroically and ordered, "Brothers, make way for Brother Yang." With that order, Di Tian and the others opened up a path. Yang Kai nodded at Ding Yi and led Meng Hong and the others, as well as his dozens of subordinates, through the battlefield. Behind them, there were still sounds of fighting and killing. It was likely that the chaos would not stop for a while. In the group, the scabby-headed man had a look of admiration. "Our master still has a lot of face. I heard that Ding Yi is arrogant and unruly. He doesn't give face to anyone. Over the years, no less than 10 heaven-opening realm cultivators have died at Di Tian's hands. He's actually so polite to the master." Lang Qingshan said indifferently, "Master's strength is unparalleled. How would Ding Yi dare to stop him?" The scabby-headed man was surprised. "Even a blockhead like you knows how to flatter people?" Lang Qingshan's face turned slightly red, and he said angrily, "I'm just speaking the truth. How is this flattery?" The two of them bickered endlessly, and the path forward did not seem lonely. Behind them, Ding Yi and Di Tian were blocking the path, so the path ahead was much emptier. No one knew how long this rainbow path was, and Yang Kai could not see the end of it. The group of people sped forward. Suddenly, a large net enveloped the front. At the same time, a sinister laugh rang out. "This path was opened by me, and this tree was planted by me. If you want to pass through, leave behind your life and wealth." The large net enveloped the entire path, sealing off the sky and locking down the earth. It actually made it impossible for people to avoid it. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Lang Qingshan shouted angrily, "Master, be careful." He stepped out of the group and suddenly threw a punch forward. A ball of light erupted from his fist, and it was like a sun. Scorching power wantonly spread out. Among the group of people who had joined Yang Kai, Lang Qingshan was one of the few with the best aptitude. Back then, when they were being rewarded, he had asked Yang Kai for grade 5 materials. Over the years, he had also refined a few types of grade 5 powers. Compared to before, his strength was incomparable. When this punch was thrown, a mark was branded in the void. The power of the grand sun primordial fire lingered around his fist, as if he was lifting a round sun and smashing it down. It was full of momentum. However, in the next moment he was caught by the large net. It was unknown what material the net was made of, but it was incomparably tough. It was impervious to water and fire. Even his grade 5 grand sun primordial fire could not burn it. In the blink of an eye, Lang Qingshan was wrapped in the net. The large net covered the back, and in an instant, everyone was tightly wrapped. A thin figure appeared from the void. He had a sharp mouth, monkey cheeks, and rat eyes. He pinched the goatee on his chin and chuckled. The third batch. A bunch of fools who only know how to search for treasures. Who would have thought that in my eyes, all of you are treasures? It had been more than 10 years since the opening of the great cosmological realm. Any cultivator who was still alive would more or less have some gains. This thin old man was holding a treasure and waiting here to rob the passing cultivators. It was a good plan. With a hand seal, the large net suddenly contracted and tightened around everyone. The faces of Meng Hong and the others changed drastically. They were shocked to find that the power in their bodies could not circulate smoothly and were completely suppressed. Only then did they know that this large net was really extraordinary. No wonder this thin old man dared to do this alone. Let me see what good things you have. The thin old man stepped forward with a wretched smile. However, in the next moment, he suddenly took a step back and looked at the person in the net in horror. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Lord Yang? You recognize me." In the net, Yang Kai looked at the thin old man indifferently. The old man rolled his eyes and forced a smile. Lord Yang destroyed Thunder Lightsword Pavilion and presided over Crimson Star. This old man has admired you for a long time. Bah, to think you would have such a day, boy. Now that you have fallen into my primordial dragon binding net, don't even think about escaping. Even if you are a dragon, you will have to coil around me. I heard that you destroyed Thunder Lightsword Pavilion Star Market, killed tens of thousands of people, and plundered their wealth, right? You've made a fortune. After this old man will no longer have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Looking at Yang Kai sinisterly, the old man grinned. Boy, if you know what's good for you, quickly throw out your space ring, otherwise, this old man will strangle you right now. Yang Kai said indifferently, the space ring is in my hand, why don't you come and get it yourself? I've already fallen into your net, what are you afraid of? The thin old man grinned meaningfully. Lord Yang's strength is astonishing, who knows if you have any other tricks up your sleeve? This old master had better be careful. Throw out your space ring first and this old master can spare your lives. Lang Qingshan was furious. Shameless old man, what's the point of launching a sneak attack? If you have the guts, let me go and this Lang will fight you. The thin old man looked at Lang Qingshan in disdain. You bastard, there's something wrong with your head. You are a fish on the chopping block. Your life and death are only in this old master's hands. Why should this old master let you go? It's too early to say who is the fish and who is the meat. Since you don't want to come over, this king will. Yang Kai suddenly stood up and walked forward with the net in his hand. The old man's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and said, Lord Yang is indeed impressive. You can still move after being trapped by my primordial dragon binding net. It seems that this old master has underestimated you, but this net's power is not limited to just this little bit. Stop, stop, stop. He shouted, stop, 6 times in a row, his hands constantly changing signs. The primordial dragon binding net's threads suddenly tightened. Lang Qingshan and the others let out a muffled groan. They felt that the space in the net had become abnormally frozen. Even their thoughts had become stagnant. Yang Kai's footsteps also gradually slowed down. He finally froze on the spot. The old man wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, his heart palpitating as he said, I almost failed miserably. Luckily this old master's treasure is not bad. My treasure is not bad. You can't do it. Yang Kai grinned, his frozen footsteps falling again. The old man was shocked. He jumped back 1,000 feet. How did you? Yang Kai walked as fast as the wind. He approached the old man step by step, his voice cold. This net is indeed not bad. Those who are trapped by it will not be able to circulate their spiritual energy smoothly, but there's a flaw, it can't restrict the power of the body. You're courting death by using this net to deal with me. The skinny old man cried out in alarm. He didn't care about his precious big net anymore. He turned around and fled into the distance. However, he didn't run far before he felt his neck tighten. A big hand grabbed his neck like a tight band and lifted him up like a chicken. The old man instantly froze. He slowly turned his head. "Any last words?" Yang Kai asked. "This is a misunderstanding." The old man smiled in a flattering manner. With a snap, Yang Kai crushed his neck. He broke his neck bone, his head rolled down, the headless corpse twitching nonstop, blood spurting out from the neck like a fountain. The moment the old man died, the primordial dragon binding net loosened. Yang Kai reached out and pulled the net down. Everyone was instantly freed. The power that was restrained also recovered. The group of people stared at him in a daze. Only now did they realize how terrifying the gap between them and the young man in front of them was. Trapped in this net, they didn't even have the strength to lift a finger, but Yang Kai was able to ignore the power of this net and kill its owner. Chapter 4082. Yang Kai casually tossed the mixed origin dragon binding net to Lang Qingshan. The latter was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. "Thank you, master, for your reward." The others looked on enviously. They had all been bound by this net before, so they naturally knew how powerful this treasure was. They didn't dare say that it could deal with those in the heaven-opening realm, but at the very least, those below the heaven-opening realm would be powerless against this net. With this net in hand, those below the heaven-opening realm could be said to be invincible. However, even though they were envious, they couldn't think of anything else. Previously, when they were in danger, Lang Qingshan was the first to rush out. He was loyal and courageous, so it was natural for him to be rewarded by Yang Kai. "Refine it carefully. Be careful." Yang Kai suddenly shouted. When he turned his head to look, he saw a huge spinning awl in front of the seven-colored passageway. It pierced through the air and filled his vision. This attack came without warning, and it was the moment when the skinny old man was beheaded. Everyone relaxed. It was obvious that this attack had been planned long ago. The huge awl was extremely fast, arriving in front of Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. The expressions of the dozens of people behind him changed drastically. Yang Kai took 3 steps forward and stretched out a large hand. The power of wood, fire, earth, and water filled his hand as he grabbed at the huge awl. He grabbed empty air. The huge awl actually ignored his attack and easily pierced through his body, heading straight for his body. "This is..." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. He didn't have time to react before the huge awl slammed into his body. His entire body shook violently as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale. Behind him, the dozens of people all let out muffled groans as their auras suddenly withered. Divine technique. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Previously, when he saw the huge owl's shocking aura, he thought it was some kind of secret treasure. Only now did he understand that it wasn't a secret treasure at all. It was a divine technique, an extremely sinister divine technique. This divine technique targeted the cultivator's Tao seal. The moment the giant awl hit his body, Yang Kai felt the Tao seal in his body shake violently. The wood, fire, earth, and water forces in the Tao seal suddenly became chaotic. Fortunately, he had been using a part of his mind to control the Yin-Yang Reversal 5 Elements Profound Universe Heart Sutra. Otherwise, this alone would have been enough to destroy his foundation. It was also thanks to the fact that he had refined quite a bit of Tao-E divine water that the seal had become incomparably sturdy. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Kai's face suddenly became gloomy and his figure flickered, disappearing from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already a few thousand meters away, sending out a punch towards a certain spot in the void, causing it to collapse, but there was no one there. "You sure run fast." Yang Kai's expression was unsightly. He had been attacked by the giant awl and had immediately followed it. However, he hadn't been able to find the person who had attacked him. It was clear that the person who had attacked him was extremely fearful of him and knew how powerful he was. After this attack, regardless of whether it was a success or failure, he had immediately fled. What annoyed Yang Kai was that he didn't even know who had attacked him. Was this person robbing him like the skinny old man, or was he deliberately targeting him? His mind was in turmoil. He faintly felt that the latter was more likely. If he was robbing him, he wouldn't have fled immediately after the first attack. However, this person had done so. Obviously, he was deliberately targeting him. However, this person might not be targeting him, but targeting all the bearers chosen by the Holy Spirits. This person was also a bearer. Yang Kai's mind brightened. He had laid in ambush here to eliminate some of his opponents in advance. Master! Lang Qingshan and the others hurriedly chased after him with a guilty look on their faces. They had only followed Yang Kai into the colorful tunnel for less than 5 minutes, and they had already encountered 2 waves of attacks. In the 2 waves of attacks, they were completely useless. In the first wave, Yang Kai had turned the tide and killed the skinny old man. In the second wave, Yang Kai was at the front and took most of the attacks. As his subordinates, Lang Qingshan and the others felt ashamed and uneasy. The giant all was an attack that targeted the divine technique of Taoist seals. Yang Kai took most of the damage, and the remaining damage was distributed to Lang Qingshan and the others. Although it made their Taoist seals tremble, it didn't take any of their lives. Yang Kai glanced at them and immediately understood that their current condition was no longer suitable for fighting. He said in a low voice, "Relax, I'll send all of you to a good place." As he said that, he extended his hand to grab them. Lang Qingshan and the others didn't understand what he meant, but they quickly relaxed. When Yang Kai's big hand grabbed them, their vision turned upside down. When they came back to their senses, they realized that they had already arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. They looked at each other in confusion. Just as they were wondering where they were, Yang Kai's voice was heard, "Recuperate carefully, don't think about anything else." His voice was still by their ears, but they couldn't see him. Lang Qingshan and the others nodded respectfully. They quickly sat in a lotus position and silently channeled their secret arts. In the tunnel, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the corner of his mouth and walked forward. The tunnel was very long, but there were corpses lying on the ground at intervals. It was obvious that the cultivator who had entered earlier had already fought. Yang Kai walked past a few corpses on the ground and carefully examined them. There were no wounds on these corpses, and their wealth had not been taken away. Their space rings were still on their hands, and their body temperature was still there. It was obvious that they had just died. He scanned the corpses with his divine telekinesis, and discovered that their Taoist seals had been shattered. The owner of the giant all had taken action. Yang Kai raised his head and looked in the direction of the tunnel. He activated the law of space and drifted forward, chasing after the owner. The owner of this giant all was definitely one of the carriers. Perhaps he was already proficient in it, or he had learned this strange attack from a divine spirit. This attack was really hard to guard against. Even Yang Kai was almost hit by it, let alone others. If a cultivator with a weak foundation was hit by this attack, their Taoist seals would be shattered in an instant, and they would die an unnatural death. He wanted to see which bastard had the guts to do this to him. He chased after the owner, passing by batch after batch of cultivator. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he arrived next to a woman in a few steps. Before he could greet her, the woman suddenly swung her hair. The red thread that bound her hair turned into countless threads and attacked Yang Kai. "Senior sister, please have mercy." Yang Kai shouted, and the power of the earth system filled the surface of his body, turning into a dragon shield. Each dragon shield was made of a giant dragon's tail, and the dragon scales on the dragon's body were vivid. A red silk wrapped around Yang Kai and was blocked by the dragon shield. The woman turned her head, and her beautiful eyes lit up. "Little brother Yang?" "Senior sister Chu." Yang Kai smiled slightly. This woman was Chu Huashang of Yin Yang Wonderland. She entered the colorful passage before Yang Kai, but her speed was not fast. She was caught up by Yang Kai here. "We are really fated." Chu Huashang smiled, and the person was more delicate than the flower. The red silk threads were retracted and turned into the headband that bound the long hair. She looked up and down at Yang Kai, and her beautiful eyes were shining. Yang Kai laughed. "We are going to enter the land of no elders. We will always meet, senior sister Chu alone? How many more can there be?" Chu Huashang looked at him with a smile, Little brother Yang, do you want to accompany me? If we join forces, even if we meet Lin Feng, we can beat them. Yang Kai smiled and said, it's not impossible, but if we find the primordial fruit tree, Chu Huashang said quietly, little brother Yang is a big man, can't you let me, a weak woman? Although the Fei is ugly, his strength is good. I have made an agreement with him. If I can take him out of the great ruins, he will protect me for 400 years. I want the primordial spirit fruit very much. Yang Kai laughed and said, Senior Sister Chu is not a weak woman, I am really soft. Chu Huashang said coquettishly, close to Yang Kai's eyes like silk, little brother Yang, if you don't believe it, you will know. Yang Kai's eyes involuntarily glanced at her towering peaks, clenched his fist and coughed. Senior Sister Chu, I haven't found the primordial spirit fruit yet, you take away the charm first. Chu Huashang suddenly smiled and said, you are really interesting. No longer talking about companionship, both she and Yang Kai know that even if they are really companions, they will be hostile in the end. Maybe they will not kill each other, but in order to compete for the primordial spirit fruit, they will definitely go all out. This is not only related to the interests of the Holy Spirit for hundreds of years, but also related to their future status in their respective sections. Just think about it, if they could really bring out a divine spirit from the great cosmological realm, then their status in their respective sects would definitely rise, and those blessed enclaves would definitely nurture them and treat them as core disciples. It was because of this that the Holy Spirits agreed to protect them. If you want the horse to run, you have to let the horse eat. This is a condition that every bearer cannot refuse. Yang Kai has not had time to talk to Zhu Juyin about this, and now that Yu He and others have fallen into the hands of Zhu Juyin, Yang Kai will grab the primordial spirit fruit no matter what. Otherwise, with the character of Zhu Juyin, Yu He and others will definitely die. Senior sister, have you seen anyone running past you? Yang Kai asked. Chu Huashang said, yes, a lot of people, one by one ran faster than a rabbit, I don't know what to worry about. Yang Kai was speechless. As a result, he couldn't track down the whereabouts of the owner of the giant awl. After a little hesitation, Yang Kai said, Senior Sister Chu, be careful, I just met a guy who displayed a divine technique, specifically targeting the seal. He told all kinds of information about the giant awl. Chu Huashang's face suddenly became dignified. Isn't this the Tao-breaking seal of Ziqiong Blessed Land? Yang Kai wondered, Senior Sister, do you recognize this divine technique? Chu Huashang nodded. Listening to what you said, it's very much like the Tao-breaking seal of Ziqiong Blessed Land. This divine technique is specifically targeted at the cultivator's seal, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes, I can't be sure. Suspicious. Did Ziqiong Blessed Land also come? I haven't heard of it. Yang Kai guessed, maybe Ziqiong Blessed Land came, or there was a disciple of Ziqiong Blessed Land who became the bearer, and the Holy Spirit behind it learned this divine technique and passed it on to the current bearer. Chu Huashang nodded and said, there is also this possibility. In any case, Senior Sister, be careful. Chu Huashang covered her mouth and smiled. Thank you, Junior Brother, for reminding me, but Junior Brother, rest assured, this divine technique can deal with the general cultivator, but it is a bit difficult to deal with Senior Sister. Chapter 4083. Chu Huashang condenses the power of the 6th grade, and aims to achieve the 6th grade to open the sky. Naturally, she has this confidence. Yang Kai said, Senior Sister, you can't take it lightly, and the power of the Tao-breaking seal is really good. He has refined more than a dozen drops of Tao-e divine water. How strong is the seal, and it is shaken by the 5 elements, not to mention other people. Although Chu Huashang's background is good, if you are caught off guard and attacked, it is very likely to suffer a big loss. Chu Huashang kept nodding. Well, I will remember. Seeing her careless appearance, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, on second thought, I just suffered a loss because I was unprepared. Chu Huashang and others were born in the Blessed Enclave, and they are well informed. If they really see the Tao-breaking seal, they will recognize it. It should be okay to be on guard. It's finally the end, and it's too long. Chu Huashang suddenly brightened up. Yang Kai looked up and saw a ray of light in front of him. It was obvious that he had reached the end of the passage. When the two talked, they did not stop. Counting the distance, this colorful passage was at least 100 miles. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. "Junior brother, be careful, there may be an ambush at this exit," Chu Huasheng warned. Yang Kai smiled. "I will explore the way for senior sister." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and rushed out of the exit. Sure enough, as soon as he appeared, countless attacks came from all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. The number of cultivator gathered at this exit is really a lot. It should be from the same force. There are thousands of people. When they see someone coming out, they will attack without asking. The power of the secret technique is released, and they will cover the whole body of Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted, using the nihility secret technique, and his body was immediately banished into the void, drifting. Although there were many attacks, they all hit empty air. Many of the cultivator ambushing at the exit were shocked and doubtful, thinking that Yang Kai had been smashed into pieces. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's figure reappeared on the spot. When the flames around his body shone brightly, the golden crow primordial fire turned into little golden crows and scattered in all directions. Screams of agony rang out one after another. One by one, the cultivator was incinerated by the golden crow primordial fire and turned into fine powder at a speed visible to the naked eye. "It's Red Star." Someone recognized Yang Kai's identity and shouted in horror. "The situation is tense, retreat." Another person shouted. The cultivator that was still alive did not dare to stay any longer. They all scattered like birds and beasts, leaving behind over 200 corpses that were burned to ashes by the golden crow primordial fire. Yang Kai did not intend to pursue. With a shake of his body, the golden crow primordial fire that flew out flew back again and disappeared into his body. Chu Huasheng jumped out of the exit, looked around, spit out his tongue and said, "They are really unlucky. It's not good to hit anyone, but they actually provoked junior brother." Yang Kai said lightly, "They are here, but they are just looking for their own death. Even without him, these people will suffer a big loss sooner or later. However, since ancient times, people die for wealth and birds die for food. Junior brother, are you really not with me?" Chu Huasheng looked at Yang Kai faintly, looking forward to it. Yang Kai turned and waved and said, "Goodbye here, I wish senior sister Chu good luck." "Smelly man." Chu Huasheng's mouth pouted high, her breasts rose and fell, but soon she smiled again and said, "Junior brother has to leave the great void realm alive. Senior sister will find you to try yin-yang fusion when she is free." Yang Kai staggered and almost fell to the ground, and Chu Huasheng's bell-like laughter came from behind. The great void realm is ancient, and the land of elders is even older. The entire land of elders is filled with the vicissitudes of life. This strange place seems to have been preserved from a very long time ago. The laws of heaven and earth are also subtly different from those of the great void realm. There are traces of ancient times. The world energy here was extremely rich. Every time Kai Yang breathed, he could feel the world energy seeping into his body through his pores, making his whole body feel comfortable. Cultivating in this kind of place would definitely result in twice the result with half the effort. Even if he was injured, healing would still be faster than normal. 200,000 people have poured into this land of elders. Even if there are many losses in the passage, there are only tens of thousands of people. More than 100,000 cultivator have gathered here. If there is really something good in the land of elders, it will not escape the search of these cultivators. After coming out of the exit, Yang Kai casually found a direction and galloped away. Battles between cultivator can be seen everywhere on the road, or for a spirit medicine, or for a treasure of heaven and earth, the fire of life extinguished, and blood stain the earth. Yang Kai has a huge harvest in the great void realm, and his vision is also high. It is really difficult for ordinary treasures to move him. The main goal of this trip is the primordial spirit fruit. If there are other gains, it is naturally the best. As they move forward, the cultivator also gradually spread out. This land of elders is unknown how big it is. There is no sun or moon in the sky, but there is light. Looking up, there are huge stars hanging in the sky. These stars seem to be in front of people, giving people a strange sense of oppression. Along the way, Yang Kai also occasionally harvests. He picked a few spirit medicines and threw them into the medicine garden, letting Mu Zhu and the little wood spirit take care of them. He also harvested a few treasures of yin and yang, but the quality is not too high. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was galloping, suddenly stopped. His nose twitched slightly and his eyes lit up. He smelled a strange fragrance. When this fragrance entered his nose, he could not help but clear his mind and eliminate distracting thoughts. There was a strange resonance in his Tao seal, and the power of the 5 elements flowed faster. His heart trembled, and he realized that this fragrance should be from a great medicine. He did not know what it is, but its effect must be extraordinary. Yang Kai's spirit was greatly boosted. He followed the fragrance all the way. Not long after, he suddenly entered a valley. The valley was full of birds and fragrant flowers, and the scenery was pleasant. However, at this moment, there are 3 groups of people confronting each other. There are many of them, and each group has more than 100 people. They are gathered in the center of the valley, and they are wary of each other and sizing each other up. These 3 groups of people are obviously like Yang Kai. They smelled the scent of the great medicine and followed the fragrance, but they are in a deadlock here. Seeing Yang Kai's figure, the faces of the leaders of the 3 groups of people sank. The longer they delay, the more people will come here. If someone they can't afford to offend really comes, they will definitely not have a share of this great medicine. The leader of the group on the left is a strong man. He snorted coldly, "Another one courting death." The leader of the woman on the right said, "We can't delay any longer. Quickly come up with a plan. If we delay any longer, more people will come." The leader of the last group of cultivators is an elderly man. He reached out to stroke his beard and said, "Old madam has many people, so she wants half. You can divide the remaining half." The strong man and the woman sneered. Wishful thinking. The woman licked her lips and looked at the strong man. "Why don't you and I join forces to kill this old thing first, then we can split the profits. Wouldn't that be perfect?" When the strong man heard this, his expression changed slightly. He nodded and said, "Okay." The old man's face turned cold. "Want to kill me? That will depend on whether you have the ability." He raised his arm and shouted, "Children, follow me to snatch the medicine." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed to the location of the great medicine. When the strong man and the beautiful woman saw this, they couldn't care less and ordered their subordinates to rush over together. They were in a stalemate before and were afraid of each other. Now that one side made a move, the other 2 sides couldn't hold back and could only fight for it. Yang Kai looked up and saw a vine-like thing in the middle of the valley. There was a bunch of grape-like berries on the vine. The grapes were green and purple, and the tempting fragrance came from the grapes. Yang Kai couldn't help but have a strange expression. What kind of great medicine was this? He didn't know much about the rare treasures outside of the universe, so he really couldn't tell what this thing was. However, at this moment, he didn't have time to think too much. The 3 groups of people were about to attack. If he wasn't careful, this great medicine would be destroyed. Just as Yang Kai was about to make a move to snatch it, he saw that around the vine, pom-poms floated out and danced with the wind. Around the great medicine, there were dandelion-like plants that bore many pom-poms. When hundreds of people attacked, these pom-poms were immediately hit. The pom-poms separated and turned into pieces of flower velvet, falling on the cultivators. No one cared about these flower velvet. However, a hair-raising scene appeared. The flower velvet looked unremarkable, and no cultivator paid attention to it. However, when these flower velvet landed on the cultivator, it seemed to have a life of its own and madly pierced into the cultivator's flesh. Miserable screams instantly sounded. One by one, the cultivator fell to the ground. The flower velvet rapidly grew like monsters, sucking the essence of the cultivator's flesh and blood. In less than 10 breaths, the life force of the cultivator was extinguished, turning into withered corpses that fell to the ground with a ferocious expression. The 3 leaders' strength was not bad. When they sensed that something was wrong, they immediately activated their strength to resist. However, The woman and the elderly man only lasted for a moment before following in the footsteps of their subordinates. The brawny man was decisive. He raised his hand and chopped off his arm. As blood spurted out, he retreated in horror. Looking at his arm, he saw that his arm was rapidly withering. The essence of his flesh and blood was sucked clean by the parasitic flower velvet. The flower velvet fluttered in the air, drifting towards the brawny man as if it had a mind of its own. The brawny man's expression changed greatly. He did not dare to stay any longer. With a strange cry, he fled outside. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He did not pay attention to the dandelions before. It could even be said that he did not notice these things at all. All his attention was attracted by the great medicine. Who knew that there would be such danger around the great medicine? Hundreds of people died in 10 breaths. How horrifying was the scene! The flower velvet seemed to be able to sense life force and continued to drift towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood still. When the flower velvet came close, he raised his hand and pointed. A small and delicate golden crow flew out from his fingertip and faced the flower velvet that filled the sky. With a whoosh, the sky was set ablaze. All the flower velvet was burned to ashes in an extremely short period of time. The scene was cleared. Chapter 4084. It was unknown what kind of strange existence these flowers were, but they were extremely dangerous. Once a cultivator came into contact with them, they would pierce into their flesh and blood and devour their flesh and blood essence in a very short time, turning them into dry bones. But how overbearing was the golden crow true fire? These flowers were simply unable to resist. The people from the 3 sides either died or fled. Soon, only Yang Kai was left in the mountain valley. Stepping forward, he stepped into the world of dandelions. The flower balls disintegrated, and the flowers danced once again. Yang Kai's body surged with raging flames, burning a passage, and soon arrived in front of the great medicine. Leaning over and smelling it, he could not help but feel refreshed by the pleasant fragrance. Good stuff, Yang Kai praised. Although he did not know the specific effects of this great medicine, it was undeniable that this was definitely one of the few spirit medicines he had ever seen. He reached out to grab the bunch of grape-like berries, preparing to pluck them. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. With a slight sizzling sound, roots suddenly pierced out from the ground and quickly wrapped around Yang Kai, pulling him down. With a bang, Yang Kai's entire body disappeared as he was pulled deep into the ground. After 3 breaths, Yang Kai broke out of the ground, furious. In a moment of carelessness, he was actually plotted against by a stalk of great medicine. Those roots that had wrapped around him just now were clearly the work of this vine. Although the strength of those roots was great, they couldn't restrain his eruption, allowing him to quickly break free. Gritting his teeth, he sneered, "I didn't want to kill you, but unfortunately, you've gone too far." He reached out to grab the vine. His original plan was to take the bunch of grape-like berries. The essence of this great medicine was on this bunch of berries, but after suffering a loss, he immediately changed his mind and wanted to move the entire vine. Unexpectedly, before he could grab the vine suddenly shook, pulling out roots from the ground, and a few buds grew on the vine. In an instant, the vine seemed to have grown hands and feet, and then fled into the distance like a wisp of smoke. Yang Kai was stunned. He stared blankly at the fleeing great medicine, absent-minded on the spot. This great medicine had gained sentience. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. Previously, when he was plotted against by the vines, he already felt that this great medicine was somewhat unusual. Now, it seemed that it was indeed so. This spirit medicine had lived in the land of everlastingness for an unknown number of years, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and had actually developed spiritual intelligence. It had an instinctive perception and knew how to seek fortune and avoid disaster. When it sensed that something was wrong, it actually took the initiative to escape. Such a great medicine definitely had extraordinary medicinal effects. Even in the entire Trichiliacosm, there were probably not many of them. Overjoyed, he arrived in front of the vine in a flash and smiled, "Where can you escape to in front of me? Be a good boy and let yourself be captured." The giant hand descended, binding space. The vines waved their branches and cut through space, entangling Yang Kai's limbs. The arm-like branches turned into a fist and punched towards Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai was shocked again. While he was shocked, he was punched in the nose by the vine. Suddenly he saw stars. Taking advantage of this time, the vine once again broke free from Yang Kai's entanglement and continued to escape. Yang Kai covered his nose, tears streaming down his face. Enraged, he raised his hand and threw the black dragon spear forward. The spear pierced through the air like a giant dragon dancing in the sky. The black dragon spear accurately pierced the front of the vine, filling the air with the might of a dragon, causing heaven and earth to tremble. The vines stopped in their tracks and shivered. Yang Kai's breathing was heavy. He approached step by step from behind, rubbing his nose as he walked. With a plop, the vine's roots softened and it knelt on the ground, transforming into a small person half a foot tall. It had hands and feet, 7 orifices on its face, and a bunch of grape-like berries on its head. Seeing Yang Kai approaching, it raised its hand and plucked a purple grape from its head. Holding it with both hands, it spoke in human language, "Master, please spare my life. This lowly one is willing to offer a berry, please give me a way out." Yang Kai couldn't care less about rubbing his nose. He stared at it and said in surprise, You can transform?" This great medicine really became a spirit. It had already transformed into a human form, looking like a little old man. It was unknown how long the flowing time great emperor had lived. All things had spirits. If they had the opportunity, they would be able to open their spiritual wisdom. In this world, not only the existence of flesh and blood could be like this. The jade in stone and the spirit in medicine could all be like this. However, without flesh and blood, it was extremely difficult for this kind of existence to cultivate. It often required the accumulation of the endless flowing time great emperor. The great medicine in front of him had spiritual wisdom, could transform into a human form, and could even speak human language. It probably had tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Such a great medicine could be called a sacred medicine. The half-foot-tall little old man looked up and smiled very flatteringly. Suddenly he stretched out a leg and swept it towards Yang Kai's lower body, directly throwing Yang Kai to the ground. He then laughed and ran away. "Even if you're as cunning as a ghost, you still have to drink Master Pu's foot-washing water." Yang Kai flipped over and stood up, raising his hand to grab the black dragon spear. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He muttered, "I'll kill you, I'll definitely kill you, I'll eat you clean." A moment later, with a thud, the half-foot-tall little old man kneeled on the ground. His facial features were squeezed together. He held a grape that he plucked from his head and said pitifully, "Master, please spare my life. This lowly one won't dare to do it again." Yang Kai sneered and grabbed him. He clenched his fist and pressed it against his forehead. He used all his strength to drill and said, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" The little old man's face was twisted and he begged for mercy. "Master, don't drill anymore, my head is going to break." It's quite comfortable." 2 roots scratched his facial features relaxed and he looked very comfortable. Yang Kai was angry. He stretched out his hand and released a ball of golden crow true fire, slowly approaching him. The little old man's face twisted again. He struggled to escape from Yang Kai's hands and kept shaking his head. No, I'll be burned to death. Burn to death and end all troubles. It'll be a good time to cook a pot of medicine. Drinking it will definitely prolong your life and increase your strength. Yang Kai's face was ferocious and terrifying. "I'm poisonous, you can't eat me. If you eat me, you'll be poisoned to death." The little old man shouted in fear. Seeing that Yang Kai was indifferent, he quickly used his trump card. "Don't kill me, I can take you to find other medicines, they're more delicious." Yang Kai's hands paused. "Other medicines? An existence like you?" The little old man shook his head. "There are a few like me, some of the little ones haven't fully matured, but eating them will definitely be useful." The little ones he mentioned should be the ones that haven't evolved yet, but even if they haven't, they should have matured for a long time. If they were discovered by the cultivator that entered this place, there would definitely be a fight over them. Do you know of a fruit tree that bears a kind of spiritual fruit? One can only pick one at a time and it will disappear. Yang Kai asked. He was just worried about where to find the innate fruit tree. He didn't expect to come across such a strange saint herb. It was just the right time to inquire about it. You mean that fruit tree? The little old man thought for a moment. I know, that old thing is even older than me. It's not easy to deal with it. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Take me there, and I'll spare your life. The little old man was also overjoyed. His eyes lit up. Really? Suddenly, he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Swear. Yang Kai raised his fist and punched the little old man's head. Your life and death is in my hands, and you still want me to swear? The little old man touched the big bump on his head, feeling wronged. That berry just now. Yang Kai looked at the little old man's head. The little old man reluctantly handed the berry over with both hands. It's here. Yang Kai took it and looked at it carefully. He found that this thing was similar to a grape, but the spiritual energy contained in it was extremely shocking. If such a berry was eaten, not only would it have a restorative effect, it would also have healing effects. He stuffed the berry into his mouth and bit through the skin. He felt an extremely pure spiritual energy exploding in his mouth, as if a small universe had exploded in his mouth. Yang Kai quickly closed his mouth and nose, but there was still uncontrollable spiritual energy flowing out from his 7 orifices, filling the area around him with spiritual energy. The little old man looked at him from the side. His facial features were squeezed together, and he sighed. From now on, I, Pu Baixiong, will change my name to Pu 99 Xiong. There were exactly 100 berries on the string on his head, so he called himself Pu Baixiong. Now that Yang Kai had eaten one, there were only 99 left. After a long time, Yang Kai let out a light breath. He felt an inexhaustible strength in his body. His flesh and blood were wriggling endlessly, and his essence blood was flowing in his body, emitting the sound of a surging river. Pu Baixiong's berry was indeed extraordinary. Although it couldn't bring a dead person back to life, as long as there was still a breath left, this berry could bring the dead back to life. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Pu Baixiong, and found him much more pleasing to the eye. Don't try anything funny. If you dare run away again, I'll definitely eat you when I catch you, Yang Kai fiercely threatened. Pu Baixiong nodded repeatedly. I won't run away, I won't run away, I can't escape. Take me to that fruit tree, Yang Kai ordered. Pu Baixiong leaped up and sat on Yang Kai's shoulder, showing him the way. Pu Baixiong was the local dragon of the land of ancients. He had lived here for a long time, the flowing time great emperor, so he knew a lot about the land of ancients. Moreover, he had already transformed into human form and had been running around the land of ancients for many years, so with his guidance, Yang Kai was saved a lot of trouble. Along the way, Yang Kai avoided many dangers. Under Pu Baixiong's guidance, Yang Kai also obtained many precious treasures, but he didn't come across a saint herb like Pu Baixiong. According to Pu Baixiong, in the entire land of ancients, there were less than 10 saint herbs that could transform into human form like him, and each one of them was as cunning as a ghost, very difficult to capture. The reason he failed miserably was mainly because he didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to ignore the threat of the dandelion flowers. By the time he wanted to escape, it was already too late. A few days later, Yang Kai arrived at a swamp. Pu Baixiong's expression was solemn. Master, this place is very dangerous. You must be careful. Don't fall. If you do, both of us will die here. Chapter 4085. Where's the danger? Yang Kai scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found nothing out of the ordinary. He could not help but be surprised. Pu Baixiong said seriously, this water is poisonous, and there's something underwater. Poisonous water? Yang Kai's expression turned serious. Before entering, Zhu Jiuyin had told him that there were many opportunities and dangers in this elder's land, so he had to be careful. Yang Kai was the carrier she had chosen, so she naturally did not want him to fail. This swamp looked inconspicuous, but it was full of danger. Yang Kai could not help but sigh. At this moment, a few miles away, a group of people looked over in surprise. One of the young men said, "What's that on that person's shoulder?" No one knew which faction this group of people were from. When they came here and saw Pu Baixiong, they were all surprised. A middle-aged man mustered all his strength and looked over. His expression was suddenly shocked. and he exclaimed in joy, "A transformed sacred medicine." As soon as he said that, everyone's breathing quickened. Although they had some gains after entering the Elder's land, compared to a transformed Saint Herb, those gains were simply negligible. This sacred medicine had a string of purple and green berries on its head. It had 7 orifices on its face, and it had hands and legs. It was unknown how long it had been there. Such a treasure was rarely seen in the outside world. Now that they saw it, everyone was naturally greedy. Exchanging a glance with each other, they all flew up and rushed towards Yang Kai. Pu Baixiong's roots danced as he scratched his face. He said disdainfully, "Reckless." As soon as he said that, there was a series of screams. The cultivator that was flying in midair fell from the sky uncontrollably. Plopping sounds rang out incessantly as many cultivators fell into the puddles of the swamp, inexplicably surprised. However, before they could climb out of the puddles, they suddenly began to scream miserably. Flesh and blood separated. In the blink of an eye, the cultivator that fell into the puddles turned into white bones and sank to the bottom of the water and disappeared. The remaining cultivator was luckier. They did not fall into the puddles directly. They stood on top of the swamp and felt their hair stand on end. They did not dare to move. This water is really poisonous. Yang Kai's heart trembled. Those cultivators had entered the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, and each of them had grown tremendously in strength. Although they had not succeeded in splitting open the sky, they had at least condensed several kinds of yin, yang, and 5 elements power. They were all outstanding figures in the Emperor realm. However, such a group of cultivators had turned into withered bones without even having the strength to resist when they fell into the puddle. This showed how toxic the swamp water was. If that was all, it would be fine. However, there seemed to be a natural restriction above the swamp that prevented people from flying. "Don't move, don't move. Be careful of these puddles, don't fall in," the elderly man shouted. As soon as his voice fell, a pitch-black tentacle suddenly stretched out from a puddle under his feet, rolled him up, and dragged him into the puddle. With a gurgling sound and a burst of bubbles, the old man disappeared. What was that? Yang Kai's scalp was a little numb. He did not see clearly what had dragged the elderly man into the swamp just now. He only vaguely saw that it was a tentacle with form but without substance. Pu Baixiong whispered, "I'm not too sure. I only know that there is something under the water. However, if you don't make a sound, that thing won't be able to sense you." Yang Kai nodded slightly. The death of the elderly man made the cultivator who was still alive feel uneasy. Many of them screamed and quickly fled out of the swamp. It was fine if they did not move, but once they moved, pitch-black tentacles suddenly burst out from the puddles of the swamp, rolled them up by the waist, and dragged them into the puddles. One by one, the cultivator disappeared quickly. Huge bubbles emerged from the puddles one after another. The power of secret techniques and artifacts bloomed. Many of the cultivator resisted and cut off the tentacles. However, there were so many tentacles that no matter how hard they tried, they could not cut them all. In just a dozen breaths, the original team of more than 100 people was reduced to a dozen people. These people stood in the swamp trembling in fear, unable to advance or retreat. They were lucky, they did not move or make any noise, so they were lucky to survive. Seeing their companions fall one after another, they did not dare to move. Yang Kai clicked his tongue and asked, "Can we take a detour?" This swamp was strange, and it made him a little scared. Pu Baixiong said, "It will take a long time to take a detour. Don't worry, with me leading the way, we will definitely be able to get there safely." Yang Kai was skeptical, but he still braced himself and stepped forward. Pu Baixiong whispered in his ear, "Don't make any noise, otherwise it will be troublesome. Also, don't touch the poisonous water, otherwise it will be even more troublesome." "You're so long-winded," Yang Kai said with disdain. "Being long-winded is for your own good. I don't want to die here with you," Pu Baixiong said angrily. This time, his voice was a little loud, and a tentacle immediately stretched out from the puddles of the swamp. Pu Baixiong immediately stopped talking, and Yang Kai also froze in place, not daring to move. The tentacle stopped 3 inches in front of Yang Kai, swayed for a while, and then retracted back. Yang Kai exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and continued to move forward. The dozen cultivator who were lucky enough to survive watched for a while, and then followed suit, carefully walking in the swamp. After walking for a while, Pu Baixiong suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Why is there an eye in the water?" Yang Kai was shocked and looked down. Sure enough, he saw that there was an extra eye in the puddles beside him. Rather than saying that there was an extra eye, it was more accurate to say that the puddles had turned into a giant eye, and it was following his footsteps, moving its eyeballs and quietly watching him. Yang Kai could not help but feel a chill run down his spine, and his body froze in place. "Grape, you didn't know that there were eyes in the water before?" Pu Baixiong swallowed his saliva and said bitterly, "I've never seen it before. What the hell is this place? It's one thing for the sacred medicine to become a spirit, but why does this swamp seem to have become a spirit as well?" Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Don't scare yourself." Pu Baixiong forced a laugh. "We must have seen wrongly. Close your eyes and look again, and it will be gone." As he said that, he closed his eyes, and then slowly opened them and said in horror, "There are more eyes." The moment he closed his eyes, all the puddles in the swamp turned into giant eyes, and the eyelids rolled, staring at Yang Kai and the dozen cultivator. The dozen cultivator obviously noticed this as well, and they were instantly scared out of their wits, and some of the more cowardly ones had already started running. As he moved, the entire swamp shook, and from the giant eyes, countless tentacles stretched out in all directions, locking down the heavens and earth. "Run!" Yang Kai shouted, and his body swayed, and he quickly ran away. Countless tentacles wrapped around him, and Pu Baixiong grabbed Yang Kai's ears with both hands and shouted in horror, "Die, die, I'm dead for sure." Just as the tentacles were about to wrap around Yang Kai, there was a whoosh, and a layer of fire burned on the surface of Yang Kai's body, and the approaching tentacles were all burned to ashes. Pu Baixiong was burnt to a crisp, and his head was on fire, and he said pitifully, "Master, why are you burning me? I'm going to be burnt to a crisp." "Shut up!" Yang Kai shouted angrily. He had already tried his best to protect Pu Baixiong, or else, under the golden crow true fire, how could this saint herb still be alive? The tentacles sizzled as they were burned, and the golden crow true fire was extraordinarily powerful, burning through the tentacles and into the puddles, and the giant eyes in the puddles burst open. An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the swamp, followed by a series of quakes, and from the bottom of the swamp, a colossal creature slowly crawled up. The colossal creature was 1,000 feet tall, and its entire body was covered in eyes. Layers and layers of dried bones hung on its body, and it was unknown how many dead souls it had gathered. The eyes were of different sizes, and at first glance, they looked like puddles, and from those eyes, pitch-black tentacles extended and danced, grabbing at Yang Kai. There was not only one of these colossal creatures, but more than 100 of them, and at this moment, they were all alarmed. Yang Kai turned around to look, and was instantly shocked. Only now did he realize that the entire swamp was formed by these colossal creatures, and the puddles were their eyes. What the hell was this? Yang Kai had traveled extensively these past few years, and could be considered to have seen a lot, but he had never seen such a creature before. Perhaps only a place like the land of the ancients could give birth to such a strange existence. Fire Dragon's breath. Yang Kai took a deep breath, and his whole body seemed to expand, and then he fiercely breathed out a mouthful of flames. The golden crow true fire burned the sky red, and the tentacles that extended over were burned to ashes, but the hundreds of tentacles of these colossal creatures were too many, and it was impossible to burn all of them. After Yang Kai finished breathing out the golden crow true fire, the situation did not change much, and the colossal creatures behind him stomped on the ground, chasing closely. Pu Baixiong shouted loudly, "Master, run quickly. After a certain distance, they won't chase anymore." Yang Kai ran as fast as he could, running for more than 1,000 li, but he still could not shake them off. He angrily shouted, "Didn't you say they would stop chasing after a certain distance? Why are they still following me?" Pu Baixiong was a little embarrassed. "I didn't know they were so difficult to deal with. I've never seen them before." Yang Kai coldly snorted, Dragon transformation. With a dragon's roar, Yang Kai's body suddenly expanded, and with a series of crackling sounds, his whole body was covered in dragon scales, each of which had a natural pattern on them. They were solid and thick and were impervious to fire and water. A pair of horns grew on his head, his hands turned into dragon claws, and his dragon tail swept behind him, while his dragon whiskers fluttered. Dragon's might filled the air. Pu Baixiong was stunned. Yang Kai was also stunned. He had not used the dragon transformation secret technique for a long time, and all these years, he had been consuming dragon blood pills to purify his bloodline. Although he knew he would definitely grow, he did not expect the growth to be so great. At this time, his dragon transformation body was already more than 1,500 zhang tall, and not only that, the characteristics of the dragon race had become more obvious. If in the past, his dragon transformation only had a few characteristics of the dragon race, then now, 30% to 40% of his body was that of the dragon race. Chapter 4086. The giant creatures with eyes all over their bodies were incomparably huge, but Yang Kai was much taller than them. 2 streams of dragon breath shot out from his nostrils, leaving a mark in the air. Yang Kai stared at the giant creatures that were rapidly approaching him, only to feel a boundless power surging within his body. He roared towards the sky, but what came out of his mouth was a pure dragon roar, shaking the 9 heavens. Raising his hand, he grasped the black dragon spear in his hand. This divine spear was refined from the body of a dragon race, and only those with the bloodline of the dragon race could use its power. If not for this, the giant god Ada would not have given the black dragon spear to Yang Kai. With the spear in hand, the blood in Yang Kai's body flowed even more fiercely, and a strange feeling rose from his heart. It was as if he was not holding a divine spear, but a companion who could share his joys and sorrows, a companion who could go through fire and water with him. When the black dragon spear trembled, and a huge black dragon phantom appeared on the spear, its majestic body filled with endless dragon might, and a pair of dragon eyes glanced at Yang Kai, filled with gratification, relief, and approval. The phantom merged into the spear and disappeared. One of the giant creatures had already arrived 100 zhang in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai stabbed out with his spear, and the huge dragon body did not retreat, but instead rushed forward to meet the giant creatures. After painstakingly cultivating for several years, the great freedom spear that had fused with thousands of spear techniques finally shone at this moment. Before the battle with the mantis head, Yang Kai had only used the black dragon spear by relying on his own instincts, but now he was no longer the same as before. With the spear in his hand, he could command it as if it was his own arm, and spear images bloomed, filling the air with spear shadows. Not restricted by movement, not restricted by appearance, the spear was free, and his heart was free. This was the great freedom spear. Brushing past the first giant creature, the giant creature suddenly stiffened, and in the blink of an eye, it was hit by dozens of spear strikes, and a moment later it disintegrated and burst apart. Then the second, the third, wherever Yang Kai passed, there was a rain of blood, and the giant creatures with eyes all over their bodies were unable to withstand a single blow, and the sound of them bursting apart could be heard. Boom! Yang Kai's dragon claws latched onto the head of the last giant creature and slammed it into the ground. A huge crater immediately appeared on the ground. The dragon clenched its claws tightly, and with a puff, the giant creature's head exploded. In less than half a cup of tea's time, he had slaughtered hundreds of giant creatures. Yang Kai slowly straightened his body and stabbed his spear into the ground, quietly experiencing his tyrannical strength at the moment. A wonderful feeling flowed through every inch of his flesh and blood. This sudden increase in strength made him somewhat infatuated. Pu Baixiong's trembling voice rang in his ears. "Master, they're not dead." Yang Kai suddenly turned his head. What he saw made his dragon eyes widen. On the battlefield that stretched for dozens of miles behind him, the giant creatures that had exploded had now turned into pieces of wriggling flesh and blood. Like mercury, they moved closer to each other and fused together. The giant creatures that had been killed at the beginning had already fused with more than half of their bodies, and there were faint signs that they were about to revive. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Are these things so difficult to kill? Even the Azure Dragon Spear could not do anything to them. If he wanted to kill them completely, he would probably have to use his Golden Crow True Fire to burn them to ashes. However, with so many giant creatures, using his Golden Crow True Fire to burn them all would be a thankless task. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and withdrew his dragon transformation secret technique. He returned to his original form, grabbed Pu Baixiong, and threw him directly into the sealed world bead. His figure flickered, and he disappeared in an instant. In this great void realm, he did not dare to use his teleportation secret technique at will. After all, the situation here was strange, and there were many barriers between the heavens and earth. Once he used teleportation, he might fall into some unknown danger. If it was an ordinary danger, it would be fine, but if he fell into a natural spirit array, he might be trapped inside forever. It was because of this that he did not use teleportation to escape when he was being chased by those giant creatures. But now, he had no choice. Those giant creatures had tenacious vitality, and when they recovered, they would definitely be chased endlessly. Just after Yang Kai left, those giant creatures merged and stood up again a moment later. There was not a single wound on their bodies. Without a target, they stood in place and roared. After a while, they crawled down, and the place where they stood turned into a swamp full of puddles. After a long time, a group of cultivators flew over the swamp and fell uncontrollably into the puddles, turning into skeletons. At the same time, Yang Kai stood in a fog with a pale face, his divine sense fluctuating as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. He cursed in his heart. He knew that using teleportation in this damn place was definitely not a good thing. Sure enough, his prophecy came true. This fog flowed around his body like water, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Yang Kai used his full eyesight, but he could not see too far away. Not only that, but his divine sense was also suppressed to within 10 meters of him. Yang Kai could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. His divine sense was extremely powerful, not inferior to that of an ordinary heaven-opening realm master, but it was still suppressed by this fog. This was a dangerous place, so he could not stay for long. Just as he was about to use teleportation to leave, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Yang Kai turned his head and shouted, "Who is it?" The footsteps paused, followed by a weak voice, "Brother Yang?" Yang Kai was startled when he heard this, but he soon reacted, "Junior Sister Gu?" This voice belonged to Langya Blessed Land's Gu Pan. Overjoyed, he rushed over and sure enough, after walking a short distance, he saw a beautiful figure standing there. Looking at each other, both of them were overjoyed. "Junior Sister Gu, why are you here?" Yang Kai asked. "I came to find you." Gu Pan looked at him. Yang Kai was confused. "Find me? How did you know I was here?" A strange thought emerged in his mind. He had suddenly teleported here to escape the pursuit of those eye monsters, so why would Gu Pan come here specifically to find him? Gu Pan smiled but did not answer. Yang Kai frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was, so he asked, "Junior sister, how long have you been here? Do you know how to leave?" Gu Pan said, "I just came in, so I don't know how to leave." Yang Kai nodded. "In that case, let's go together. Junior sister, don't stray too far from me." "Oh," Gu Pan nodded obediently. The two set off side by side, walking through the fog, looking for a way out. After walking for some distance, Yang Kai could not help but ask, "Junior sister, is there a woman named Zhang Ruoxi in your Langya Blessed Land? She only came here a few years ago." Gu Pan shook her head and said, "I haven't heard of her." Yang Kai's expression darkened when he heard this. Zhang Ruoxi would definitely go to Langya Blessed Land. After all, her ancestor was born there. Her going to Langya Blessed Land could be considered an acknowledgement of her ancestors, but he did not know if she had not arrived yet or if Gu Pan really had not heard of her. Rustling sounds came from beside him again as Gu Pan buried herself in busying herself. Yang Kai laughed. "Junior sister is eating dried fish again?" Turning his head to look, Yang Kai's smile suddenly froze on his face and he shouted, "What kind of monster is this?" Gu Pan's head had turned into a fish head. Although she still had a human body, it looked extremely strange. The fish head turned to look at him. "Sir, I am Ruoxi." While speaking, the fish head turned into Zhang Ruoxi's appearance and looked at him fixedly. Reuniting after such a long time, she was filled with endless joy. "Ruoxi." Yang Kai was stunned. Wasn't that Gu Pan beside him? How did it suddenly become Zhang Ruoxi? "Husband, how many flowers did you pick and how many blades of grass did you provoke outside?" Zhang Ruoxi opened her mouth, her voice overlapping as if several people were speaking at the same time. Her appearance was constantly changing, turning into Shanqing Luo, Xianing Chang, Su Yan, Shuiyu, Yu Ru Meng and the others. Yang Kai was furious. "An illusion?" Touching his left eye, he shouted in a low voice, "Demon eye of annihilation, see through illusions." His left eye immediately turned into a golden vertical slit, faintly emitting a divine light. The constantly changing people in front of him immediately disappeared and was replaced by a broken branch. What shocked Yang Kai even more was that he had unknowingly grabbed this branch in his hand. In other words, he had been talking to a branch, and he had been talking with relish. What a powerful illusion! Even he didn't realize that he had been tricked. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the branch in his hand was nothing more than an ordinary object. Coldly snorting, he threw it away and turned his head to look around. He didn't know if this illusion was activated by someone or if it was natural. If it was the former, there must be a powerful master here. If it was the latter, Yang Kai estimated that he had fallen into a natural illusion array. That would be a bit troublesome. Inside this illusion array, his teleportation might not be able to play a role. With a thought, Yang Kai immediately urged his space principles and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, Yang Kai's face was gloomy. He was still in a fog. In other words, he had most likely fallen into a natural illusion array. Unless he broke this array, he would not be able to leave. Quietly looking around, Yang Kai couldn't find the slightest clue. Even the demon eye of annihilation, which was known to see through illusions, was powerless. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai brought Pu Baixiong out of the small sealed world bead and asked, "Grape, do you recognize this place?" Pu Baixiong looked surprised. He had been thrown into the small sealed world bead by Yang Kai, and now he was released. The scene had changed so quickly that he was a little confused, but after looking around he smiled and said, "Master, you're lost." Yang Kai said with a black face, "This fog has an illusion effect, it's really powerful. Your master was careless and fell into it." Pu Baixiong stood on Yang Kai's shoulder and said proudly, "Master, you may not know, but this is not an ordinary fog. This is the effect of that mushroom. Unless we are saint medicines born from the same root, ordinary people really can't resist it." Mushroom? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "And this is the little mushroom's territory." Yang Kai's brow rose. "The little mushroom you speak of, is it also a saint medicine?" Pu Baixiong said, "Exactly." Chapter 4087. Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Can you find its main body?" He had heard from Pu Baixiong that there were several sacred herbs in the Great Void Realm that had taken human form like him. Yang Kai was also very interested in those sacred herbs, but he did not expect to suddenly break into the territory of a sacred herb. And according to Pu Baixiong, this fog was actually the sacred herb's doing. Such a method was strange and unpredictable, truly extraordinary. He did not know what the little mushroom Pu Baixiong spoke of was to have such a strange ability. What's so difficult about that? Pu Baixiong shook his head. "I often come here to visit her. Master, follow me, I'll take you to her." With a leap, he jumped to the ground and rushed forward, rushing into the fog in a few steps and disappearing. Looking back, he laughed loudly. "Brat, if you didn't enter this place, Uncle Pu really wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. You just had to recklessly enter this place. Now you're in for it." He was a sacred herb that had taken human form, and it was not easy for him to have his own thoughts and sentience, so how could he be willing to be captured by Yang Kai? All his previous cooperation was just a disguise, and he had been waiting for an opportunity to escape, and now this opportunity had finally come. "Wait for me to find the little mushroom and have her trap you here," So you can forget about ever leaving, Pooh Baixiong said proudly. You want to compete with Uncle Pooh? You're too naive. The pair of legs transformed from roots ran swiftly, darting deep into the mist like a wisp of smoke. Not long after, they entered a cave, and Pooh Baixiong shouted, "Little mushroom, are you home?" There was a lingering echo, but there was no response. Pooh Baixiong muttered, "This fool, did he fall asleep again?" And, yes, he must have fallen asleep. He walked straight into the cave and soon arrived at the deepest part of the cave. In the deepest part of the cave, there was a mushroom that was half a foot tall. It was rooted in a piece of spiritual soil, and the mushroom's umbrella rose and fell gently, as if it was a living creature that was breathing slowly. As the mushroom's umbrella rose and fell, countless spores that could not be seen with the naked eye flew out from the umbrella and filled the air. It was these spores that formed this illusory fog, causing Yang Kai to unknowingly fall into an illusion when he entered this place. All sorts of illusions appeared before his eyes, and he could not find a way out. Above the mushroom umbrella, there was a dense flow of light, and it was extremely beautiful. Pooh Baixiong walked forward and raised his hand, which was made of roots, to buckle the mushroom umbrella. "Little mushroom, wake up. We have business here." A lazy voice sounded. Then, a pair of big eyes on the mushroom umbrella slowly opened. It seemed that it was still sleepy. It looked at Pooh Baixiong, closed its eyes and said lazily, "Why is it you? You're here to disturb my sleep again. Go, 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 I still want to sleep." The voice was crisp and tender. It was the voice of a little girl. Pooh Baixiong raised his hand and flicked her head, causing the mushroom umbrella to shake. "Don't sleep yet. Help me with something." The big eyes on the mushroom umbrella suddenly opened and stared behind Pooh Baixiong. Her eyes were filled with fear as she said in shock, "Pooh Baixiong, why did you bring someone in?" Pooh Baixiong jumped in fright and quickly looked back. However, there was no one behind him. He said in surprise, "What nonsense is this little girl saying? There's no one behind me." "There's clearly someone," the mushroom umbrella shouted. The half-foot-tall colorful mushroom twisted and turned into the appearance of a little girl. There was a mushroom umbrella on her head. She fell to the ground and cried loudly, "It's over, it's over, it's over. I'm going to be eaten." Following her crying, the spores that couldn't be seen by the naked eye flew out crazily. Pooh Baixiong said shakily, "Don't cry. If you keep crying, Uncle Pooh won't be able to take it. There are so many stars. You can actually see me. That's right, this fog is your ability. Since I'm in this fog, you can naturally perceive me." A ghostly voice suddenly sounded out from behind Pooh Baixiong. Pooh Baixiong, whose eyes were filled with illusions, turned pale with fright. Turning his head, he saw a ripple behind him and Kai Yang's figure appear in front of him. At this moment, Yang Kai was peeling off a thin layer of gauze from his body. This gauze was none other than the shadowless muslin. As early as when he released Pooh Baixiong from the sealed world bead, Yang Kai had already paid attention to him, but it turned out that Pooh Baixiong was really unreliable. If Yang Kai hadn't been following this guy closely, he might have really been abandoned by him. "Why you here?" Pooh Baixiong was shocked and his face turned pale. Immediately, he laughed foolishly, "It's not you, it's definitely not you. This is an illusion. Wake up." The mushroom cried loudly, "It's not an illusion, he's really here." Tears flowed down her cheeks and before they fell to the ground, they turned into a thick mist. Pooh Baixiong turned his head stiffly and looked at the mushroom. "It's not an illusion?" Yang Kai chuckled. Pooh Baixiong's roots went soft and he knelt on the ground. Looking at Yang Kai with a flattering smile, he pointed to the mushroom and said, "Master, I found a saint herb for you. This little girl should be quite delicious. You can make a soup to drink." "What?" The mushroom cried even harder, crying and cursing at the same time, "Stinky grape, you actually brought people to harm me. If I had known that meeting you wouldn't be a good thing, I would have killed you." Saying so, she pounced forward and started punching and kicking Pooh Baixiong. Pooh Baixiong naturally resisted. The two shape-shifting saint herbs fought fiercely in front of Yang Kai, and it didn't take long for them to be beaten black and blue. However, The two Saint Herbs continued to fight while moving out of the cave. They were about to walk past Yang Kai. Yang Kai leaned over and grabbed them one by one. Pu Baixiong sniffled and turned his head to the side as if nothing had happened. The mushroom, on the other hand, pouted and looked at Yang Kai with an aggrieved expression. "It's just like the real deal." Yang Kai looked at the two Saint Herbs in his hands and clicked his tongue in wonder. Suddenly he shouted, "Break!" In his left eye, the demon eye of annihilation released a strange light and his vision distorted. The two Saint Herbs in his hands suddenly turned into two hard and cold stones. Everything he saw just now was actually an illusion. At the same time, at the entrance of the cave, Pu Baixiong and the mushroom were tiptoeing as if they were thieves. At this moment, they turned around and saw Yang Kai looking at them with a smile. The mushroom cried out and collapsed to the ground. Pu Baixiong, however, shouted, "Split up!" Saying so, his roots flew out and he fled. "Condense!" Yang Kai urged the space principles and space instantly froze. Pu Baixiong was frozen in place, unable to move, and only his eyes were left spinning. "Fierce!" Yang Kai clasped his hands behind his back and walked towards the two Saint Herbs step by step. When he had entered this fog, he hadn't been clear about it and had been careless. But after learning that this fog had hallucinogenic effects, he had paid some attention and used the soul-warming lotus's effects to clear his mind. If not for this, he wouldn't have been able to follow Pu Baixiong to this place and break through the mushroom's illusion. Even an ordinary heaven-opening realm master would find it difficult to resist such a technique. As expected of a shape-shifting Saint Herb from the land of immortality, it was truly extraordinary. Nothing can be done more than 3 times. "Grape, you're courting death." Yang Kai sneered. Reaching out, he grabbed Pu Baixiong and stared at the grape on his head, his eyes flashing. Pu Baixiong's face paled. "Master, I won't dare do it again." Those words sound familiar. Pu Baixiong raised a finger and swore to the heavens. "This time it's real. This lowly one will obediently follow Master from now on and serve Master faithfully. If something similar happens again, you'll cook me," Pu Baixiong said with a serious expression. Yang Kai nodded and placed him on his shoulder before turning to look at the mushroom. "You want to become a pot of mushroom soup," the mushroom hurriedly said. "I'll also follow Master and serve Master faithfully." Yang Kai praised, "You're worth teaching." The mushroom smiled through her tears. After a simple exchange, Yang Kai learned that the mushroom in front of him was a profound color illusion mushroom. The profound color illusion mushroom did not have any other effects, but its ability to cause hallucinations was second to none. If one accidentally ate a piece, they would fall into an illusion forever, unable to escape. After the profound color illusion mushroom had taken form, this ability had been greatly magnified. She liked to sleep, so she instinctively released this ability in her sleep, which was why such a large amount of fog had formed in this territory. Yang Kai bent down and grabbed the mushroom, placing it on his other shoulder before walking out. This fog was formed by the spores released by the profound color illusion mushroom. It could hallucinate most living beings, but it could not hallucinate a sacred medicine like Pu Baixiong. This was why Grape was able to accurately find the mushroom's sleeping area. Since they were leaving now, the mushroom naturally had to retrieve this fog. As they moved forward, the surrounding fog became thinner and thinner, turning into countless spores that surged back into the mushroom's body. When Yang Kai brought the 2 sacred medicines out of the foggy territory, the fog had long disappeared when he turned back to look. In the fog, hundreds and thousands of cultivators were sleeping on the ground. It was obvious that they had accidentally entered this territory and fell into the illusion. Now that the fog was gone, they would probably wake up soon. Strictly speaking, it was still Yang Kai who had saved their lives, or they would have definitely slept to death here. With Pu Baixiong leading the way to the primordial fruit tree, Yang Kai sped along. Just a few days after the opening of the Elder's Land, 200,000 cultivators had entered this place. However, although there were many opportunities here, there were also many dangers. Just the Rainbow Tunnel alone had killed more than 10,000 cultivators, all of them killed by assassins. For example, the dandelions that Yang Kai encountered before, the strange swamp, and the fog of the profound color illusion mushroom were all fatal existences. But there was nothing in this world that was more dangerous than this. Great opportunities meant great dangers, and for a cultivator to grow, which one of them had not overcome all obstacles and obstacles? A moment of carelessness would lead to the death of countless cultivators, and only those with great fortune could walk step by step to the peak. A few days later, as they passed by a place, Grape suddenly said, "Master, not far from here, there is another sacred medicine that is similar to me and the little mushroom. Do you want to take it?" Chapter 4088. When he was captured by Yang Kai, he had tried to escape several times but failed. Now, he had given up on that idea. However, this guy was really bad. He was unlucky and couldn't bear to see others get better. Naturally, he wanted Yang Kai to take the other sacred herbs to accompany him. Little Mushroom shrunk her neck and said, "That guy is not easy to deal with. Let's just forget about it." Grape glared at her. "Our master's skills are unparalleled. Even you can't charm him. Although that bamboo is not easy to deal with, how can it win against master?" "Bamboo?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "What kind of sacred herb is bamboo?" Grape said, "Master, you don't know. That guy is not an ordinary bamboo. It smells very good. If you can cook it into a pot of soup, it will definitely increase master's strength." Yang Kai didn't comment. "Since it's nearby, let's go take a look." "Master, this way, I'll show you the way." Pu Baixiong was very attentive. He had probably suffered a lot under the hands of that bamboo in the past. This time, he wanted to use Yang Kai to take revenge. Yang Kai was well aware of it, but he didn't point it out. No matter if that bamboo was a sacred herb or not, since it could transform, it must be extraordinary. It wouldn't be bad to take it away. Half a day later, a purple bamboo forest appeared in front of them. Pu Baixiong climbed on Yang Kai's shoulder. He shrunk his head and looked very wretched. He stared at the bamboo forest vigilantly and whispered, "Master, that's that guy's nest. Master, you have to be careful. These bamboos are that guy's disciples and disciples. They are not to be trifled with." Yang Kai nodded and walked forward. Soon he stepped into the bamboo forest. The purple bamboos around him moved without any wind. Suddenly, a bamboo whipped over with the force of thunder. Yang Kai let out a soft cry and raised his hand to block. He felt that the whipping force was 10,000 jin. He couldn't help but be surprised. Chi chi chi. The purple bamboos seemed to have a mind of their own as they shot towards Yang Kai like a torrential storm. Yang Kai snorted and released the golden crow true fire. Those violet bamboos instantly acted as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions, and they didn't dare approach in the slightest. "I'm going to be roasted." Little Mushroom climbed onto Yang Kai's other shoulder with tears in its eyes. "Lei Oi will protect you and me," Pu Baixiong scolded. "What are you worrying about?" The little mushroom reached out and touched its own body. When it discovered that there was nothing wrong, it let out a long sigh of relief. The raging flames roiled and there were no more obstructions on the way forward. Yang Kai soon arrived at the center of the bamboo forest. However, when he looked up, he did not see the bamboo that Pu Baixiong had mentioned. Instead, there were traces of battle here. Judging from the traces, the battle started very quickly and ended very quickly as well. One side should have been easily subdued. Someone took away the bamboo here before I did. Yang Kai was deep in thought. Although the bamboo had taken form, it shouldn't have much combat power. Just like Pu Baixiong and the small mushroom, it was natural for it to be subdued by the cultivator. Pu Baixiong felt that it was a pity. If we had known, we would have come over earlier. Although Yang Kai felt that it was a pity, he didn't care too much. He had already obtained 2 saint herbs, so this trip to the land of everlastingness was not in vain. Of course, if he didn't obtain the most important primordial spirit fruit, he probably wouldn't be able to leave the great cosmological realm safely. Yue and the rest were still in Zhu Jiuyin's hands, so he had to exchange the primordial spirit fruit for their safety. After leaving the violet bamboo forest, not long after, a group of cultivators suddenly rushed over. Those cultivators were covered in dust, and some of them were injured and stained with blood. When they saw Yang Kai, they were all shocked. However, after seeing his face clearly, the leading cultivator was overjoyed. Consecrated Yang? Yang Kai didn't care about them at first, but when he heard the shout, he turned his head and glanced over. People from Qi Xing? Only Qi Xing's disciples would call him that. After all, he was still Qi Xing's consecrated in name. All these years, he had relied on this name to plunder a huge amount of wealth from Qi Xing. Qi Xing's Deng Qi greets consecrated Yang. The leading cultivator hurriedly stepped forward and saluted, and the rest of the people also hurriedly saluted, looking at Yang Kai with a look of fear. When they saw Pu Baixiong and the little mushroom on Yang Kai's shoulders, they couldn't help but be surprised. Yang Kai nodded and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Deng Qi said with a look of shame, "We brothers came here to search for treasures under the orders of the leaders. We found something there before, but unfortunately, before we could explore it further, we were driven out." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Who are the other party?" Deng Qi blushed with shame, "I don't know, I've never seen them before." "Are there many people?" Deng Qi was even more ashamed, "I'm alone." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Alone, they could drive Deng Qi and the others away. This strength was really good. There were hundreds of people in Deng Qi's group, and Deng Qi himself was a low-level Kai Tian cultivator. In Qi Xing, he was a great commander on the same level as Guizian. Could it be either Lin Feng or Su Zhen? These elite disciples from the heavenly blessed land should have this ability. Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Since you were lucky enough to survive, you should cherish it. There are many dangers in this elder's land, so be careful." Deng Qi was a little disappointed when he saw that Yang Kai didn't intend to stand up for them, but as the great commander of Qi Xing, he also knew about the grievances between Yang Kai and Qi Xing, so he didn't dare to have any resentment. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, Deng Qi hurriedly said, "Master, please wait." Yang Kai stopped and looked at him. "Is there anything else?" Deng Qi cupped his fists and said, "Master, the place my brothers found before seems to have Tai-E divine water." Tai-E divine water? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Are you sure?" Deng Qi said, "It was too far away, so I didn't see it clearly, but it is very likely to be Tai-E divine water." Yang Kai hurriedly asked for the direction, and Deng Qi naturally told him everything he knew. Yang Kai sped away. If it were an ordinary treasure, Yang Kai might not care about it. Over the years, he had made a windfall in the Great Void Realm, and his horizons were extraordinary. After entering this elder's land and obtaining 2 saint medicines, how could he care about ordinary treasures? But this Tai-E divine water was different. This was an extremely rare thing. Meng Hong was able to rebuild his foundation because he relied on the Tai-E divine water to wash away the power of yin and yang and 5 elements in the seal. It could be said that the Tai-E divine water was the capital for a cultivator to start from scratch. If there was a cultivator like Meng Hong who wanted to break and then rebuild, he must have the Tai-E divine water. Meng Hong's portion was also obtained by chance. The value of a portion of Tai-E divine water was no less than a 6th grade material. Although this thing was useless to Yang Kai, maybe his friends and relatives would need it in the future. Even if they didn't need it, it would be good to exchange it for other treasures. Now that he had encountered it, how could he miss it? His figure was like lightning, and he soon arrived at the place Deng Qi mentioned. Looking around, Yang Kai was slightly startled. He saw that there were many people gathered here, and they were fighting. The scene was chaotic. From the time they met Deng Qi until now, it had only been an hour, and according to Deng Qi, they had been chased away by a single person. In other words, these people had also rushed here within this hour. They were probably attracted by the fluctuations of the previous battle and came to investigate the situation. However, although there were many people here, Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to them. All his attention was attracted by a white jade stone trough. In the white jade stone trough, there was a clear liquid flowing quietly. Yang Kai's mind shook. It really was Tai-E divine water. He had seen this thing in Meng Hong's hands before, and now that he saw it again, he naturally wouldn't mistake it. Tai-E divine water was extremely valuable, and it was no wonder that so many people came to fight over it. It was impossible to tell how many groups of people were fighting here, and from time to time, a cultivator would fall to the ground and die. There were also many people who stood to the side and watched coldly. Although they tried their best to remain calm, they couldn't hide the greed in their eyes. Yang Kai's arrival didn't attract too much attention, but the 2 Saint Herbs on his shoulder attracted many covetous gazes. Little Mushroom was so scared that it trembled, shrinking its head under its mushroom umbrella, not daring to see anyone. Pu Baixiong suddenly leaned close to Yang Kai and whispered, "Master, that bamboo." Yang Kai was stunned. He turned his head and saw a cultivator holding a purple bamboo, looking at him. The purple bamboo was about 1 meter long and glowed with a purple light, looking extremely extraordinary. This was that bamboo? Previously, Pu Baixiong brought him to the purple bamboo forest to collect the other Saint Herb, but he didn't expect that someone would beat him to it. Who knew that he would run into it here? And the one who obtained the purple bamboo was a young man in black. He looked quite young, and his expression was cold and resolute. At this moment he was looking at Yang Kai. His gaze swept over Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom, then he nodded slightly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then moved closer to the young man in black. The latter frowned, obviously a little afraid, but he stood still and didn't move. After a while, Yang Kai stood still, but before he could say anything, Pu Baixiong jumped down and shouted with his hands on his waist, "Stinky bamboo, you also have a day like this. Get plucked out, huh?" The purple bamboo in the young man's hand grew a pair of eyes, looking down at Pu Baixiong and sneered, "I was wondering who it was, so it's you, you damn grape. Are you looking for a beating?" Pu Baixiong was furious. "Junior, you are young and arrogant, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In the past, it was Grandpa Pu who gave in to you. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" That purple bamboo shook violently, breaking free from the young man's hand, and turned into a bamboo monster as soon as it fell to the ground. It had a slender body, 2 legs, 2 hands, and 2 bamboo branches on both sides of its head, with a few green leaves growing on them. It raised its hand and pulled out a bamboo branch, swinging it at Pu Baixiong. "You dare to take advantage of me, see how I'll whip your grape." Pu Baixiong didn't want to be outdone. His roots danced like long whips, fighting fiercely with the bamboo. Suddenly, a cry of pain was heard, and a bump appeared on Pu Baixiong's head. He was hit by the bamboo, and it was so painful that tears flowed out. That purple bamboo didn't show any mercy. It pulled out another bamboo branch on its head, and held it with both hands, as if it was waving 2 long swords, attacking Pu Baixiong until he was forced to retreat, and even a few of his roots were cut off. Chapter 4089. Grape was at a disadvantage and cried out loudly. Little Mushroom saw this and tried to stop the fight, but was also hit by the bamboo and flipped a few times. Invisible spores flew out and the surrounding cultivators felt dizzy as illusions appeared in front of their eyes. Little Mushroom felt wronged. "Stinky bamboo, you hit me, I'll fight you." Little Mushroom lowered its head and charged at the bamboo, but was pulled back by the other party's sword. Little Mushroom fell to the ground with tears streaming down its face. Grape was enraged. "You dare to bully Little Mushroom, I'll fight you too." Little Mushroom's roots danced as if it had grown countless arms and tangled with the bamboo, looking like it wanted to perish together with the bamboo. The black-robed young man's body swayed and his eyes were slightly dazed. He suddenly shook his head. An illusion? Raising his hand, he caught the bamboo in his hand. The purple bamboo emitted a purple light that enveloped the young man, dispelling the invisible spores and waking the black-robed young man up. Looking up, Yang Kai saw that the surrounding cultivators were all in a daze. Obviously, they had unknowingly fallen into an illusion. Some of the cultivators were laughing loudly while others were flying around, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. The bamboo said, "Kid, don't be afraid, Master Bamboo is here. That Little Mushroom's illusion won't be able to do anything to you." The black-robed young man nodded. Yang Kai also grabbed Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom and placed them on his shoulders. He looked at the young man with interest. "How should I address you?" The young man was silent for a while before he cupped his fists. "Xiangying greets Brother Yang." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "You recognize me?" Xiangying said, "Brother Yang's name is like thunder in my ears." "Infamous, right?" Yang Kai smiled faintly. Xiangying frowned. He couldn't figure out what Yang Kai meant. He had heard that Yang Kai was extremely fierce, killing thousands of lightning sword pavilion cultivators in one battle and slaughtering tens of thousands of sword pavilion cultivators in the star market. He could be said to be a killing star, but now that he had seen him in person, he knew that he was different from the rumors. However, after all, he was not familiar with Yang Kai. One may know a person's face but not his heart, so he did not dare to jump to conclusions. In his heart, he was very wary of Yang Kai. I want to go get the Tai purifying divine water. Brother Xiang, do you have any advice? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. Although there were many people here, all of them had fallen into the illusion. At this moment, their minds were in chaos and they were not a threat. The only ones who were conscious were Yang Kai and Xiang Ying. Xiang Ying said indifferently, "Let's rely on our own methods." Clearly, he was unwilling to back down. The Tai divine water was also very attractive to him. Yang Kai nodded and stared at the purple bamboo in his hand. He changed the topic and said, "Brother Xiang, this bamboo is extraordinary. Are you willing to part with it?" Before Xiang Ying could say anything, Bamboo angrily said, "Don't even think about Master Bamboo. You're just like dead grape. You're definitely not a good person." Yang Kai was speechless and laughed. "It seems that we are not fated." He was just asking casually. Since Bamboo was unwilling, Yang Kai did not want to force him. If he really wanted to snatch it, Xiang Ying would not be his opponent. Ignoring him, Zhang Xian strode forward. Grape said nervously, "Master, be careful. This place is a little strange." Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "It's impossible for heaven and earth spiritual treasures to not be guarded. However, even if there are dangers, we can break through them with force." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Xiang Ying both rushed forward. The moment their figures flickered, the two of them each sent out a palm strike towards the other. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's figure shook slightly as he let out a small cry of surprise. Surprisingly, Xiang Ying had not been sent flying by his palm strike. "Amazing!" Yang Kai praised. Although it was only a brief contact, Yang Kai could still see that this Xiang Ying was extraordinary. In the other party's palm, there were several types of yin, yang, and 5 elements energy lingering around it, each of them possessing great power. Moreover, the quality of these attacks was also quite good. Impressively, they were all at the 6th grade. In other words, what Xiang Ying had condensed were all 6th grade heaven-opening materials. If not, he would not have been able to withstand his palm. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Brother Xiang, are you a disciple of the Blessed Enclave?" As far as he could see, only a few people from the Blessed Enclave had the ability to condense 6th grade force. Xiang Ying stabilized his body and suppressed the rolling blood in his heart. He was full of admiration. Brother Yang is really amazing. This little brother comes from a humble background and does not come from any Blessed Enclave or Blessed Enclave. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "I understand." This Xiang Ying was also a bear. Only the power of a divine spirit could cultivate such an excellent bearer, but Yang Kai did not know which divine spirit bearer he was. He had long heard from Zhu Jiaoyin that many divine spirits had secretly cultivated their bearers, allowing them to cultivate diligently and enhance their strength so that they could seize the opportunity in the land of eternity. But so far, Yang Kai only knew of Su Zhen and the others, so he did not expect to meet one here. No wonder he could collect the purple bamboo. Since he was a bearer of a divine spirit, he naturally had this ability. While speaking, Yang Kai did not stop and quickly moved closer to the white jade trough. Xiang Ying's expression changed slightly when he saw this, and a layer of blood mist suddenly burst out from his body. Obviously, he had used some kind of secret technique to increase his speed greatly as he also rushed towards the white jade trough. Now that only the two of them were competing for the Tai purifying divine water, whoever could reach the white jade trough first would have the upper hand. Naturally, he was unwilling to be left behind. But soon, he showed a look of surprise because no matter how hard he tried, he could not get close to the white jade trough. Turning his head, Yang Kai also showed a stunned expression. The white jade trough was actually not too far away from the position of the two of them, only about 1,000 meters away. With the strength of the two of them, this distance did not exist and they could cross it in a single step. But strangely, no matter how fast the two of them ran, the distance between them and the white jade trough did not decrease at all. The stone trough was always about 1,000 meters away from them. Looking around, the cultivator was still trapped in the illusion and the distance between them did not change much. It was as if he and Yang Kai were still in the same place. Xiang Ying's face was solemn and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This situation was too strange and he had never encountered anything like it before. After running for a while, many people suddenly appeared around them. These people had been invisible before, but at this moment, they appeared around them like ghosts, each of them desperately trying to get close to the white jade trough, but unfortunately, they were powerless. There were also some cultivator who stood still and looked at the people around them as if they were fools. Both Yang Kai and Xiang Ying were taken aback. What was going on with these people? Where did they come from? These people were definitely not the ones who were trapped in the illusion just now, because those people were still trapped in the illusion and were unable to extricate themselves. Two more came. An old man laughed loudly. "Huh, it's over, I'm afraid we can't get out. I was wondering how there was no danger around such a world treasure, but it turns out that this danger is undetectable and can only be found when one steps in." Another middle-aged man who stood still shook his head and sighed, his face ashen. "What the hell is this place? I want to get out." Some people tried to run in the opposite direction, but they couldn't escape from this place. There seemed to be an invisible cage around the white jade trough, trapping everyone inside. This cage was strange and unpredictable. No matter which direction they ran in, they couldn't escape even half a step. Yang Kai looked around for a while before stopping and asking, "Mushroom, is this an illusion?" The little mushroom shook its head like a rattledrum. "I don't feel it." The black magic mushroom itself had the effect of causing hallucinations. Since it said so, it should not be an illusion. What's more, Yang Kai did not notice any trace of an illusion. If it was really an illusion, the soul-warming lotus could break it. "It's not an illusion." Yang Kai frowned and turned to ask a person not far away, "Old man, how long have you been here?" The old man was the one who spoke before. Hearing the question, he said, I've been trapped here for 3 days. I was the first to come in, and these guys came in one after another in the past few days." Yang Kai was speechless. There were at least a few hundred cultivators trapped here. In other words, over the past 3 days, these hundreds of people had discovered the extreme divine purification water and wanted to take it for themselves, but as a result, they had fallen into this strange cage and were unable to extricate themselves. He and Xiang Ying were the last to enter, and the reason why they hadn't discovered these people before was probably because they hadn't completely entered this invisible cage. Only when they set foot in this place could they see these people. "Old man, did you find anything?" Yang Kai asked again. The old man sighed. "If I found anything, why would this old man be trapped here?" He looked up and shouted, "Stop running, you can't escape. This old man has been running here for 3 days and I haven't seen the stone trough. How much longer do you want to run?" Hearing this, everyone gradually stopped. Someone said, "What's wrong with this place? I can clearly feel that I'm moving forward, but why are we still in the same place?" This was something that no one could understand, which was why it was so strange. There may be a natural array here, or it may be an illusion array, or a maze array. If we don't break this array, we will be trapped here forever. How do we break this array? Friends, who is proficient in array formations? This little brother knows a little, but I can't see anything. Maybe it's because I'm not skilled enough. Then what should we do? Are we going to wait for death here? The group of people were clamoring, one after another, all talking at once. It was very lively. The old man kept comforting everyone's emotions, and it was not easy for him to calm the crowd down. He said loudly, "Since none of you can break this array, then this old man's opinion is to break it with force. Let's attack together and use our strongest power. This old man doesn't believe that this damn array can withstand it." Old man's words make sense. Someone agreed, "With so many of us attacking together, even if there is a great array here, we will definitely be able to break it. After we break the array, everyone will have a share of the Tai divine purification water. Everyone will share it equally." Someone shouted. No one responded to this, which made him lose interest. Chapter 4090. The old man was the first to suggest that they work together to break the formation. Naturally, he would be the mediator. Everyone could only stay where they were. They could not get close to each other, nor could they move forward or backward. In this way, although there were many people here, they could not set up a formation. They could only use the divine technique to combine their strength. After the discussion, the old man was about to give an order when he suddenly saw Yang Kai's strange expression. He turned his head and said, "Young friend, you seem to have found something?" Yang Kai's eyes were full of splendor. He nodded and said, "I have some idea, but I can't understand it. I need some time." The old man's eyes lit up. "Since you have found something, why don't you tell us so that we can study it together?" Yes, one person's wisdom is short, but the wisdom of many is long. Why don't you tell us what you found, and we can solve this problem together? Someone agreed. Yang Kai sneered. "It's my ability that I found something. Why should I tell you?" The old man's face darkened. He scolded angrily, "Young man, you are so rude." The old man beside him also shook his head. "Young friend, you are wrong. We are trapped here and need to work together to get out. Young friend, it's better not to hide anything now." Yang Kai said lightly, "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but you won't understand even if I tell you." The old man shook his head and sighed. "Keeping things to yourself will only harm others. This young man is really arrogant. Young man, don't run away when we get out of here. I will talk to you properly." Yang Kai ignored him. He closed his eyes and released his divine sense, silently sensing the situation. Seeing him like this, the old man no longer tried to force the issue and began coordinating with everyone. As soon as he gave the order, the power of his secret treasures burst forth, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate violently, creating layer after layer of ripples that spread outwards. Everyone watched anxiously. Even when the power of the divine technique dissipated, there was no change in the surroundings. The old man's face darkened. He shouted, "Again!" Another round of divine technique was displayed. The rumbling sounds were endless. The scene of hundreds of cultivators attacking together was quite spectacular. Moreover, in order to escape, very few people held back. Every attack could be said to be at full strength. The void trembled, and the universe was overturned. The aftermath of the power spread out, and rings of light trembled endlessly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 6 hours. Hundreds of cultivators were so tired that they almost vomited blood. Their faces were pale, and their breathing was unstable. They were all from the Emperor realm. Although they had their own opportunities in the great cosmological realm and had condensed a lot of yin, yang, and 5 elements power, they could not hold on for long periods of time. However, after such a long time, there was no effect at all. Many people were discouraged. The old man kept trying to boost their morale, but there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to let them rest for a while and recover their strength. He turned his head and saw that Yang Kai was still standing in the same place, not moving at all. He could not help but feel a little annoyed. They were all risking their lives to break out of this predicament and leave this place. This young man, on the other hand, was just standing there calmly and seemed to be comprehending the mystery. Who knew if he was saving his strength and waiting for the critical moment to reap the benefits? At this moment, hundreds of people suddenly rushed in together and fell into this invisible cage. It was the cultivator who had been hit by the illusion that had finally recovered. They wanted to snatch the Tai divine purification water, but in the end, they followed in the footsteps of their predecessors. Like the previous cultivator, these newcomers rushed forward desperately, but they were still in the same place. They could not get close to the white jade trough at all. Everyone looked at these newcomers with pity, as if they had known this would happen. The old man explained the situation in a clear voice, and only then did they stop struggling. Now that hundreds of friends have fallen into this place, our strength has increased greatly. This time, we will definitely be able to break out of this predicament. The old man was very excited. Everyone quickly rest. We will attack together in 2 hours. Everyone cheered loudly. 2 hours later, under the old man's command, nearly 1,000 people performed the divine technique together. Its power was more than twice as strong as before. Another few hours later, nearly 1,000 people stood in the same place with pale faces, panting and looking defeated. So many of them attacked together, but they could not shake this invisible cage at all. Everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. They really did not know how to break out of this predicament. There is no unbreakable formation in this world. This old man does not believe in heresy. Everyone, take a rest. We will start all over again. Although the old man had consumed a lot of energy, he was still very motivated. Unfortunately, morale was something that could be boosted at the first spurt, weakened at the second, and exhausted at the third. After a few times, many people became pessimistic. They no longer had the same enthusiasm as before. When they attacked together for the third time, many people were just coping with it. Although the old man was angry, he could do nothing about it. Suddenly, a loud laugh sounded. Yang Kai, who had been comprehending the mysteries with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flickered as he stared at the void in front of him and praised, "Wonderful, wonderful. So that's how it is." As he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward. When he took this step, everyone's eyes widened as they stared at him in shock. This was because this step had actually been taken. Before this, all the cultivators who had been trapped here, no matter how they tried to escape, looked like they were walking on the same spot. Little friend? The old man looked at Yang Kai nervously. How did you do it? Although Yang Kai had a smile on his face, his eyes were very serious. He said casually, "Space folds and extends. It seems like it is only a distance of 1,000 feet, but in fact, no matter how you run, the space under your feet will extend infinitely, giving people the illusion that they are walking in the same place. It turns out that the great Tao of space can be used like this. This world is really magical." As he spoke, Yang Kai took another step forward. At the same time, the seal in his body suddenly solidified. His seal was the great Tao of void. Now that he was trapped in this predicament, he had gained something from comprehending it for a long time, which made his seal stronger. One must know that his seal had been solidified by the Tao-e divine water. It was extremely difficult to improve it. It was obvious that he had gained a lot from comprehending it this time. Space folds and extends? The old man and the other cultivator were confused, but Xiang Ying frowned thoughtfully. "You won't understand even if I tell you. Just stand there and wait. Wait for me to take the divine water and you will be able to escape." Yang Kai was too lazy to explain too much. This was related to the great Tao of space and the great Tao of space. Without saying that they had cultivated it, they would not be able to understand it. Step by step, Yang Kai stepped forward. Although his speed was slow, he was indeed approaching the white jade trough. After Yang Kai had taken 10 steps, Xiang Ying suddenly moved the purple bamboo in his hand in the direction he had taken. Above the purple bamboo, a layer of purple light rippled, and Xiang Ying's figure strangely moved forward a meter. Yang Kai sensed something and turned around, just in time to see this scene. His heart skipped a beat as he wondered if Xiang Ying also cultivated the great Tao of space. Xiang Ying looked up at him and nodded gently, "Many thanks, Brother Yang, for enlightening me." The purple bamboo in his hand moved forward again, and a purple light rippled as his figure moved forward again. This guy did not cultivate the great Tao of space. Yang Kai did not feel any fluctuations of space principles from him. The only reason he could do this was because of the purple bamboo's power. The purple bamboo gave Yang Kai a feeling that it could break through all methods. Strictly speaking, the strangeness of this place could be considered a divine technique, but it was a divine technique born from the heavens and earth. Under the purple bamboo's effect, it naturally could not affect Xiang Ying. Is this purple bamboo Saint Herb really so strong? Yang Kai glanced at Grape and Little Mushroom on his shoulder and suddenly felt that these two were too weak. Under the watchful eyes of nearly 1,000 people, Yang Kai stepped forward one step at a time while Xiang Ying drifted forward like a ghost. The two of them kept moving closer to the white jade trough. Although Yang Kai was a few steps ahead, he was quickly caught up by Xiang Ying. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the two of them were only a few meters away from the white jade trough. Xiang Ying suddenly raised his hand and pointed the purple bamboo at Yang Kai, saying lightly, "Brother Yang, Please excuse me. With this point, Yang Kai took a step forward but was unable to do so and instead remained in place. In that instant, Xiang Ying threw himself in front of the white jade trough and raised his hand to summon a jade bottle, snatching the extreme divine purification water from the stone trough. Yang Kai laughed. If you hadn't taken action against me, I would have hesitated, but since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Pushing his space principles, Yang Kai shouted, "Retreat!" Xiang Ying was just about to take the extreme divine purification water from the stone trough into his jade bottle, but at that moment, his vision blurred and his hand disappeared. When he regained his senses, he had unknowingly returned to his original position, 1,000 meters away from the stone trough. Xiang Ying's face suddenly became as black as the bottom of a pot. He had used the purple bamboo heaven-breaking earth divine technique to approach the stone trough step by step, but how could he compare to Yang Kai comprehending the essence of this divine technique and borrowing it for his own use? One was breaking, the other was borrowing. The difference between the two was obvious. Beside the white jade trough, Yang Kai stood alone, looking down at the divine water in the trough with a grin on his face. There was no need for a container. With a single thought, Yang Kai opened his sealed world bead and carefully stored the extreme divine purification water in the white jade trough. There was a lot of extreme divine purification water, enough for dozens of people to use. After a short while, Yang Kai had collected all the divine water. The group of people looked at him with envy and annoyance. Yang Kai's actions were not even giving them a sip of the divine water. The moment Yang Kai collected all the extreme divine purification water, the white jade stone platform in front of him suddenly distorted, gradually becoming transparent and soon disappeared. The extreme divine purification water bell was born with the essence of heaven and earth. The white jade trough seemed to be solid, but in fact, it was just a manifestation of the heaven and earth principles. When the divine water disappeared, so did the container. At the same time, the invisible force that had been binding everyone disappeared completely. The moment they were free, dozens of people leaped into the air and rushed towards Yang Kai, shouting, "Junior, leave the divine water behind." Chapter 4091. Since ancient times, wealth had moved people's hearts. If it was an ordinary treasure, it would be fine, but this Tai divine purification water was extremely precious. The great cosmological realm itself was a huge natural treasure trove that no one had set foot in for thousands of years, but no one had ever heard of the appearance of Tai divine purification water. It was only in this ancient land that everyone had the opportunity to find it, so it was not surprising that it attracted everyone's attention. Not to mention, Yang Kai had a transformed sacred herb on his left and right shoulders. They had long noticed the existence of Pu Bai Xiong and the little mushroom, but they had been unable to think too much about it when they were trapped. Now that they had escaped, their minds immediately became active. 2 transformed sacred herbs and a pool of Tai divine purification water were enough to make anyone risk their lives. Dozens of people took the lead to attack, each of them aggressive and merciless. Obviously, they were all planning to kill Yang Kai and seize the treasures. The remaining people reacted a little slower, but they followed closely behind, clamoring incessantly. Yang Kai stood in place and looked around coldly. The dozens of people pounced on him with an indifferent expression, and he snorted coldly, "If it weren't for me, you would still be trapped in that invisible cage. I helped you escape, but you don't want to repay me, and now you want to bite the hand that feeds you? Human nature is really cold, it makes me bitterly disappointed." One of them laughed and said, "Little brother, you're right. Come with me quickly, don't pay attention to this group of ungrateful people." He was the first to pounce in front of Yang Kai, reaching out to grab Yang Kai. In that big hand, the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements lingered, turning into a territory field that reinforced and restrained each other and enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't even bother to look at him, instead lifting his finger and pressing it against his forehead. With a hiss, a blood arrow shot out from the back of this person's head. That person stood still in front of Yang Kai, his big hands stretched out, but as if he had been immobilized, he did not move at all. Dozens of divine technique enveloped Yang Kai at the same time. His figure swayed, and dragon shields flew around his body. The next moment, A sky full of light enveloped him. Someone cried out in alarm, "You guys, be gentler. Don't shatter those 2 stalks of Saint Medicine." However, these words were clearly shouted a little too late. Seeing Yang Kai's figure disappear under the numerous divine technique, that person's face twitched, and his heart ached so much that it was bleeding. With such a crazy attack, how could those 2 stalks of saintly medicine still be preserved? Most likely, they had already been smashed into fine powder. The might of the divine technique gradually dispersed, and a figure appeared once again. Everyone's expression instantly changed slightly, and they exclaimed endlessly. It was Yang Kai who stood on the spot without the slightest injury, and even his clothes didn't have the slightest crease. On the contrary, the first few dozen people who had pounced over suddenly froze on the spot. Accompanied by a series of soft hissing sounds, arrows of blood shot out from the back of these people's heads, and they fell on their backs, instantly losing all signs of life. There was a bloody hole on each of these people's foreheads, piercing through their heads and consciousness, and obliterating their divine sense. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror, as if they had seen something extremely frightening before they died. A series of gasps rang out, and the figures charging toward Yang Kai suddenly froze on the spot, their gazes slightly trembling as they looked ahead. In that instant of chaos just now, no one saw clearly how Yang Kai had attacked. They only saw that these few dozen people had taken the initiative to attack, and all of them had died an unnatural death. On Yang Kai's shoulder, Pu Baixiong trembled like a sieve, and his face was ashen. Just now, when he saw Yang Kai being surrounded and attacked, he thought that he was dead for sure. Who would have thought that after a single exchange, the few dozen people who had attacked him would all die? He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise in his heart, "This guy is so strong?" He was a saint medicine that had taken human form, and wasn't too clear about the strength of a human cultivator, but Yang Kai could instantly kill several dozen people with his own strength, so his strength was obviously not bad. Blood flowed, and the smell of blood filled the air, and the sound of heartbeats rose one after another. Dozens of people fell to the ground, causing the remaining people to be both shocked and somewhat incredulous, and the atmosphere became extremely solemn for a time. Although there were many people here, they were as scattered as sand. Previously, they had worked together to solve the dilemma, but now that they wanted to seize the treasure, they naturally had their own thoughts, making it difficult for them to work together. Among the crowd, some people carefully looked at Yang Kai's face, and suddenly their eyes widened, and their bodies trembled violently. It was him, the god of slaughter from Red Star City. Although Yang Kai had displayed great power in Red Star City and many people had seen his face, in recent years, he had rarely appeared in front of outsiders, so there were not many people who knew him. Only the earliest cultivator in Red Star City had seen his face, and later people had only heard of his notoriety and never seen him again. However, this didn't mean that no one recognized him. Among the thousands of people here, there were always a few who had seen Yang Kai's fierce demeanor from afar. Before, they had been trapped in the invisible cage and didn't pay much attention to it, but now that they looked carefully, they recognized Yang Kai's identity. Suddenly, their faces turned pale and they turned to flee. As early as a few years ago, Yang Kai had killed thousands of people from Thunder Lightsword Pavilion by himself, and then massacred the entire Star City of Thunder Lightsword Pavilion. Even if there were thousands of people here, what could they do to him? If a fight really broke out, it was unknown how many people here could survive. There was great fear between life and death. Although the sacred transformation pill and Tai divine water were precious, how could they be more important than one's own life? Shwa shwa shwa, nearly 100 people quickly left. It wasn't that these people knew Yang Kai, but rather that they had formed teams to explore and search for treasure in this land of no elders. If one person in the team recognized Yang Kai's identity, they would naturally call for their companions to leave this place quickly, otherwise, a disaster would befall them. The rest of the people didn't know why these people left in a hurry and thought that they were scared away by Yang Kai's strange means. The old man who had called for everyone to break out of this situation raised his arms and shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid, he's just one person. There are so many of us here, even if we all spit at him, he'll be drowned." Someone nodded in agreement. "Yes, This junior is alone. What is there to be afraid of? Those cowardly rats have already left. It just so happens that we have one less opponent. The old man put on a compassionate look as he stroked his long beard and said, "Little brother, the heavens are benevolent. If you are willing to leave behind the 2 sacred medicines and Tai divine water, this old master and the others are not willing to kill you. This old master can make the decision to let you escape unscathed. What do you think?" Yang Kai glanced at him lightly and said, "There are so many of you here, and I only have 2 sacred medicines and Tai divine water. What should I do? Why don't all of you fight to the death first, and when there are only 2 people left, this king's treasures can be divided. That way, there won't be any problems." The old man smiled lightly. "Now that things have gotten to this point, why bother trying to sow discord, little brother?" Someone shouted, "Leave your space rings behind too. This boy must have other good things on him." Yes, this way we won't have to worry about not having enough to share." Yang Kai said slowly, "There are quite a few good things in my space ring." Saying so, he casually took out an item. A 6th grade item. Someone's breath quickened. "That's a divine essence-fused stone. If you can refine it, you can cultivate divine essence-fused light." Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai took out another 6th grade item and played with it in his hand. Another exclamation sounded. "Another 6th grade item. This should be a blood flame jade. If you can refine it, you can cultivate divine burning blood flame." Another 6th grade item. Exclamations continued as Yang Kai took out 6th grade treasures one after another, and everyone's expression changed from the initial surprise to shock, and then to endless greed. In just a short time, Yang Kai had taken out more than 26th grade items, and none of them were the same, each one was different. A huge question appeared in everyone's hearts. Where did this boy get so many treasures? They had been in the great cosmological boundary for more than a decade, and although they had obtained some good things, they had never seen a 6th grade treasure before. But this boy in front of them had obtained more than 20 kinds of treasures, and these were the ones he had taken out. So how many did he not take out? This boy was simply a walking treasure trove. A burst of laughter sounded as the old man's eyes lit up and he nodded. "Little brother, you really have a lot of good things. This is definitely enough to share." Yang Kai nodded. "I'm afraid you won't have the life to spend them." Tilting his head and looking somewhere in the crowd, he grinned. "Does Brother Xiang also want to make things difficult for me?" Xiang Ying stood there silently, his expression cold and resolute, not saying a word. Yang Kai sighed slightly. "After several years of seclusion, the world has forgotten my name. Even a clown dares to challenge this king's dignity." Putting away the treasures in his hand, he said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. If you want treasures, come and get them yourselves." The old man shouted, "Since little brother is so stubborn, then don't blame us for not showing mercy. Attack." Shwa, shwa, shwa. Figures pounced at Yang Kai one after another. Nearly 1,000 people attacked together, and the scene was spectacular. Before they arrived, one divine technique after another was already used. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly, standing in place as if he was scared silly. Pu Baixiong grabbed his hair nervously and shouted, "Quickly hide!" Little Mushroom shrunk his neck, directly hiding his whole body under the mushroom umbrella. A world-destroying aura enveloped him, and seeing that those attacks were all about to reach him, Yang Kai suddenly shook his body, raised his hand, and pointed. A golden crow flew out from his fingertip. That golden crow was small, only the size of a palm, but it was vivid as if it was a living thing. With a cry, the golden crow spread its wings and flew toward the countless divine technique, its body covered in raging flames. The power of the divine technique slammed into the golden crow, but not only did it not shatter, the golden crow even absorbed the power of the divine technique. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, 4 turned into 8. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with golden crows, following the source of the divine technique and pouncing toward the cultivator. Many of the cultivator paled in fright. Some hurriedly retreated, while others used their power to block, forming a protective barrier around their bodies. However, the golden crow true flames were extremely domineering, and even heaven-opening cultivators were unable to block them, let alone these cultivators from the Emperor realm. Any cultivator that was pounced on by the golden crow was instantly set ablaze, turning into a fireball as they cried out in agony. One figure after another fell from the sky like dumplings, their vitality extinguished before they hit the ground. Chapter 4092. This is the Golden Crow Primordial Fire? A cultivator's expression changed drastically as he cried out in shock. Those little golden crows were extremely lifelike and had obvious characteristics. It was difficult for anyone not to recognize them. Many cultivators were shocked and hurriedly retreated. But how could they retreat? Those little golden crows pounced over and burned them into fireballs, causing them to scream and fall. The scene was empty. More than half of the 1,000 cultivators were killed in an instant. The cultivators who were lucky enough to survive all screamed in fear and used various escape techniques to escape. You want to run now? Too late. Yang Kai snorted coldly and activated the space principles. In an instant, with himself as the center, the space within 1,000 feet radius was under his control. A cultivator looked back as he fled, and then saw a scene that shocked him to his core. No matter how hard he tried, he could not open up the distance between Yang Kai and himself. It was as if he could not move forward. This scene was familiar. It was the experience of falling into the invisible spherical cage. In that invisible cage, everyone was in the same situation. They desperately rushed toward the white jade trough, but no matter what they did, they could not get close at all. Could it be that the restriction of heaven and earth had reappeared? Just as this thought popped up, a golden crow had already pounced over and covered him. After 10 breaths, charred corpses fell one after another, and their vitality was extinguished. Of the 1,000 cultivators who fell into this place, except for the 100 or so who recognized Yang Kai and fled at the beginning, the rest died without a burial place. Yang Kai slowly exhaled a turbid breath. He was neither happy nor shocked, but there was a hint of contemplation in his eyes. The restriction of heaven and earth naturally could not reappear. The reason why so many cultivators were stuck in the same place was because he had activated the space principles. The mysteries of the space folding and space extension allowed him to see another unique use of the space principles, and he benefited a lot from it. By activating the space principles, he could also use methods similar to the restriction of heaven and earth. This method was not a secret art, nor was it a divine technique. It was just a flexible use of the space principles. It was just that he had never thought of this before. This encounter had opened a window for him, allowing his attainments in the great Tao of space to take another step forward. After testing it out, he found that it was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Turning his head, Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Thank you, Brother Xiang, for your help." Previously, he thought that Xiang Ying was also tempted by the wealth and wanted to make things difficult for him. However, when those people made their moves, he found that he was wrong. Xiang Ying was mixed in the crowd, and the purple bamboo in her hand was quietly poking around. She was secretly attacking those people. However, his actions were very subtle. At that time, everyone's attention was attracted by the wealth on Yang Kai's body, so no one realized that he had secretly killed him. More than a dozen people had died at his hands. My actions were superfluous. Xiang Ying slowly shook his head and put away the purple bamboo. "Farewell, we'll meet again." His character seemed to be very proud and aloof. Previously, he had only taken action because he was not used to seeing those people bullying him with numbers. However, after seeing Yang Kai's strength with his own eyes, he knew that even if he did not take action, those ugly melons and cracked dates could not do anything to Yang Kai. Staring at his back, Yang Kai watched him leave, thinking to himself that this guy was quite an interesting person. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering where he came from and which divine spirit had chosen him as a vessel. But in any case, Xiang Ying had obtained the Saint Medicine purple bamboo on this trip and had a divine spirit to lay a solid foundation for him. If he could leave the great cosmological realm alive, there would definitely be a place for him in the 3,000 worlds in the future. In fact, every time the great cosmological realm opened, countless young masters would be born. There were too many treasures in the great cosmological realm, and high-quality materials that were rare in the outside world were everywhere here. As long as one's luck was not too bad, One could always obtain some opportunities in the great cosmological realm and lay the foundation for breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. However, the premise was that one had to leave this place alive. With a slight thought, Yang Kai's divine sense enveloped the surroundings, searching for the space rings left behind by the dead cultivator. Although Yang Kai had many treasures now, these people had fought in the great cosmological realm for more than a decade, so they should have obtained some good things, so he naturally could not miss them. One space ring after another flew towards him and was thrown into the sealed world bead. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his brow and looked in a certain direction, saying in surprise, "There's still a fish that slipped through the net?" With a flick of his finger, a moon blade flew in that direction. In the perception of his divine sense, there was still a faint aura there. Obviously, someone had survived and was secretly hiding, which was a little beyond his expectations. However, the other party's concealment was not perfect, and Yang Kai's divine sense was powerful enough to give himself away. With a swish, the moon blade cut through space and slashed in that direction. Below a charred corpse, a figure soared into the sky. The crescent blade brushed past his feet, almost cutting off his legs. However, that person's expression did not change. He turned around in midair and quickly fled into the distance. His movements were extremely nimble. Yang Kai laughed. "Still want to run?" With a thought, the space folded again, and in an instant, no matter how that person ran, he could not escape. Yang Kai frowned slightly, because what he saw was that this person was not running in place, but was instead slowly moving forward. Although his speed was very slow, he was indeed moving forward. This person was affected by his space Tao and could not escape from the expanding space, but he was not as powerless as the others before him. This guy seems to have some skill. Of course, this also had something to do with Yang Kai. He had just comprehended this method and was not very proficient in using it. It was easy to bully some weak people, but when faced with a strong opponent, it would have flaws. After running for a while, that person seemed to have noticed that something was wrong and turned his head to look back, only to see Yang Kai walking towards him step by step. Knowing that he could not escape, he could not help but sigh, simply stopping and smiling bitterly. "Brother, do you want to kill me? I didn't attack you before, I was just watching the show." Then the price you paid for watching the show was a bit high. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile that did not reach his eyes. The person shrugged. "Who said so?" Suddenly, his face turned serious. "Brother, what do I have to do for you to let me go?" "Did I say?" Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed at him. "Do I have to let you go?" The golden crow whistled and rushed towards that person. That person's face turned serious, suddenly forming a seal with both hands and shouting, "Immovable mountain!" Roar. A beast roar resounded through the sky, and then a layer of yellow light suddenly appeared around that person's body. It was the power of the earth element he had condensed. The power of the earth element was rich and pure, not inferior to Yang Kai's. It was at least a 7th grade earth element. The power of the earth element twisted and transformed into the phantom of a giant tortoise, protecting him in the middle. The golden crow swooped down and crashed into the phantom of the giant tortoise, but it could not hurt him and was completely blocked. The golden crow true fire had always been successful, and this was the first time it had been blocked by someone. Yang Kai's expression changed. Divine technique Dharma idol. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. This phantom of the giant tortoise had not reached the level of the divine technique Dharma idol. It should be a defensive divine technique that this person had comprehended through his own earth element, just like his dragon shield. Amidst the crackling sounds, the golden crow true fire and the phantom of the giant tortoise continued to collide. A moment later, the golden crow dissipated, but the phantom of the giant tortoise was still as solid as a rock. The person wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and squeezed out a smile. "Brother, where there is room for error, there is room for mercy." The bearer of the thick earth mystic tortoise? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He had seen all kinds of divine spirits in the periphery of the land of noblemen, some in their original forms, some in human form, but he had not seen the thick earth mystic tortoise, so he assumed that it was mixed in with the crowd in human form. The defensive divine technique that this person in front of him had displayed turned into the image of the thick earth mystic tortoise, so it was obvious that he had inherited the true teachings of the thick earth mystic tortoise. Zhu Juyin had once told him that the divine spirits had put in a lot of effort for their bearers. Some divine spirits had even split a part of their inner elixir's power to help their bearers condense yin and yang and the 5 elements, so that they could win the battle of spirit seizing. The nature of Zhu Jiuyin's inner elixir was not suitable, so Yang Kai had never made this request. However, the thick earth mystic tortoise was different. It was an earth divine spirit, and the power of its inner elixir was pure earth element power. If it split a part of its power to its bearer, it could condense the power of the 7th level. These bearers, because they had a part of the power of the inner elixir of the divine spirit, could display some of the divine spirit's abilities, which were very powerful. Zhu Jiuyin had warned him that if he encountered such a bearer, he must be careful, because no one could tell what kind of trump card they had, and if he was not careful, he would die. Yang Kai did not expect to encounter such a bearer who had obtained the true inheritance of the divine spirit so quickly. Not to mention the other abilities of the thick earth mystic tortoise, its defense was outstanding. The bearer in front of him had obtained the power of the divine spirit, so he could naturally withstand the burning of the golden crow primordial fire. That person greeted with one palm. Feng Yu greets brother Yang. I have heard of your name for a long time, and now that I have met you today, you are indeed outstanding. I admit that I am inferior. Grape called out, Master, this guy is flattering you. Little Mushroom, who was on the other shoulder, nodded vigorously with a look of disdain. Feng Yu said seriously, I am speaking from the bottom of my heart, not flattering. Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the giant tortoise phantom outside his body, making a dull thud. He said in surprise, Your tortoise shell is quite hard. Feng Yu smiled slightly, the thick earth mystic tortoise is good at defense. Junior brother has obtained its true inheritance and inherited this ability. I have made a fool of myself in front of brother. Yang Kai praised, with this ability, I am afraid that only those divine spirits in the great cosmological realm can hurt you. Feng Yu blushed with shame, but they are still no match for brother. Brother's space Tao is unpredictable, and the golden crow primordial fire can burn anything. It is truly fascinating. Hand over your space ring. Yang Kai stretched out his hand. Huh. Feng Yu was stunned. Yang Kai stared at him without saying a word. Grape called out, Brat, Master is asking you to hand over your space ring. Master is going to rob you. The corner of Feng Yu's mouth twitched. Brother, I thought we could sit down and have a good chat. Chapter 4093. If you want to talk, we can talk later. Give me your space ring. You must have obtained a lot of good things from the thick earth black tortoise, right? If it weren't for the tortoise's shell, Yang Kai's hand would have almost reached Feng Yu's nose. Feng Yu angrily retorted, Brother, how can you be like this? You have so many treasures, do you still need my little belongings? Even if you rob me, it won't increase your wealth by much. Yang Kai indifferently said, You have to be punished for your mistakes. Feng Yu angrily said, I really didn't attack you. After a pause, he weakly said, Fine, I secretly attacked you, but I didn't mean to kill you. I just wanted to see if there was a gap between us. He should have recognized Yang Kai long ago and heard of Yang Kai's deeds. Although he had obtained the thick earth black tortoise's true inheritance and cultivated the earth element with the power of its monster core, he wasn't confident he could beat Yang Kai by much. Just now, he had mixed in with the crowd and quietly attacked just to test how much he had grown recently. Who knew the result would be such a blow to him? Would he be able to snatch the innate spirit fruit and satisfy the thick earth black tortoise's request? Sighing slightly, Feng Yu said, Brother, you can't kill me. My coiling stone seal can't be broken without wild force. With this seal, no one in this land of eternity can kill me. Yang Kai slowly said, Your divine technique is indeed good, but it should consume a lot of energy to use, right? Not to mention whether I can break your shell. Even if I can't, I can still exhaust you to death, unless you have a way to escape from me. Feng Yu's face paled and he swayed. Brother's eyesight is really sharp. What Kai Yang said wasn't wrong. Although the boulder seal's defense wasn't bad, using it required a huge amount of energy. Maintaining it for a long period of time was especially taxing on his body. Even if he used all his strength, he could only maintain it for half an hour. After half an hour, he would be completely exhausted and the boulder seal would collapse. Yang Kai was proficient in the space Dao, and he couldn't escape, so stalling for time was meaningless to him. It could be said that Yang Kai's words were hurtful. Fang Yu's face withered. Junior brother admits defeat. Brother, please show mercy. Saying so, he sighed heavily, then dispersed the coiling stone seal, and threw the space ring in his hand to Kai. Yang Kai's TSSSSS, Yang Kai, Yang Kai. If it weren't for Zhu Jiuyin, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to obtain the Tao-E divine water and cultivate the Yin-Yang inverse 5 elements profound universe sutra. Seeing Yang Kai take out one good thing after another from the ring, Fang Yu was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He kept shouting, "Enough, brother, you should at least leave some for me." Yang Kai ignored him and continued to fiddle with the ring. After a while, he threw the space ring back to him. Fang Yu caught it and checked the ring. He immediately groaned and clutched his chest in grief and indignation. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Although the rings were Fang Yu felt like more than 10 kilograms of flesh had been cut off from his body. It was so painful. He grabbed the space ring, turned around, and left at a ridiculously fast speed. Farewell, we won't meet again. He didn't want to run into Yang Kai again. This time, he admitted defeat. Although he lost a lot of things, he still managed to save his life. He ran for 1,000 kilometers before looking back and seeing that Yang Kai didn't chase after him. He breathed a sigh of relief and comforted himself. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. They're just worldly possessions. I can't bring them with me when I'm born, and I can't take them with me when I die. I'll just throw them away. Fang Yu landed on a boulder and thought back to his previous encounter. He couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. They were both from the Emperor realm and he had been nurtured by the thick earth black tortoise for several years, but in the end he found that there was still a huge gap between him and Yang Kai. Just as he was feeling dejected, he suddenly noticed that the boulder under his feet was a little strange. It looked like a blooming lotus flower with layer upon layer, and he was standing in the middle of it. He couldn't help but raise his brow and look at it with interest. In the next moment, the ground beneath his feet shook, and the stone lotus suddenly closed. Fang Yu was caught off guard, and was directly trapped in the middle, unable to escape. He was shocked in his heart. It was truly a case of when it rains, the boat meets the wind. After the stone lotus swallowed Fang Yu, it immediately rose from the ground and its roots turned into 2 long legs, flying into the distance. Inside the stone lotus, Fang Yu shouted, "Immovable as a mountain." 10 days later, Yang Kai climbed to the top of a mountain and headed towards a certain place on the peak under Pu Baixiong's guidance. It didn't take long for them to reach their destination. Pu Baixiong jumped down from Yang Kai's shoulder and shouted, little gourd, Master Pu is here to see you." The reason he came here was because Pu Baixiong told Yang Kai that there was also a Saint Herb here. In this elder's land, there weren't many Saint Herbs that could transform into human form, but they weren't few either. Pu Baixiong knew that there were 7 or 8 kinds of Saint Herbs, each of which was extraordinary and had different effects. Take the 2 kinds that Yang Kai obtained for example. The bunch of berries on Pu Baixiong's head had extraordinary medicinal effects. Not only did it have healing properties, but it also had the ability to improve one's cultivation. It could be said to be an extremely rare species. The mysterious rainbow mushroom had the ability to cause illusions. When the invisible spores spread out, an ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to resist them. When Yang Kai fell into the fog, he was careless and fell into it. In the end, he had to rely on the demon eye of annihilation and the soul-warming lotus to keep his mind clear. There was also Xiang Ying's purple bamboo, which seemed to have the ability to break through 10,000 techniques. Not all Saint Herbs were for consumption. When plants and trees gained sentience, they could transform into human form and become Saint Herbs. At the top of this mountain, there was another Saint Herb. According to Pu Baixiong, it was a gourd vine. There were 7 gourds on this vine, each of which corresponded to the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. The quality of these 7 gourds was extremely good. With the help of the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, a cultivator could condense the corresponding Dao seal. It could be said that if one could obtain this gourd vine, they would have an inexhaustible supply of cultivation resources. However, although Yang Kai had gone through a lot of hardships to reach this place, he couldn't detect any signs of life with his divine sense. Pu Baixiong shouted a few more times, stretching out his roots and scratching his head. Where did this gourd go? Yang Kai frowned slightly and walked over to a place. After looking around for a while, he said, "No need to shout." Hearing this, Pu Baixiong rushed over and climbed onto Yang Kai's shoulder. Following Yang Kai's gaze, he saw some traces of battle in front of him, filled with the power of the 5 elements. He immediately shouted, "Who did this little gourd fight with?" Yang Kai nodded his head and said, "I'm afraid that someone beat us to it." Previously, when he went to look for the purple bamboo, it was the same. It was only later that he found out that the purple bamboo was in Xiang Ying's hands. In the past 10 days, Pu Baixiong had instructed Yang Kai to look for those transformed sacred herbs. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything at every place they went. Those sacred herbs were either hidden or had been snatched away by someone else. This was already the 3rd place that Yang Kai had run to, and the 3 sacred herbs, including the little gourd, were nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai wasn't too sure what happened to the other sacred herbs, but the sacred herb here should have been snatched away by someone else. The traces of battle here were very scattered, which meant that many people had besieged that sacred herb. No matter how extraordinary that gourd vine was, it would have been difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. There were also many bloodstains that hadn't dried up yet on the ground, which should have been caused by the gourd vine. Pu Baixiong said in annoyance, "If we had known, we would have come over faster. Master, don't be afraid, I'll bring you to find Aku. That fellow's place is only a 3-day journey from here." The little mushroom shrunk its neck. "Don't go find Aku, right? Every time I see him, I'll be in trouble." Pu Baixiong reprimanded, "Master wants the sacred herb, who are you to tell him what to do?" The little mushroom pouted angrily, and turned its head to the side in a fit of pique. Yang Kai shook his head. "No need, proper business is more important. Bring me to that fruit tree." Close to 200,000 people had rushed into the Elder's land, and even if there were countless casualties recently, more than half of them were still alive. These people were active in various parts of the Elder's land, and if there were any good things, they would have long been dug out by them. Those sacred herbs were the best example. Yang Kai was afraid that if he delayed any longer, even the primordial spirit fruit would be taken by someone else. At that time, he wouldn't be able to report to Zhu Jiuyin, and he and the others would be in danger. "Are we going to find the old tree?" Pu Baixiong replied, "All right, but master, you have to be careful. That old tree is not to be trifled with, and the place where he lives is filled with danger. If you're not careful, you'll be in trouble. You just have to lead the way." Pu Baixiong immediately pointed the way for Yang Kai, and after descending the mountain, Yang Kai sped along the way. He didn't stop along the way, and from time to time, he would encounter a cultivator rushing back and forth. There were also many people fighting endlessly, and almost every moment, there would be people dying in the Elder's land. After traveling for less than 2 days, Pu Baixiong said, "Master, we're almost there. Do you see that mountain in front? The old tree lives on that mountain." Yang Kai looked up, and indeed, there was a tall mountain in the distance, but because it was too far away, he couldn't see it clearly. Right at this time, Yang Kai suddenly felt something, and turned his head to a direction, only to see a figure rushing towards the mountain. That person wasn't old, looking to be in his early 20s, but his chi was extremely condensed, showing that his foundation was solid. What Yang Kai cared about wasn't this person, but something on his shoulder. It was a stalk of sacred herb. There was a stalk of holy medicine that looked like a bitter gourd. Its entire body was wrinkled, and there was a face on the gourd. It was gloomy and miserable, and its brows were tightly knitted. It was as if all the misfortune in the world had gathered on its body, and it had an expression that said that it had nothing left to live for. "Aku!" Little Mushroom immediately cried out. Chapter 4094. Was this the Aku that Grape and Little Mushroom had mentioned before? Yang Kai's expression changed as he carefully sized up the sacred medicine Aku. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. The appearance of this sacred medicine was terrible, and he did not know what magical effects it had. Right at this moment, Ku sighed heavily. I'm Ku. This long sigh seemed to want to squeeze out all his internal organs. Yang Kai only felt his mind shake, and a feeling of depression surged uncontrollably in his heart. He suddenly felt that everything was meaningless. So what if he had wasted more than 10 years in the Great Void Realm and collected unimaginable wealth? It was nothing more than a pile of dead things piled up in his space ring. So what if he had risked his life to search for the natural spirit fruit in this land of no elders? In the end, it was Zhu Jiuyin who benefited, and he could not even eat a piece of the fruit. He had spent so much effort to jump out of the shackles of the universe and come to the outside world. He had narrowly escaped death several times, but what could he get in return? Perhaps by the time he found the world tree, the star boundary would have already collapsed, and the billions of creatures in the star boundary would have long disappeared. All kinds of negative emotions hidden in the depths of his heart surged up together with the sacred medicine Aku's sigh, almost completely drowning his mind. His figure slowly slowed down as he lost sight of the target of the battle. On Yang Kai's shoulder, Pu Baixiong covered his face with his roots and choked with sobs. I, Pu Baixiong, will change my name to Pu 99 Xiong from now on. How can I go out and meet people? Just let me die. The little mushroom sat on Yang Kai's shoulder and wailed, Why am I crying? I'm so sad, waha. Yang Kai groaned and bit the tip of his tongue hard, and the taste of blood filled his mouth. With the soul-warming lotus protecting his soul, he finally recovered his mind. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat as he looked at the sacred medicine Aku with fear. This thing was really strange. No wonder Little Mushroom was so afraid of him before and said that every time he saw him, he felt that it was extremely bitter. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed so. That sigh sounded normal, but it had a mysterious power that stirred up the dark side of everyone's heart, making them unable to control themselves. The one who got Ku was a young man with a fair complexion. He didn't look much older than Yang Kai. At this moment, his face was gloomy. He punched Ku's head and gritted his teeth. Shut up. Don't talk when I don't let you. Ku shrank his head after being hit, and his wrinkled face became even more gloomy. He sighed heavily and said, But I'm really suffering. The young man staggered and almost fell to the ground. He didn't even look at Yang Kai and quickly left. After he left, Yang Kai heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Grape and the little mushroom also gradually recovered. They wiped the corners of their eyes and blinked blankly. They did not know why they were so heartbroken just now. Did we meet Aku? Pu Baixiong asked in surprise. Yang Kai nodded slightly and looked at the mountain in the distance. The young man seemed to have the same goal as him. He found this place so quickly because of Pu Baixiong's guidance, so the young man should have been guided by Ku. In that case, the group of people who got the sacred medicine would definitely have those sacred medicine to lead the way. It wouldn't be long before they gathered here. I knew it. Nothing good will happen when we meet Ku. This guy is simply a jinx. Pu Baixiong cursed. Are you sure that the fruit tree is on that mountain? Yang Kai asked. Pu Baixiong said, Yes, the old tree has always been on that mountain and has never moved its nest. Yang Kai took a light breath. It seems that we have to meet Ku. After saying that, his body swayed and he rushed in that direction. The destination was not too far away from Yang Kai, but it was more than that. It was at least 2,000 miles away. Pu Baixiong reminded him along the way, Master, you must be careful. Nothing good will happen when you meet Ku. He didn't say anything to you just now, right? Yang Kai said, No, he only said that he was bitter. Only then did Pu Baixiong heave a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. If he said anything to you, then it would be bad. Yang Kai didn't understand, but he didn't want to ask. 2 hours later, Yang Kai gradually approached the mountain. Suddenly, his expression changed and he stared at the mountain. What entered his eyes was a majestic fruit tree standing on the mountain peak. The tree's crown was so huge that it covered the entire mountain peak. The innate fruit tree. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Pu Baixiong was right, the old tree had taken root here. As long as he could get his hands on one of the innate fruit trees, he could exchange it for the safety of Yueha and the others. And this was his main goal in entering the land of elders. However, what made Yang Kai a little surprised was that he actually felt a faint trace of world force coming from the mountain peak. He couldn't help but frown. Where did this world force come from? It had to be known that in the great cosmological realm, the heaven-opening realm's small universe was sealed, so they couldn't use world force at all. If not for this, Yang Kai and the others wouldn't have been able to shine in the Emperor realm. Those heaven-opening realm cultivators would have already snatched away all the good things in the great cosmological realm. And those who entered the land of elders were all cultivators of the Emperor realm. These cultivators didn't have the heaven-opening realm in their bodies, so they couldn't use world force. But where the innate fruit tree was, there was indeed a faint trace of world force spreading out. At this time, a large number of cultivators had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Roughly counting, there were at least 1,000 cultivators present, and all of them were looking up at the mountain peak, staring fixedly at the innate fruit tree, greed gleaming in their eyes. Among the many cultivators, some were alone, some were in groups of 3 to 5, and some were in gangs. The largest group had more than 200 people, and they were obviously from the same force. Kai Yang's eyes swept over the crowd and he saw several familiar faces. Aku and the young man he met on the way were already here, standing alone at the side with their hands behind their backs. Their expressions were arrogant, and they seemed to be out of tune with the people around them. There was also Xiang Ying, who was holding the purple bamboo and nodding slightly at Yang Kai. With the guidance of the purple bamboo, he could naturally find this place. At this moment, Yang Kai felt something and suddenly turned his head to look in a direction, only to see a short man who looked extremely strong retracting his gaze indifferently. There was a vine wrapped around the man's body, and on the vine hung 7 small gourds. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Although it was only for a moment, he clearly felt a trace of hostility. In other words, this short man seemed to be hostile to him. However, Yang Kai had never seen this person before and did not know where he had offended him. What he was concerned about was the vine on the man's body. It was obviously a sacred medicine, and should be the small gourds that Grape had mentioned before. The 7 small gourds corresponded to the power of yin and yang, and the power contained in each small gourd was different. The short man was injured and covered in blood. He should have been in a battle with someone, and judging from his travel-worn appearance, he had probably just arrived here not long ago. "Brother Yang!" A shout was heard. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Su Zhen walking over. The little fatty was smiling wholeheartedly, and as he walked over, he looked at Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom on Yang Kai's shoulder with great interest. When he came closer, he said, "Is this the sacred medicine?" He was the carrier chosen by Zhu Yan and had received many benefits from Zhu Yan. Although he had been cultivating in seclusion all these years, he still kept in touch with Yang Kai. It could be said that in the entire great cosmological realm, besides Yu He and the others, he was the closest to Yang Kai. "Brother Su." Yang Kai greeted. Su Zhen clicked his tongue and said, "I heard that there are only 7 or 8 sacred medicines in the land of agelessness. Brother Yang is really lucky to have 2 of them. It's really enviable." "It's just luck." Yang Kai smiled faintly. Su Zhen stared at the grape on Pu Baixiong's head with great interest. "This grape? What's the effect of eating it?" Pu Baixiong flew into a rage. "It's your head. Little fatty, get over here. Uncle Pu will fight you for 300 rounds. Brandishing his roots, he was like a fox borrowing the tiger's might, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. Previously, when Kai Yang had eaten one of his grapes, he was still brooding over it. Now that he saw this little fatty having ideas about his grapes, he immediately became unhappy. "Interesting little thing." Su Zhen chuckled. He would not lower himself to Pu Baixiong's level. "Brother Su, since you've found this innate fruit tree, why are you still here?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Thousands of people had gathered here and were staring at the fruit tree on the top of the mountain, but no one came up the mountain. This made him a little confused. Su Zhen shook his head and sighed. It's not that simple. You see, this mountain is calm now, but in fact, it's full of hidden dangers. It's fine if you don't enter the mountain, but once you do, great danger will descend. Many people have already entered before, but unfortunately, none of them survived. Yang Kai's heart trembled when he heard this. He raised his head and looked carefully. Sure enough, there were many corpses of cultivators on the mountain. Roughly counting, there were at least 100 of them. These people died in all kinds of strange ways. Some were turned into stone sculptures, some were burned beyond recognition, and some were covered in wounds. It was a horrible sight. They should be the cultivator that entered the mountain before, but unfortunately, they all met with misfortune. But waiting like this is not a solution. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Su Jin said, "Everyone is waiting, and no one wants to be the one to take the lead. This is a stalemate." Yang Kai understood. Most likely, the people gathered here wanted to observe for a while longer to see if there were any flaws in the dangers in the mountain that could be exploited. At this moment, a large group of people approached quickly. The person in the lead was carrying a huge saber with a ghost head. There were a lot of people, at least 2,000 to 3,000 of them. They were like a torrent, rolling with an unstoppable momentum, causing the cultivator's expression to change slightly. "Di Tian," someone whispered, recognizing the origin of this group of people. At the same time, Yang Kai also saw the appearance of the person in the lead. That guy was Ding Yi. Chapter 4095. Di Tian's organization had risen in the great cosmological realm and was founded by Ding Yi. He had gathered many people over the years. The Land of Elders excluded those from the heaven-opening realm, and only those from the Emperor realm could enter. Di Tian had a great advantage because they were all from the Emperor realm. Previously, in the Rainbow Tunnel, Ding Yi had led Di Tian's group to block the tunnel and caused chaos, resulting in countless casualties. However, he had suffered at the hands of Yang Kai many years ago and almost lost his life. Ever since then, he had been extremely wary of Yang Kai, so he had always given Yang Kai face. Whether it was on the Origin Magnetic Mountain or in the Rainbow Tunnel, he had always been kind to him. Ding Yi also had wounds on his body, so it was probably not a peaceful journey. There were less than 1,000 people at the foot of the mountain, but Di Tian had brought over 2,000 to 3,000 people, which was almost 2 to 3 times the number of people here. Who wouldn't be afraid? Such a huge force could completely control the situation here. In an instant, Di Tian's group had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Ding Yi carried the ghost head saber and looked around. Suddenly, his eyes focused on someone and he said angrily, "You're really looking for something by chance. You little thief, how dare you steal my sacred medicine? Now that I've caught you, let's see if you'll die." The saber pointed forward, and the target was the short man who had obtained the gourd vine. The short man frowned slightly, obviously finding it a little tricky. If Ding Yi was alone, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. The gourd vine's power was extraordinary. Even if there were 10 or 100 Ding Yi, it would be a piece of cake. However, Di Tian had too many people. If they really fought, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. After pondering for a moment, the short man said, "Ding Yi, sacred medicine is extraordinary, and it belongs to the capable. Since it chose me, it means that we are fated. Why do you have to force it?" "Fated your ass." Ding Yi was burning with anger. "If you hadn't interfered, this sacred medicine would have been in my pocket. You are despicable and shameless, secretly stealing my sacred medicine, and now you have the face to say this?" The short man snorted. "You keep saying that this is your sacred medicine. Call it and see if it responds to you." Ding Yi said angrily, "Call me grandpa and see if I respond to you." The two of them quarreled fiercely, attracting the attention of countless people. Yang Kai also showed a look of understanding. Previously, under the guidance of Pu Baixiong and the little mushroom, he had gone to look for the gourd vine, but who would have thought that someone would beat him to it? From the traces left behind, there should have been a battle, and it was a battle with quite a number of people. From the looks of it, it should be Ding Yi who led Di Tian's men and fought with the gourd vine. However, at the crucial moment, the short man took advantage of the situation. Anyone who encountered such a thing would probably be filled with anger and would definitely not let it go. Ding Yi had led a group of people to find this place. He probably did not expect to encounter this little thief who wanted to steal the saint medicine. However, since he had encountered him, he naturally would not let him go so easily. Now that the saint medicine is in my hands, what are you going to do? Although the short man was facing 1,000 people from D Tian alone, he wasn't afraid at all. Ding Yi laughed sinisterly. What else can I do? Of course, I'll kill you and take the sacred medicine back. In this life, no one can take advantage of me, Ding Yi. With that said, the cloak behind him shook, and the thousands of people under him immediately moved. D Tian had been established for more than 10 years, and it was established when the great cosmological realm had just opened. All these years, under the leadership of Ding Yi, D Tian's people were active in various places in the great cosmological realm. They had experienced countless big and small battles, and even resisted several waves of beast tides. At this moment, there was no need for the leader to say anything, and everyone carried out their duties. In an instant, thousands of people formed a formation and surrounded the short man. The short man's face became increasingly gloomy. Ding Yi, the connate fruit tree is right in front of us. If we can obtain the connate spirit fruit, wouldn't we obtain more benefits than a saint medicine? Can we settle our grudges after we fight for the spirit fruit? The short man suggested. Ding Yi pointed with his blade. In front of the enemy, I don't care about the spirit fruit. Tell me, do you want me to kill you with 1 slash? Or do you want me to kill you with 1 slash? The short man shook his head and sighed. Looks like there's no way to be kind. Sigh, I didn't want to kill you, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As he said so, he shook the gourd vine. The 7 little gourds hanging on the vine rolled down and turned into little people in an instant. Each of them was wearing a green shirt, barefooted, and had a little gourd of different colors on their heads. One of the gourds raised his hand and said crisply, I'm eldest baby. Another gourd squatted down and said crisply, I'm second baby. Another gourd came over and cupped his eyes like a monkey looking at the sea. I'm third baby. The fourth gourd stood with his arms crossed and said solemnly, I'm fourth baby. With 2 whooshing sounds, 2 gourds flew up to the shoulders of the 4 gourds and stood on one leg. I'm fifth baby. I'm sixth baby. The last gourd flipped in the air and stood on top of the other gourds. He put his hands on his waist and laughed loudly. I'm seventh baby. The gourds said in unison, we're the 7 gourd brothers. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Beside him, Su Zhen's mouth twitched. This saint medicine is quite interesting. Pu Baixiong snorted. What a trick! On the other hand, the little mushroom had stars in her eyes. She clenched her fists and said, Gourd brothers, be careful. The 7 gourds turned their heads and chuckled at the little mushroom. Ding Yi's face darkened as he pointed his saber. Kill this little thief for me. Don't hurt the gourds. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming number of attacks were launched toward the short man. The gourds immediately rolled into a ball. Eldest baby rushed forward and shouted crisply, Look at my indestructible golden body. Golden light shone brightly, and a layer of golden light screen instantly enveloped a radius of 30 feet. When the countless attacks hit the light screen, more than half of them were offset by the light screen. Yang Kai's expression changed. 5th grade metal elemental. The power that eldest baby used was actually a 5th grade metal elemental power. The metal elemental power turned into a shield and was impregnable. Although there were many D Tian's people, there were not many who could condense 5th grade power. When the power below the 5th grade bombarded the light screen, it only caused ripples to appear on the light screen. Only attacks with 5th grade power could cause a substantial impact on the light screen. However, there were too many attacks, so the defense gathered by the metal elemental power could not resist them. It only lasted for a short moment before it was broken. However, this short moment of effort had won the short man a chance to live. The other 6 gourds each activated their own power. Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements gathered and turned into layers of protection around the short man. After these 7 layers of protection were broken, all the attacks had disappeared without a trace. The short man snorted coldly. The gourd vine in his hand shook violently as he shouted, Go! Third baby and fourth baby immediately pounced toward the crowd. In midair, each of them took a deep breath and then exhaled. Third baby spat out an extremely pure water elemental power, while fourth baby spat out a blazing fire. Water and fire fused together and exploded. Among the crowd, an incomparably huge impact surged. Miserable cries rang out. Tion's hundreds of cultivators all suffered varying degrees of damage and fell from the sky like dumplings. At the same time, the gourd vine in the short man's hand shook again. Sixth baby and seventh baby turned into two long streaks of yin and yang that crossed each other. From a distance, it was like an incomparably huge pair of scissors that cut through Tion's crowd. Chi-chi-chi, the sound of blood spurting out could be heard. Dozens of cultivators were cut in half at the waist. Their internal organs were exposed to the air and fell uncontrollably. There were people in midair who frantically stuffed their intestines back into their abdomens. However, they were unable to recover their lost vitality. All the cultivators who saw this scene were horrified. Yang Kai's expression also turned cold. He did not expect this gourd's sacred medicine to be so powerful. The 7 gourds corresponded to the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. Each of them was at the 5th grade. An ordinary cultivator would not be able to contend against them. In just one exchange, Tion had suffered a great loss. He had lost as many as 200 men. No wonder this short man was so calm despite being surrounded by Tion. It turned out that he had something to rely on. Amazing! Sujin praised. His eyes lit up as he looked at the gourd vine. Anyone who saw this thing would feel jealous. However, although the gourd vine was powerful, Tion had the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, he was experienced in battle. Although he suffered a loss, he did not panic. Facing the yin and yang scissors, thousands of people formed dozens of battle formations. With hundreds of people in each formation, they pressed forward and trapped the yin and yang scissors. There were also hundreds of elites who completely ignored the small gourds and charged toward the short man. There were still 3 gourds left beside the short man. They corresponded to the power of metal, wood, and earth respectively. Seeing the enemies closing in, the short man's expression did not change. He shook the gourd vine again. Eldest baby immediately turned into a streak of golden light and rushed forward. At the front of the battle formation, a cultivator reached out and grabbed eldest baby. He chuckled. "Little gourd, you dare to walk into the trap?" He had seen eldest baby use the indestructible golden body before and thought that the gourd's main power was defense. However, Ding Yi's expression changed. He shouted, "Careful!" As soon as he said that, he saw eldest baby throw out a punch. With a loud bang, the leading cultivator was hit by a powerful force. His body flew back uncontrollably. In midair, his arm exploded inch by inch. Even the bones were shattered. What great strength! Yang Kai sighed. Metal specializes in killing. This person was too careless. Sujin also shook his head and sighed. After sending the leader flying, eldest baby suddenly spun. His hands and feet, along with every part of his body, turned into an indestructible weapon. In the blink of an eye, he had pierced through the battle formation. Dua's figure didn't stop. He turned into a golden drill and charged straight at him from the back. Another battle formation came from the side. The leader shouted, "Sacrifice to the inescapable net." A large net covered the sky and covered eldest baby's head. Chapter 4096. The large net was tough, and it was clear that it had been refined from extremely precious materials. Coupled with the fact that over 100 people had formed a battle formation to activate it, its power was truly extraordinary. It actually managed to trap the gourd within. No matter how the gourd tried to break free, it was temporarily unable to break free. The short man's face darkened slightly. Clearly, he had not expected Tion's group to be so difficult to deal with. Yang Kai could not help but look at them in a new light. All this time, he had thought that Tion's group was as loose as sand. Now, it seemed that Ding Yi had some tricks up his sleeve. He was actually able to gather this group of stragglers into an extraordinary force. A few more battle formations charged over, transforming into rolling torrents that crashed toward the short man. Meanwhile, The short man only had the earth-type and wood-type gourds left beside him. However, he remained calm. Seeing that he was about to be swallowed up by the battle formation torrents, he formed a seal with one hand. The fifth baby chuckled, and an earth-yellow light suddenly appeared on its body, enveloping the short man within. It formed a protective barrier that was even more sturdy than the eldest baby's indestructible golden body. The earth-type element was originally focused on defense, just like the earth-type power that Yang Kai had condensed. It was not surprising that he was able to condense the Dragon Shield secret technique to have such power. Amidst rumbling sounds, the attacks rained down one after another, but they were all blocked by the barrier of light. The remaining wood-type gourds spun and plunged into the ground. Immediately after, the ground cracked, and numerous roots rolled and extended underground like earth dragons, causing the ground to undulate. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Numerous roots pierced out from the ground, piercing through one battle formation after another, instantly causing great damage to Dtion. There was also the water baby and fire baby working together to unleash the fire and water explosion technique. There was also the Yin and Yang gourd brothers transforming into giant scissors that pierced through the void, weaving back and forth as they reaped the cultivator's life. The short man relied on a single gourd vine and the 7 small gourds on the vine to engage in a heated battle with Dtion's group. Yang Kai gasped in amazement as he watched. The power of this gourd vine was actually so terrifying, which was something he never expected. This was definitely the most powerful holy medicine. Even though he had grapes and small mushrooms in his hands, he couldn't help but be a little envious of the short man's luck. To be able to obtain such a holy medicine, this guy's luck was really as good as the heavens. What a pity. This fellow's luck is pretty good, and his strength isn't bad either. It's a pity that he met Dtion. Su Zhen sighed at the side. Yang Kai also nodded in agreement. Although the short man's performance was stunning, he was still alone after all, while Dtion had the advantage in numbers. If this continued, he would be at a disadvantage sooner or later. The key was to see how long the Earth Child could protect him. Sure enough, in less than 30 breaths of time, Tu Hua suddenly blushed and said in a muffled voice, "I can't hold on anymore." The protective barrier it activated was now shaking and on the verge of collapse. It had endured too many attacks. Although it was a protective barrier condensed by the 5th rank Earth element, it could not withstand the endless attacks. The short man's expression changed slightly. At this moment, Ding Yi suddenly shouted, "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." He had been watching coldly from the sidelines and did not participate in the battle. Even if his subordinates were injured or killed, he was still indifferent. It was obvious that he was looking for an opportunity to make the final decision. And now, it was time for him to make a move. An incomparably scorching power suddenly spread out from the demon-headed broadsword. Ding Yi raised the broadsword in his hand and slashed down fiercely with a cold and resolute expression. The moment Ding Yi moved, both Yang Kai and Su Zhen could not help but exclaim in surprise. They raised their heads to look at him because the scorching power lingering on his broadsword seemed to be somewhat unusual. Su Zhen exclaimed, "7th rank fire element." This Ding Yi had actually condensed the power of the 7th rank fire element. There was a flash of brilliance in Yang Kai's eyes, and then he came to a realization. In the great cosmological realm, if one wanted to condense the power of the 7th rank, one could only rely on the power of sacred spirits. Zhu Jiuyin had also said that there were indeed many 7th rank treasures in the great cosmological realm, but they had long been used up over the years. Yang Kai had wanted to find a 7th rank metal element treasure but could not find one. Zhu Jiuyin's million-strong army had searched every corner of the great cosmological realm but returned empty-handed. However, not having a 7th rank treasure did not mean that it was impossible to condense the power of the 7th rank. The inner cores of the sacred spirits were at least 7th rank. Ding Yi was able to display the 7th grade fire element because he had the help of a holy spirit. In other words, this guy was also a bearer. A holy spirit had helped him to condense the 7th grade fire element with the power of its own Niden. It was not strange when one thought about it. When sacred spirits looked for their own bearers, they would naturally choose a cultivator with good aptitude and great potential. Ding Yi was a nobody before entering the great cosmological realm, but after entering the great cosmological realm, he shone brightly and created Di Tian immediately. After all these years of wandering in the great cosmological realm, he had a reputation, so it was not surprising that he was targeted by a sacred spirit. And to be able to help him condense the power of the fire element, it was definitely a sacred spirit of the fire element. Yang Kai had seen at least 50 sacred spirits in the periphery of the Elder's land, and there were only a few sacred spirits of the fire element. He did not know which sacred spirit had favored Ding Yi. Just as he was thinking, the ghost head saber in Ding Yi's hand bloomed with a dazzling light. When the chirping sound was heard, a one-legged fire bird that looked like a crane flew out from the saber. Its wingspan was 1,000 feet, and it carried the power to burn the world and crash toward the short man. Bai Feng! Yang Kai and Su Zhen exclaimed in unison. Everything was clear now. Ding Yi was the bearer of the Bai Feng. The Bai Feng was a sacred spirit of the fire element, so it was not difficult for the power of the inner core to help Ding Yi condense the 7th grade fire element. However, Ding Yi was really impressive. His Dao seal could withstand the impact of the 7th grade fire element. Obviously, his foundation was solid and his foundation was not bad. Otherwise, even with the help of the Bai Feng, he could not have achieved this. In the great cosmological realm, there were many rising stars who shone brightly. Every time the great cosmological realm opened, there would be countless experts of the younger generation. In the future, when they grew up, they would become giants of the 3,000 worlds. The Bai Feng's fire was of the 7th grade, and the power of the Earth Child was only of the 5th grade. Naturally, it was impossible for him to block Ding Yi's angry attack. The huge Bai Feng had just touched the Earth element defense when the defense shattered. The Earth Child fell to the ground, scared silly, and his eyes were blank. Seeing that the short man was about to die under the saber, who knew that he would suddenly clench his fist and smash it upward. "You're courting death." Ding Yi laughed when he felt that the situation was settled. His laughter came to an abrupt end. A ball of golden light burst out from the short man's fist, and the rich power of the golden lion fluctuated. The power of the golden lion was also of the 7th grade. The golden light was dazzling, and it turned into a huge exotic beast that crashed toward the Bai Feng. "Jin Wu!" Su Zhen stared. A cold light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as he recognized the origin of the exotic beast. It was the image of the Holy Spirit Jin Wu. When he was brought to the Elder's land by Zhu Jiuyin, he was chased by Jin Wu and the other 4 holy spirits. As a result, he and Zhu Jiuyin spent a lot of effort to reach the Elder's land. He did not know what kind of enmity there was between Jin Wu and Zhu Jiuyin, but he was the one who led the chase. Was this short man the bearer chosen by Jin Wu? Before this, Yang Kai knew that many bearers hid their identities. After all, it was beneficial to hide one's identity in order to participate in the battle of spirit seizing. Except for a few bearers who were in the open, most bearers hid underwater. Ever since he entered the Elder's land, Yang Kai had already met several bearers like this. Xiang Ying was one, Ding Yi was another, Feng Yu was another, and this short man in front of him was another. These were only the ones he had met. What about those he had not met yet? These bearers were all nurtured by the holy spirits behind them. Each of them had their own strengths. Just by looking at the battle before him, he knew that the final battle of spirit seizing would be a fierce battle. Whether it was Jin Wu or the Bai Feng, they were all veteran holy spirits who had lived for countless years. They spared no effort in nurturing their bearers, and even used the power of their own inner cores to help them condense the 5 elements. The strength of the 2 holy spirits was similar, so the power of the attacks unleashed by Ding Yi and the short man was similar as well. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the huge beast and the Bai Feng clashed in midair. Cries and roars rang out incessantly, and golden and fiery light intertwined as a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Di Tian and the others were thrown off their feet, and even the thousands of spectators couldn't help but retreat. Ding Yi groaned, and his face was slightly pale. It was obvious that the technique he had just used had taken a toll on his body. The short man also took a few steps back, and one of his feet stepped into the ground. The ground cracked inch by inch, with the bottom of his feet as the center. The cracks were as dense as a spider web. The moment he steadied himself, the short man's face turned ferocious. He formed a seal with both hands and pointed at Ding Yi. A great danger descended and shrouded Ding Yi. Ding Yi's expression changed drastically. Although his aptitude was not bad, he was far from being able to withstand the power of the 7th grade fire element. In order to help him fight for the Khanate spirit fruit, the Baifeng used its secret inner core to forcibly condense the 7th grade fire element for him. As a result, his Dao seal became unstable, and he was constantly under the attack of the 7th grade fire element. When he did not use the power of the fire element, he could barely suppress it. Once he used it, his Dao seal would vibrate incessantly, and his strength would decrease sharply within an hour. The Baifeng's action was pulling up seedlings to help them grow. However, to a holy spirit, he only cared about the spirit fruit that could help him escape. As for whether Ding Yi lived or died in the future, it had nothing to do with him. Many holy spirits did things this way. The short man's timing was perfect. Ding Yi's mind was shaken, and he was using all his strength to maintain the Dao seal. At this time, how could he resist? A giant awl spun and pierced through the air, drilling towards his glabella. "My life is over," Ding Yi shouted in his heart, and his face was full of unwillingness. Seeing that the giant awl was about to drill into his head, a strange power wrapped around him. His vision suddenly changed, and the space around him seemed to vibrate slightly. Then, the giant awl disappeared. When he looked around again, he was no longer where he was before. He had inexplicably moved a distance of several hundred feet. It was this strange movement that allowed him to escape. Chapter 4097. Tracing the source of that power, Ding Yi looked over and saw Yang Kai reaching out a giant hand towards him, space twisting and distorting around it. Understanding that Yang Kai had saved his life at a critical moment, Ding Yi was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude. Looking at the short man, Kai Yang grinned. "It's you, you bastard?" Before his voice fell, Ding Yi had already sent a palm towards the short man, causing the yuan qi in heaven and earth to tremble and transform into a giant blue hand that enveloped the world. The short man's face changed slightly as he took a deep breath and shook the gourd vine in his hand. With a series of whooshing sounds, the 7 gourd brothers flew over and landed on the gourd vine, turning into 7 small gourds. The power of the gourd vine soared, and with just a light blow, it broke the yuan qi hand. The short man did not hesitate and instead formed a seal with one hand before his figure suddenly disappeared. "Still want to run?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and urged his space principles to seal off the world. Faintly perceiving a trace of vitality, Yang Kai threw a punch in that direction. With a muffled groan, the short man's figure reappeared, but he had already rushed into the mountain, blood spurting from his mouth. Obviously, he had been hit by Yang Kai's punch and had suffered a great loss. Turning his head, he glared at Yang Kai with incomparable resentment before his figure disappeared again. Yang Kai frowned, his divine sense unable to perceive the short man's existence. Of course, this was due to the mysterious concealment technique this guy used, but more importantly, the situation on the mountain was somewhat strange, suppressing the extension of his divine sense. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the short man to escape so easily. Is there a grudge? Suzhen looked at Yang Kai curiously. Just now, when Kai Yang had suddenly attacked, it had made him realize this point. Yang Kai stared at the spot where the short man disappeared and nodded lightly. Suzhen said thoughtfully, "That divine technique just now should be the Dao breaking seal. Is this person from Ziqiong Blessed Land? But why haven't I seen him before? If he really is from Purple Jade Blessed Land, then Brother Yang will have to be careful." Yang Kai snorted, "Who cares if he's from Purple Jade Blessed Land or not? I'm going to kill him." Before entering the Old Land, in the colorful channel, Yang Kai had been attacked by the Dao breaking seal. If he had not strengthened the seal with Dao-E divine water, he would have suffered a big loss at that time. At that time, although he searched for the first time, he could not find the trace of the attacker. He still learned the information of the Dao breaking seal from Chu Huasheng. He didn't expect to see this divine technique again in this place. In other words, it was most likely that the short man was the one who had ambushed them in the colorful channel. Moreover, the various methods and information he had displayed were consistent with Yang Kai's guess. First of all, this guy was proficient in a secret technique that could conceal his aura and figure. At that time in the colorful channel, Yang Kai was unable to find any trace of him. This point had been confirmed. The short man was also proficient in a secret technique that could conceal his aura and figure. Once again, there was no hatred for no reason, and no kindness for no reason. Yang Kai didn't know why he had ambushed him and wanted to kill him, but if this grudge was extended by Jin Wu and Zhu Jiuyin, then it made sense. Jin Wu and Zhu Jiuyin had a deep grudge against each other. As the bearer of Jin Wu, the short man must have received instructions from Jin Wu before he entered the Elder's land. Jin Wu wanted him to think of a way to kill himself inside and cut off Zhu Jiuyin's future. Su Zhen was a little troubled. Brother Yang, if that person is really a disciple of Ziqiong Blessed Land, I'm afraid I can't help much. Although there was competition between the Blessed Land and Blessed Land, there were also good relations between them. The Divine Cauldron Heavens and Ziqiong Blessed Land had a good relationship. If the disciples of the two families met outside, even if they didn't support each other, at least they wouldn't make things difficult for each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to answer to their masters when they returned. Yang Kai said, I won't make things difficult for Brother Su. Su Zhen sighed, but he didn't have any intention of persuading him. After pondering for a moment, he said, if it's really a matter of life and death, Brother Yang, you must be careful of this thing. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Su Zhen playing with his identity token in his hand. Yang Kai's expression turned serious, and he nodded slightly. For a disciple of the Blessed Land like Su Zhen, the identity token wasn't just a symbol of status. There was a high possibility that it sealed a divine technique of his master. For a disciple of the Blessed Land who went out to train, this identity token was sometimes a life-saving trump card. For Su Zhen to remind Yang Kai of this, it was already very kind of him. At this moment, Ding Yi came over to express his gratitude. If it wasn't for Yang Kai using the great Tao of space to move him away at the crucial moment, he would definitely have been hit by that Tao-breaking seal. In his state at that time, if he was hit, his seal would definitely be at risk of collapsing. Yang Kai's simple help was a life-saving grace to him. I can't thank you enough. Brother Yang, if there's anything you need me or DT on for, just let me know. I won't refuse. Ding Yi was extremely heroic. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, What are you all standing there for? Go in and find that guy. I want to pull out his tendons and skin him alive. His face was ferocious, and it was obvious that he hated that short man. Among the 2,000 to 3,000 DT cultivators, there were hundreds of casualties, but there were still a lot of them. Under Ding Yi's order, they rushed into the mountain. Yang Kai said, This mountain seems to be a little dangerous. Tell your men to be careful. Ding Yi was stunned. He had just arrived here and fought with that short man, so he really didn't know about this. He quickly reminded his men. Everyone received the order and immediately became cautious. When the thousands of people who were gathered here saw that Tion's men were moving, they naturally couldn't hold back and rushed into the mountain. Brother Yang, I'm going too. Let's meet at the peak. Su Zhen clasped his hands and walked up the mountain. He didn't know whether that short man was from Ziqiong Blessed Land or not, but he couldn't travel together with Yang Kai. Otherwise, if Yang Kai got into a conflict with that short man, he wouldn't be able to help either of them. After thinking about it, it was safer to travel alone. Yang Kai nodded and said, Take care. After Su Zhen left, he stepped forward. As soon as he stepped into the mountain, he frowned, because this place was very strange. It was actually the same as the fog created by the little mushroom, which had the effect of suppressing divine sense, making it impossible for him to detect things too far away. Although he didn't know what mysteries this mountain had, he was sure that it was definitely dangerous. The deaths of those who entered this place before was the best proof. On the other side, Xiang Ying carried the purple bamboo and walked towards the peak of the mountain step by step. He looked at the old tree at the top of the mountain with a calm expression. 3,000 feet away, another young man was walking quickly. Someone turned to look at him and saw the saint-level medicine Aku squatting on his shoulder. He chuckled and said, "What is this strange thing? It's so ugly." Aku looked up at him with a bitter expression and said, "You're quite handsome, young man. You have the looks of a long life." That person laughed and tugged at the corner of his companion's clothes. He said, "This ugly thing can actually talk." With a crack, a bolt of lightning came and hit the person who spoke. The power of the lightning was extremely strong. No one knew where it came from, and there was no trace of it. Under the violent power, this person was directly blasted into pieces. Broken limbs and pieces of flesh flew all over the sky. His companion beside him was stunned. His body suddenly froze on the spot, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. If that lightning had been slightly off course, he would have been the one to die. Aku looked at him and said deeply, "You're quite handsome too." Just as he finished speaking, another bolt of lightning struck this person's body, and this person was also beaten to the point where not even his bones were left. The cultivators around were all shocked. Although they didn't know what had happened, they all instinctively moved away from Aku and looked at him as if he was a monster. Aku looked up at the sky and sighed heavily. "I'm so bitter." The cracking sounds were incessant. Previously, everyone gathered at the foot of the mountain and didn't realize the danger on the mountain. However, after stepping into the mountain, it was as if they had triggered some invisible restriction, and danger came one after another. The bolts of lightning that were born out of thin air had terrifying power. An ordinary cultivator couldn't withstand it at all. One bolt of lightning would usually take away a life. Yang Kai was also taken care of a few times. He had been vigilantly looking around. Although his divine thoughts were suppressed, he could still use them. It was just that the range was very small. Even so, he couldn't detect how the lightning was formed. By the time he discovered it, it was already too late. He could only resist it. Fortunately, his body was sturdy, and he was fine after taking a few bolts of lightning. He was just beaten until his whole body was numb and his clothes were tattered. "Be careful of that cloud of fog," Pu Baixiong suddenly shouted. He and Little Mushroom sat on Yang Kai's shoulders and were also vigilantly looking around. Now that they discovered something, they immediately warned him. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang saw a mass of gray mist drifting over, enveloping the dozen or so people not far away. Those people didn't pay much attention to it, but when the cloud of gray fog floated away from their location, a hair-raising scene appeared. More than a dozen white skeletons were left behind, scattered all over the ground. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen lives were strangely buried here. Not a single sound could be heard. After the cloud of fog swallowed the flesh of more than a dozen people, it floated toward another group of people. It was only at this moment that someone cried out in alarm, "This isn't fog, it's insects." The cloud of gray fog was actually made up of countless tiny insects that couldn't even be seen with the naked eye. Seeing the cloud of insects floating toward them, some people in the group immediately attacked in panic, bombarding it with divine technique. The cloud of insects broke apart, turning into more than a dozen streaks, breaking through the group of people in an instant and burrowing into their bodies through their nostrils. In an instant, these people trembled like sieves and screamed continuously, as if they were enduring great torment. However, it only lasted for a moment before the screams stopped. Flesh and blood disappeared, and the living creatures turned into dried bones. The cloud of insects grew much stronger and gathered together again, charging toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Only now did he realize how dangerous this mountain was. The lightning that appeared out of thin air was one thing, but if he had some means, he could still resist it. However, this cloud of insects seemed to be even more powerful than the lightning. It was simply impossible to guard against. Chapter 4098. The insect cloud silently flew towards Yang Kai, wrapping him up as his golden crow true fire ignited the insect cloud. In an instant, a series of crackling sounds filled the air as the insect cloud turned into a cloud of fire, burning the insects to ashes one by one. Along the way, there were many dangers. Not only was there the bombardment of thunder and the insect swarm, but there were also many unimaginable dangers. The ground suddenly split open, revealing an abyss that swallowed the cultivator and then closed, silently taking their lives. Some people didn't even know when their companions disappeared. When they turned around and saw that they were all alone, they immediately felt their blood run cold. Thousands of cultivators rushed into the mountain, and in less than an incense stick's worth of time, they had lost 20 to 30% of their cultivators. Moreover, the further up the mountain one went, the greater the danger, and the more frequent the crises became. Yang Kai was hit several times, but thanks to his solid foundation, he was able to survive. However, the other cultivators were not so lucky. Whether it was the thunder or the insect swarm, they were not easy to resist. When they were halfway up the mountain, the number of people decreased sharply. Those who still had the courage to continue either had great confidence in their own strength or had the mentality that they couldn't return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain. Thus, they gave it their all. Xiang Ying and the young man who obtained Aku were far in the lead. As for Su Jin, he was a little behind. It was not that Su Jin's strength was inferior to the two of them, but everyone had their own strengths and weaknesses. The purple bamboo in Xiang Ying's hand was enough to destroy all kinds of methods, and with a tap of it, it was enough to annihilate the thunder and scatter the insect swarm. The young man who obtained Aku also had extraordinary means. Yang Kai suspected that he was a bearer chosen by a sacred spirit, but this person did not reveal himself, so Yang Kai couldn't figure out his background. And this was only what was on the surface. How many bearers were lurking in the water? After all, Yang Kai had seen more than 50 sacred spirits before, and each sacred spirit had its own bearer, so there were at least 50 bearers. The short man was still nowhere to be seen, and Yang Kai had no idea where he was. As Yang Kai moved forward, he looked left and right, searching for him. A spot of light suddenly lit up not far away. When the light first appeared, it was very weak, but in the blink of an eye, it became as bright as day. An extremely terrifying aura came from the light. Amidst the crackling sounds, the lightning snakes danced wildly and spread out with the light as the center. Pu Baixiong exclaimed, "Be careful!" Yang Kai had already reached out to grab the space in front of him, and as the space principles fluctuated, he suddenly raised his hand. With a loud bang, a thunderstorm exploded high up in the sky, enveloping an area of 300 meters. Even the void within that area collapsed, forming a huge black hole. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and secretly thanked his lucky stars. Fortunately, he sensed that something was wrong and moved the thunderstorm to midair. Otherwise, if it really exploded in front of him, even his half-dragon body would not be able to withstand it. Exhaling softly, Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the mountain peak with a puzzled expression. Previously, when he was at the foot of the mountain, he had sensed that there was a subtle aura of world force permeating the mountain, and as he moved forward, this feeling became clearer and clearer. This made him feel a little confused. In the great cosmological realm, even the strength of divine spirits was greatly suppressed, and the small universe in the heaven-opening realm's body was completely sealed. Logically speaking, it was impossible for something like world force to exist. But it just so happened that there was one here. Where did this world force come from? Yang Kai could sense that the source of this world force was the old tree at the top of the mountain. What surprised him even more was that this world force was very mixed, as if there was more than one kind, but countless kinds of world force gathered together. "Grape, are you sure this is an innate fruit tree?" Yang Kai asked as he moved forward. Pu Baixiong sat on his shoulder, his two legs formed from roots swinging as he casually said, "What innate fruit tree? I don't know, but if you want to find a fruit tree, I know there is a fruit tree here." Yang Kai was speechless. From the foot of the mountain to the top, it was only a distance of 3,000 feet. Normally, any cultivator could cover this distance in an instant, but in this mountain, it took more than 2 hours. The first to rush to the top of the mountain was Xiang Ying. When he reached the top, he was not in a hurry to snatch the spirit fruit. Instead, he stood under the tree and looked up with a stunned expression. The second was the young man who had obtained Aku. As soon as this guy came up, Xiang Ying moved away from him without a trace. The reason was that the cultivator who went up the mountain with this guy had all died an unnatural death, which was an ominous sign. The third was Su Zhen. Yang Kai was the fourth to rush up, followed by Ding Yi and Di Tian's group. Behind them, the scattered cultivator finally reached this place after going through all kinds of hardships. There was no trace of the short man, but Yang Kai could feel that this guy was hiding somewhere. It was just that the suppression of spiritual sense in this place was too strong, making it difficult for him to find him easily. Everyone looked at this fruit tree in a daze. The crown of the tree was huge, covering the sky and the earth. On each of the branches, there were many spirit fruits. The spirit fruits were not big, only the size of a fist. They were sparkling and translucent, overflowing with light and color, beautiful and magnificent. This is... Su Zhen looked at the tree and the spirit fruits in front of him in a daze. As if remembering something, a look of contemplation flashed across his eyes. This is not the primordial fruit tree, Xiang Ying suddenly said. Yang Kai nodded. He did not notice it at the bottom of the mountain, but when he saw this fruit tree, he knew that something was wrong. This was definitely not the primordial fruit tree, at least not the primordial fruit tree that those divine spirits were looking for. Because those divine spirits had said that there was only one spirit fruit on the primordial fruit tree, and that one could only be plucked. Every time the land of the ancients opened, this would happen. After the spirit fruit was plucked, the primordial fruit tree would disappear. And that spirit fruit was the key to whether they could escape or not. There were more than 100 spirit fruits on the tree in front of them. There were thousands of them. Spirit fruits hung on the branches one after another, attracting the attention of others. Moreover, from those spirit fruits, faint traces of world force were emitted. The source of the world energy that Yang Kai felt before was actually from these spirit fruits. The fact that the spirit fruit contained the power of the world was simply unimaginable. There are so many spirit fruits, each of us can pluck a few. Ding Yi laughed heartily. Although there were 4,000 to 5,000 people rushing into the mountain, there were only a few hundred people who succeeded in reaching the peak. There were at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit fruits on this tree, so even if the hundreds of people divided equally, each of them could get a few pieces. Although they did not know what these spirit fruits were for, judging from their charm, they were extraordinary. However, with such a precious treasure in front of them, no one dared to act rashly lest they attract the attention of others. Ding Yi did not care about this and ordered one of his men, "Go, pluck one and taste it." That person's face turned bitter, and he could only bite the bullet and walk forward. He leaped and landed on a tree trunk. When he looked down, he saw that everyone below was looking at him eagerly, and no one had the intention to attack him. Only then did he feel relieved. He knew that the people below probably wanted him to be a pathfinder. If there was no danger in plucking the spirit fruits, they would probably fight for them in the next moment. Secretly praying, he raised his hand to grab a spirit fruit. It was cool to the touch, but there was nothing unusual about it. Just as he was about to pluck the spirit fruit, a sudden change occurred. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the man suddenly disappeared. Ding Yi's eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Where did he go?" Yang Kai also looked dignified. His eyes were fixed on the person just now, but he did not notice how the person disappeared. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air, which was really strange. Seeing this scene, many people rejoiced. There was obviously a huge risk in plucking the spirit fruit. Fortunately, they were not in a hurry to snatch it just now. Otherwise, they would be the ones suffering now. A trace of relief flashed in Su Zhen's eyes, and there was a bit of fanaticism. He laughed loudly. "Sure enough, there really is such a thing in this world. I thought it was just a legend." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him. Su Zhen came from the divine cauldron cave heaven, and his background was extraordinary. Whether it was knowledge or experience, he was much better than his peers. After all, the inheritance and heritage of a cave heaven had existed for tens of thousands of years or even longer. Many secrets that ordinary people did not know were recorded in these cave heavens. Yang Kai had previously obtained a lot of information about the great cosmological realm from Su Zhen. Looking at him now, he seemed to recognize this strange fruit tree and should have seen some related records before. "Little fatty, what do you know? What the hell is this thing? Where did my people go?" Ding Yi was worried about the safety of his subordinates and hurriedly asked. Su Zhen glanced at him and was not annoyed. He had always had a good temper. He smiled slightly and said, "Leader Ding, don't worry, your people are not in any danger for the time being. They were just eaten by this fruit." Ding Yi's expression changed. "Eaten by the fruit? That's not dangerous?" Su Zhen chuckled. "It's good that there is no danger, but whether he can escape will depend on his own luck. If he can escape, he will have a great opportunity. If not, what will happen if he can't? Naturally, he will be trapped in the fruit for the rest of his life." Ding Yi said seriously, "This fruit can trap people? Leader Ding, don't underestimate this fruit. This fruit is very famous." Su Zhen chuckled. Aku's master said, "Brother, may I ask what this fruit tree is? And what is this fruit?" This was what everyone wanted to know. With such a precious treasure in front of them, it would be a headache if they could not figure out its origin. Learning from the mistakes of others, no one dared to make a move on the spirit fruit again. Su Zhen did not hide anything and said with a serious expression, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary 3,000 world tree." 3,000 world tree? Everyone was surprised and looked at each other. Everyone present, except for Su Zhen, had not heard of this before. Chapter 4099. Su Zhen said, "I once saw some scattered records in an ancient book in the sect. Although the records weren't complete, I'm sure this is the 3,000 world tree. Everyone, please take a look. Are there 3,000 fruits on this tree?" With his reminder, everyone hurriedly looked at the spirit fruits. Everyone present was extraordinary. With a single glance, they knew the number of spirit fruits. There were exactly 3,000, no more, no less. Su Zhen's expression was solemn. The 3,000 world tree bears 3,000 world fruits. Each fruit is a world, corresponding to the 3,000 great paths. Each world fruit is a small world with its own system, just like the small universe in the body of a heaven-opening realm. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe it. The fruits were only the size of a fist, but they were small worlds? This was beyond their imagination. Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. His attention was on the spirit fruits just now, so he didn't realize the key point. Now that he heard Su Zhen say this, he couldn't help but wonder if this 3,000 world tree was the world tree mentioned by giant god Ada. The great battle in the astral plane had shattered the laws of heaven and earth. The astral plane was at risk of collapsing at all times. Although many great emperors worked together to maintain stability, the astral plane couldn't hold on for long. Yang Kai once asked Ada about it, but Ada didn't know much. He only told Yang Kai that this world tree was the key to reshaping the laws of heaven and earth in the astral plane. However, he hadn't heard anything about the world tree since he entered the universe world. He didn't expect to find something in the land of the ancients. If this 3,000 world tree was the thing Ada mentioned, then it was the key to the survival of the astral plane. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but burn. He was secretly thinking about how to uproot this 3,000 world tree. One fruit, one world. Someone murmured. So, that brother just fell into the world within the fruit? That's right. Su Zhen nodded. This is his opportunity. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder Su Zhen said that the person was eaten by the fruit. Falling into the world within the fruit meant that he was eaten. If he can comprehend the mystery, then he can escape and the world fruit will be his. But if he can't, so what if I can't comprehend it? Ding Yi asked in a low voice. I'll be trapped in there for the rest of my life, and I'll never be able to get out. Su Zhen replied. These words sent chills down everyone's spines. No one knew what the world inside the fruit was like. If one was really trapped inside for the rest of their lives, it would not be a good ending. What are the effects of this world fruit? Another person asked, Brother, since you recognize this item, you must know its effects, right? Su Zhen chuckled. The effects of the world fruit are amazing. It's something that only exists in legends. It's a divine item that can help a heaven-opening realm cultivator break through to the first tier. What? Cries of surprise rang out. Everyone looked at Su Zhen in disbelief, wanting to see if he was joking, but Su Zhen's face was filled with fanaticism. How could he be joking? Help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by one stage? Are you serious? There's such a divine object in this world. Breaking through to the heaven-opening realm is extremely difficult. Can this fruit really help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by one stage? Breaking through to the heaven-opening realm required many years of accumulation. Every time one advanced by one stage, it would take countless amounts of time and resources. Moreover, there were many restrictions and it would not be limitless. Generally speaking, after a cultivator reached the heaven-opening realm, even if they had plenty of time and resources, they would only be able to advance by 2 or 3 stages at most. 2 stages accounted for 90% of the time, and there might not even be a single cultivator who could advance to the 3rd tier in several thousand years. After all, the heaven-opening pill was artificially refined. The more such a spirit pill was consumed, the less effective it would be for the cultivator until it had no effect at all. Of course, if one had the opportunity to obtain a naturally occurring heaven-opening pill, they would not have such concerns. There were many miraculous things in this world, and there was a type of heaven-opening pill that was naturally formed and extremely rare. This heaven-opening pill did not have any side effects, and anyone who obtained it could use its power to advance their own cultivation. However, this naturally occurring heaven-opening pill was extremely rare, and it would often be fought over by various blessed paradises the moment it appeared. An ordinary cultivator would not have the chance to obtain it. Beside the 3,000 world tree, several hundred cultivators were in an uproar, clearly shocked by Su Zhen's words. Su Zhen said solemnly, "I didn't really believe it at first, but after seeing these world fruits, I have no choice but to believe it." Breaking through to the heaven-opening realm is nothing more than expanding the mini-cosmos world in one's body, perfecting the power of that mini-cosmos world. Looking at these world fruits, every single one is a mini-cosmos world. If one can ingest and refine them, the benefits to a heaven-opening realm cultivator are unimaginable. It's only natural that they can help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Su Zhen's words were not wrong. The world fruits were filled with world might, forming a mini-cosmos world of its own. If a heaven-opening realm cultivator ingested and refined them, it would indeed help them expand the mini-cosmos world in their body, perfecting the power of their mini-cosmos world. For a moment, everyone's eyes burned with desire as they looked at the world fruits one after another, drooling. These were divine objects that could help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by a single grade. Everyone present had benefited greatly from the great cosmological realm. It could be said that as long as they could leave safely, it would not be much of a problem for them to advance to the heaven-opening realm in the future. If they could obtain a world fruit in advance, they would be able to advance to the 4th stage from the 3rd stage, the 5th stage from the 4th stage, and the 7th stage from the 6th stage. How many years of bitter cultivation would a single world fruit save? Even if they did not consume it themselves, if they sold it, it would definitely cause a great deal of competition among heaven-opening realm cultivators. But don't get too carried away, everyone. Su Zhen suddenly chuckled and said in a clear voice, "Although these world fruits are divine objects and have extraordinary effects, they are not omnipotent. These fruits are divided into 3 grades. The lowest grade world fruit can only help a low heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by 1 grade, the middle grade world fruit can help a mid-heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by 1 grade, and the high grade world fruit can help a high heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by 1 grade. These fruits are also divided into high, middle, and low grades?" Xiang Ying raised his brow. Su Zhen nodded and said, "That's what I read in the records. Don't ask me how to differentiate them, I don't know either. I only know that most of the spirit fruits on this tree are low grade, and only a few are middle grade. As for high grade, there may or may not be any, and even if there are very few of them." As he spoke, he sent out his divine sense to cover the fruits. However, although the fruits looked small, they actually formed a world of their own inside. All the probing divine senses were swallowed up, and no one was able to find any clues, let alone determine their quality. From the outside, there was not much difference between the fruits. They looked like they were carved from the same mold. However, even if there were no high-grade fruits, the fruits on this tree were enough to make one's eyes go red with envy. Ding Yi laughed loudly. Serves me right for getting rich, huh? Among the people present, Di Tian had the most people. With so many spirit fruits, even if they were to divide them equally, he would still get a lot. However, the prerequisite was that he could pluck the spirit fruits. Su Zhen seemed to know what he was thinking. He smiled slightly and said, although there are many world fruits, everyone only has one chance. If you pluck them, you won't be able to enter the world within the fruit again. What kind of bullshit logic is that? Ding Yi could not help but stare. Su Zhen said, I'm not sure either. Actually, I've only seen some records from ancient records, so I don't know much about this fruit tree. Ding Yi pondered for a moment and said, only by entering the world within the fruit and comprehending its mysteries can we have a chance to obtain the world fruits? Su Zhen nodded slightly. That's what I saw. Ding Yi nodded and grinned. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try. As he spoke, he called out to his cultivator subordinates and selected a dozen or so people to forcefully pluck the world fruits. The dozen or so people all rubbed their hands together and arrived in front of the 3,000 world tree. Yang Kai and the others watched silently and had no intention of stopping them. They had many things they did not know about the 3,000 world tree, so they could use Di Tian to test it out. After a while, the dozen or so people used various methods to grab the world fruits one by one. However, no matter what they did, the world fruits did not move at all. All of their methods were like stones sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Someone even cast a divine technique at the world fruit out of indignation, but it was still swallowed by the fruit. The spirit fruit was unaffected, but the divine technique was gone. After a while, Ding Yi called those people back. The results of the test were obvious. It was impossible to forcefully pluck the spirit fruit. They could only do as Su Zhen said and enter the world within the fruit. If that's the case, let's make a trip. Someone laughed loudly and stepped forward. He flew up to a tree trunk and reached out to grab a spirit fruit. The moment he touched it, his figure disappeared. As soon as this person moved, many of the remaining cultivator could not sit still anymore. They all flew to the 3,000 world tree and selected different spirit fruits. One figure after another disappeared mysteriously. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people were gone. Some of the remaining cultivator were still observing silently. Some hesitated, wondering if they should risk it all. After all, Su Zhen had said before that entering the world within the fruit had its risks. If they succeeded, they would pluck the spirit fruit, but if they failed, they would be trapped for life. There was no other possibility. Xiang Ying and the young man who obtained Aku also chose a spirit fruit and entered the world within the fruit. Ding Yi pointed his blade and shouted, "Brothers, the opportunity is right in front of you. Whether you can grasp it or not is up to you. I won't force you. Those who are content with mediocrity can stay, but those who want to soar, come with me." After saying that, he was the first to rush over. He found the spirit fruit at the highest point and grabbed it. His figure disappeared instantly. Di Tian and the others followed closely behind, each choosing their own target. Some shook their heads and sighed, going down the mountain. After all, not everyone had Ding Yi's courage. Su Zhen did not move, and neither did Yang Kai. Both of them wanted to find out the grades of these spirit fruits. Unfortunately, after looking for a long time, neither of them found anything. After a while, Su Zhen shook his head and said, "Brother Yang, I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Brother Su, take care." Chapter 4100. As he spoke, he secretly sent a voice transmission. What will happen if two people choose the same spirit fruit at the same time? He had been staying here, not only to distinguish the grade of the spirit fruit, but also to see this. Unfortunately, there were so many people just now, but none of them entered the world within the fruit together. They all chose different targets. Su Zhen's eyes flashed slightly, and he instantly understood Yang Kai's intention. He replied, "Brother Yang can try." He obviously didn't know what the consequences would be. After Su Zhen disappeared, Yang Kai set his sights on a certain world fruit. He grabbed it and disappeared without a trace. After a cup of tea, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was the short man who obtained the gourd vine. At this moment, he stared at the 3,000 world tree in front of him with a fanatical expression and laughed. World fruit, there's such a divine object in the land of eternity. This person had been hiding nearby and only showed up now. He walked slowly to the fruit tree and shook the gourd vine, trying to grab a fruit. However, no matter how he tried, he couldn't get it. The fruit grew on the tree, and although it looked easy to pick, it was unusually strong. The short man tried several times but failed. He could only sigh, "It seems that I have to go into the world within the fruit." As he spoke, he grabbed one of the fruits. At this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. A great danger shrouded him, and a voice suddenly sounded in his ears, "Freeze!" The space around him suddenly froze, and his body froze on the spot. The world fruit was within reach, but he couldn't move it at all. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a figure slowly emerging in midair. He was shocked. How could he not know that he had fallen into an ambush? He was cautious by nature. If not, he wouldn't have hidden until now. Who knew that when he confirmed that everyone had entered the world within the fruit, there was still someone outside who had deceived his detection? That voice should be the carrier of Zhujuin Yang Kai, who had made a name for himself in the great cosmological realm. He couldn't help but be shocked. He had no enmity with Yang Kai. It was only because of Jin Wu's instructions that he set up an ambush in the colorful passageway. He thought that he would definitely kill Yang Kai. Who would have thought that Yang Kai was only slightly injured? Only then did he realize that Yang Kai lived up to his reputation. Previously, in order to deal with Ding Yi, he had no choice but to reveal his identity. It was obvious that Yang Kai held a grudge against him. That guy had been hiding his whereabouts all this time in order to plot against him. In a split second, the short man had already understood everything. Although he was panicking in his heart, he did not panic and hurriedly used his mind to communicate with the gourd vine that was wrapped around his body. The 7 small gourds hanging on the vine faintly emitted a 7-colored brilliance. Yang Kai appeared from the void and strode towards the short man. He stretched out his hand and a huge crescent blade was formed. He coldly looked at the short man not far away and shouted, "Cut!" The moon blade pierced through the air, slicing through the void as it slashed toward the short man. This person was Jin Wu's bearer. Previously, he had plotted against him in the colorful passageway. Since the enmity had been formed, it would not end until one of them was dead. Yang Kai naturally would not be merciful. He had the shadowless gauze, so it was not difficult for him to conceal his presence. Just now, he seemed to have fallen into the world within the fruit, but in fact, he did not touch the fruit at all. Before that, he had already activated the shadowless gauze to hide his presence. After waiting for a while, the short man indeed exposed his whereabouts. This guy also had a method of concealment and obtained a sacred medicine like the gourd vine. If he did not take this opportunity to get rid of him, he would definitely be a problem in the future. Moreover, Yang Kai was also envious of the gourd vine and the 7 small gourds. Pu Bai Xiong and the small mushroom were sacred medicines and their value was inestimable. However, to Yang Kai, the gourd vine was undoubtedly more attractive. The 7 small gourds on the vine corresponded to the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements, and were all of the 5th rank. If he could snatch the gourd vine, it would mean that he would have an endless supply of 5th rank power to use in the future. He did not need it, but those in the star boundary did. He would kill without mercy. The moon blade whistled through the air and slashed in front of the short man in an instant. Just as the man's head was about to be separated from his body, the 7 small gourds wrapped around his body suddenly shone brightly. A rainbow-colored light lingered around him. Yin, yang, and the 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other, forming a solid layer of protection outside his body. With a boom, the moon blade slashed down, but it only cut a hole in the rainbow-colored protection, causing the man's body to tremble slightly. It did not cause much damage to the short man. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the short man had already broken free from the restraints of the law of space. He turned his head and glared at Yang Kai, saying resentfully, "I'll kill you sooner or later." Yang Kai snorted coldly and punched out. On the peak of his fist, a small black dot flashed and disappeared. Clips. The violent fist energy tore apart the rainbow-colored protection. The short man grunted and spat out blood. He grabbed at the world fruit with a panicked expression and instantly disappeared. Yang Kai strode over. When he turned his fist into a palm strike, he hit empty air. The short man had already rushed into the world within the fruit. Yang Kai did not hesitate and grabbed at the fruit as well. The short man had already been injured by him, so this was a good opportunity to take his life. Yang Kai naturally would not miss this opportunity and was determined to kill him. What made him feel at ease was that when he grabbed the world fruit, he clearly felt a suction force coming from the fruit, pulling his body into a bottomless abyss. It seemed that even if two people chose the same world fruit, they could still enter together. He could not help but feel a little curious and expectant. What exactly was the world within the fruit like? He activated his power to protect himself and was secretly on guard. In what seemed like an instant, Yang Kai suddenly arrived in a strange world. Looking around, his eyes were filled with astonishment. He saw that he was in a huge bubble at this moment, and there were even more bubbles around him. They were so densely packed that there was no end in sight. This entire world seemed to be composed of countless bubbles. What surprised him was that the world chi in these bubbles was abnormally abundant, and this world actually had its own world principles, and they were the kind that was relatively complete. With just a glance, Yang Kai realized that if he cultivated in this world, if he wasn't hindered by his aptitude, he could definitely reach the heaven-opening realm. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. This was just a world within the fruit, but it could actually allow one to reach the heaven-opening realm. The world fruit was truly extraordinary. No wonder it could help a heaven-opening realm cultivator directly break through. This should be a low-grade world fruit, because Yang Kai could sense that the third stage of heaven-opening realm was the limit here. This feeling was very vague, but he was certain of it. But before he could investigate anything else, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something unusual from the corner of his eye. He turned his head and saw a figure that appeared distorted under the folding of the bubble's membrane. The figure broke through the bubble's bubble and rushed into another bubble. It was the short man. Yang Kai and the other party had rushed into this world one after the other, and their positions were about the same. The other party had just taken a punch from Yang Kai, and his aura was weak at this moment. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. How could Yang Kai miss such a good opportunity? He shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" Pushing his space principles, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he chased after the other party. With a bang, Yang Kai felt like he had hit a mountain, and his momentum was immediately halted. He saw stars and felt a lump in his throat, and tears were about to flow out of his eyes. On his left and right shoulders, the little mushroom and Pu Baixiong were rolling around, crying out in pain. Yang Kai shook his head and took a step back. Looking up, he could not help but feel a little speechless. The thing in front of him was actually the thin film of the bubble. It was this thin film that had blocked his teleportation and prevented him from smoothly chasing after the other party. Raising his hand, Yang Kai grabbed the little mushroom and Pu Baixiong and threw them into the small sealed world before tearing open the thin film in front of him and rushing into the next bubble. Strangely enough, this thin film cut off his space principles, making it impossible for him to teleport, but it could not stop his tearing force. However, after Yang Kai rushed into the next bubble, the torn gap automatically closed. At this moment, Yang Kai had no time to think too deeply about this matter. Locking his eyes in the direction the short man had escaped, he broke through layer after layer of the thin film and chased after him. After a short while, Yang Kai laughed, "The heavens are helping me." Because in his field of vision, when the short man broke into the next bubble, a raging fire suddenly burst out from the bubble, burning him up and making him jump up and down, making him look quite miserable. Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, there was a loud crack and a bolt of lightning struck him, causing him to stagger. Looking around, Yang Kai's face changed as he saw that the bubble he was in was filled with countless lightning snakes that gathered together into a thunderstorm in the blink of an eye, causing him to feel numb all over and shiver uncontrollably. These bubbles also contained many dangers. At first glance, there seemed to be no difference between the bubbles, but after breaking into them, one would realize just how mysterious they were. 10 breaths later, Yang Kai rushed out of the lightning-filled bubble, and the short man also broke free at the same time. He clearly noticed that someone was chasing him from behind, but he didn't look back at all and simply fled. Yang Kai held his breath as he shuttled back and forth between the bubbles in pursuit. This chase went on for an unknown distance, sometimes closing the gap between them, sometimes distancing themselves. Yang Kai gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. If it weren't for these strange bubbles, with his space principles, wouldn't it have been easy for him to chase after this person? However, these bubbles could cut off his teleportation, causing him to feel quite resentful. A few days later, Yang Kai stopped, panting in exhaustion. Dozens of bubbles in front of him, the short man also sat down and sprawled out on the ground. After a few days of chasing, whether it was Yang Kai or this short man, both of them were a little exhausted and had to stop to rest. Yang Kai crazily stuffed spirit pills into his mouth and shouted, "Run, run as fast as you can. When this king catches you, he will definitely let you taste all the torture in the world." The short man struggled to get up and stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth, gasping for breath. "What will it take for you to let me go?" Yang Kai sneered. "Let you go? Do you think it's possible? Not to mention that you attacked this king and tried to kill this king. As a bearer, there will be a life and death battle between you and me. Instead of waiting for trouble in the future, it's better to deal with you here and now." Chapter 4101. Seeing that Yang Kai was not going to give up, the short man was furious. "Yang Kai, don't think I'm afraid of you. I just don't want to fight a meaningless battle and let others take advantage of me." Yang Kai laughed sinisterly. "Killing you is not a meaningless battle. If you want to live, it's simple. Leave your gourd vine behind and I won't chase you." The man surnamed Go said angrily, "Then come and chase me. Let's see who's faster, you or me." If he had not been punched by Yang Kai, he would not have had to flee so pathetically. With the gourd vine in his hand, why would he need to fear anyone in the great cosmological realm? It was just that the punch from before made him feel really uncomfortable. If it were not for the protection of the gourd vine, he would have been smashed to pieces by that punch. The two of them continued to quarrel as they recovered. Obviously, neither of them wanted to let the other rest in peace. After an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai got up, tore open the membrane in front of him, and rushed forward. The man surnamed Go was shocked. He did not care that the spirit pill in his stomach had not completely dissolved and hurriedly fled. In the following dozens of days, the man surnamed Go could be said to be living a life worse than death. Yang Kai's recovery ability was obviously much stronger than his. Often, before he could recover much of his strength, Yang Kai would be full of energy and would chase after him, forcing him to flee in panic. The injuries on his body did not receive effective treatment and recuperation. Not only did he not recover much, but they also showed signs of worsening. He knew that this could not go on. If this continued, Yang Kai would catch up to him one day. At that time, he would not even have the strength to fight back. Over the past few days, the distance between Yang Kai and him was constantly closing. At first, there were still dozens of air bubbles between them, but now there were only a few air bubbles left. It could be said that they were very close. Along the way, he had also been constantly exploring the mysteries of this world in an attempt to comprehend the mystery of this place and then take the world fruit. Unfortunately, after so many days, he still did not gain anything. Not only him, but Yang Kai was also the same. This entire world was made up of countless bubbles. Each bubble was similar in size, and there was no difference at all. Although Yang Kai had chased the man all the way and forced him into a difficult situation, he was secretly anxious. After all, so many days had passed. Who knew what was going on outside? If they missed the closing time of the land of the ancients, wouldn't they be trapped here for the rest of their lives? At that time, he would not be able to leave, and he and the others would most likely suffer as well. Therefore, Yang Kai spared no effort in his pursuit. Only by getting rid of this guy as soon as possible could he explore the mysteries of this place. After another round of meditation, Yang Kai didn't have time to recover all of his strength. He got up, tore through the bubble's membrane, and charged toward the man surnamed Go. This time, the other party didn't run away. He just sat there cross-legged and looked over coldly. There was a trace of determination in his ferocious gaze. Yang Kai grinned. How could he not know that this guy had no choice but to fight with his life on the line? This was what he wanted to see. In a flash, Yang Kai had already rushed through several bubbles and arrived at the bubble where the man surnamed Go was. After several dozen days, this was the first time the two of them were facing each other at such a close distance. Condense. Yang Kai formed a seal with one hand and activated the space principle, immediately sealing the space inside the bubble. This way, the man surnamed Go would not be able to escape easily unless he broke through the space barrier. If the other party really did so, it would definitely give him an opportunity to take advantage of. It seems that you and I can only meet in life and death. What a pity, I didn't want to send you on your way so quickly, but you forced my hand. The man surnamed Go didn't panic. Instead, there was a sense of certainty in his voice. Saying so, he let out a long breath and slowly stood up. As he stood up, his originally somewhat dispirited aura began to soar. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and said, "It's still not certain who will send who on their way, so don't boast so early. It won't look good on you later." The two men's gazes collided and sparks flashed. In the next moment, the two of them attacked at the same time, as if they had discussed this beforehand. Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent a series of moon blades whistling forward, covering a large area and shattering space wherever the moon blades passed. The man surnamed Go formed a series of seals with his hands and sent a giant awl spinning through the air. Dao Breaker Seal. This divine technique was specifically designed to counter Dao seals and was extremely powerful. Yang Kai had suffered a loss once before, and Ding Yi had also almost lost his life to this technique. Having already seen it twice, Yang Kai was naturally prepared. He divided a part of his concentration to stabilize his Dao seal, not allowing it to move. At the same time, with a slight thought, the moon blade he sent out whizzed back towards the Dao Breaker seal, strangling it. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly, and in the blink of an eye, the Dao Breaker seal disappeared. The moon blade did not lose any of its power and once again struck towards the man surnamed Go. The man surnamed Go let out a roar as golden light filled his entire body. The power of the 7th stage metal elemental force surged, turning him into a golden man in an instant. He swung his fists and smashed them into the crescent blade, shattering it. The metal element was mainly used to attack and was very aggressive. Yang Kai's face was filled with envy. He had almost completely condensed the power of the 5 elements, and now he was only missing the metal element. He was secretly annoyed. Why wasn't the divine spirit looking for him Jin Wu, but Zhu Jiao-yin instead? If it was Jin Wu, he could use the power of his inner core to condense the 7th rank metal element. Once the 5 elements power was completed, he would be half a step into the heaven-opening realm. He only needed the yin and yang elements to enter the heaven-opening realm. Unfortunately, it was fate. Since Zhu Jiao-yin had found him to be the bearer, Jin Wu would not let him go. This was the root cause of this battle. After breaking the moon blades, the man surnamed Go's momentum did not falter. His short figure was like a bull as he charged at Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yang Kai. His fist, which was surrounded by the 7th rank metal element power, was aimed at Yang Kai's chest. Before the fist arrived, the sharp aura had already eroded Yang Kai. He felt pain on his skin and his clothes were torn. However, he did not dodge. His expression was indifferent as he looked at the man surnamed Go mockingly. In the next moment, the man surnamed Go's expression changed slightly. No matter how hard he tried, his fist could not hit Yang Kai. It was always half a foot away from him. He clearly felt that he was constantly breaking through, but the distance between them was not shortened at all. It was very strange. When Yang Kai seized the Tai pure divine water, he encountered the restriction of heaven and earth. He gained a lot from comprehending it and opened a new door on the great path of space. After these days, he became more and more skilled in using this method of space extension. The man surnamed Go could not shorten the distance between them, just like how he could not shorten the distance between him and the white jade trough. The space between them was extending. It seemed to be motionless, but it was moving like thunder. After 10 breaths, the man surnamed Go ran out of energy and his momentum fell. At this moment, Yang Kai pointed his finger and said indifferently, "Die." On the tip of his finger, a small golden crow flew out and cried. It rapidly enlarged in the man surnamed Go's vision as if it was going to envelop him completely. The golden crow true fire was extremely terrifying. It was even stronger than his golden crow power, so if he was really burned by this golden crow, he would not have a good end. At this critical moment of life and death, the man surnamed Go no longer dared to hide his strength. With a shake of his arm, the gourd vine shot out as if it had a mind of its own, penetrating the golden crow's body and breaking it apart. It then went straight for Yang Kai's forehead. On the gourd vine, the power of yin and yang and 5 elements lingered, breaking through his space extension and arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's face changed slightly and he leaned back, barely avoiding this blow. The man surnamed Go did not show any mercy. He held the gourd vine in his hand and used it like a whip. With a shake of his hand, the gourd vine turned into circles and came down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai dodged several times, but he could not get rid of it. Seeing that he was about to be enveloped by the gourd vine, he immediately shouted and stretched out his hand, grasping the black dragon spear in his hand and thrusting it forward with his heart. There was no pattern to this spear attack. It seemed to be a casual attack, but it was exquisite as it hit the center of the countless circles. A violent force exploded as the man surnamed Go grunted and took a few steps back. Yang Kai suddenly broke free. Without stopping, the spear shot out like a dragon, filling the sky with spear shadows that enveloped the man surnamed Go. The sudden change in attack and defense shocked the man surnamed Go. He never thought that Yang Kai would have such outstanding attainments in the way of the spear. With his attack broken, he could only passively defend. For a time, the two were locked in a fierce battle inside the bubble. They were evenly matched. However, the more they fought, the more the man surnamed Go became alarmed. The spear in Yang Kai's hand was like a living creature, attacking the weak points of his defense every time, causing him to break out in cold sweat. It was not all luck that he was chosen by the Golden Crow. The divine spirits had their own criteria for choosing their bearers. If one's foundation was insufficient, the divine spirits would not favor them. He had relied on his own strength to become a bearer. He had been nurtured by the Golden Crow for many years, entered the land of the ancients, and obtained the gourd vine. He thought that no one in the entire great cosmological abyss would be his match, but who knew that someone would be able to take advantage of him? After several dangerous encounters, the man surnamed Go finally determined that he was not Yang Kai's opponent with his current means. The spear in his opponent's hand was definitely extraordinary, as it was able to clash with his gourd vines without being damaged. On top of that, there was also a faint divine spirit aura coming from it, making it difficult for him to react quickly. The man surnamed Go gritted his teeth and shouted, "I didn't want to use this move, but you have the ability to make me use it. It's your honor to die under this move." Yang Kai's heart trembled slightly. He knew that the guy in front of him was about to use some kind of trump card, but he still had some tricks up his sleeve. He immediately sneered, "How dare you boast so shamelessly? I'll knock your teeth out later." Whether I'm boasting shamelessly or not, you can experience it for yourself. The man surnamed Go snorted and shouted, "Rise." As he spoke, he shook the gourd vine, and the 7 small gourds on it rolled down one after another. Yang Kai swung his spear and retreated, his eyes cold and vigilant. He had seen the abilities of these 7 small gourds, and each of them was extremely extraordinary. He had been secretly on guard before, but who knew that the other party had not used it? Was he going to borrow the power of the gourds now? Chapter 4102. The 7 gourd brothers were all extraordinary and could summon the power of the 5th stage. An ordinary cultivator was no match for them. After all, there were not many cultivators who could summon the power of the 5th stage and could not resist the power of the 7 gourd brothers. However, Yang Kai was not afraid. The power of the 5 elements he could summon was at the 7th stage at the very least, so how could he be afraid of the 5th stage? The 7 gourd brothers rolled down the gourd vine and assumed different postures, looking majestic. Before they could announce their names, the man surnamed Go suddenly shook the gourd vine again. The gourd vine pierced straight through and under Yang Kai's stunned gaze. It pierced through eldest baby's back and came out from his chest. Strangely enough, although eldest baby was pierced through by the gourd vine, he was not injured at all. The gourd vine did not slow down and pass through second baby, followed by third baby, fourth baby. In the blink of an eye, the 7 gourd brothers were strung together like a gourd. Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness. He thought that the 7 gourd brothers were the man surnamed Go's final trump card, but who knew that there were more variables? Without any hesitation, he activated all of his strength. The roar of a dragon resounded, and the might of a dragon filled the air. The black dragon spear seemed to transform into a giant dragon as it pounced towards the man surnamed Go. The man surnamed Go just looked at Yang Kai indifferently, as if he was looking down at an ant. He shook the gourd vine and met the black dragon spear head-on. With a loud bang, Yang Kai only felt a terrifying force hit him head-on, and he was sent flying uncontrollably. Even the giant dragon phantom on the blue dragon spear dimmed from the impact. Yang Kai hit the bubble and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened. The power of the heaven opening? In that instant of contact, he actually felt the rich power of the heaven opening from the gourd vine. This power was far beyond the man surnamed Go's own power, and it was also beyond his current power. He suffered a great loss in just one exchange. At this moment, the 7 small gourds that were pierced by the gourd vine turned into 7 colored lights that surged into the gourd vine, causing the gourd vine to change colors and become extremely gorgeous. The power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements intertwined and fused within it, reinforcing and restraining each other, turning into a cycle that evolved into endless profundities. When a cultivator reached splitting the heavens, they had to condense the power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements to create a world within their body. Only then would they be able to unleash the might of the world without any external help. This was also the biggest reason why splitting the heavens were above the emperor realm. Yang Kai himself had not cultivated to this level, but he had seen others advance to split the heavens with his own eyes. When Bai Qi had broken through to the 5th stage, he had been observing from the side. At that time, it was fortunate that he had given Bai Qi some heaven and earth source liquid. Otherwise, Bai Qi would have already died. The scene of that day was still vivid in his mind, just like what he saw in front of him. Yin, yang, and the 5 elements intertwined and merged, reinforcing and restraining each other. The 7 small gourds on the gourd vine corresponded to the power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Just like how a cultivator could condense the power of the 7 elements, this gourd vine could actually evolve the power of splitting the heavens. Moreover, it was the power of a 5th stage splitting the heavens. After all, each of the small gourds displayed the power of a 5th stage splitting the heavens. In other words, what the man surnamed Go was holding right now was a powerful killing weapon that could freely unleash the power of a 5th stage splitting the heavens. Yang Kai's hair stood on end. Although he was powerful, he was far from being a match for a 5th stage splitting the heavens. He still had this much self-awareness. A 5th stage splitting the heavens was Yuhi's level. With his current strength, facing such an existence in his current state, only death would await him. Without even thinking about it, he turned around and tore through the bubble, madly fleeing. The originally favorable situation immediately turned into one of crisis. The man surnamed Go's cold voice came from behind him. "Where can you run to? Since you forced me to use this move, you can die without regrets." With the sound of something tearing through the air, Yang Kai felt a chill from head to toe, as if a poisonous snake was chasing after him. Turning his head, Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. He saw that the man surnamed Go was still standing in place, but the gourd vine in his hand continued to extend, bombarding him. Wherever it passed, the bubbles would explode, unable to stop the attack of the gourd vine. If this were any other place, Yang Kai could still use teleportation to dodge, but in this world of bubbles, his freedom was greatly restricted. Although he did his utmost to stimulate his space principles to extend the surrounding space, he was unable to stop the pursuit of the gourd vine. His principles were completely destroyed by the heaven-splitting power of the gourd vine, so he was unable to do anything. In just 3 breaths of time, the gourd vine was only a meter behind him. Yang Kai was unable to dodge. Sensing the terrifying power of the gourd vine, he clenched his teeth and turned around, pouring his strength into the blue dragon spear as he jabbed at the gourd vine. With a boom, Yang Kai was sent flying, blood wildly spurting from his mouth. The gourd vine's attack was also blocked. Once again slamming into the membrane, Kai Yang's body emitted a series of cracking sounds. Even his bones had been broken in that instant. The pain was heart-wrenching, but his eyes lit up. Not only was he not startled, his eyes instead revealed a look of ecstasy. Previously, he had been shocked by the heaven-splitting power of the gourd vine and really believed that the man surnamed Go could display the power of a fifth-stage heaven-splitting, but now that he had come into contact with it, he realized that he had been scaring himself. After fusing with the 7 small gourds, the gourd vine could indeed display the power of a fifth-stage heaven-splitting, but the man surnamed Go's strength was insufficient, so he was unable to fully activate the power of the gourd vine. The power he could display now was at most the power of a 2nd or 3rd stage heaven-splitting. Otherwise, even with the blue dragon spear blocking that attack, he would not have been able to survive. Perhaps this was also related to the special world principles here. This was a low-rank world fruit, so its limit was the 3rd stage heaven-splitting, so it was difficult for it to contain power beyond that level. And at this level, if it was at this level, then he could fight. Realizing this, how could Yang Kai still try to escape? Instead, he arched his back and instead of retreating, he charged towards the man surnamed Go. The other party stood in place, his eyes drooping as he softly said, "Did you notice? So what if you did? The power of a heaven-splitting realm is not something a mere emperor realm master like you can resist." The gourd vine pierced through the air again, but Yang Kai's spear shadows filled the sky as he displayed the full power of the great unrestrained spear technique. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of collisions occurred, and the bubbles were annihilated one after another. Violent energy swept out and a brilliant halo of light exploded. Yang Kai was once again sent flying, but before he could stabilize himself, the gourd vine had already closed in on him, its heaven-splitting power sweeping out in all directions, intent on killing him. Yang Kai swallowed the surging blood in his throat, gritted his teeth, and waved his spear in a desperate struggle against the gourd vine. He was sent flying again and again, coughing up blood time and time again, a tragic sight to behold. He was completely at a disadvantage, unable to fight back against the man surnamed Go. However, Yang Kai was not in a hurry, and his blood-filled eyes were filled with confidence. The man surnamed Go flew into a rage. "Why haven't you died yet?" Saying so, he sent Yang Kai flying again, gasping for breath. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Kai Yang grabbed his twisted left arm and twisted it slightly, reattaching it back into his body. Grinning, he said, "My life is very tough, you won't be able to kill me with your abilities." He had the wood attribute condensed from the immortal tree's essence and a dragon vein, so in terms of recovery ability, there were few people in this world who could surpass him. As long as he wasn't killed in a single blow, no matter how serious his injuries were, he could recover. Although the heaven-splitting strength of a 2nd or 3rd stage cultivator was powerful, and Yang Kai was unable to fight back, they still couldn't kill him here. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai wiped the blood from his eyes, allowing his vision to recover slightly before looking at the man surnamed Go with a playful expression. "How long can you last?" Yang Kai slowly said, "As an Emperor Realm Master, how could you not pay a price for forcibly using heaven-splitting strength? I'm afraid this price is not small, otherwise you wouldn't have been hiding it all this time and would have used this move long ago. Is your Dao seal still stable? Can your body still hold up? It looks like the one who's going to die is you, bastard." Yang Kai pointed his spear forward in an extremely provocative manner. The man surnamed Go's face was extremely gloomy. Yang Kai was right. As an Emperor Realm Master, forcibly using heaven-splitting strength was indeed impossible without paying a price. Every time he activated the gourd vine, it would cause damage to Yang Kai, but it would also cause a huge impact to his body, soul, and Dao seal. If this continued before he could kill Yang Kai, he would likely die from the backlash of this gourd vine. The man surnamed Go gritted his teeth and declared, "Before I die, I will definitely drag you down with me." Saying so, he suddenly shook the gourd vine again and madly poured his strength into it, causing a seven-colored light to rapidly circulate around it. At the same time, the man surnamed Go's flesh and blood began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, he had consumed too much of his strength and could not bear it any longer. The arm holding the gourd vine began to bleed profusely. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, knowing that the other party was going all out. Success or failure would all depend on this move. This was the moment he had been waiting for. In the next moment, the gourd vine tore through the air. This attack was even more terrifying than the previous ones, giving Yang Kai a feeling that it had surpassed the low-rank heaven-splitting strength and had reached the mid-rank. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he shouted, "Golden Crow casts sun." A loud and clear bird cry rang out as a golden sun slowly rose from behind him. In an instant, it emitted a dazzling light, and a terrifying aura surged from the sun. Golden crows were dancing and frolicking in the sun, causing the expression of the man surnamed Go to change slightly. He had long heard that Yang Kai had comprehended a divine technique Dharma idol, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Even though they were enemies, he could not help feeling admiration for this young man. This kind of talent was truly extraordinary. When the first elder of the Scarlet Star sect saw the Golden Crow casts sun divine technique Dharma idol, he had said that with this divine technique Dharma idol, even if Yang Kai was only in the Emperor realm, he had the qualifications to compete with a low-rank heaven-splitting strength. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of this divine technique Dharma idol was. Yang Kai raised his spear and thrust the great sun at the tip of his spear, sending it crashing towards the gourd vine. Chapter 4103. Yang Kai had the Golden Crow casting sun divine technique aspect, while the man surnamed Go had the gourd vine's heaven-splitting power. Both of them could display power on par with a low-rank heaven-splitting master, so it could be said that they had met their match. In the world inside the fruit, the great sun shone brilliantly as the gourd vine pierced through the heavens and shattered the void. The collision of the two was like the collision of two stars. With a loud bang, a terrifying shockwave spread out and the surrounding bubbles burst one after another, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai's eyes were bloodshot as he poured all of his strength into this spear attack, but how could the man surnamed Go not do the same? Hong hong hong. The heavens and earth changed color as countless void cracks appeared in the world inside the fruit. Obviously, this world could not withstand the impact of this violent power. Yang Kai coughed up blood as he was sent flying backwards. The great sun was annihilated. The man surnamed Go coughed up a mouthful of blood as his face suddenly paled. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body as the seven-colored light on the gourd vine dimmed and 7 new gourd fruits were formed as he was sent flying like a ragged sack. This collision resulted in both sides suffering heavy losses. Neither Yang Kai nor the man surnamed Go was able to gain the slightest advantage over the other. As soon as he landed, Yang Kai urged his strength to get up, but unexpectedly he was unable to do so. The blow just now had exhausted almost all of his strength, and at this moment, whether it was his physical body or his Tao seal, they had both reached their limits. If he tried to force himself, it might leave behind some irreparable damage. Yang Kai was shocked, never having expected that this battle would end up like this. He secretly reflected that he could not underestimate the heroes of the world. This man surnamed Go was not famous before, but now he possessed such terrifying strength, and this was only a divine spirit bearer, so what kind of amazing abilities did the others have? Of course, this guy's ability was based on the gourd vine. Fortunately, he could not get up, and the man surnamed Go was also lying there motionless. This guy had forcibly stimulated the heaven-splitting power with his emperor body, so the damage he suffered was not much better than Yang Kai's. The bubbles in the world continued to burst as if a chain reaction had been set off by the impact of the two people's strength. They could not be stopped at all, and the rate at which they were bursting was becoming faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, all the bubbles had burst, leaving only a palm-sized bubble floating in the air. This bubble was heaven-splitting fruit had not been noticed by Yang Kai or Go. They had chased after each other and broken through countless bubbles, but they had never seen this one before. When the other bubbles burst, it became extremely unique. Yang Kai blinked his blood-red eyes and stared at the bubble, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he realized that this bubble should be the key to this world fruit. If he could refine this bubble, he might be able to obtain this world fruit. At this moment, he did not even had the strength could Kai. Yang Kai had only crawled a few steps when he suddenly felt something tighten around his ankle. Turning his head, he cursed in his heart. His attention had been attracted by the bubble and he had completely forgotten about Go. The other party had actually used the gourd vine to wrap around his ankle, and in the next moment, Yang Kai was pulled behind Go by the gourd vine, tumbling several times before he could stabilize himself. Yang Kai had been relatively close to the bubble, but after being pulled by Go, he was now even closer to the other party. Obviously, Go had also realized the uniqueness of the bubble, and at this moment, he also began crawling towards it. What made Yang Kai feel lucky was that although he had been pulled back by the gourd vine, he had not suffered any damage. Obviously, Go did not have the extra strength to deal with him, otherwise, he would not have let him go so easily. Yang Kai was furious and chased after him with all his might. At this moment, the two of them wriggled forward like two maggots, approaching the bubble little by little. Go's injuries were obviously more serious, and he was soon overtaken by Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him with disdain and said, "Wait until I get this world fruit, then I'll come and take your dog life." Go's face darkened, and he did not say a word as he swung the gourd vine in his hand again. Yang Kai was dragged back again. Yang Kai's face darkened, and he cursed as he raised the black dragon spear in his hand and poked at the gourd vine. With a cry, the 7 gourd vines on the gourd vine all grew eyes and stared at Yang Kai pitifully, saying in unison, "You're hurting us." Yang Kai ignored them and poked with all his strength, finally breaking free from the gourd vine. Go shook the gourd vine, and the 7 small gourd vines on the gourd vine rolled down and turned into the 7 gourd brothers. However, at this moment, the 7 gourd brothers were also dispirited. It was obvious that the collision with Yang Kai just now had caused them to suffer great injuries as well as Yuan Qi. The 7 gourd brothers were lying on the ground. Eldest baby said weakly, "I am eldest baby." Second baby said, "I am second baby." Third baby said, "I am third baby." The 7 gourd brothers announced their names one by one and huddled together like a mountain, saying in unison, "We are the 7 gourd brothers." Go was furious. "Shut up, all of you. Hold him back." The 7 gourd brothers immediately hugged Yang Kai, grabbing his hair and arms. It was unknown which one of them ran to Yang Kai's side and hugged Yang Kai's leg, assuming a posture that prevented him from moving forward. Yang Kai was speechless as he watched Go slowly approach the bubble. With a thought, he summoned Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom. Grape asked in surprise, "What's going on?" He and Little Mushroom were taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai after entering this fruit world, so they knew nothing about what had just happened. As soon as they came out, they saw the 7 gourd brothers making things difficult for Yang Kai and couldn't help feeling surprised. Little Mushroom grabbed her mushroom cap with both hands and asked weakly, "Gourd brothers, what are you doing?" How could the 7 gourd brothers have time to pay attention to her? All of them were crawling onto Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai called out, "Don't just stand there, hurry up and help get them away." Pu Baixiong rolled his eyes and suddenly put his hands on his hips as he stood beside Yang Kai and laughed, "Little bastard, it seems you've also had a day like this." Looking down at Yang Kai with a smug look on his face, he laughed arrogantly. Yang Kai's face went black. Pu Baixiong was a traitor, and now that he had fallen from grace, there was no telling how Pu Baixiong was going to humiliate him. "When you bullied this Uncle Pu, you didn't expect this moment to come, did you? When you picked my grapes, you didn't expect this moment to come, did you?" Pu Baixiong squatted down and pinched Yang Kai's nose with his 2 roots, making it difficult for him to breathe. Yang Kai angrily shouted, "What do you want? I'm warning you, don't be so arrogant, or you'll suffer." Pu Baixiong snorted twice and stood up. "You dare threaten this uncle? If it weren't for you being a good boy, this uncle wouldn't have cared if you lived or died." After pausing for a moment, he grinned meaningfully. "Call me Uncle Pooh and I'll help you." "Uncle Pooh." Yang Kai opened his mouth. Pu Baixiong was startled, blinked, and said angrily, "Why don't you feel the slightest sense of shame?" Shaking his head for a moment, he walked over to Kai Yang's body and kicked away the gourds that were wrapped around him. The little mushroom was trembling in fear as it watched from the side. However, Pu Baixiong was only a sacred medicine that had transformed, and his sacred medicine couldn't compare to the 7 gourds at all, so it had no battle power at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the 7 gourds had used up too much energy, how could he have bullied them? After kicking away 2, the other 2 7 gourds pounced on him and grabbed his roots to wrestle with him, causing Pu Baixiong to cry out loudly. "Stop fighting, stop fighting, stop fighting." The little mushroom was trying to mediate from the side, but it was caught off guard and was punched by someone. Its eyes turned black as it sat on the ground and cried loudly, its tears flowing like a river. Pu Baixiong's 4 roots were grabbed by the 2 7 gourds and couldn't move. He turned his head and shouted at the little mushroom, "What are you crying for? Go and grab the vines." The little mushroom cried even more fiercely. Pu Baixiong shouted, "Why aren't you going? Uncle Pooh is going to beat your 7 gourd brothers to death." The little mushroom was shocked and hurriedly stopped crying. It crawled up and rushed toward the man surnamed Go. The commotion here naturally couldn't escape the observation of the man surnamed Go. He wriggled his body and moved toward the remaining bubble step by step. At this moment, he was only 300 meters away from the bubble. Seeing the little mushroom rush over, he snorted coldly and didn't care. He had seen the 2 sacred medicines Yang Kai had before, and they didn't seem to have much battle power. Although he had a weak body, he wasn't afraid of a mere sacred medicine. If it really pissed him off, he wouldn't mind swallowing it in one go. The little mushroom rushed in front of him and stared at him. It suddenly bowed deeply and said crisply, "Can you give me your 7 gourd vines?" Scram. The man surnamed Go shouted angrily. The little mushroom's face turned pale as it took a few steps back in fear. It turned its head to look at the 7 gourds and Pu Baixiong who were tangled together. It gritted its teeth and suddenly opened its mouth to blow at the man surnamed Go. "I'm going to save the 7 gourd brothers, you can sleep for a while." The man surnamed Go suddenly felt the world spin around him. His soul sank as boundless tiredness flooded his mind and drowned him. The man surnamed Go didn't say a word before his body suddenly relaxed and he fell to the ground, snoring loudly. I'm sorry. The little mushroom kept bowing and apologizing. It rushed to the man's large hand and struggled to pry open his palm, grabbing the 7 gourd vines. With a light shake, the 7 small 7 gourds that were entangled with Yang Kai and Pu Baixiong turned into 7 streaks of light and rushed into the 7 gourd vines. In the next moment, 7 small 7 gourds appeared on the 7 gourd vines, each of them saying, so tired, now I can have a good rest." After saying that, they all closed their eyes and quietly hung there without moving. Although they were sacred medicines and had strong vitality, they had been driven by the man surnamed Go to fight Yang Kai. They had consumed a lot of energy, so they had to take a good rest. Chapter 4104. Without the restraints of the gourds, Pu Baixiong regained his freedom and lay on Yang Kai's body with his arms and legs spread out. He laughed and said, "Stinky brat, you took advantage of me. You also got the gourd vine. Let me tell you, these little gourds have delicate skin and tender flesh. They taste delicious. If they can be stewed, what are you going to do?" As he spoke, Pu Baixiong was shocked, because he was suddenly caught in Kai Yang's hand, and his eyes were staring at the top of his head. Looking at Yang Kai's eyes, how could he not know what Yang Kai was planning? He quickly covered his head with his roots and shouted, "Stinky brat, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. I just helped you." Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and said, "One, just one. You have so many grapes, it doesn't matter if you lose one." Regardless of whether Yang Kai agreed or not, he reached out and plucked a grape from Pu Baixiong's head and threw it directly into his mouth. The pure medicinal power exploded in his mouth and Yang Kai felt that his exhausted body was suddenly greatly nourished and his strength quickly returned. Yang Kai had tried the effect of these grapes before and knew that its medicinal power was extraordinary. If not, he would not have had such thoughts about Pu Baixiong. Although the man surnamed Go was knocked unconscious by the small mushroom, who knew when he would wake up? It was better to recover his strength as soon as possible. Pu Baixiong held his head with both hands and sat on Yang Kai's chest and cursed, "Little heartless brat, Uncle Pu saved you for nothing." While cursing, his roots danced and swept Yang Kai's body, but with his strength, how could he hurt Yang Kai? In less than half an incense stick's time, Yang Kai was full of energy again. Although he had not fully recovered, he had at least recovered 60% of his strength. The effect of the grapes was still working, and with his own recovery ability, it would only take a few days for him to return to his peak. Pu Baixiong stood up and quickly shut his mouth. He didn't dare to make any more noise. He timidly glanced at Yang Kai. Seeing that he didn't intend to settle accounts with him, he flattered, "Master, that gourd vine is good stuff. Don't miss it." There was no need for him to say this. Yang Kai had suffered a great loss before. It could be said that the reason why the man surnamed Go could fight him to such an extent was because of the power of the gourd vine. While the man's strength was not bad, there was still a gap between him and the current Yang Kai. He called Little Mushroom over and took the gourd vine from her hands. Yang Kai waved it casually, and the 7 gourds on the vine said in unison, "Don't be noisy, we're sleeping." Pu Baixiong said from the side, "Master, this gourd vine is very particular. Whoever holds the vine will be able to control these 7 little things." "You don't need to refine it?" Yang Kai was surprised. Pu Baixiong thought deeply and said uncertainly, "There's no need, right?" Yang Kai thought about it and felt that it was as Pu Baixiong said. The gourd vine didn't need to be refined to display its power. After all, it was a saint medicine, an existence of the same nature as Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom. How could something like this be refined? This also explained why Little Mushroom was able to make the gourds return to the vine after obtaining it. Yang Kai was overjoyed. This gourd vine was a great killing tool. Now that he had obtained it, his strength would soar by a large margin. However, this was still an external force. For a cultivator, their own strength was the foundation. Although Yang Kai was happy, he didn't let it go to his head. For him, the greatest value of this gourd vine was the 5th grade strength it contained. With this saint medicine in hand, it meant that he would have an endless supply of 5th grade strength to use in the future, and he could continuously create 5th grades splitting the heavens. This thing was priceless. If this thing was taken out into the outside world, it would definitely be a treasure that could suppress the destiny of a region. It couldn't be exposed easily, otherwise, it would definitely lead to a fatal disaster. Carefully putting the gourd vine into his sealed world bead, Yang Kai found that his sealed world bead could accommodate it. Only then did he relax and directly plant the gourd vine in his medicine garden. Although the sealed world bead was also a world of its own, its world principles were not perfect. It could accommodate ordinary living creatures, but it couldn't accommodate heaven-opening realm existences because heaven-opening realm cultivators had miniature universe worlds inside their bodies. Forcibly accommodating them would only cause the sealed world bead to become unstable, and in serious cases, it might even break. Grabbing Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom, Yang Kai put them on his shoulders and stepped forward, arriving next to the man surnamed Go in a flash. The sound of his snoring was endless. This guy was sleeping soundly, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Although Little Mushroom wasn't good at frontal conflict, she was still the human form of the profound colored illusory mushroom. If he didn't find a way to save her, it wouldn't be surprising if this man surnamed Go slept for a year or so. Yang Kai leaned over, took off the man's space ring, and searched it carefully, but he couldn't find an identity token. He had used the Tao-breaking seal time and time again, so Su Zhen had even suspected that he came from Purple Jade Blessed Land. If this was the case, then he must have an identity token on him. This identity token was not only a symbol of identity as a disciple of Purple Jade Blessed Land, but it was also likely to contain the divine technique left behind by their masters. If their life was in danger, this divine technique would be triggered. How could Yang Kai not be careful? However, there was no identity token on him, which meant that this guy wasn't a disciple of Purple Jade Blessed Land. Being able to use the Tao-breaking seal was probably taught to him by Jin Wu. Just like how Zhu Jiuyin had taught Yang Kai the reverse yin-yang 5 elements profound universe, it was very likely that Jin Wu had a bearer from Purple Jade Blessed Land many years ago, so it wasn't surprising that he knew about the Tao-breaking seal. After confirming that there was no danger, Yang Kai slammed his palm down, his strength surging, and with a muffled groan, the sleeping man surnamed Go exploded into dust, not even his bones remaining. Since the other party had tried to take his life, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't show any mercy. After dealing with this man surnamed Go, Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the only bubble. If his guess was correct, this bubble was the key to this world inside the fruit. Previously, this entire world had been composed of countless bubbles, each of which was extremely large, but this bubble was only the size of a palm. Yang Kai walked up to the bubble and carefully examined it, but he couldn't find anything special about it. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, easily holding the bubble in his palm. With a slight force, the bubble burst with a bang. Pu Baixiong called out in shock. "Master, you broke it." Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. He didn't use much strength just now, he didn't expect the bubble to be so fragile. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, his vision flashed. When he came back to his senses, he was already standing under a large tree. The tree's canopy covered the sky, and there were thousands of sparkling and translucent fruits hanging on the branches. It was the 3,000-world tree. "It's out?" Yang Kai was puzzled, and just as he was puzzled, he felt an extra object in his hand, and when he looked at it, it was a world fruit. He didn't know when he had plucked the fruit. The fruit wasn't big, only the size of a palm, about the same size as the bubble. It was crystal clear, fragrant, and enticing, causing Yang Kai's Adam's apple to move. Pu Baixiong's eyes lit up as he stared at the world fruit. The little mushroom swallowed its saliva and said, "This fruit looks delicious." Yang Kai carefully sensed it and found that it was indeed a low-grade world fruit, which could allow a low-grade world fruit to advance by 1 grade, with the limit being the 3rd grade. In other words, it was useless for a 3rd-grade world fruit, as it couldn't advance to the 4th grade, which was the middle-grade world fruit. Only the middle-grade world fruit was effective for a 3rd-grade world fruit. Yang Kai put away the world fruit and thought back carefully. He had caught the last bubble in the world within the fruit, and then he had plucked the world fruit. Now, it seemed that the last bubble was indeed the key. He couldn't help but feel lucky that he had broken all the other bubbles in his battle with the man surnamed Go. Otherwise, where would he have found such a small bubble? This thing was hidden in countless bubbles, and it was pitifully small, so no one would pay attention to it. It was only a low-grade world fruit, so even if it was valuable, it wouldn't be too valuable. Yang Kai looked up at the world tree, and when he glanced at it, he was stunned. At this moment, there were still 2,999 fruits left on the tree. In other words, the one he had put away was the only one that had been plucked. Had the others not come out yet? Previously, there had been hundreds of people who had entered different worlds within the fruit. Yang Kai had been entangled with the man surnamed Go for many days, so he had thought that he was the slowest. Who would have thought that he would come out first? After looking around for a moment, Yang Kai looked down the mountain and was startled. Pu Baixiong followed his gaze and asked suspiciously, "Master, what are you looking at?" "Those people." Yang Kai stared down and saw that there were many cultivators moving forward, wanting to go down the mountain. These cultivators were the ones who had previously retreated. Su Zhen had said that although the world fruit was amazing, if they were trapped in the world within the fruit, they would never be able to escape for the rest of their lives. At that time, many people were afraid and returned the way they had come. However, the path up the mountain was difficult, and the path down the mountain was also very dangerous. From time to time, there would be insect mists and lightning attacks, causing them to be flustered. Grape was puzzled. What's there to see about those people? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Don't you find it strange? We've been in the world within the fruit for at least a month. Why haven't they come down the mountain yet? Grape seemed to think seriously for a moment and nodded. Now that you mention it, it is indeed strange. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Unless the time in the world within the fruit is different from the outside world. He had been entangled with the man surnamed Go in the world within the fruit for more than a month, but not much time had passed in the outside world. With a wave of his hand, one of the cultivators was pulled closer. This person was the closest to Yang Kai and was in the middle of dodging a lightning attack. When he suddenly returned to the mountain peak, he wanted to cry but had no tears. "Lord Yang, please spare my life. I am Di Tian, and my leader is also friends with you. Master, please spare my life." Yang Kai gently said, "Don't be afraid, I have something to ask you." "Please ask, Master. I will tell you everything I know." "How long has it been since your leader entered the world within the fruit?" The cultivator was startled. He didn't know why Yang Kai would ask about this, but he didn't dare to hide anything. He hurriedly said, "Only the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." As expected, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Just as he had guessed, the time in the world within the fruit was completely different from the outside world. Chapter 4105. He had been a little worried that he had spent too much time in the world within the fruit and was in danger of falling into the land of immortality. Now, it seemed that this worry was unnecessary. No wonder he had taken the lead before the others had come out. The time in the world within the fruit was different from the outside world. He had spent more than a month in the world fruit, but only a few minutes had passed in the outside world. Letting go of Di Tian's cultivator and patting his shoulder, Yang Kai said, "Be careful when you go down the mountain." The cultivator was a little bewildered, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. He thanked Yang Kai and went down the mountain again. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the fruits on the tree. His eyes flickered. Suddenly, his figure blurred as he pounced in front of a fruit and reached out to grab it. However, he didn't fall into the world fruit like last time. Instead, an unimaginable repulsive force came from the fruit. No matter how hard Yang Kai tried, he couldn't hold his hand tightly, let alone touch the world fruit. He tried a little harder, but the world fruit actually bounced him back. Seeing this, Pu Baixiong scratched his head and said, "Master, didn't that little fatty say that only one person can enter the world fruit? Everyone only has one chance to obtain the world fruit. Now that you've already obtained one, how can you enter again? There's no harm in trying." Yang Kai was a little unhappy. Although he had obtained a world fruit, it was only a low-grade world fruit. It could only help the cultivator reach the 3rd grade to split open the heavens. Such a fruit wasn't very valuable, so he naturally wasn't satisfied. Unfortunately, it was just as Su Zhen had said before. Everyone only had one chance. He couldn't even touch the world fruit now. He tried a few more times, but he still failed. Yang Kai didn't give up and walked around the world tree in circles. There were so many fruits hanging on the tree, and he had only obtained one. How could he give up? Not to mention the extremely rare high-grade world fruit, even if he could obtain a mid-grade one, this trip wouldn't have been in vain. After a while, Yang Kai seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up as he stopped and looked up with shining eyes. Pu Baixiong was speechless. "Master, what do you want to do now?" Yang Kai ignored him and instead took him and the little mushroom into the small sealed world, immersing his divine sense into the small sealed world and communicating with Meng Hong and the others for a while. After a short while, with a thought, 2 figures appeared in front of him. They were Meng Hong and Lang Qingshan. Both of them raised their heads to look at the sky, their eyes filled with infatuation. After a while, Meng Hong said, "This is the 3,000 Worlds tree. That fruit can help a heaven-opening realm cultivator directly advance by 1 stage?" Although he was born in the Great Moon Prefecture, the Great Moon Prefecture was not a big force. He had never heard of a thing like the 3,000 World Tree before. It was an existence that could help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by 1 stage. What kind of heaven-defying divine object was this? Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, this is the 3,000 Worlds tree, and the fruit is the world fruit. However, the world inside the fruit is dangerous. If you fall into it, you may never be able to escape. Brother Meng, please consider it carefully." Meng Hong shook his head and said, "With such a lucky chance placed before my eyes, if this Meng doesn't risk my life and take a gamble, then what's the point of cultivating? Just stay at home and embroider." His eyes were full of eagerness. Ever since he entered the great cosmological realm, His journey had been smooth sailing. First, he met Yang Kai and followed Yang Kai to Red Star City. Although he suffered a setback emotionally, he gained back what he lost. He broke through and stood up, condensing the 5th grade fire element. Over the years, he had condensed the 3 powers of earth, metal, and water. The remaining materials of the wood element had also been collected. He only had to wait for the time to refine them in the future to have hope of advancing to the 5th grade heaven opening realm. However, he also knew that all of this was relying on Yang Kai's protection. The 5th grade fire element was given to him by Yang Kai, and the other materials were also collected in Red Star City. If not for Yang Kai's support, he would not have been able to achieve so much. He engraved this kindness in his heart, but it was also as heavy as a mountain. He had been thinking about how to repay this kindness. Now, the fruit hanging all over the 3,000 Worlds tree was an opportunity. Yang Kai did not know what he was thinking. Seeing that he could not persuade him, he did not say anything more and only reminded him to be careful. Meng Hong smiled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Yang. I will definitely return safely." After saying that, his figure flashed and rushed toward a world fruit, directly rushing into the world within the fruit and disappearing. At the side, Lang Qingshan was dumbfounded. Although he had heard Yang Kai explain the various miracles of the world fruit, hearing about it was one thing and seeing it with his own eyes was another. "Master, what should I do?" Lang Qingshan asked. "Go in and bring me in as well." Yang Kai smiled. Lang Qingshan was puzzled at first, but then he suddenly understood. Yang Kai threw the sealed world bead to him and said solemnly, "I don't know if I can go in smoothly. If I can't, summon everyone else. At that time, we will work together to decipher the mystery of the world within the fruit." Lang Qingshan took the sealed world bead and responded solemnly. He turned his head to look at the fruit tree and said, "Master, which fruit should I choose?" "It's up to you, it depends on your luck." As Yang Kai spoke, his figure flashed and entered the small sealed world bead. His mind penetrated the small sealed world bead and observed the situation outside, secretly praying. He had tested before and found that he could no longer approach the world fruit with his own strength, let alone enter the world within the fruit. However, there were still dozens of people hidden in the small sealed world bead. Did those people count as having entered the world fruit? Yang Kai was not sure before, but after seeing Meng Hong enter the world within the fruit successfully, he was sure that those people hidden in the small sealed world bead did not count as having entered the world fruit. This way, he could also hide in the world fruit and let others bring him in. This was a trick that only Yang Kai could use. There were many people hidden in the small sealed world bead and each of them had a chance to enter the world within the fruit. If everything went well, he would be able to harvest at least dozens of world fruits. With so many world fruits, there would definitely be mid-rank ones, maybe even high-rank ones. However, all of this was just his own conjecture. Whether it was true or not, he could only wait for Lang Qingshan to verify it. Under Yang Kai's close attention, Lang Qingshan's eyes locked onto a world fruit. His figure leaped and like a rock spreading its wings, he pounced towards the fruit and disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, Lang Qingshan was already inside the world within the fruit. In the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai, who had been paying attention to him, was dumbfounded and asked in astonishment, "Qingshan, what happened to you?" Lang Qingshan was puzzled and replied, "Master, please instruct me." "Look at yourself." Yang Kai quickly reminded him. Lang Qingshan released his divine sense and scanned himself, then froze on the spot. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Scabby had approached Yang Kai and asked. The others also looked puzzled, wondering what had happened in the outside world to make Yang Kai so surprised. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and waved his hand. The scene of the outside world immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned when they looked at it. Immediately after, Scabby Head laughed out loud while holding his stomach. "My lord, could that dumb guy be Lang Qingshan?" Yang Kai nodded, "It should be him." Scabby Head laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. "How did it become like this?" someone asked in surprise. Yang Kai didn't know how to answer. His figure flickered and he got out of the small sealed world bead and came to the world within the fruit. He was full of vigilance. After all, he had entered the world within the fruit once before and picked a world fruit. Now that he had entered again by cheating, he didn't know if there would be any abnormalities. There was indeed an abnormality. The world principles of this world within the fruit were corroding his body. Yang Kai could clearly feel some unexpected changes in his body, but it didn't push him out. He scanned with his divine sense and sighed, "Sure enough." "Master?" Lang Qingshan's voice sounded from the side, sounding uncertain. Yang Kai wanted to nod, but he couldn't. He could only respond. "Master, why am I?" Lang Qingshan's voice sounded a little flustered. "It should be caused by the world principles of this world. Once you leave this world, you will naturally return to normal. Don't worry too much," Yang Kai comforted. In the small sealed world, the group of people stared at the scene outside in a daze. There was no sign of Yang Kai or Lang Qingshan in the scene, only two swords. The two rusty iron swords looked like scraps that had been left in a corner for many years. However, the faces of Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan were still on the surface of the two swords. They looked very funny, especially Lang Qingshan, who had a sad look on his face, almost catching up to Aku. "Master has also become like this," Scabby Head said in surprise. "Could it be that as long as you enter this world, you will become a sword? What a strange world." Outside, Yang Kai couldn't help sighing. The world inside the fruit he had entered before was made up of countless bubbles and had no effect on the cultivator's body, but the world in front of him now caused him to transform into a sword. It seemed that the worlds inside each of the world fruits were different. Fortunately, he had entered this world safely with the help of the small sealed world. As a rusty sword, he had no hands or feet. Yang Kai tried to sense his own strength, but he couldn't mobilize it at all. He tried to walk around, but the rusty sword that he had transformed into bounced forward. "This is a little troublesome." On the surface of the sword, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Lang Qingshan looked at him anxiously, not knowing what to do. At this moment, a series of knocking sounds were heard. Lang Qingshan was startled. "Master, someone is coming." Yang Kai turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. He was speechless. A sword is coming. Not far away, a rusty sword that looked similar to them was bouncing toward them. It didn't take long for it to reach them. Lang Qingshan took a step forward and said, "Brother." Before he could finish, the rusty sword suddenly jumped up high and slashed at Lang Qingshan's head. Chapter 4106. Lang Qingshan was shocked and instinctively wanted to dodge. However, he had transformed into a rusted sword and was no longer his original body. Due to the inconvenience, he fell to the ground. He was only a rusted sword now. If he were to be hit by such an attack, he would probably break into two. With a clang, Yang Kai charged over and blocked the rusted sword. The sword trembled slightly from the impact and rust flew everywhere. Lang Qingshan was still in a daze. Yang Kai was already engaged in a fierce battle with the rusted sword. He shouted as he fought, "Get it!" Lang Qingshan no longer hesitated after receiving the order. He stood up and attacked from the side. In the small sealed world, Scabby Head and the others were dumbfounded. The three rusted swords that looked similar were fighting in full swing. It was a strange scene no matter how one looked at it. It was the first time Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan faced an enemy in such a strange manner. However, under the suppression of the world's laws, they couldn't exert any of their strength. At first, the two of them weren't used to it. They were hit by the rusted sword a few times and a few cracks appeared on their swords. However, as time passed, the two of them gradually gained control of their bodies. With their combined strength, the rusted sword could only parry their attacks. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai chopped down and the rusted sword shattered on the spot. It turned into countless fragments and scattered in all directions. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan stopped and looked at each other. They were speechless. Although the battle didn't last long, it was still quite difficult. Whether it was Yang Kai or Lang Qingshan, the rusted sword that they had transformed into had some cracks. It was already a rusted sword. Now that there were new cracks, it might not be able to support the next battle. At this moment, a weak light suddenly flew out from the broken rusted sword and entered Yang Kai's body. Immediately after, the cracks on Yang Kai's body healed quickly. Not only that, even some of the rust on his body fell off. Yang Kai also felt that he had gained some strength out of nowhere. "Master, this is..." Lang Qingshan looked over in confusion. He did not understand why Yang Kai would have such a change. Yang Kai carefully sensed it for a while, and his eyes lit up. "I understand now. There is a strange energy in this sword that can nourish and strengthen us. And the target of this nourishment is the one who dealt the final blow." The rusted sword was broken by Yang Kai, so the energy in the rusted sword automatically flowed into Yang Kai's body. Lang Qingshan did not get a share of it. Lang Qingshan came to a realization and said, "I see. If that's the case, Master, shouldn't we look for more of these guys?" "Of course." Yang Kai nodded, his sword blade trembling slightly. "Moreover, I estimate that the key to unlocking the mysteries of this world lies here." Without any hesitation, the two swords skipped on the road together. Not long after, they saw 3 swords coming at them head-on. These 3 swords were also rusted and looked like they had not been used for many years. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan looked at each other. The latter said, "Master, I'll distract 2 of them. Come help me after you've destroyed the last one." "Be careful," Yang Kai exhorted. Lang Qingshan responded and rushed towards the 3 swords. He had only taken a few steps when the swords noticed him and rushed towards him. Lang Qingshan turned around and ran. Yang Kai attacked horizontally and targeted one of the rusted swords. Finally, he attracted its attention. The long sword that Yang Kai transformed into had been nourished previously. Its body was complete and it looked better than before. Its blade was sharper and it knew how to dodge more agilely. In a one-on-one fight, this rusted sword was no match for him at all. In just a moment, Yang Kai shattered the rusted sword. As expected, a strange energy gushed out from the fragments and entered Yang Kai's body. It made him feel like his strength had increased. Before he could feel it carefully, Lang Qingshan had already lured the other 2 rusted swords back. Yang Kai faced them directly. With Lang Qingshan's help, he shattered the other 2 swords in no time. Yang Kai gave the opportunity to shatter the 2 rusted swords to Lang Qingshan so that he could become like him. In the following days, the 2 of them searched for prey and kept strengthening themselves. This world was a world of swords. The rules were strange. The cultivator who entered this world would also transform into a sword. He could not use his own strength at all. Some of the swords were strong while some were weak. Generally speaking, the strength of a sword could be inferred from its appearance. When Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan first entered this place, they were both rusted swords, the lowest level of existence. After killing some swords and receiving nourishment, the rust on their bodies quickly fell off and turned into bronze swords, glowing with a bronze luster. After a while, the bronze swords turned into black iron swords. They were many times stronger than before. The 2 of them were proficient in cooperation. They killed along the way. Even if there were only the 2 of them, they were not afraid when facing enemies dozens of times stronger than them. They could often kill all the enemies. The most dangerous time was when the 2 of them provoked a silver sword. They were chased by the silver sword for a day and a night. Lang Qingshan was almost cut in half at the waist in order to cover Yang Kai's retreat. Fortunately, Yang Kai turned around and saved him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone in the small sealed world was also frightened. After nearly a month of exploration, the 2 of them gradually gained a full understanding of this world. It was another crazy massacre. Hundreds of bronze and black iron swords were shattered. Broken blades were scattered all over the ground. Strange energy poured into Yang Kai's body from all directions. The black iron sword that he transformed into stood in the middle of the battlefield. The body of the sword faintly showed signs of turning from black to white. The blade also became sharper and sharper, flashing with a cold light. When the last ray of light flew out from a broken black iron sword and entered Yang Kai's body, a clear sword cry resounded in the world. The light on Yang Kai's body flowed endlessly. The black iron sword quickly evolved into a silver sword. The power that was several times stronger than before flowed through the sword. Yang Kai could not help but feel that he could cut through everything. "Congratulations, master. Congratulations, master," Lang Qingshan said from the side. He still had a black iron sword body. In this battle, although he had put in a lot of effort, he hadn't managed to break any of the swords. All the benefits had flowed into Kai Yang's body, all for the sake of allowing him to advance to a silver sword. Yang Kai opened his eyes and smiled. "Let's go, Qingzhen. Let's take revenge." Previously, when they were chased by that silver sword, the two of them almost died in this world. Now that Yang Kai had the qualifications to compete with him, he naturally had to get back at him. Half a day later, the two of them arrived at the top of a valley. This valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. At the foot of the mountain, thousands of long swords of different grades were busy working. The clanking sounds were endless. When the two of them came here last time, they realized that these swords seemed to be mining a type of mineral. The mineral was very special. The energy that it contained could allow any sword to grow tremendously. The one that was guarding this place was a silver sword. He had 50 black iron swords and over 200 bronze swords under his command. As for those rusted swords, there were thousands of them. To Yang Kai, this valley was a huge piece of meat. If he could destroy this valley, his power would definitely skyrocket again. Lang Qingshan's advancement to a silver sword would also be set in stone. "Master, what should we do now? Do you need me to lure some of them away?" "No need." Yang Kai looked straight at the only silver sword at the bottom of the valley. "To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. I will go take care of it. You be careful." As soon as he finished his words, he leaped down from the top of the valley. The wind whistled and the blade shone with a cold light. The silver sword that was guarding this place seemed to have sensed something. The sword tilted and looked up. An old face appeared on the sword and shouted angrily, "Bastard, you still dare to show yourself." Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan had met him before and escaped from his pursuit. Naturally, he would not forget Yang Kai's face. The swords in this world all had their own consciousness. However, the lower the grade, the lower the consciousness. Those rusted swords could not communicate at all. At the level of a silver sword, their intelligence was more complete. As he spoke, the old silver sword turned around and faced Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed, "Old dog, don't be so arrogant. This time I will take your life." Bringing with it a ferocious momentum, it slashed down towards the old silver sword. With a hong sound, the old silver sword was sent flying several tens of meters. Kai Yang also felt dizzy, but fortunately he had already anticipated this, so he quickly recovered. Without losing any of his momentum, he continued to charge forward. There were guards beside the silver sword. They were a few black iron swords and a dozen bronze swords. At this moment, they all rushed forward and surrounded Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his sword and attacked crazily. After a series of clanking sounds, the black iron swords and bronze swords exploded. Streams of energy flew out from the fragments and entered Yang Kai's body, increasing his strength again. Seeing this, the silver sword shouted angrily, "Get out of my way." In this world of swords, every increase in grade meant a huge increase in strength. Those black iron swords and bronze swords were no match for Yang Kai. They would only be courting death if they forced their way forward. They would also strengthen Yang Kai's strength. Naturally, the old silver sword did not want to see this scene. After ordering his subordinates to retreat, the silver sword faced Yang Kai. The two silver swords immediately turned into 2 white lights, causing sand and stones to fly. At the same time, Lang Qingshan also broke into the valley. Those black iron swords in the valley saw this and naturally swarmed forward. Lang Qingshan did not bother with them at all. He jumped around in the valley, looking for those bronze and rusted swords. He killed them one by one and devoured their strength to strengthen himself. In an instant, the valley was divided into 2 battlefields. One was the life and death battle between Yang Kai and the pale silver sword. The other was Lang Qingshan leading countless long swords in circles in the valley. The scene was very lively. Yang Kai had just been promoted to a silver sword. Logically speaking, his sword was not as strong as the old silver sword, and his blade was not as sharp. After all, the old silver sword had been promoted for a long time and had been at this level for a long time. In a battle between the two, Yang Kai should be at a disadvantage and not be his opponent. But in fact, the two silver swords were evenly matched. Most of the time, Yang Kai even had the upper hand because Yang Kai knew how to change, and the old silver sword's moves were too rigid. Chapter 4107. After fighting for a while, the old silver sword was completely at a disadvantage. Yang Kai tried to clash with it several times, wanting to cut it in half. In the end, not only did he not gain any advantage, he was also at a disadvantage. After all, the old silver sword had been immersed in this level for a longer time. Whether it was the hardness of the sword or the sharpness of the blade, it was not something that Yang Kai could compare with. After each clash, not only did it not damage the old silver sword, it even caused a few small cracks to appear on Yang Kai's sword. Seeing a good opportunity, the old silver sword switched from defense to offense and quickly took the initiative. Yang Kai fought and retreated, and soon came to the place where a group of black iron bronze swords were gathered. He turned around and shook his sword, shattering the black iron silver swords, absorbing their power to repair himself. When the sword was complete, he turned around and attacked again. After a few times, the old silver sword cried out loudly, but there was nothing it could do. After half an hour, the old silver sword's body also had a few small cracks. Although its body was much sturdier than Kai Yang's, it still couldn't withstand Kai Yang's continuous attacks, so it would eventually be damaged. Sensing that something was wrong, the old silver sword immediately retreated, rushing towards its subordinates not far away. How could Yang Kai not know what it was thinking? It clearly had the same idea as him, wanting to kill those low-level swords to nourish himself and repair his sword. Therefore, as soon as it made a move, Yang Kai immediately rushed forward and killed the black iron bronze swords before the old silver sword could make a move, causing its plan to fail. The old silver sword was even angrier. It felt that the opponent in front of it was as cunning as a ghost and very difficult to deal with. After another 2 hours of fierce fighting, Kai Yang continued to fight unscathed. On the other hand, the old silver sword's body was in tatters, as if it could break apart at any moment. It had tried countless times to kill its own subordinates to make up for its injuries, but Kai Yang had acted before it could. The few times it succeeded, it didn't gain much from it. Under this situation, the old silver sword became more and more unbearable, but Yang Kai's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Suddenly, the old silver sword staggered and almost fell to the ground. How could Yang Kai miss such a good opportunity? His eyes lit up as he rushed forward and slashed at the gap in the opponent's sword. If this slash landed, Yang Kai had an 80% chance of breaking the silver sword. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a trace of inexplicable horror, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. Almost instinctively, Yang Kai dodged to the side. At the same time, the old silver sword that was about to fall to the ground suddenly steadied itself. A strange smile appeared on the old face on the sword. It turned the sword around, and at the tip of the sword, a sharp ray of light was emitted. It faced Yang Kai's sword. Sword ray! Yang Kai was shocked. How could he not know that he had fallen into this old ghost's trap? This old man had been holding back and pretending not to be a match for him, all for the sake of this moment. This was the first time he had encountered a silver sword, and he had never known that a silver sword could actually spit out sword aura. Although he did not know how powerful this sword aura was, he was sure that if he was hit by it, he would not have a good ending. Fortunately, he had sensed that something was wrong and twisted his body. The sword aura brushed past his sword. Yang Kai clearly heard the sound of something shattering. His heart sank and he did not care. He aimed at the biggest gap on the old silver sword's body and slashed down. With a crisp cracking sound, fragments flew everywhere. The expression on the old silver sword's face was one of horror. Yang Kai's slash had almost cut him in half. He had been pretending to be weak, and had been beaten to a pulp by Yang Kai. He had wanted to trick Yang Kai, but who knew that Yang Kai's battle instinct was extremely strong. He had seen through the danger at the most critical moment and avoided the fatal blow. This had put him in an extremely awkward situation. Yang Kai also fell to the ground. On the sword body, there was a huge gap that was extremely terrifying. It was just a little bit more and it would have broken. This time, it was a lose-lose situation. In the next instant, the two silver swords flipped over and charged towards the nearby black iron bronze swords at the same time. At this moment, whether it was Yang Kai or the old silver sword, they no longer had the capital to fight with the other party, so they could only first kill the lower-level existences to repair themselves. A white light came from the sky and blocked the old silver sword's path. On the sword, Lang Qingshan's face was cold and resolute. Yang Kai and the old silver sword had been fighting for such a long time. Lang Qingshan had killed 200 to 300 swords and successfully promoted himself to the silver sword. At the crucial moment, he came to help Yang Kai. The old silver sword's face turned ashen. He froze on the spot and did not dare to move. After a while, Yang Kai returned. His sword body was still a little damaged, but after absorbing a lot of energy, it was no longer in danger of being damaged. Be careful of its sword aura. Yang Kai stared at the flickering sword aura on the old silver sword and warned Lang Qingshan. The sword aura was too powerful. If he had not dodged in time, he would not have ended up well. Master, be careful too, Lang Qingshan said. He leaped and slashed at the old silver sword. At the critical moment of life and death, the old silver sword was not willing to wait for death. He immediately fought with Lang Qingshan. Yang Kai came from the side and joined the battle. With 2 against 1, even if the old silver sword could still emit sword aura, the outcome would not be good. In less than 10 minutes, Yang Kai found an opportunity and slashed at the huge gap. A crisp sound was heard. The old silver sword was broken into 2. Rich light gushed out from the broken sword and rushed into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai looked at himself and saw that the damaged parts on his sword body recovered quickly. There was a silver luster and it was more stable than before. Killing an opponent of the same level was obviously a huge gain for him. Not only that, after devouring the essence of the old silver sword, Yang Kai clearly felt that he had something else. His heart skipped a beat. On the tip of the sword aura was emitting. Ha! Yang Kai could not help but laugh. Yang Kai was envious when he saw the sword aura that the old silver sword used. He thought that he would need more time before he could possess the sword aura. Who knew that his dream would come true at this moment? Now, it seemed that after devouring the power of the old silver sword, he had also inherited its ability. With the sword aura, Yang Kai's ability had increased by more than 30%. Master, what should we do with these guys? Should we kill them all? Lang Qingshan looked ahead and asked. There were originally thousands of long swords of different levels in the valley. However, Lang Qingshan had killed 200 to 300 of them. When Yang Kai and the old silver sword were fighting, they had also killed many of them. Now, only half of them were left. Most of them were rusted swords and some were bronze swords. There were only slightly more than 20 black iron swords. At this moment, these swords were pushing pieces of ores to Yang Kai. The faces on the swords were obedient and they stood there neatly. Lang Qingshan was stunned. They seemed to want to submit to you. Yang Kai naturally saw this. It seemed that after he killed the old silver sword, the long swords in the valley did not have the courage to resist. In other words, this was the rule of this world. Since they are willing to submit to me, I won't kill them. Yang Kai glanced around. After killing so many swords, both Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan could feel that if they wanted to improve themselves, it would be best to kill existences of the same level as them. Killing those of lower levels would not improve them much. Although there were many long swords in the valley, even if they were all killed, they would not be of much help to the 2 of them. On the contrary, the ores that they offered caught Yang Kai's attention. Before he came, he realized that there seemed to be some special energy in the ores that could strengthen the swords. These ores were similar to the swords. They were divided into a few levels. Miscellaneous ores, bronze ores, black iron ores. Yang Kai even saw a small piece of silver ore that was the size of a fist. He turned his sword around and skipped to the silver ore. He stabbed his sword into it. As expected, Yang Kai felt a surge of energy flowing into his body, making him slightly stronger. However, this kind of strength was not as good as the benefits from killing a silver sword, but it was better than nothing. After a short while, the energy in the silver ore was completely devoured by Yang Kai. It turned into dust and scattered on the ground. After devouring some black iron ores, he realized that the result was the same. About every 10 ores that he devoured was equivalent to the benefits of killing a sword of the same level. But if that was the case, Yang Kai could understand why the old silver sword had kept his subordinates alive. Keeping them here to mine would allow him to have a steady stream of harvests, while killing them was just a one-time benefit. In the long run, it was naturally better to keep them alive. After letting the hundreds of swords continue to mine the ores, Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan began to devour the energy in the ores to strengthen themselves. 5 days later, when Yang Kai was devouring the energy in the ores, Lang Qingshan rushed in with a few black iron swords. He said excitedly, "Master, we found a foothold. There are 3 silver swords in it." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Where?" Lang Qingshan wanted to point in a direction, but unfortunately, he did not have any limbs. He said helplessly, "It's a day's journey to the northwest." "How's the enemy's strength?" Lang Qingshan said solemnly, "There are quite a lot of them. There are more than 5,000 of them. Other than the 3 silver swords, there are at least 200 black iron swords." Yang Kai clicked his tongue. "Indeed, there are quite a lot of them. However, a lot of them might not be enough. Qingshan, bring all of them. We're going to battle." Lang Qingshan said excitedly, "Yes." He had been absorbing the energy in the ores for the past few days, but the results were minimal. Yang Kai finally realized that absorbing ores alone would not work if he wanted to increase his strength quickly. If he really wanted to stay here for many years, it would indeed be a long-term plan. However, he was in a hurry to solve the mystery of this world and obtain the world fruit. How could he waste time? It was faster and more practical to kill beings of the same level. The 3 silver swords were equivalent to years of accumulation of ores that he had devoured. Chapter 4108. This was also a mountain valley, but it was several times larger than the one Yang Kai had plundered. Along the mountain walls, there were many mine shafts, and many different colored swords could be seen weaving in and out of them, mining for ores. 3 silver swords each occupied a corner, and countless ores were piled up in front of them, absorbing energy. Yang Kai stood on the hillside with Lang Qingshan beside him. Behind them were hundreds of miscellaneous soldiers. Although they had hundreds of swords, they were completely incomparable to the enemy's formation. In terms of numbers, the enemy was 10 times more than them. If they were to really fight, the hundreds of swords on their side would not even be enough to fill the gaps between the enemy's teeth. "Master, the silver sword in the middle should be the strongest, and the ones on the left and right are slightly weaker. Looking at their colors, the silver sword in the middle should be able to absorb sword rays," said Lang Qingshan. Yang Kai nodded. Lang Qingshan was right. The 3 silver swords had different strengths and weaknesses, and it was obvious from the color of their colors. The one in the middle was indeed stronger, and its color was deeper than Yang Kai's. Although the other 2 silver swords were not as strong as Yang Kai's, they should be stronger than Lang Qingshan. Of course, this was only judging from the toughness of the sword and the sharpness of the blade. If they were to really fight, it was hard to say who would be stronger. Yang Kai had just leveled up to silver sword, and he had already cut down a sword that could absorb sword rays. He had relied on his years of battle experience. These silver swords were guarding a corner, and they relied on the energy in the ores to strengthen themselves. Although they were not bad, it was hard to say how much they could perform in a fight. "Master, please tell me what to do," asked Lang Qingshan in a serious tone. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and observed for a while. He then said slowly, "Qingshan, do you have the confidence to deal with the silver sword in the middle?" The 3 silver swords each occupied a corner, which gave Yang Kai a chance to break through one by one. The one in the middle was the strongest, and if he were to really fight with it, it would take a long time to determine the winner. However, if he could kill the other 2 swords and then deal with it, it would be much easier. "Yes," answered Lang Qingshan in a deep voice without hesitation. Then be careful. I'll help you after I kill the other 2 silver swords. Yang Kai warned, turned his head, looked at the hundreds of swords he brought, and ordered, "Charge." There was a limit to the strength of these several hundred soldiers. Rather than that, it was better to use them as a distraction. Even if they were all wiped out, Yang Kai would not feel the pinch. The hundreds of swords were submissive, and the 20 or so black iron swords that were leading the group all had a terrified expression on their faces. They all had their own intelligence, so they naturally knew what would happen if they rushed over. Seeing this, Yang Kai turned his sword and shattered the 2 black iron swords in front of him. He said coldly, "Go down, or I'll kill all of you." This act of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys had some effect. Although the remaining long swords looked uneasy, they were intimidated by Yang Kai's majesty and did not dare to delay any longer. Under the lead of the black iron swords, they rushed down the valley. As soon as he moved, the long swords in the valley immediately sensed it. The 3 silver swords also stopped devouring the ore's energy and looked over. "Master, I'm going." Lang Qingshan shouted and went straight for the strongest silver sword in the middle. He charged all the way and was unstoppable. Now that he was also a silver sword body, long swords that were lower than this level could not compete with him at all. He opened up a path in the enemy's army, leaving behind countless broken swords. Seeing that the attention of the swords in the valley was attracted, Yang Kai moved slowly. He did not rush down the valley directly, but ran towards another mountain peak. Clanking sounds could be heard at the foot of the mountain. The hundreds of swords on his side were broken one by one. Rays of energy flowed and entered the bodies of the killers, strengthening their strength. Looking at the situation, the entire army would be wiped out in less than half an hour. Yang Kai had already expected this, so he did not care and quickly arrived at the mountain peak. Looking down, a silver sword was watching the battlefield below, oblivious to the danger that was already above its head. Yang Kai leaped up and slashed at the silver sword. The wind whistled, and on the tip of the sword ray was like the tongue of a spirit snake, full of murderous intent. When the silver sword realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Yang Kai slashed at the hilt of the sword, and the sharp sword ray broke the body of the sword, shattering it into pieces. With just one strike, Bai Yinjian had lost his life. Of course, the battle in the valley attracted its attention, and Yang Kai took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. However, the biggest reason was the contribution of the sword ray. It was originally slightly weaker than Yang Kai, so it would not have a good ending if it was hit by the sword ray. Even if Yang Kai was hit by the sword ray, he was almost cut into 2. Yang Kai did not stop, and after destroying the silver sword, he immediately rushed to the other silver sword. Behind him, a thick light entered his body, making Yang Kai's sword ray more condensed and powerful. In the valley, chaos ensued. Countless long swords blocked the way. Yang Kai swung his sword, and the sword ray flickered, reaping the lives of those long swords. Everywhere he passed, the wind screamed and the crane screamed. Behind him, rays of light followed, creating a dazzling brilliance. Seeing Yang Kai so fierce, the silver sword was obviously frightened. It did not dare to stay in the same place, and rushed toward the silver sword in the middle, obviously wanting to seek protection. But how could Yang Kai let it do as it wished? Putting all his strength into it, the sword ray suddenly grew. After he killed the first silver sword, he obtained the power of the sword gleam. However, the sword gleam was only 3 inches long. After he killed the second silver sword, the sword gleam grew by 2 inches. Along the way, he killed countless other long swords. At this moment, the sword gleam was 6 inches long. At this moment, with all his strength, the sword ray grew by another inch. But even so, the distance between him and the silver sword was getting farther and farther, because there were too many long swords blocking his path. There were black iron swords, bronze swords, and even rusted swords. Although they were not Yang Kai's opponent, they were able to obstruct his advance. Moreover, the continuous attacks made Yang Kai's sword tremble. Many ants could always bite an elephant to death. In just a short while, Yang Kai's body had some grain-sized cuts, but after killing the enemy swords, These cuts quickly healed and repeated. In the small sealed world, Scabby Head and the others had been paying attention to the scene outside, and at this moment, they were all shocked. If Yang Kai could not stop this silver sword, Lang Qingshan would be in danger after it converged with the one in the middle. Lang Qingshan was not the opponent of the silver sword in the middle, and at this moment, he was surrounded by danger. If it were not for Lang Qingshan's rich combat experience, he would have been dead by now. However, although they were very worried, there was nothing they could do to help. Yang Kai could not even activate the small sealed world at this time, so he could not release them. Even if he could release them with the strange rules of this world, they were just rusted swords, unable to play the slightest role. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Seeing the silver sword getting farther and farther away from him, Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. Raising his sword, the tip of his sword suddenly lit up and he slashed out, shouting angrily, "Die!" On the tip of the sword, a sword ray suddenly shot out and turned into a stream of sword chi. Wherever it passed, it destroyed hundreds of swords in an instant and slashed directly onto the body of the silver sword. After unleashing this attack, Kai Yang fell to the ground, the silver light on his body becoming incomparably dim. This strike had drained all of his strength. In the small sealed world, someone's face turned pale. "It's over." Scabby Head's eyes lit up. "What's over?" "Master One." Many people didn't know why he said this, but they understood in the next moment. Rays of light suddenly shot into Yang Kai's body from all directions, causing his dull luster to regain its former luster. These rays of light were the energy from the swords he had just killed. Yang Kai's strike just now had drained him of his strength, but he had also killed a lot of enemies, so he was instantly replenished. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, "Sure enough, when I obtained this sword light," Yang Kai had thought that since there was sword light, would there be sword chi after cultivating it to a certain extent? Now that he had gone all out, he had really managed to produce sword chi, but his foundation was still too weak, so a single sword chi had drained him of all his strength. The countless long swords around all looked over in horror, but none of them dared to move forward. The sword chi just now had really frightened them. Yang Kai coldly snorted and stepped forward, arriving in front of the silver sword. This silver sword was cut by his sword chi, but it didn't shatter immediately. However, the sword was now covered in cracks, as if it would shatter with a single touch. Seeing Yang Kai standing in front of it, the silver sword wanted to get up, but the slightest movement would cause fragments to fall off. Yang Kai didn't show any mercy, cutting it into several pieces with a single slash. Another stream of dense energy flowed into his body. In a flash, Kai Yang was brimming with energy. Furthermore, he was even stronger than before. Looking over, Lang Qingshan was in imminent danger. He was being beaten up by the strongest silver sword, causing him to jump up and down. There was already a gap between them, so Lang Qingshan didn't dare to face it head-on. Instead, he often circled around it. As a result, the already disadvantaged situation became even worse, and there were many cracks on the sword's body. If this situation continued, if Yang Kai didn't go to help, Lang Qingshan would die here in less than half a cup of tea's time. At this critical moment, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Qingshan, back off." Without hesitation, Lang Qingshan left the battle circle, and Yang Kai came out from behind him, facing the enemy's sword. Half an hour later, along with a crisp cracking sound, the last silver sword shattered. Yang Kai's body was in tatters, but he stood on the spot, bathed in energy, and the damaged parts were quickly repaired. This silver sword was originally stronger than Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had killed 2 of its companions and many of its subordinates, and directly grew to a level where they were evenly matched. Their strengths were similar, so how could it be Yang Kai's opponent? Even though it fought with its life on the line, it still couldn't avoid following in its companion's footsteps. Chapter 4109. The clamor gradually died down as the 3 silver swords were cut in half one after another. The thousands of swords in this mountain valley had no leader and had actually given up all resistance. Just like in the first mountain valley, the black iron swords pushed the pieces of or in front of Kai Yang, expressing their allegiance. Perhaps this was the rule of the world in the fruit. As long as one could kill the enemy leader, he would be able to take over the forces under his command. When they came here, they brought hundreds of miscellaneous troops. After this battle, they gained 10 times the number of troops. It could be said that they gained a lot. Furthermore, the ores in this valley were much more abundant than the previous one. Many of them were silver ores. If they could devour them, it would be greatly beneficial to Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan. In this battle, the hundreds of swords brought by Yang Kai suffered a great loss. It could be said that they were completely annihilated. Many of the thousands of swords in the valley were also damaged. Letting Lang Qingshan shatter those broken longswords would increase his strength on one hand, and on the other hand, it would save him some extra burdens. In the next few days, the two of them stayed in the valley and devoured the energy in the ores. Normal ores were not useful to them. They only devoured silver ores. They rewarded the ores below silver ores, which greatly increased the strength of many black iron swords. 7 days later, Lang Qingshan successfully cultivated the sword ray and improved his strength. During this time, Yang Kai also sent out dozens of troops to gather information. If he and Lang Qingshan wanted to continue growing, they could only search for more silver swords to kill. However, they were not sure where the silver swords could be found in the world in the fruit, so they could only gather information slowly. The troops returned one after another, bringing good information to Yang Kai. Another 2 days later, the army set off. Under the leadership of Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan, thousands of swords marched out in a mighty manner. In less than 3 days, they arrived at a stronghold guarded by a silver sword. This stronghold was similar to the place where Yang Kai first annihilated. There was only one silver sword guarding and only a few hundred swords under Yang Kai's command. How could they resist the fierce army of Yang Kai? Thousands of swords charged forward and tore apart the enemy's formation. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan took the opportunity to attack. The silver sword did not even have the chance to form a sword ray, and was shattered by Yang Kai's sword after 2 rounds. The leader was dead, and the remaining swords had all surrendered to him. Without stopping, Yang Kai led his army of swords to the next stronghold guarded by a silver sword. They swept through the strongholds one after another. Some were crushed and some were bitterly fought. The army under their command grew from thousands to tens of thousands, and then to hundreds of thousands. It was like a rolling snowball. The increase was not only in quantity, but also in quality. There were many more silver swords under his command. These silver swords were originally black iron swords, but after Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan fought for a long time and killed countless opponents, they were able to absorb the power of their opponents and level up. In the army of 100,000, apart from Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan, there were more than 50 silver swords and thousands of black iron swords. Yang Kai had experience in leading an army, so he divided the army of 100,000 into more than 50 small teams. Each silver sword led a team, and they fought together on the battlefield. Even if the enemy outnumbered them, they could still win. On top of a tall mountain, the army was resting. Yang Kai stood on top of the mountain. His body was glossy, and there were signs of him transforming to the next level. Lang Qingshan stood behind him. "Qingshan, how long have we been here?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. Lang Qingshan answered without hesitation, "Master, it'll be half a year in 4 days." Half a year. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. Previously in the world of bubbles, they were delayed for about a month. He thought that they had spent enough time, but who knew that they would be delayed for half a year in the world of swords? Even though the time in the world of swords was different from the outside world, it was still too long. In the past half a year, although Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan had gained a lot and had been growing, they still had no idea how to solve the mystery of this world. Yang Kai thought that he could see hope if he continued to fight, but he was still confused. This was a little worrying. Without knowing how to solve the mystery of this world, there would be no goal. Without a goal, there would be no motivation to work hard. It was no wonder that Su Zhen had said that the world within the fruit was dangerous. If one could not decipher it, it was very likely that one would be trapped in it for the rest of one's life. He and Lang Qingshan were currently trapped in this world. So what if they had an army of 100,000? What made Yang Kai even more depressed was that he had reached the end of the silver sword level. Even if he killed other silver swords, his strength wouldn't increase, but he still couldn't advance to the next level. Not only him, but Lang Qingshan too. Although Yang Kai grew faster than Lang Qingshan, in the past half a year, the army had wiped out one stronghold after another. Many silver swords had died in Lang Qingshan's hands. After devouring so much energy, Lang Qingshan had reached a bottleneck. Kai Yang even suspected that there was no such thing as a next stage. Perhaps in this world of swords, the silver sword was the highest level. If that was the case, how could they get out of this world? He had asked the silver swords under his command, but they had no idea. These silver swords were all upgraded step by step from black iron swords, so the information they knew was limited. At this moment, a silver sword leaped to the top of the mountain with an excited expression. "Leader, leader, we found the enemy." Yang Kai turned around and glanced at it. He asked casually, "How many?" "About 10,000. The silver sword came to Yang Kai's side and pointed down the mountain. "They will pass by below in about an hour." Yang Kai pondered for a while and said, "Qingshan, you go and handle it." Although 10,000 was not a small number, it was still not enough in front of his army of 100,000. There was no need for him to take action in such a situation. Anyway, there was no benefit in killing more, so he might as well save some energy. Lang Qingshan left with the order. Yang Kai looked up at the sky with a deep gaze. The information he got from the spies was not wrong. In less than an hour, an army of swords appeared in Yang Kai's vision. It was strange. In this strange world, the swords that had strongholds would usually stay in a corner and would not move easily. They would only look for another stronghold if all the ores in their stronghold were mined. The army of swords in front of him should be on the way to find a new stronghold. However, after Yang Kai took a glance, he was suddenly stunned and frowned slightly. The number of silver swords in this army seemed to be a little too many. In the army of swords, it would be considered good if there were 6 or 7 silver swords. However, Yang Kai saw that there were at least 30 to 40 silver swords. Such a ratio was really frightening. One must know that Yang Kai's army of 100,000 only had 50 silver swords. However, even so, Yang Kai was not too worried. In this half a year, his army had participated in countless battles, big and small. There were even a few chaotic battles between the army of 100,000. It should not be a problem to take down the enemy. To be safe, Yang Kai still sent a message to Lang Qingshan with a silver sword, asking him to be vigilant. After a while, the battle started. Therefore, the information from the spies was more timely. The army of 100,000 had already set up an ambush nearby. When the army of swords walked into the ambush, 50 silver swords under the lead of the silver swords rushed out from all directions and rushed towards the center. What followed was an intense hand-to-hand battle. The sword lights of the silver swords flickered as streaks of silver sword chi filled the air. The black iron swords and the bronze swords fell like straws. In such a battlefield, they had no power to fight back. Every second, there would be swords being shattered. Pure energy would surge out from the swords, nourishing the slayers and increasing their strength. Yang Kai looked down at the entire battlefield. After observing for a while, he retracted his gaze. Although the army of swords was not ordinary, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. It was impossible for them to be a match for him. It was only a matter of time before they were wiped out. After an hour, the army of swords was left with 30%. They kept shrinking the defensive circle and resisted with difficulty. Lang Qingshan was in the middle of the army, commanding and coordinating the situation. He had the demeanor of a general. After another 30 minutes, the army of swords was left with less than 10%. The defensive circle shrunk again. Lang Qingshan naturally did not hold back. He mobilized his army to attack crazily, hoping to take down the enemy in one go. At this moment, a golden light suddenly spread out from the center of the defensive circle. This golden light was very weak at first, but in the blink of an eye, it was extremely dazzling. Yang Kai's attention was immediately attracted. When he looked down, he saw a layer of golden light fluctuating from the center of the defensive circle. It spread out crazily and instantly covered an area of 1,000 feet. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. He saw that in the midst of the enemy army, a golden sword was rising slowly. The sword halo fluctuated and spread out like ripples. As the ripples spread out, all the long swords that were covered by the ripples stopped fighting. On the surface of the swords, pairs of eyes stared at the golden sword. Their faces were filled with worship, as if they were looking at their king. Yang Kai also fixed his eyes on the golden sword. Although it was only the body of the sword, he could feel his heart beating wildly. Golden sword. There was actually a golden sword in this world. This was something he had never encountered before. Up until now, the strongest he had encountered was only a silver sword. He himself had cultivated to the peak of the silver sword, and could not improve any further. He had never thought that he would actually see a gold sword. And this golden sword was definitely something that surpassed the silver sword. Yang Kai suddenly had a feeling of seeing the moon through the clouds. He was still at a loss and did not know where the future was. But after seeing this golden sword, he suddenly had a goal. Before he could rejoice, there was a sudden change in the battlefield. All the swords that were covered by the golden sword halo, regardless of friend or foe, turned around and attacked Yang Kai's army. Chapter 41:10. Betrayal at the last minute. In this world of swords, all the swords were of different grades. Although there was no such thing as loyalty, Yang Kai had never encountered such a thing in his half a year of leading the army. The army under his command had actually betrayed him. All of his subordinates who were covered by the golden sword's halo turned around and attacked their original comrades. The situation was originally one-sided, but because of the appearance of the golden sword, it became a complete mess. Lang Qingshan obviously did not expect such a change. He quickly arranged the troops and slowly stabilized the situation. There were not many swords that betrayed him. After all, the golden sword's halo only covered an area of 1,000 feet. Anything beyond this area would not be affected. Even so, there were thousands of swords that betrayed him. What made Lang Qingshan feel even more pained was that there were 7 or 8 silver swords among these swords. Before he could think of a countermeasure, the gold sword suddenly turned, and a gold sword chi slashed out, slashing into the army. The golden sword chi swept through everything in its path, destroying everything in its path. All the long swords that came into contact with it were shattered. Even the silver swords were no exception. They could not withstand the sword chi for even a moment. The golden sword slashed out a few more beams of sword chi, causing great damage to Yang Kai's army. Even with Lang Qingshan's coordination, the golden sword's existence seemed to be a natural deterrent to all the swords. The army hesitated to move forward, and some even kept retreating. The situation was chaotic. Lang Qingshan saw the situation and knew that there was no turning back. He could only withdraw his troops and gradually retreat. After half an hour, the battlefield calmed down. The debris on the ground were all left by Yang Kai's army. The golden sword originally had 10,000 swords, but their numbers were not reduced by much. Although many of its subordinates were killed, it still managed to gather a portion of Yang Kai's army. At the moment, there were still 7,000 to 8,000 swords. Watching this battle, Kai Yang's eyes lit up as he stared at the golden sword. He estimated that if he were to rush down and fight it to the death, what would his chances of victory be? Just as he was thinking, the golden sword suddenly raised its body. On the sword's surface, a dignified face met with Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Not good. In the next moment, the golden sword slashed in the air, and a beam of golden sword chi struck towards Yang Kai's head. With a boom, the mountain that Yang Kai was standing on was split in half. Dust flew everywhere, and the mountain fell to the sides. *schwa*, the golden sword flew over and hovered mid-air, looking around for any trace of Yang Kai, but after a long time finding nothing, he turned around and returned to his camp. Rumble, the mountain fell, and the golden sword's army slowly moved away. Half an hour later, under the collapsed mountain peak, a white light rushed out, its luster dim, and on the surface of this sword was Yang Kai's face, his expression fluctuating uncertainly. He wasn't its opponent, not at all. Although he hadn't met it head-on, Just by looking at the golden sword Qi, Yang Kai knew that he wasn't its opponent. If he were to fight it alone, he wouldn't be able to last half a cup of tea's time. Using a sea of people would not work either. That kind of existence could intimidate and subdue lower-level beings. No matter how many swords there were, they would not be able to cause any damage to it. Lang Qingshan gathered the remaining troops and returned. Seeing the mess, he was shocked. Looking at Yang Kai's dim sword, he was also shocked. "Master, are you okay?" Lang Qingshan asked nervously. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He looked at Lang Qingshan and said, "Qingshan, do you see that sword?" Lang Qingshan smiled bitterly. "That golden sword's power is unparalleled. I did not do my job well. Please punish me, master." He had lost a lot in this battle. He had just counted the numbers. Out of 100,000, there were only 70,000 left. He had lost 30,000 in this battle. Furthermore, he had lost more than 10 silver swords. Yang Kai's forces had shrunk by 30%. This made him blame himself. Yang Kai said, "This battle's defeat was not because of the battle. It was because the golden sword was too strong. But it could fly. Interesting." Even though Yang Kai had trained to the peak of the silver sword, he could not fly for a long time. At most, he could only jump. But the golden sword was not only terrifying, it could also fly. As for the loss of his men, Yang Kai did not care at all. This was the world of swords. What he did not lack the least was military strength. 100,000 was the number he had purposely maintained. If he was willing, he could have accumulated at least 500,000 or more in this half a year of war. So what if he lost a little bit of military strength? It could be replenished very quickly. However, the existence of the golden sword allowed Yang Kai to see a glimmer of light in the darkness. Since he had the golden sword, it meant that he could also advance to that level. And after advancing to that level, he might be able to peek into the mystery of this world. The key was, how could he advance? What was the mystery behind this? He had already tried to kill a silver sword of the same level, but it did not have any effect on him. Since he did not rely on this method to advance, could it be that he needed to comprehend something? But as a sword, what the hell could it comprehend? After a few days, the army occupied a stronghold. This stronghold was not small at all. There were 20,000 soldiers and more than 10 silver swords. The leader was about the same as Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan. They had all trained to the peak of the silver sword. After a great battle, this stronghold was breached. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan worked together and defeated the leader. However, they were not in a hurry to kill him. On the surface of the leader's sword, a middle-aged man's face appeared. He looked terrified and uneasy. "Let me ask you something." Yang Kai looked at him calmly. "If you can answer me, I will not kill you." That silver sword was like a drowning person who grabbed onto a straw. He quickly said, "Say it." "How can I advance to a golden sword?" Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes. That silver sword was stunned. He did not expect Yang Kai to ask such a question. However, he still answered honestly, "With the golden liquid, you can advance to a golden sword." "Golden liquid?" Yang Kai was suspicious. "What is that? Where can I find it?" That silver sword said, "There might be golden liquid in the gold mine." "Gold mine?" Yang Kai was stunned. He glanced at the ores nearby and was stunned for a long time. Then he could not help but laugh. It turned out that the key was here. It was the place that he had neglected. He was curious at first. Why did those silver swords occupy so many strongholds and let their subordinates mine the ores? If it was just to increase their strength, the efficiency was too low. Now, it seemed that it was not just to increase their strength, but to prepare for the advancement to a golden sword in the future. That gold mine must be very rare. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have led his army to occupy so many strongholds and not found a single one. The silver sword in front of him must have been immersed in this level for a long time. Otherwise, he would not know these things. The silver swords under Yang Kai's command were all upgraded step by step from black iron swords. How could they know these secrets? He understood. The key to advancing to a golden sword was still in those ores. "Qingshan!" Yang Kai called. Lang Qingshan leaped into the air and slashed. cutting that silver sword leader who was already full of cracks into pieces. Yang Kai turned around and looked at the huge mine below. He grinned, "Let them mine." Lang Qingshan nodded and immediately passed down the order. In an instant, clanking sounds could be heard in the mine. Yang Kai did not stay idle. He left Lang Qingshan to guard the mine and divided 10,000 swords to lead them to occupy other strongholds. Gold mines were rare, and they might not be found in this mine. Naturally, Yang Kai had to be more prepared. Along the way, Yang Kai conquered strongholds after strongholds. His army grew like a rolling snowball. Every time he conquered a stronghold, he would leave a silver sword to guard it. In a month's time, Yang Kai had already taken control of 6 strongholds. Every stronghold had tens of thousands of soldiers, and they mined day and night without rest. Yang Kai was in charge of one of the strongholds. Lang Qingshan followed his orders and patrolled between the strongholds. Once there was news of a gold mine, he would report back immediately. Yang Kai did not trust those silver swords under his command. If the gold mines were to be digested by them, it would not be worth it. He could only let Lang Qingshan work harder. Days passed. Every day, countless ores were mined. However, the gold mine that Yang Kai was looking for was nowhere to be found. He knew that gold mines were rare, but he did not expect it to be this rare. He now had at least 300,000 soldiers under his command. They were mining in 6 different places, but they still could not find it. After a full 4 months, Lang Qingshan excitedly brought good news. He told Yang Kai that a gold mine had been found in one of the strongholds. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly followed him. When they arrived at the stronghold, they saw a shiny gold ore placed on an empty ground. It was heavily guarded, and no swords could get close to it. Yang Kai suppressed his excitement and walked forward. He realized that the gold mine was only the size of a wash basin. Its surface was uneven, and it had a mesmerizing luster. Yang Kai stared at it for a long time until Lang Qingshan called him. He sighed, "It's been almost a year. I hope there will be good results." As he said that, he leaped and plunged into the gold mine. A pure energy flowed into Yang Kai's body through the sword. Yang Kai could clearly feel that there was something else in the gold mine. It was probably the so-called golden liquid. He was overjoyed. He knew that he was close to leveling up. As expected, as the energy from the gold mine flowed in, Yang Kai could clearly feel that his power was growing rapidly. The bottleneck of the silver sword was broken. On the sword, the surface of the sword that was originally shining with a silver luster was now replaced by streaks of golden light. On the sword, a golden halo began to circulate. Chapter 41:11. This was an arduous battle. On the plains, the 2 armies clashed, and the battlefield turned into a meat grinder. Swords were shattered one after another, and their light dimmed. On the battlefield, hundreds of thousands of swords fought without rest. On one side was the army led by Yang Kai, and on the other side was the army led by another Huang Jinjian. Previously, they had occupied 6 strongholds, and had 300,000 soldiers under them. After spending 4 months to find a gold mine, Yang Kai had successfully leveled up to Huang Jinjian after devouring the energy within the gold mine. This was too inefficient. If they wanted to find another gold mine, who knew how long they would have to wait? If Yang Kai wanted to continue leveling up, it would be better for him to look for other Huang Jinjian. In this world of swords, there were not many golden swords. Scouting teams were sent out one after another, and only after a month of hard work did they manage to find one. What was there to hesitate about? Yang Kai immediately gathered his troops and started the battle. Hundreds of thousands of swords clashed, and the battle was in full swing. Swords were constantly being destroyed, but there were also swords that obtained enough energy to level up. However, the real deciding factor was not them, but the battle in the sky. High up in the sky, 2 Huang Jinjian shuttled back and forth. The swords danced in the sky, and streaks of Huang Jinjian's sword chi tore through the void. The speed of the 2 swords was extremely fast. One of them was undoubtedly brighter, while the other was slightly dimmer. On the battlefield, Lang Qingshan raised his head to look at the dimmer Huang Jinjian. That was Yang Kai's Huang Jinjian. He had only leveled up not long ago, and naturally could not compare to the other veteran Huang Jinjian. Whether it was the toughness of the sword, the sharpness of the sword, or the power of the sword light, he was slightly weaker than his opponent. However, he now had the qualifications to compete with Huang Jinjian. He would not be like before, where he could not fight back against Huang Jinjian. As long as he had the qualifications, he would have a high chance of winning. This was why he dared to attack Huang Jinjian's army. Yang Kai knew that he wasn't strong enough, which was why he fought with all his might. Huang Jinjian probably didn't expect Yang Kai to be so ferocious. Even though he had a stronger foundation, he was still beaten silly by Yang Kai. However, in the end, they still had the advantage in terms of capital. After stabilizing their footing, they defended and counterattacked, causing Yang Kai to continuously suffer losses. After half a day, Yang Kai's sword was already chipped. Although his opponent was not much better off, his situation was obviously better than his. Every time Yang Kai attacked, he would injure his opponent by 800 while sacrificing 1,000 of his own. If this continued, he would definitely lose his life here. However, even though he knew this, he had no intention of changing his mind and continued to do as he pleased. Another 2 hours later, the golden sword actually turned around and charged downwards. It still had the strength to fight, and was in a better state than Yang Kai. However, it was also injured, and it wanted to recover from its injuries. The best way to recover was to kill the swords on the battlefield and devour their power. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he roared, "Qingshan!" He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and it was finally here. After nearly a year of fighting, he realized that these swords were all afraid of death. Once they suffered more than a certain degree of injury, they would prioritize repairing themselves first. Only when they were forced to the point of no return would they fight to the death. The golden sword's action meant that it was already injured to a certain extent. In a flash, the golden sword was already close to the battlefield. With a turn of the sword, a golden sword chi slashed towards the dense sword formation. It covered a large area and couldn't differentiate between friend and foe. This golden sword chi was extremely sharp, and no one below the golden sword could block it. "Don't even think about it," Lang Qingshan roared. On the surface of the sword, his face was cold and resolute. Behind him, more than 30 silver swords charged forward with him as the leader. This was a team specially built to deal with situations like this. Every silver sword in the team was trained to the peak. As long as they had the golden liquid, they would be able to level up. Streaks of silver sword chi slashed out from these silver swords, turning into more than 30 streaks of light, and clashed with the golden sword chi. Boom, boom. Although the silver sword chi couldn't compare to the golden sword chi, more than 30 streaks could still weaken its power. Boom, boom. The silver sword team led by Lang Qingshan slashed again and again. After 3 consecutive slashes, a total of nearly 100 silver sword chi were shattered by the golden sword chi. However, more than half of the golden sword chi's power had been weakened, and its luster was much dimmer than before. There was no more time to continue slashing out sword chi. Without hesitation, Lang Qingshan led the silver swords behind him to scatter. He didn't dare to face the golden sword head-on. Even though more than half of the golden sword chi's power had been weakened, it was still not something that these silver swords could block. Once they were hit, they would be crushed into pieces. Just as the golden sword chi was about to slash into the group of swords, another golden sword chi slashed out from the sky. This golden sword chi directly slashed at the first sword chi, causing it to crumble. However, the remaining power didn't diminish as it blasted into the group of swords. In the blink of an eye, thousands of swords were shattered. Thousands of streaks of light flew out and rushed into Yang Kai's body. The injuries on Yang Kai's body were slowly mended. The golden sword chi that came later was naturally slashed out by him. It shattered the enemy's sword chi, stopped its plan, and mended his own body at the same time. With this, Yang Kai's strength immediately surpassed that of the golden sword. Without hesitation, he attacked again. On the surface of the golden sword, a face appeared to be shocked and angry. It felt that its opponent this time was extremely sinister and cunning. How could he come up with such a sinister idea? It didn't have time to curse and could only respond to Yang Kai's bombardment. However, Yang Kai was nourished, but its sword body was still damaged. The power it could use was not as strong as it was at its peak. This time, it was completely at a disadvantage. In the next few hours, the golden sword tried to repair its body many times. However, in the battlefield, the silver sword squad led by Lang Qingshan did nothing but watch its movements. Wherever it went, the silver sword squad would follow. Once they noticed that it was trying to repair its body, they would immediately block its golden sword chi and wear down its power. Then, Yang Kai would shatter it. After 7 or 8 consecutive attacks, the golden sword didn't succeed even once. After a full day and night, the golden sword couldn't even maintain its flying power. The sword body swayed in midair, and the golden sword chi couldn't be slashed out. It could only emit sword light at the tip of the sword. It was an arrow at the end of its flight. Its power was completely worn down. This time, it was its turn to fight with its life. Yang Kai was calm and leisurely dealt with it. Finally, the golden sword's last bit of power was drained. It fell from midair and stabbed into the ground. On the surface of the sword, its face was haggard and it looked defeated. Yang Kai slowly landed in front of it. He held his sword horizontally and slashed down. The golden sword closed its eyes and waited for its death. However, Yang Kai's blade suddenly stopped 3 inches away from it. He grinned and shouted, "Qingshan." Lang Qingshan immediately rushed over and said respectfully, "I'm here." "Kill it." Yang Kai said, "I've tested it just now. It really doesn't have any power left." Lang Qingshan was stunned and said, "I don't deserve it." He also knew that if he cut down this golden sword, there was a 90% chance that it would also be promoted to a golden sword. But after all, this was the result of Yang Kai's 2 days of hard work. How could he take it? Yang Kai said, "If you become a golden sword, we won't have such a tough battle if we meet it again. I'll only gain some power by slashing it. It won't benefit me much. Quickly, don't give it a chance to recover." After hearing what Yang Kai said, Lang Qingshan didn't hesitate anymore. He responded and slashed at the golden sword. With a clang, Lang Qingshan's body shook. However, the golden sword was undamaged. After all, there was a gap between the two. Although the golden sword had lost all its power, its body was still very strong. Lang Qingshan didn't believe it. He aimed at a spot and slashed a few more times. However, he failed. On the surface of the golden sword, a mocking expression appeared on its face. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai's sword floated up slowly and came before the golden sword. He aimed the tip of the sword at a spot and a golden sword radiance was emitted from the tip of the sword. With a gentle slash, a huge gap was created on the golden sword and it almost broke it. Lang Qingshan knew what he meant. He aimed at the gap and attacked it fiercely. After half an hour, he finally broke the golden sword into 2. Golden radiance flowed out from the golden sword and rushed towards Lang Qingshan. It turned into a cloud of golden mist and emitted a dazzling divine light that shrouded him completely. After the golden radiance dispersed, what stood before Yang Kai wasn't a silver sword anymore. It was a golden sword just like him. On the blade, golden radiance was flowing, making it look very majestic. "Thank you, Master." Lang Qingshan was very grateful. He felt the increase in his power and his face was filled with joy. If he wanted to upgrade his golden sword, he had to either swallow the golden liquid in the gold or he had to kill a golden sword and swallow its power. Yang Kai used the former method, while Lang Qingshan used the latter. Turning around, Yang Kai looked down at the battlefield. With the death of the golden sword, the noise on the battlefield immediately stopped. The army under its command also gave up on resisting. They all looked at Yang Kai with a look of worship. It had always been like this in this world. As long as one could kill the leader of the enemy, one could smoothly take over the forces under his command without any hindrance. Yang Kai had 300,000 soldiers and 400,000 golden swords. A total of 700,000 swords had fought for 2 days and 2 nights in this battlefield. At this moment, only half of them were still alive. Although their numbers had decreased significantly, their power didn't decrease at all. Among the 300,000 soldiers, There were plenty of silver swords and countless black iron swords. In such a battlefield, as long as one wasn't smashed into pieces, those who were lucky enough to survive would be able to grow tremendously. Chapter 41:12. With a loud crack, a golden sword was shattered into pieces. Golden light flowed out from the sword and covered Yang Kai, nourishing his sword and strengthening his power. Another year had passed since he helped Lang Qingshan to destroy the first golden sword. In this 1 year's time, he had led the army to conquer the north and south of the world of swords. There were bitter battles, but there were also battles where he had crushed one army after another. Countless golden sword soldiers had died under his and Lang Qingshan's joint efforts. At that moment, both he and Lang Qingshan had reached the pinnacle of the golden sword and could not improve any further. Not only that, but there were also more than 10 golden swords in his army. He and Lang Qingshan could not improve any further. Naturally, they could only benefit their subordinates. However, he had the situation under control. He did not want his subordinates to be too powerful to avoid any unforeseen events. After more than a year of fighting, his army had increased to 1 million. Among the million-strong army, there were no rusted swords or bronze swords. The lowest grade was black iron swords and the core strength was silver swords. One could only imagine how many swords the army he led had shattered in the past year or so. Otherwise, they would not have grown so much. The reason why he had mobilized so many people was for the final battle. More than half a year ago, Yang Kai had led his army and discovered a huge stronghold. There were more than 1 million swords in the stronghold, which was not inferior to his current army. There were also more than a dozen golden swords. That stronghold was the only stronghold left in the world of swords. As long as the stronghold was destroyed, Yang Kai would have no opponents in this world. By then he and Lang Qingshan might be able to leave this world. It was also the only opportunity he had found. Therefore, he could not afford to lose it. After a short rest, the army set off. The million-strong army was majestic. Sword aura soared into the sky. Everywhere they passed, the weather changed. Half a month later, they finally arrived at the last stronghold. Looking from afar, the sword aura was awe-inspiring. Among the enemy's army, golden swords were everywhere and silver swords could be seen everywhere. Without any unnecessary probing, Yang Kai took the lead and raised his 1 million swords. The army charged. Although the other party was suddenly attacked, they did not panic in the face of danger. They quickly formed a formation, waited for the exhausted to be exhausted, and defended and counterattacked. More than 2 million swords were engaged in the final battle between heaven and earth. There were swords being shattered at every moment. Even if they were silver swords, in such a huge battlefield, their individual strength was insignificant. They could not guarantee their own safety at all. Often, a moment of carelessness would result in their swords being broken and their bodies being shattered. Only those golden swords could change the tide of the battle. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan worked together and moved around the battlefield. They were looking for their opponent's golden swords to kill them. Both of them had reached the pinnacle of the golden swords. Even if they were alone, the power they could unleash was incomparable to an ordinary golden sword, let alone the two of them working together. In the enemy's formation, dozens of gold swords were shattered one after another. On the other side, they had also suffered a great loss. Half of the gold swords had died. But looking at the overall situation, such a loss was worth it. After a few days of fierce fighting, the 2 million army was reduced to 1 million. 70% of them were Yang Kai's army, and the remaining 30% were the enemy's. At this point, the outcome was decided. Among the enemy's ranks, there was only one golden sword left, and even though countless of its subordinates had been killed or wounded, this golden sword had remained indifferent these past few days, but Yang Kai felt an indescribable pressure from this golden sword. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With Yang Kai as the leader, 7 gold swords stood in the void and faced off against the only gold sword in the enemy's formation. That gold sword was floating on a throne. On the sword's surface, there was a face that looked dignified. It was like a giant. Even if heaven and earth were to collapse in front of its eyes, its expression would not change. This gold sword was different from the ones that Yang Kai had seen before. On the sword's hilt, there was a purple gemstone that was emitting a purple light. It was very strange. Yang Kai stared at the purple gemstone and couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what was so special about this purple gemstone. On the sword's surface, its eyes looked up and glanced at Yang Kai and the others. Its dignified voice rang out, "Submit or die." Yang Kai turned his sword and shouted, "Kill!" Chi 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 chi. Streaks of gold sword chi swept across the void and slashed forward, tearing apart the heaven and earth. Countless long swords rushed forward to save their leader. However, the gold swords in the enemy's formation had all been killed. At this moment, there were only silver swords at most. How could they block the gold sword chi? Upon contact, those silver swords fell apart. Even so, those silver swords were not afraid of death and continuously used their bodies to block the gold sword chi. As the gold sword chi slashed through, countless silver swords were left behind. Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved. The power of the gold sword chi was worn down. When the gold sword chi slashed in front of the enemy's commander, it suddenly collapsed and didn't cause any damage. In order to block the gold sword chi, tens of thousands of silver swords were shattered in an instant. What was extremely strange was that these silver swords that were shattered by Yang Kai and the others didn't fly towards Yang Kai. Instead, they all rushed towards the enemy's commander's body. On the sword's hilt, the purple gemstone flashed slightly. Then the sword turned around and slashed out. The heaven and earth lost their color. It was impossible to describe the elegance of this sword with words. What the enemy slashed out was not gold sword chi, but a purple thunderbolt. With a cracking sound, it was as if thunder had exploded. On the battlefield, regardless of the enemy's level, all the long swords trembled slightly. Yang Kai's expression changed and he quickly shouted, "Qingshan, dodge." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately dodged to the side. The purple thunderbolt brushed past the sword. At this moment, time seemed to have become extremely slow. Yang Kai clearly saw that the part of his extremely sturdy gold sword that was brushed by the thunderbolt actually melted. He was immediately enveloped by a great shock. One must know that he had cultivated to the peak of the gold sword. He originally thought that in this world, there was no power that could hurt him. Who knew that in front of this purple thunderbolt, his sword would be so weak? His and Lang Qingshan's reactions were faster and they managed to dodge in time. However, the remaining 5 subordinates weren't so lucky. The purple thunderbolt brushed past Yang Kai's sword and blasted into the place where they were. Without a sound, the 5 gold swords disappeared between heaven and earth, leaving no trace of their existence. They were actually vaporized in an instant. The power of a single strike, how terrifying! When he turned back to look, Yang Kai no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. His gaze was fixed on the purple gemstone on his opponent's sword hilt. He knew that the gemstone was the reason for all of this. This world had its own rules. The one who killed could obtain the power of the one who was killed to strengthen himself. However, the gemstone had the power to change this rule. Just now, Yang Kai and the others had shattered tens of thousands of silver swords. However, the power of the silver swords didn't enter their bodies. Instead, it was absorbed by the enemy's commander and turned into this shocking strike. At this moment, after the 5 gold swords were shattered, 5 rays of golden light entered the sword once again. On the sword hilt, the purple gemstone flashed slightly again. Yang Kai's heart raced. He could only feel the aura of death rushing towards him. Before he could finish his thoughts, another purple thunderbolt broke through the air and pounced towards him like a purple snake. He couldn't block it. Yang Kai immediately dodged to the side. Unexpectedly, the purple thunderbolt couldn't get rid of it and chased after him. Yang Kai could only move around in the air, trying to get rid of his opponent's pursuit. After a few attempts, he realized that he couldn't get rid of it at all. Within the purple thunderbolt, there was an aura that had locked onto him like a maggot in a tarsal bone. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. His body fell rapidly and directly rushed into the depths of the ground. On the tip of the gold sword, the sword radiance flickered and broke open a passage in the ground. After a long time, Yang Kai broke out of the ground. The purple thunderbolt behind him had finally exhausted its power and dissipated in the air. Looking over, Lang Qingshan was already fighting with the gold sword fearlessly. What surprised Yang Kai was that the gold sword wasn't as strong as he imagined. Its power was about the same as his and Lang Qingshan's at the peak of the gold sword. This could be deduced from the fact that Lang Qingshan was evenly matched with the gold sword. Its power was built on the purple gemstone and the power of the purple thunderbolt. The purple thunderbolt needed to absorb a large amount of energy to form. For the first attack, it had absorbed the energy of tens of thousands of silver swords. For the second attack, it had absorbed the energy of 5 gold swords. If there wasn't any energy for it to absorb, it might not be able to use the power of the purple thunderbolt. In a flash, Yang Kai saw through everything. Without any hesitation, he pounced into the battlefield and attacked the gold sword ferociously with Lang Qingshan's power. In an instant, rays of sword radiance flashed. It was extremely dazzling. The 3 gold swords were in full swing. They were all at the peak of their power. However, Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan were fighting 2 against 1. Naturally, they had the absolute advantage. In the past 2 years of battles, the 2 of them had worked together more than once to fend off the enemy. Their cooperation was seamless. They didn't need to communicate much to know each other's thoughts. The situation was one-sided. Looking at the gold sword's expression, it didn't panic. Instead, there was a faint mocking look on its face. Yang Kai didn't know why it could be so calm. However, from his observation earlier, as long as it didn't have the chance to absorb the energy, it wouldn't be able to use the purple thunderbolt. Without the purple thunderbolt, he and Lang Qingshan would definitely be able to defeat the gold sword. Just as he was thinking about that, the purple gemstone on the gold sword suddenly flashed. Chapter 41:13. Along with the flickering of the purple light, an inexplicable force gushed out and spread in all directions. In the next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed. Under the influence of this force, he saw traces of golden aura gushing out from his sword and into the enemy commander's body. Not only him, but also Lang Qingshan. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. The last golden sword in the enemy's formation could absorb the power of the other long swords by force. Realizing this, both Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan continued to seal their aura to prevent the loss of their power. They had reached the peak of the golden sword and their swords were strong enough to fight against the purple light. However, the other long swords on the battlefield did not have this ability. Cracking sounds could be heard continuously. The long swords were broken into pieces one after another. From the broken long swords, rays of different colors escaped and rushed toward the enemy commander from all directions. In an instant, tens of thousands of swords were broken into pieces. The purple lightning appeared again. Like a lightning dragon, it rushed toward Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan. The 2 of them did not dare to block it and dodged to the left and right. The lightning dragon ignored Yang Kai and chased after Lang Qingshan. It looked like it was going to kill him. Seeing this, Yang Kai came back and attacked the golden sword again. His sword aura swept across the heaven and earth and bombarded the golden sword. As for Lang Qingshan's life, he did not care at all. The purple lightning was too terrifying. Anyone who came into contact with it would die on the spot. He could only pray that Lang Qingshan was smart enough to escape from the pursuit of the lightning. After a fierce battle, Yang Kai and the golden sword were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other as they were both at the peak of their level. Although Yang Kai was touched by the first purple lightning and damaged his sword, in terms of battle experience, the golden sword was definitely not comparable to him. This was also the reason why he could not be at a disadvantage in the fierce battle. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Lang Qingshan finally flew back with his head covered in dust. Kai Yang stole a glance at him and discovered that his sword was also damaged. He must have been accidentally grazed by the purple lightning, but his life was not in danger. He did not immediately go to help Yang Kai. Instead, he ordered his 700,000 soldiers to quickly retreat and get them far away from the battlefield. When Yang Kai saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief and praised himself for being smart. If it were him, he would also withdraw his army at the first moment. The purple gemstone on the hilt of the gold sword was too strange. Not only could it absorb the energy of the sword that was slain by others, it could even forcibly absorb the energy. Their 700,000-strong army was only there to provide resources for the other party to use the purple lightning. Soon, the 700,000-strong army disappeared. After a while, Lang Qingshan returned. The damaged sword had been completely repaired, and the luster on the sword was bright and dazzling. Obviously, he had taken the opportunity to repair his injuries. After rejoining the battlefield, the two of them exchanged a glance. There was no need for discussion. They already understood each other's thoughts. Grind it to death. The gold sword's strength was nothing to be afraid of. With the two of them working together, it could not defeat them at all. The only thing that made them fearful was the purple gemstone on the hilt and the terrifying attack made by using the gemstone. However, it was not without a price for the other party to use the purple lightning. For the first attack, it absorbed the energy of tens of thousands of silver swords. For the second attack, it absorbed the energy of 5 gold swords. For the third attack, which was the one just now, it also absorbed the energy of tens of thousands of swords, causing them to shatter on the spot. Now that Yang Kai's 700,000-strong army had retreated from the battlefield, there were only about 150,000 of the enemy's army left. At the very most, it could still use the purple lightning 5 times. As long as they could avoid these 5 attacks, they would be able to clinch victory. Instead of waiting passively, it was better to take the initiative to attack. After giving Lang Qingshan a look, he left him alone to restrain the enemy. In a flash, Yang Kai charged into the enemy's army. The enemy's formation was in chaos. Although the 100,000-strong army seemed to be a lot, none of them could really fight. Yang Kai's gold sword aura slashed out. Each of the sword auras could reap countless swords, shattering them into pieces. As expected, even though the swords were shattered by Yang Kai, the energy that escaped from their bodies did not flow into Yang Kai's body. Instead, it was absorbed by the purple gemstone. The purple glow on the purple gemstone was getting brighter and brighter. Qingshan, be careful. When he felt that it was about time, Yang Kai slashed out again. Hundreds of swords were shattered on the spot. After the hundreds of light rays flowed into the purple gemstone, the purple glow finally reached its limit. The enemy's commander shook his sword and a purple lightning struck out towards Lang Qingshan, who had been tangling with him. Lang Qingshan was already prepared. When Yang Kai shouted that sentence, he had already escaped from the battlefield. He did not escape to any other place. Instead, he dashed towards the enemy's army in an attempt to use the energy of the swords to wear down the purple lightning. At the same time, Yang Kai had already clashed with the gold sword. Once again, they were fighting in a circle. Kachacha, wherever the purple lightning passed, countless swords were shattered. Countless streams of light flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of swords were shattered again. The purple gemstone on the hilt of the gold sword was shining with a purple glow. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He could no longer be bothered to tangle with the enemy and quickly escaped. In the next moment, the gold sword slashed down with a purple lightning. Yang Kai turned around and ran. The gold sword turned into a gold light as the purple lightning chased after it. "Master!" Lang Qingshan suddenly shouted. Yang Kai looked to the side and realized that he was charging towards him. His eyes lit up as he understood his intention. His body swayed and he also charged towards him. 2 gold light rays pierced through the sky. Each of them was chased by a purple lightning bolt. The two of them were very close to each other in an instant. Just as they were about to collide, both of them turned their bodies and brushed past each other's swords. They avoided each other by a hair's breadth. They avoided each other, but the purple lightning bolts that were chasing after them were not as agile. The 2 purple lightning bolts collided with each other. Instantly, electric snakes danced in the air and created a huge hole in the void. The 2 purple lightning bolts were destroyed just like that. Yang Kai's heart was lifted. He ordered Lang Qingshan, again. After saying that, he turned around and charged towards the gold sword. Lang Qingshan used the same trick and charged into the enemy's formation to start a massacre. According to Yang Kai's estimation, the 100,000-strong army could only support 5 purple lightning bolts. Previously, Yang Kai destroyed tens of thousands of them. Then, Lang Qingshan led the purple lightning to destroy tens of thousands of them. Now, there were less than 100,000 of them left. As long as the 100,000-strong army was wiped out, the gold sword would be unable to perform a killer move like the purple lightning. Without the purple lightning, how could the gold sword be a match for him and Lang Qingshan? After another 30 minutes, Lang Qingshan destroyed tens of thousands of swords and the third purple lightning bolt was unleashed. Yang Kai, who was prepared, immediately led the lightning into the enemy's formation. In an instant, tens of thousands of swords were destroyed and the fourth lightning bolt was unleashed. It slashed towards Lang Qingshan, who was entangled with the gold sword. The two of them used the same trick again. It was thrilling but perfect as they led the two lightning bolts to attack each other and wear each other down. Looking at the situation, the gold sword was flustered and exasperated, but there was nothing he could do. After such a torment, there were less than 30,000 swords left. The power of these swords could only support one purple lightning bolt at most. At this moment, Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan were no longer in a hurry to kill the swords. Instead, they pounced on the gold sword together and beat it up. Even though the gold sword understood Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan's intention, it had no choice but to activate the power of the purple gemstone. It absorbed the power of the remaining tens of thousands of subordinates and slashed out the last purple lightning bolt. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan retreated simultaneously while the purple lightning bolt was targeting Lang Qingshan. Without hesitation, Lang Qingshan immediately escaped. On the sword that Yang Kai had transformed into, he grinned, "Now, it's only you and me left. Let's fight to the death." He was not worried about Lang Qingshan's safety. This kid was able to escape from the pursuit of the purple lightning previously. This time, he would definitely be fine. At most, he would be slightly injured. However, with the 700,000-strong army on his side, even if Lang Qingshan was injured, he could repair himself anytime. The gold sword probably realized that this was the final battle. Its initial calmness was long gone. On the sword, its dignified face was solemn. On the tip of the sword, the golden sword radiance was flickering like a snake's tongue. Just as Yang Kai finished his sentence, he had already slashed towards the gold sword. The golden sword aura sliced through the void and arrived in front of the gold sword in an instant. The gold sword countered the attack with sword aura as well. In an instant, it was in full swing with Yang Kai. Both of their strengths were on par. The situation was in a stalemate. However, Yang Kai knew that he had already won. After an hour, Lang Qingshan returned in one piece and joined the battle. With 2 against 1, the gold sword quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not turn the situation around. Half a day later, as Yang Kai slashed his sword, the gold sword's body let out a crisp sound and broke into 2. On the half sword, the dignified face slowly disappeared. What remained was unwillingness and anger. Golden radiance overflowed from the gold sword and surged into Yang Kai's body. Within the golden radiance, there was a touch of purple that was extremely dazzling. Yang Kai's damaged sword body quickly recovered. Not only that, a purple whirlpool appeared on the hilt of his sword. The whirlpool spun continuously and quickly turned into a purple gemstone. The purple gemstone was the one that the gold sword used to possess. Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't expect that after killing the enemy, this purple gem would also be inherited by him. This item caused him and Lang Qingshan to suffer a great loss. However, it was useless to have it now. This was the final battle. After this battle, in the world of the sword, Yang Kai was invincible. All of his strongholds were wiped clean. Chapter 41:14. Without an opponent, the purple gem was of no use to him. Yang Kai stood still as he recalled his encounters in this world of swords. He couldn't help but sigh. This world was much more dangerous than the previous bubble world. In this world, one could be crushed to pieces at any time. He secretly rejoiced that he could use the small sealed world to enter this world. Otherwise, if Lang Qingshan entered this world alone, he might have been trapped forever. Many of the thrilling battles were won by him and Lang Qingshan by working together. Putting everything else aside, it was almost impossible for one person to defeat the final golden sword by himself in this last battle. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but worry about Meng Hong. This guy also entered a world of fruits. He wondered what was happening to him now. He had stayed in this world of swords for a full 2 years, so a few days should have passed in the outside world. Yang Kai stood still and waited for a long time. On the surface of the sword, his brows slowly furrowed. He looked at Lang Qingshan and asked, "Qingshan, do you feel anything?" Lang Qingshan replied, "No." "Master, do you feel anything?" Yang Kai's face couldn't help but sink. The biggest problem was that he didn't feel anything. He thought that after this final battle, he could leave this world and obtain a world fruit. Who knew that until now, there was still no movement. He and Lang Qingshan had raised their strength to the limit of this world. They had also spent a lot of effort to kill the last powerful enemy. It was certain that there were no more opponents in this world. Why couldn't they leave? Where was the opportunity to leave this world? Thinking back to the last world, he had fought a heaven-shaking battle with the man surnamed Go. He had displayed power that surpassed the heaven-opening realm, shattering all of the bubbles and leaving behind a crucial one. Only then had he found an opportunity. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He asked, "Where's the army?" "Please follow me, master," Lang Qingshan said and quickly led the way. The 700,000 soldiers were evacuated from the battlefield and settled on a plain, so as to not provide any help to Huang Jinjian. It was about 1,000 miles away from here. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly arrived at their destination. Yang Kai slowly descended, and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers stared at him. Their eyes were filled with worship. These hundreds of thousands of swords were elites who had followed Yang Kai all the way to the north and south. Although there were no more golden swords, there were still plenty of silver swords. Yang Kai didn't say a word as he activated the power of the purple gem on his sword hilt. The purple light shook slightly and turned into a circle of ripples that spread in all directions. As the ripples spread, the long swords shattered one after another, and the sound of cracking could be heard incessantly. Countless rays of light rushed towards Yang Kai, making the purple gem on his sword hilt even brighter. Soon, the purple gem's light reached its limit. At the tip of Yang Kai's sword, the purple light flickered, and the purple lightning showed signs of reappearing in the world. The terrifying aura made Lang Qingshan retreat a great distance. The purple light was dazzling, and it was enough to unleash the purple lightning. After all, the gold sword only needed to expend tens of thousands of sword energy to unleash this attack. At this moment, more than tens of thousands of long swords shattered. However, Yang Kai wasn't satisfied. He desperately suppressed the eruption of the purple lightning and activated the power of the purple gem. Crack, crack, crack. The number of shattered long swords quickly reached 100,000. The aura coming from Yang Kai's sword had far surpassed the gold sword's aura, and it made Lang Qingshan's heart skip a beat. The purple light was still fluctuating, and the long swords continued to shatter. 150,000, 200,000. Soon, it was approaching 300,000. Half of the army of 700,000 was shattered in an instant. Yang Kai's sword was trembling non-stop, and fine cracks appeared on his sword. It was obvious that he was under great pressure, and once he couldn't take it anymore, he would immediately be shattered into pieces. Lang Qingshan wanted to stop him, but he didn't dare to disturb Yang Kai, for fear of causing an accident. As the 400,000 swords shattered, more and more cracks appeared on Yang Kai's sword, and it looked like it would shatter at any moment. When the 500,000 swords shattered, along with a crack appeared on the purple gem on the sword hilt. At the limit, Yang Kai could no longer suppress the majestic power in the sword. He turned the sword around and slashed the sky. Such purple lightning gushed out from the tip of the sword and gathered into a ray of purple light that shot into the sky, causing the universe to tremble and the void to shatter. A hole appeared in the sky. Yang Kai's body tilted, and he fell from the sky. His entire sword was shattered, and it was dim. The attack just now had exhausted all of his power. However, his gaze did not move as he stared at the hole in the sky. After a while, he looked happy, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Before his laughter died away, a force enveloped him, and he slowly disappeared under Lang Qingshan's stunned gaze. In the next moment, Lang Qingshan's vision turned black. When he came back to his senses, he was already under the 3,000 Worlds tree. Yang Kai was standing in front of him, holding a glowing world fruit in his hand. He was out. Lang Qingshan couldn't help but sigh in relief. When Yang Kai swallowed the power of 500,000 swords, he was really afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to withstand it and would explode. However, now it seemed that his master was right. The opportunity to leave that world was the purple gem. As long as he swallowed enough power and slashed with a powerful enough attack, he would be able to break through the world and return. He had the same thought as Yang Kai. There were no enemies in that world, and even if he had the purple gem, it would be useless. Who knew that it would be the key? Staring at the world fruit in Yang Kai's hand, Lang Qingshan's expression changed. Master, is this a middle-grade world fruit? Yang Kai couldn't stop smiling. Yes, this is a middle-grade world fruit. The world fruit he had previously obtained was only a low-grade one. It could only allow a cultivator to reach the third stage of splitting open the sky. It wasn't very valuable. After all, it wasn't difficult to reach the third stage of splitting open the sky if one worked hard. However, this middle-grade world fruit was different. This was a treasure that could allow a cultivator to reach the sixth stage. A sixth stage of splitting open the sky would be a powerhouse anywhere. Even the lady boss was only at the sixth stage, and He was only at the fifth stage. The value of this world fruit was immeasurable. Especially for those fifth stage of splitting open the sky, it was a treasure that could allow them to reach the heavens in a single step. Putting away the world fruit carefully, Yang Kai turned his head to take a look. He realized that everyone who had left the mountain had disappeared. After all, he and Lang Qingshan had stayed in the world of swords for 2 years. The flow of time was different. A few days had passed in the outside world, so those who should have left should have already left. Looking up at the 3,000 world tree, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There were actually a few fruits missing from the tree. In other words, when he and Lang Qingshan were exploring the world of swords, a few of them had already obtained world fruits. He wondered what grade of world fruit they had obtained. However, no matter what grade of world fruit they obtained, they wouldn't have obtained as much as he did. After experiencing it once, Yang Kai was familiar with entering the world fruit again. He put Lang Qingshan into the small sealed world bead and hid inside it himself. Then he handed the sealed world bead to Scabby Head for safekeeping. Scabby Head stood on the tree, found a world fruit, and plunged into it. After entering the world of fruits, Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan appeared together. The 3,000 world tree was special. It bore 3,000 world fruits that could help a heaven-splitting cultivator advance by 1 stage. However, everyone only had 1 chance to enter it in their lifetime. If they succeeded, they would pluck the fruit. If they failed, they would be trapped inside forever. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan could be considered to have entered the world fruit before. If they didn't use such fraudulent means, they wouldn't have been able to enter at all. However, Yang Kai's sealed world bead had nearly 40 people hidden inside. If he had enough time and everything went smoothly, he could obtain dozens of world fruits here. Compared to the primordial fruit tree and the primordial spirit fruit, Yang Kai was undoubtedly more interested in this world fruit. As soon as it appeared, Yang Kai immediately sensed the aura of this world. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed because the aura of this world wasn't too strong. It should only be a low-rank world fruit. The 3 of them didn't transform into anything else and still maintained their original appearances. However, their strength was greatly suppressed. They couldn't even display 30% of their usual strength. This should be due to the world principles of this world. What's this? Scabby Head suddenly noticed something and looked down at his waist. There was a bulging cloth bag hanging there. He didn't know what was inside. Master has one too. I have one too. Lang Qingshan looked at Yang Kai's waist and then at his own. He found that everyone had an extra cloth bag. You'll know what's inside after taking a look. Scabby Head chuckled and took down the cloth bag. He opened it and said in astonishment, "So many insects." At the same time, Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan also opened their own cloth bags. They found that it was just as Scabby had said, there were some strange insects in the cloth bags. There weren't many of them, only a few dozen of them. They were all as white as silkworms. Yang Kai scanned them with his divine sense and didn't feel any strong energy from them. Instead, he could clearly feel that there was a faint connection between his divine sense and these insects. What are these things for? Scabby Head was puzzled. Lang Qingshan had the experience of exploring the world fruit before. He pondered and said, they might be related to unlocking the secrets of this world. How do you use them? Have you eaten them? Scabby Head pinched one of the insects and examined it carefully. Not only did he sniff it, he even stuck out his tongue and licked it. Lang Qingshan's face turned pale. Something's coming. Suddenly, Kai Yang's brow furrowed. Raising his head, he saw several dozen monster wolves with bodies as large as oxen. They were baring their fangs as they surrounded them from all directions. Soon, they had surrounded the three of them. These demon wolves were all emitting a ferocious aura. They kept howling and looked like they were not to be trifled with. Chapter 41:15. Master. Lang Qingshan's expression was solemn as he quickly moved closer to Yang Kai. The Scabby Head also swallowed his saliva secretly as his face turned pale. The three of them stood back to back as they secretly activated their powers, ready to attack at any moment. A wolf howl was heard as the dozens of demonic wolves pounced forward. Yang Kai flicked his finger and a crescent blade slashed forward. However, the power of the crescent blade was not as strong as usual as it was only a foot long. The crescent blade slashed on the shoulder of a demonic wolf and only left a scar on its body. It was not able to kill it on the spot. Yang Kai's face turned gloomy. This strange world was suppressing one's powers to a certain extent. If not, the crescent blade would not be so weak. On the other side, Lang Qingshan and the Scabby Head were also exerting their powers. However, their foundations were not as strong as Yang Kai's and they were also being suppressed. Even if they tried their best, they could only cause slight damage to the demonic wolves. The dozens of demonic wolves surrounded the three of them and took turns to attack them. The smell of fresh blood stimulated their nerves and made them even more violent and savage. Yang Kai and the other two tried to break out of the encirclement but could not find a suitable opportunity. If this continued, the three of them would definitely be torn into pieces by the dozens of demonic wolves. Master, I can't hold on any longer. The Scabby Head suddenly cried out in pain as his arm was bitten by a demonic wolf. Blood immediately flowed out. Yang Kai's thoughts turned rapidly as he tried to think of a way to break out of this situation. Everything in this world was traceable. For example, when he first entered the world of bubbles, the opportunity to leave was in a bubble. When he entered the world of swords for the second time, he could kill other swords to strengthen himself and walk to the peak step by step. There should be some rules in this world, some rules that he had not discovered. As long as he could make use of these rules, he should be able to escape. With that thought, Yang Kai looked at the cloth bag on his waist and reached out to grab a bug from it. A demonic wolf in front of him leaped up high as its fangs shone with a cold light. Yang Kai activated his divine telekinesis and threw the bug at the demonic wolf. Strangely enough, after the insect left his hand, it suddenly exploded into a ball of dazzling white light, which instantly enveloped the demon wolf. The originally aggressive demon wolf, after being enveloped by the white light, seemed to have suffered a great blow. It fell from the sky and shook its head. At the same time, Yang Kai clearly felt a faint connection between him and the demon wolf's soul. He seemed to be able to control the demon wolf. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian immediately drove his spiritual perception to suppress the other party. The monster wolf still wanted to resist, but Yang Kai's divine sense was so powerful that it could not resist at all. In just a breath's time, the white light poured into the monster wolf's body. With a thought from Yang Kai, the demon wolf immediately turned its head, opened its bloody maw and bit down on its companion's throat, causing him to spurt out blood and stagger back. This insect can control these demon wolves. Yang Kai shouted. Hearing this, Lang Qingshan and Scabby Head did not hesitate. They took out bugs from their cloth bags and imitated Yang Kai's action, throwing the bugs out. The bugs exploded into white light and covered the monster wolf's body. After the white light completely poured in, the monster wolf would be controlled by the three of them. The situation instantly turned for the better. Yang Kai threw the bugs out of the cloth bag one by one and subdued the monster wolves one after another. Lang Qingshan and Scabby Head did not stay idle and did the same thing. Soon Yang Kai found the trick. These bugs, he named them beast-taming bugs for the time being. They could be used like secret treasures, but they were one-time use secret treasures. After they were used, they would turn into a white light that shrouded the monster wolves. At this time, it was time for the owner's divine sense to fight with the wolf's divine sense. If the owner could suppress the wolf's divine sense, the white light would pour into the monster wolf's body and subdue it. If the owner could not suppress the wolf's divine sense, the white light would collapse and the beast-taming bug would die. Even the cultivator would be injured. Scabby Head suffered a loss. He used too many beast-taming bugs at one time. As a result, he could not control them. Two of the white light exploded, causing blood to flow out of his nose and his face to turn pale. Time passed slowly. Originally, the three of them were besieged by dozens of monster wolves, but with the help of these beast-taming bugs, the situation immediately turned for the better. After an incense stick worth of time, half of the dozens of monster wolves had died, and the remaining half had been subdued by the three of them. Scabby Head gasped for breath and could not help but feel a sense of relief. Previously, in the sword world, although he had been observing Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan's experience through the small sealed world bead, he had only been watching from the sidelines. Although he often trembled with fear, after all, he had never experienced it himself. Now, after experiencing it, he realized that these sword worlds were not so easy to explore. If it were not for his master understanding the mysteries at the critical moment, they would have been doomed in the first battle. "Master, is this the beast-taming world?" Lang Qingshan asked. Yang Kai nodded. From the current situation, it seems so. However, whether it was true or not, they would have to explore it for a while to know. A few days later, their previous guess was confirmed. This was indeed the beast-taming world. In this world, there were countless large and small groups of monster beasts. The strength of Yang Kai's trio was greatly suppressed, so if they wanted to win, they could only rely on the strength of their monster beast subordinates. The monster wolves they had subdued before were just the most ordinary monster wolves. Among the groups of monster beasts, there were even monster kings. Relying on the white beast-taming insects in the cloth bag was impossible to subdue. Yang Kai tried several times, but the white light would shatter. It was not that his divine sense could not suppress the other party, but that the white beast-taming insects could not withstand the collision of the two divine senses. Yang Kai guessed that there should be higher-grade beast-taming insects above the white beast-taming insects that could deal with these monster kings. After the trio suffered a loss in a group of 100 monster beasts, they embarked on the path of searching for beast-taming insects. Soon they reaped some benefits. Sure enough, there were higher-grade beast-taming insects above the white beast-taming insects. Black, blue, purple and so on. Using those higher-grade beast-taming insects, Yang Kai's trio quickly subdued monster kings one after another. Once a monster king was subdued, the monster beast under its command would also be subdued. Among these monster kings, there was a huge difference in strength. Yang Kai divided them into 3 levels: 100 Monster King, 1000 Monster King, and Myriad Monster King. The 100 Monster King commanded 100 Monster Beast, the 1000 Monster King commanded 1000, and the Myriad Monster King commanded 10,000, extremely powerful. A month later, the trio each led a myriad monster army and engaged in a decisive battle with the last group of monster beasts. The number of beasts in this group was extremely large, at least 100,000 in number, and the Beast King's appearance was also extraordinary, its body covered in golden fur and as sturdy as a house. Yang Kai stared from afar and clearly felt that the mood of the myriad Beast King beneath him was somewhat uneasy. The opponent's Monster King actually had a strong deterrent effect on myriad Monster Kings. This was no longer a Monster King, but a Monster Emperor. The battle soon broke out, and countless monster wolves were killed or injured. Although the opponents' numbers were huge and they were led by a monster emperor, Yang Kai's trio split up and cooperated with each other, killing the enemy while also subduing the monster kings in the enemy camp, quickly gaining an absolute advantage. After another 3 days of bitter fighting, Yang Kai finally succeeded in subduing the monster emperor, even though he was bitten by it. When the monster king was subdued, a gentle force wrapped the trio and sent them out of this world. The trio appeared under the world tree again. Yang Kai was covered in blood, but he was still grinning wildly. He had obtained another world fruit, although it was only a low-rank one. After a little rest, Yang Kai repeated the same trick, releasing another person from his sealed world bead and having him take him into the world inside the fruit. Time passed day by day, and more people entered the world inside the fruit. The more people there were, the stronger they would be. When others entered the world inside the fruit, they would generally fight alone, but Yang Kai had many people working together, so he naturally had a huge advantage. There were all kinds of strange worlds. There were worlds that needed to be conquered by force, worlds that needed to be cultivated to the limits of that world, and worlds that could only be freed by breaking through the suppression. There were also natural mazes that made it impossible for people to find their way in. There were all kinds of worlds, and there were many more. However, Yang Kai soon concluded that a low-rank world fruit didn't take too long to break through, at most 3 months, but a mid-rank world fruit was much more difficult to break through, taking at least 1 to 2 years. This was the time inside the world inside the fruit, which was different from the outside world. As such, Yang Kai wasn't too worried. He had spent several years inside the world inside the fruit, but only a dozen or so days in the outside world. One day, one of his subordinates rushed into the world fruit with the sealed world bead. Yang Kai immediately walked out of his sealed world bead and released the dozen or so people who had entered the world fruit before him. However, before he could investigate the grade of this world, he suddenly felt a huge repulsive force enveloping him. When he came back to his senses, he was already standing under the 3,000 world tree. Not only him, but the dozen or so people he released also felt the same. Lang Qingshan was stunned. What's going on? Yang Kai was also puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing, so he had no idea why he was being repelled by the world fruit. At this moment, accompanied by a rumbling sound, the earth shook and a root suddenly stretched out from the ground like a long whip, sweeping towards Yang Kai and the others. This root was the root of the 3,000 world tree. No one had expected such an unforeseen event. In a moment of carelessness, half of the people were swept away and rolled down the mountain. Yang Kai dodged quickly and managed to avoid this blow. Turning his head, he saw that the people who had been swept down the mountain were not in danger of losing their lives, but all of them were in a sorry state. Only then did he relax. "Ayah!" A scream rang out. It turned out that Mangy Head had also been swept down, followed by everyone else. Yang Kai moved left and right, avoiding the root sweep again and again. While he was dodging, he suddenly felt someone's gaze on him. He quickly looked over and couldn't help but be surprised. An old face appeared on the trunk of the Trichiliacosm tree, and it was glaring at him angrily. Chapter 41:16. Yang Kai was a little embarrassed by his stare. How could he not know that his repeated cheating had been detected by the 3,000 world tree? In this land of eternity, many sacred herbs had developed intelligence. Even Pu Baixiong and the little mushroom were like that, let alone the 3,000 world tree. It was just that he had not shown it before, but Yang Kai had repeatedly used the sealed world bead to exploit loopholes and enter the world fruit, harvesting more than a dozen fruits by himself. Such insatiable greed was something the world tree could not tolerate even if it had 3,000 fruits. If Yang Kai continued like this, who knew how many fruits it would have left? Therefore, when they sensed Yang Kai's aura again, they immediately sent him and his dozen or so subordinates out of the world fruit, not giving them a chance to gain experience at all. Furthermore, they were sent down the mountain to sever their hopes. Its roots danced and whipped Yang Kai again with great force. It didn't want to take Yang Kai's life, but just send him down the mountain. Yang Kai activated the law of space and dodged again and again. Although he had gained quite a lot, obtaining more than a dozen world fruits, and even 2 middle-level world fruits, he hadn't seen a single high-level world fruit. How could he give up? A high-grade world fruit could help a high-grade sky splitter advance by 1 grade. If he could reach the 7th grade in the future, he could use a high-grade world fruit to directly advance to the 8th grade. How many 8th grade sky splitters would there be in the Blessed Enclave? At this level, he was definitely an overlord. When the time came, not only could he establish himself in the 3000 world fruit, but he could also achieve great things. While dodging, Yang Kai begged, "Old tree, calm down, calm down. Go in one more time, one last time." The world tree's expression became even angrier. Why would it care about him? Its roots danced more and more wildly, but Yang Kai activated the law of space and his body moved erratically. How could it hit him? In anger, more than a dozen roots broke out of the ground and turned into an inescapable net that enveloped Yang Kai. At the foot of the mountain, Lang Qingshan and the others looked up and were dumbfounded. Scabby Head's mouth twitched. This world tree must have been driven mad by our master. Lang Qingshan exclaimed, "Oh no, the master is in danger." As he spoke, he immediately rushed up the mountain. More than a dozen people followed closely behind, avoiding the fog and lightning as they trekked arduously. On top of the mountain, Yang Kai moved left and right, but the dozen roots of the Tree of World were like dozens of long whips that sealed the sky and the earth, greatly reducing the space he could move. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck by one of the roots. He felt a strong force rushing toward him, and there was a sweet taste in his mouth. Yang Kai hugged the root, swallowed the rolling blood, and said with a cheeky smile, "Can't I do it just once? Old Shu, take that fruit." Although he didn't remember to check the grade of the world fruit, he was sure that it was definitely not a low-grade world fruit. It should be a mid-grade one, and there was a very small chance that it was a high-grade one. If he could negotiate with the 3000 world tree, he could at least get the world fruit. The 3000 world tree didn't seem to hear him. It swung its roots a few times, but it couldn't get rid of Yang Kai. In anger, the dozen roots whipped toward Yang Kai through the air and hit him. Yang Kai kept groaning. After 3 breaths, he felt that he couldn't take it anymore. Although the world tree didn't want to kill him, it was uncomfortable to be whipped by the roots. Helpless, he could only shout, "Dragon form!" His body suddenly expanded, and he turned into a half-dragon with dragon horns on his head. His hands turned into dragon claws, and 2 streams of dragon breath came out of his nostrils. His whole body was covered with dragon scales, and each scale had natural patterns on it. They were hard and thick. Dragon whiskers fluttered under his chin. His huge body stood on top of the mountain. Although he wasn't as majestic as the world tree, he wasn't far behind. In the great cosmological realm, he had swallowed countless dragon blood pills, which made his dragon form body faintly show signs of transforming into a true dragon race. He was much stronger than before. Asterisk pa 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 asterisk sounds rang out incessantly as the dozen or so roots continuously whipped Yang Kai's back, creating a series of loud bangs. However, this was still within an acceptable range. The defense of the dragon form body was much stronger than that of the human body. Yang Kai chuckled and looked at the world tree. "Old tree, this is your last chance. Enter again, and I won't pester you anymore." He couldn't forget about the world fruit just now. As he spoke, he wrapped the root in his hand around his waist. Very quickly, he wrapped it around his waist a few times, making it clear that he wasn't going to give up just like that. The world tree's attacks became more and more violent. This time, even Yang Kai's dragon form body couldn't take it anymore. The dragon scales on his back flew, and blood flowed. However, Yang Kai's recovery ability was extremely strong. The power of the wood element in his Dao seal circulated, and his dragon blood was stimulated. His wounds healed continuously. The stalemate lasted for a full incense's time before the 3000 Worlds tree's attacks suddenly stopped. On the tree, the old face sighed heavily. Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Old tree, you agree?" The 3000 Worlds tree looked at him in disgust. Then a root whipped at him. Yang Kai smiled. "Old tree, why do you have to do this? Such an attack on me, ugh." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt his hand become lighter. The root that he had been holding on to suddenly broke apart on its own accord. Immediately after, Kai Yang was struck by a powerful force, his body uncontrollably falling down the mountain. In mid-air, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the 3,000 Worlds tree's attitude to be so tough. It would rather break one of its roots than let him stay on the mountain peak. With a bang, Yang Kai landed heavily on the ground. He quickly got up and looked at the root in his hand, speechless. Although this root was voluntarily abandoned by the 3,000 Worlds tree, it showed no signs of withering. Instead, it was full of vitality. Yang Kai's heart moved. He then stuffed it into the sealed world bead. When he looked up again, the mountain was covered in fog and lightning. Soon he couldn't see the scene inside. Yang Kai didn't give up. He jumped into the fog and only lasted for a dozen breaths before running back. The fog was too terrifying. It was made up of countless tiny insects. Even his dragon form couldn't withstand it. In just a short while, his body was stained with blood, and a lot of his vitality was lost. Figures flashed around him. It was Lang Qingshan and the others who were sent out. Although they were covered in dust, their lives weren't in danger. It should be the result of the World Tree's protection. Otherwise, with the current situation on the mountain, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. When they turned around and saw Yang Kai's swollen face and bloody body, they couldn't help but be shocked. Moreover, it was the first time they saw Yang Kai use the dragon transformation technique. They couldn't help but be shocked. Only now did Lang Qingshan and the others know that Yang Kai actually had the bloodline of the dragon race. Judging from its appearance, this bloodline was quite extraordinary. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at them with a ferocious expression. He was angered by the 3,000 Worlds tree. This old tree was too stubborn. It would rather give up one of its roots than give him one last chance. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai roared, "Old Shu, everyone has only one chance to enter the world fruit field. What do you mean by blocking this mountain and not letting us in? I still have a few dozen people here who want to go in. You can't deprive them of their qualifications. That's unfair." Saying so, he raised his hand and released the remaining people hiding in the small sealed world bead. Lang Qingshan and the others were speechless. They had used Yang Kai's fraudulent means to enter more than a dozen world fruits and obtain them. Now, Yang Kai was actually talking about fairness to the world tree. Yang Kai continued, "At most, I won't go in. You have to let them in, don't you?" As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He listened carefully. In the next moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the heavy fog and screamed. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the person. After taking a closer look, he was stunned. "Brother Meng?" The one who rushed out of the fog was Meng Hong. Meng Hong was still in shock. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw a huge dragon head pointing at him. However, after seeing the appearance of the dragon head, he hesitated. "Brother Yang?" Yang Kai nodded and put him down. He transformed back into his human form and asked in confusion, "Brother Meng, why did you come out at this time?" Meng Hong's appearance was too coincidental. Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. Meng Hong said, "I don't know. I was training in that world when a force suddenly expelled me." "Huh? Is this the world fruit?" Saying so, he suddenly looked at his palm and found that he had obtained a world fruit at some point. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He couldn't help but be speechless. He knew that the reason why Meng Hong could withdraw halfway and even obtain a world fruit for free was all because of the world tree. It should have sensed the relationship between Meng Hong and himself, so it directly sent him out. Realizing this, Yang Kai sighed slightly. He knew that it was impossible for him to enter the world fruit again. The 3,000 World Tree was willing to cut off one of its roots, send Meng Hong out, and even give him a fruit for free. It wanted to make Yang Kai give up completely. Meng Hong's luck was pretty good. The world fruit in his hand was a middle-grade one. He had wandered in that world for a few years, fighting alone. He didn't know how to escape. He had thought that he was dead for sure, but who would have thought that there would be such a twist? To be honest, he still couldn't believe it. He felt like he was in the clouds. The two disciples from Great Moon State stepped forward and briefly explained what had happened. Only then did Meng Hong learn that he was able to escape so easily because of Yang Kai's pestering with the 3,000 world tree. He couldn't help laughing. He had wanted to take a world fruit and give it to Yang Kai to repay his kindness, but in the end, it was Yang Kai who had saved him once again. Now that he had eaten and drank, it was a bit hard to explain. "Brother Yang, please accept this world fruit." Meng Hong handed the fruit in his hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Brother Meng, I've already gained a lot. Moreover, you'll need this when you advance to the 5th stage Heaven Splitter. There's no need to give it to me." Chapter 41:17. Yang Kai was not being hypocritical. World fruits were rare, but he had already obtained a lot of them. He had 13 low-rank world fruits and 2 mid-rank world fruits, so there was no need for him to covet Meng Hong's things. Meng Hong shook his head. "This time, my 3 brothers were protected by Brother Yang in the Great Void Realm. If it weren't for Brother Yang, my 3 brothers would have been dead by now. Brother Yang also lent us many treasures to help us condense heaven's splitting power. If it weren't for Brother Yang, how could this Meng have achieved what he has today? This Meng has nothing else but this fruit. What's more, this Meng was only able to obtain this fruit thanks to you. Please don't refuse, Brother Yang, otherwise, this Meng will have no face to see anyone in the future." Seeing that Yang Kai still wanted to say something, Meng Hong pretended to be angry and said, "Brother Yang, if you refuse again, it means you are looking down on this Meng Hong. This world fruit. I don't want it." Saying so, he casually threw the world fruit up the mountain. Everyone around him exclaimed. Yang Kai reached out and caught the fruit, speechless. "Since Brother Meng has such good intentions, I won't stand on ceremony. I will keep this fruit for now, and if Brother Meng needs it in the future, feel free to ask for it from me." That being said, Yang Kai also knew that since Meng Hong had made his attitude clear today, he would not take this fruit back no matter what. Sure enough, Meng Hong laughed and said, "This Meng is confident that he can break through to the 6th grade with his own ability." Seeing the two of them push back and forth over a priceless middle-tier world fruit, the dozens of onlookers were somewhat dumbfounded. This was a treasure that even powerful heaven-opening realm cultivators would fight over, but now, it was being pushed back and forth by these two, and it had almost been tossed into the fog. After taking everyone back into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai checked his harvest. The 16 world fruits could be said to be a bountiful harvest. The 13 low-grade world fruits could be ignored for now. Even if they were valuable, they wouldn't be too valuable. After all, they could only help a low-grade world fruit advance by 1 grade, and the limit was the 3rd grade. However, the 3 mid-grade world fruits were different. The upper limit of a middle-grade world fruit was the 6th grade. In other words, it was best for a 5th-grade world fruit to split open the sky. Such a treasure was extremely rare. What made Yang Kai feel slightly regretful was that he didn't get a high-grade world fruit this time. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but laugh, feeling that he was indeed a little greedy. Su Zhen had said that although the 3,000 world tree bore 3,000 world fruits, most of them were low-grade, with only a few middle-grade ones. As for high-grade ones, it might or might not. Obtaining 3 middle-grade ones this time was already a great fortune. Apart from these world fruits, there was also an unexpected gain. It was one of the world tree's roots. Yang Kai had previously transformed into a dragon and shamelessly wrapped this root around his waist to bargain with the world tree, angering it. The world tree then cut off its own roots and pulled him down the mountain, resulting in this root falling into Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai had casually thrown this root into the sealed world bead before, but when he poured his divine sense into the sealed world bead to investigate it, he couldn't help feeling surprised. This root had actually pierced into the ground of the sealed world bead and turned into a small sapling that swayed gently in the wind. Yang Kai couldn't help sighing. This root was worthy of being the root of the world tree. Its vitality was really strong, and after just a short while it had sprouted new branches and leaves. If that was all, Yang Kai could clearly feel that this little sapling was like a bottomless pit. The world energy of the entire sealed world bead was madly pouring into this little sapling, and as the little sapling grew, the world principles of the sealed world bead were rapidly perfecting and stabilizing. Below the ground, invisible to the naked eye, The roots of the little sapling had soared by more than 100 acres. Tiny roots were still spreading out at an extremely fast speed, showing signs of covering the entire sealed world bead. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he saw this, and his throat went dry. The roots of this world tree could perfect the world principles of the sealed world bead and stabilize it, so what would happen if it was transplanted back to the star boundary? Back then, Yang Kai asked the giant divine spirit Ada about the survival of the star boundary, but Ada only mentioned the world tree. Yang Kai had only been in this world for a short time, so his foundation was still unstable, so he hadn't had time to carefully inquire about the world tree. There was a 3,000 world tree in the Elderland. Was the tree of world the tree of world that Ada had mentioned? When he heard Suzhen talk about the 3,000 world tree before, Yang Kai had a guess, and now, looking at the situation of this little sapling, he vaguely confirmed it. The world tree that Ada mentioned might really be the 3,000 world tree. If that was the case, then the biggest gain from this trip to the Elderland wasn't the 3 saint medicines or the 16 world fruits he had just obtained, but the roots of this world tree. Yang Kai couldn't help but have the urge to look up to the sky and laugh wildly. He had worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. However, he had to wait until he returned to the star boundary to verify this. Previously, he had bought a star in the star market and searched for the location of the star boundary. Comparing the traces he had left along the way and the place where he had parted with Zhang Ruoxi, he already had some ideas, but as for the specific location of the star boundary, he still had to personally investigate it. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai decided not to suppress the growth of the little sapling. Although the growth of the little sapling required a terrifying amount of world energy, the feedback to the sealed world bead was also extremely significant. As a result, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. As for the consumed world energy, Yang Kai had countless source crystals, so he could completely replenish the sealed world bead by exploding them. After busying himself for a while, Yang Kai finally took care of everything and let out a long sigh of relief. Now that he had angered the 3,000 world tree, there was no hope for more world fruits. The Elderland had been open for so many days now, so any good things and opportunities had probably already been found. Now, all that was left was the spirit-seizing battle. Originally, he wanted to find a suitable metal attribute treasure in the Elderland, but unfortunately, he had no clue. Zhu Jiuyin had told him that in the entire great cosmological realm, there were only 2 places that had metal attribute treasures that Yang Kai needed. One was the Golden Vulture Palace, which was Jin Wu's territory. Jin Wu was a metal attribute divine spirit, so the power of his monster core was completely in line with Yang Kai's needs. As long as Jin Wu helped, Yang Kai could easily capture him with his 7th grade metal attribute hand. However, Jin Wu was Zhu Jiuyin's sworn enemy, so how could he help Zhu Jiuyin's bearer? The bearer he chose was ordered by Zhu Jiuyin to kill Yang Kai several times, but unfortunately he was killed by Yang Kai in the world fruit. The second place was the Elderland. There were many opportunities in the Elderland, so there might be metal attribute treasures that Yang Kai needed. But until now, Yang Kai had not discovered anything. Just as he was pondering, heaven and earth suddenly shook slightly, as if thunder was rolling across the earth. Yang Kai's expression turned serious, and he quickly released his divine thought to investigate. A moment later, the same thing happened again. This time, Yang Kai clearly noticed that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by something and was rapidly gathering in one direction. He turned his head and looked in that direction, using his full vision to observe. Heaven and earth were moving strangely, and it was obvious that something abnormal was happening. Perhaps some precious treasure was about to be born. In his field of vision, rays of light flew toward the place where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was gathering. They probably had the same idea as Yang Kai, which was that they sensed something abnormal and wanted to get close to him. Yang Kai did not hesitate for too long. He flew up and rushed in that direction. Heaven and earth shook several times along the way, until a certain moment, the shadow of a fruit tree suddenly appeared in midair. This fruit tree was carved out of ice and jade, crystal clear and beautiful. As the spiritual chi of heaven and earth poured in, it kept solidifying. The primordial fruit tree. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He was still wondering where the primordial fruit tree was hiding. Although he found the old tree under Pu Baixiong's guidance, that old tree was not the primordial fruit tree, but the 3,000 Worlds tree. Only now did he realize that the primordial fruit tree was traceless and untraceable. It would only reveal itself under special circumstances. Did someone trigger the opportunity for the primordial fruit tree to reveal itself? Maybe it was not because of someone, but because the time was right and the primordial fruit tree revealed itself. But no matter what, since the primordial fruit tree had appeared, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. Those bearers were all entrusted with the mission of the divine spirits behind them. If they succeeded, they would reach the sky in a single step, but if they failed, their lives would be in danger. Under such circumstances, who would dare to not work hard? Take Yang Kai for example. He and the others were still in Zhu Jiuyin's hands. If he wanted them to escape safely, he had to get the primordial fruit tree. Figures gathered from all directions towards the place where the primordial fruit tree appeared. At this time, those divine spirit bearers who had been hiding could no longer care about hiding themselves. Time passed. As the primordial fruit tree swallowed the aura of the heaven-devouring great emperor, it became more and more solid. More than 2 hours later, Yang Kai arrived at the place. Looking around, there were already a lot of people gathered here. There were more than 30 people that he knew and didn't know. Su Zhen, Ding Yi, and Xiang Ying were also there. These 3 guys had entered the world in the fruit tree like him before, but he had taken advantage of the loopholes and entered and exited the world fruit more than a dozen times, wasting a lot of time. It was natural that they could come out first. To be able to come out of the world in the fruit tree, they must have obtained a world fruit. Not only them, but Chu Huashang and Gu Pan also came. The 2 girls gathered together and whispered something. Seeing Yang Kai, the former's eyes lit up and she waved enthusiastically to Yang Kai. "Little brother Yang, over here." Yang Kai smiled slightly, nodded slightly to Su Zhen and others, and fell beside Chu Huashang. Ding Yi was envious of the other side. Chu Huashang is a disciple of Yin and Yang Wonderland. Her cultivation method is special. She is also a disaster-level existence. Ding Yi has long been looking straight at her. He wants to come over and get close to her, but he doesn't have the courage. He is afraid of offending the beauty. Now seeing others so enthusiastic about Yang Kai, he naturally envies and admires. Senior Sister Chu, Junior Sister Gu. Yang Kai said hello. Chu Huashang looked at him with a smile. Her eyes were full of peach blossoms, and the waves were flowing. "Little brother Yang, the primordial fruit tree has been born, and it may be chaotic when fighting. Little brother Yang should protect me more." Chapter 41:18. Under the watchful eyes of the public, she was bold and direct, and she did not care about the eyes of others. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't buy this and simply laughed. "Senior Sister Chu, you're making things difficult for me. As far as I know, this primordial fruit tree will only produce 1 primordial spirit fruit each time. When the time comes, everyone will inevitably fight over it. If we don't fight each other, how can we protect each other? It is precisely because there is only 1 primordial spirit fruit that these bearers must go all out, so even if Su Zhen has a good relationship with her and Gu Pan, they do not stand together. This was because every bearer who came here was a competitor. They have been vigorously cultivated by the Holy Spirits behind them and shoulder the expectations of the Holy Spirits. If they fail, it will make the Holy Spirits' plan fail. It is very likely to anger those Holy Spirits, and their lives will be in danger. In history, there were many bearers who failed to win the primordial spirit fruit and died in the hands of the Holy Spirits. The Kuan Sha killed the bearers. The water element treasure moon essence that Yang Kai refined was brought out from the land of no elders by a bearer of the Kuan Sha. After this person was killed, the moon essence was useless to the Kuan Sha and was given to the sea race. Not only the Kuan Sha, but most of the Holy Spirits will do the same, get their benefits but can't satisfy them. How can they give up? Chu Huashang smiled and said, "Why is little brother Yang so unreasonable? My plan is like this. We can join forces to resist the enemy first. Little brother Yang has been in this land of no elders for so many days. You should have met some bearers and know their means. It is always better to work together than to fight alone. As for the primordial spirit fruit, it depends on your own means. Yang Kai heard the words and nodded. Chu Huashang's proposal was also good. Although he was powerful, if he used all his strength, no one present was his opponent, but the tiger couldn't stand the wolf, and the two fists couldn't beat the four hands. If his performance was too strong and caused public anger, he would not get any good. At this time, one or two allies can share some of the pressure. Junior's sister Gu also means this? Yang Kai turned to look at Gu Pan. The little girl was more introverted and kept her head down. She just nodded gently and expressed her attitude. Yang Kai said, "Of course we can work together, but are there only 3 of us?" Where Brother Lin, Brother Su, and Brother Dao ran. They were all disciples from the blessed and heavenly enclave, and they had worked together once before. Chu Huashang snorted, "They are a few stinky men who care about their life and death, and at this time, the more people who join forces, the better. Young little brother, you should also understand." Yang Kai was speechless. "I'm a man too." Chu Huashang covered her mouth and smiled. "You are fragrant, different from them, let people eat a lot." As she said, she deliberately sniffed Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't take it anymore. He hurriedly took 2 steps back and nodded solemnly. "Then it's settled. Let's work together to defend against the enemy." Chu Huashang's beautiful eyes abright, said The 3 of them joined forces, and naturally others joined forces, but the number was not large. After all, many people did not know the root of the matter. It was better to fight alone and look for a good opportunity than to work with people they did not know. As they talked, more and more people gathered here, and some people quietly lurked and hid their figures. Obviously, they wanted to wait for the opportunity to rob the spirit fruit. Lin Feng and Ning Dao Ran also came, and gathered with Su Zhen, and soon formed a small group. After another 2 hours, the number of martial artists that had arrived had already reached over 60. Those who rushed to this place at this time were definitely the bearers chosen by the saint spirits. They were attracted by the innate fruit tree. These 60-plus bearers were paying close attention to the situation of the innate fruit tree, waiting quietly. Because only the fruit tree appears at this moment, the primordial spirit fruit is missing. The spirit of heaven and earth is constantly converging towards the fruit tree, and the fruit tree is becoming more and more solid. At a certain moment, someone whispered, "The primordial spirit fruit is coming out." When everyone looked up, they saw that at the top of the fruit tree, a small bud suddenly appeared. The bud absorbed a huge amount of spirit and bloomed quickly, forming a bud. A strange atmosphere escaped from the bud, which made everyone feel like a spring breeze, and their minds were empty. Yang Kai was even more shocked. He vaguely felt that the atmosphere was familiar. Suddenly he remembered the atmosphere he felt when refining the moon essence. It was similar in nature to the atmosphere escaping from the bud. After a little meditation, he suddenly realized that the moon essence was also a primordial treasure. There was a trace of primordial qi. This primordial spirit fruit was the same, but compared with this flower bud, the atmosphere of the moon essence was undoubtedly much worse. The flower bud quickly bloomed, forming a flower bud. Under the influence of the strange aura, everyone watched in a daze, witnessing the origin and birth of life. For a moment, everyone's thoughts collided like lightning, flashing with all kinds of inspiration. These flashes of inspiration caused everyone's perception to greatly increase in a short period of time. Many areas that they usually did not understand during cultivation were suddenly cleared up at this moment, and they were suddenly enlightened. Yang Kai's mind was filled with thoughts. On the path of cultivation, there was nothing he didn't understand. The foundation for breaking through to split the heavens had already been laid. As long as he condensed his energy step by step, he would be able to reach high-grade split the heavens sooner or later. However, with the help of the birth of the primordial spirit fruit, these flashes of inspiration in his mind gave birth to an extremely bold idea. If this idea succeeded, then he would obtain extraordinary battle prowess after breaking through to split the heavens. Of course, this idea could only be put into practice when he broke through to split the heavens. It was still very early. The primordial spirit fruit was truly extraordinary. Just the process of its birth allowed people to gain enlightenment, sweeping away the haze and troubles on the path of cultivation. Just this alone was enough for everyone to reap great benefits. Unknowingly, the petals began to wither, the primordial spirit fruit gradually formed, and the wonderful atmosphere slowly dissipated. Yang Kai looked around and found that everyone's eyes were full of wanton light. Obviously, they had all gained something. Without the influence of the atmosphere, the light in everyone's mind gradually subsided, and there was no more enlightenment, which made many people sigh slightly. Yang Kai looked at them, remembering each of their faces in his mind. If he guessed correctly, when these people left the great void realm alive, they would be the overlords of the 3,000 worlds when they really grew up. They were cultivated by the Holy Spirit and gained unimaginable benefits in the great void realm. Now that they had this opportunity to comprehend the mystery, their future achievements would certainly not be bad. The sound of breathing gradually quickened, and pairs of eyes looked at the gradually maturing primordial spirit fruit. Although the scene was calm, anyone could feel the undercurrent hidden under the calmness. The current situation was like a powder keg that was about to explode. Any spark could trigger an unmanageable situation. "It's time to do it," Chu Huashang whispered. Yang Kai remained calm. The bird that stands out dies first. Although he had the law of space, so many bearers were watching, he did not dare to make a move easily. He was still able to restrain himself, but someone else couldn't. A huge net suddenly emerged from the void and flew straight towards the innate fruit tree. From the looks of it, it seemed like the innate fruit tree was going to be taken away along with the fruit. "How dare you!" When an angry roar came out, the overwhelming attack blasted toward the big net, one after another tyrannical. Before the big net could get close to the primordial fruit tree, it was smashed into powder by those attacks. With a muffled groan, a cultivator's figure shook slightly, and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. This big net was his secret treasure. Although it was extraordinary, it could not withstand the attacks of so many people. The secret treasure was destroyed, and he was also implicated. Before he could catch his breath, a beam of sword light flashed behind him. It slashed diagonally and knocked him to the ground. Although he didn't die immediately, he was severely injured. A bloody wound was torn open on his back, and blood flowed out. Another attack came, and the man quickly rolled to the side, and his eyes were about to split. Those who attacked him were all strangers to him, but he also knew that at this time, everyone would not be soft-hearted to others, killing more opponents, and more hope to compete for the primordial spirit fruit. Melee. More than 30 figures rushed to the primordial fruit tree. Before people arrived, they used their own means to take the fruit. For a time, net-like, rope-like secret treasures emerged one after another, and more than a dozen big blue hands grabbed the spirit fruit. However, these methods could not get close to the spirit fruit at all, and all the secret treasures were broken up in midair. More and more people joined the battle group, using their own means. From time to time, some people were injured, and some people were killed. Yang Kai stood in the same place, watching the battlefield, and could not help but be amazed. Many of the people here were unknown. The great cosmological realm had been open for more than a decade, but no one had heard of them at all. However, at this moment, each of them was extraordinary. Not to mention those strange artifacts, even the secret techniques they displayed were extraordinary. Almost all of these bearers had condensed the power of at least a 5th-grade secret technique, while some had even condensed 6th-grade or 7th-grade secret techniques. The power of yin and yang and 5 elements swept in a small range, stirring up the light of heaven and earth, and trembling the universe. This was the power of the Holy Spirits. They could use their own resources to cultivate their carriers and let their strength soar. Ding Yi's performance in the 3,000 World Tree before was enough experience, but here, it was just above the average level, and there were many people more amazing than him. At this moment, there were not many people who had not taken action. In addition to Yang Kai and the other two, only 7 or 8 people could still keep calm. Perhaps they were also afraid and did not dare to take action at will. Still not taking action? Chu Huashang looked at Yang Kai eagerly. "Wait," Yang Kai said lightly. Chu Huashang was speechless. "If you wait, the fruit will be taken away. Then let's snatch it back. Yang Kai smiled. Chu Huashang was stunned and felt that this was also the truth, and now waited in peace. Chapter 41:19. After a while, the scene became more and more chaotic. Everyone was rushing towards the primordial fruit tree, but no one could succeed. Once someone was within 10 feet of the fruit tree, they would be attacked by almost all. Who could withstand those secret techniques that contain the power of the 5th stage, 6th stage, and even the 7th stage? Yang Kai knew that if he did not transform into a dragon, he could not bear it. Even if he displayed the dragon form, he was afraid that he could not hold on for more than a few breaths. Several bearers had already died because of this. They had been beaten to the point where not even their bones remained. Although they had been greatly nurtured by the holy spirits behind them, their individual strength was too insignificant in such a battle. If they did not seize the best opportunity to act rashly, they would only harm themselves. In the battle, the spirit fruit on the primordial fruit tree has been completely formed, crystal clear and attractive. Although there is no fragrance, it also makes people want to take a bite and taste what it tastes like. Suddenly, a laugh came and resounded through the sky. Is this the primordial spirit fruit? This Fong will gladly accept it. With the sound, a figure quickly approached this side. Many of the bearers who were fighting in full swing were furious and looked over there to see who dared to boast so shamelessly. They have been fighting here for so long, and no one can get within 10 feet of the fruit tree. At this moment, the person who came was so arrogant, which naturally made people uncomfortable. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he whispered, "The opportunity is coming, get ready to fight." He has been waiting, looking for a good opportunity, and finally his efforts paid off. Listening to what he said, Chu Huashang and Gu Pan also looked shocked and secretly urged their strength. On the other side, a figure rushed into the battlefield and rushed straight to the primordial fruit tree. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly as a series of brilliant secret techniques and artifacts bombarded the young man. However, the young man showed no fear and the smile on his face remained unchanged. It was only when these attacks were about to reach him that his figure flickered and he shouted in a low voice, "Immovable mountain." An extremely rich earth elemental power spread out and twisted around that person, forming the phantom of a giant tortoise. That giant tortoise protected that person tightly in the middle. Countless attacks bombarded that giant tortoise phantom, but it only made the phantom sway a few times, not injuring that person in the slightest. Some people were flabbergasted, and their eyes were wide open. From the start of the chaotic battle until now, this was the first time someone had displayed such a strong defense. When the giant tortoise phantom appeared, it gave people a feeling that it was impregnable and unbreakable. Thick earth black tortoise. Someone recognized the giant tortoise. Since the silhouette was the thick earth mystic tortoise, the person who came must be the carrier of the thick earth mystic tortoise. Only the carrier of the Holy Spirit could activate such a defensive secret technique. It was Fong Yu. He had crossed paths with Yang Kai before, and Yang Kai even robbed him of his space ring. He didn't know where Yang Kai had gone these days, but the appearance of the primordial fruit tree finally drew him out. The thick earth mystic tortoise's earth elemental power was at least at the 7th grade. Ordinary means wouldn't be able to cause harm to such a defensive secret technique, unless it was also at the 7th grade or countered by means of the 5 elements. Therefore, after seeing the giant tortoise phantom, someone immediately displayed an extraordinary wood elemental power, turning into numerous wooden shadows and bombarding Fong Yu. The giant tortoise phantom trembled continuously, and its light quickly dimmed, but Fong Yu was already within 10 feet of the fruit tree, reaching out his hand to grab the spirit fruit on the tree. You think you're invincible just because you have a tortoise shell? Watch Master Ding cut you down. A furious roar came. Ding Yi raised the saber in his hand high, and his whole body was burning with raging flames. The saber was surrounded by flames, and as the saber slashed down, a 3-legged strange bird flew out and pounced at Fong Yu. Ding Yi was the bearer of the divine spirit, Bai Fong. Bai Fong was a fire attribute divine spirit, and it once used its own inner core to condense the fire elemental power for Ding Yi. Back at the 3000 World Tree, When Ding Yi fought with the man surnamed Go, he also used this move. The power of this saber was so vast that it seemed to be able to burn the world. Fang Yu's expression turned solemn. The thick earth mystic tortoise's defense was impressive and could allow him to ignore most attacks. However, the fire element, which was also of the seventh realm, was troublesome for him. Moreover, his defensive mystic technique had been greatly weakened. Fang Yu only hesitated for a moment between retreating and advancing, but he didn't slow down and still reached for the spirit fruit. With a boom, Fang Yu's body shook slightly. Countless cracks appeared on the giant tortoise phantom, and it looked like it would shatter at any time, but it still protected him. On the other hand, after Ding used this move, his entire body was like a cooked shrimp. His skin was extremely red, and steam was rising from his body. His 7 orifices were bleeding, and his hand, which was holding the broadsword, was trembling slightly. Although his aptitude was good, it was far from being able to condense the 7th grade power. Whether it was the seal or his own body, it was not enough to withstand the 7th grade fire elemental power. Bai Feng didn't care about this and forcibly condensed it for him, just to increase the hope of competing for the primordial spirit fruit. Although Ding Yi had the 7th grade fire elemental power, he didn't dare to use it easily. Once he used it, it would be a great burden on himself. If he used it too many times, he might even be backfired by his own fire elemental power. Many bearers were in a similar situation. Under the premise of insufficient foundation, they were forced to condense the power of high grade by the divine spirit. It seemed that they were in the limelight for a while, but in fact, there were endless troubles in the future. On the contrary, Chu Huashang was like this. Because the divine spirit behind her was Fei, she didn't specialize in a certain attribute, and there was no way to condense a certain kind of power for them. She could only steadily improve them in other aspects. The benefits obtained in this way were real benefits, and there would be no worries. Countless cracks appeared in the shadow of the giant turtle, but it didn't break for a while. Immediately after Ding, Lin Feng of the Zhenwu cave opened his mouth and spat out a big river like a waterfall hanging in the air. The water in the big river was murmuring, as if it was really a big river, sweeping across. This guy was captured by Kuan-Sha. Kuan-Sha was a divine spirit of the water attribute. Naturally, it would help Lin Feng condense the power of the water attribute. However, the water attribute has always been gentle, so although it was the 7th grade, its power was not as good as Ding Yi's. But in the big river, there were countless sharks condensed by power, surging wildly. Kacha, the shadow of the giant turtle outside Fang Yu's body quickly dimmed and almost collapsed, but he laughed. "This fruit is mine." In such a moment of confrontation, he had already rushed in front of the primordial fruit tree and was about to pick the primordial spirit fruit in his hand. At this moment, a purple bamboo lightly floated towards him. Under this point, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The giant turtle shadow finally broke completely, revealing Fang Yu's figure. Fang Yu's smile stiffened on his face in an instant, and a great sense of crisis surged in the depths of his heart. Without thinking, he quickly dodged to the side, even ignoring the spirit fruit in front of him. Boom, 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 countless attacks hit the place where he stood just now. If he dodged a little slower, without the protection of the giant turtle shadow, he would have died immediately on the spot. Fang Yu was speechless. He was so close to winning, but in the end he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Forcing back the unscrupulous guy with a turtle shell, everyone had no time to breathe a sigh of relief, and then they put their hearts in their throats. They saw 3 figures approaching the primordial fruit tree, 1 man and 2 women, but it was Yang Kai, Chu Huashang and Gu Pan. When he heard the voice of Fang Yu, Yang Kai knew that the opportunity he was waiting for had come. After dealing with Fang Yu, Yang Kai also knew that this guy's defense was outstanding and very powerful. With him in front of everyone's attention and firepower, he and Chu Huashang and Gu Pan really successfully approached the fruit tree. A pair of eyes were focused, and an attack was ready to be launched. Chu Huashang was nervous and excited and said, "I can block it." As she spoke, she flicked her beautiful hair, and the red string that bound her hair flew out. turning into thousands of red lines that guarded the void all around. She just finished doing this, and the overwhelming attack had already hit, pointing directly at the three people. She said a breath, and it was a breath. After a breath, the red line collapsed, and Chu Huashang snorted, and her face was slightly pale. Yang Kai burst, "Dragon shield!" The power of the earth element is driven, and a dragon shield appears, lingering around the three people. Each dragon shield is composed of a lifelike dragon shape, with complicated lines and connected head to tail. Yang Kai's power of the earth element is the power of the dragon bead of the earth element dragon. In terms of quality, it is not weaker than the power of the thick earth turtle that Feng Yu got, and even better. However, his dragon shield secret technique is only his own understanding, and it is not as good as Feng Yu, who got the true inheritance of the thick earth turtle. Moreover, the thick earth turtle itself is proficient in defense, which is also incomparable to the earth element dragon. So in terms of defensive ability alone, Yang Kai's dragon shield secret technique is not as good as Feng Yu's before, but it wins in quantity. 7 or 8 dragon shields surround him and Chu Huashan. Countless attacks came, 1 dragon shield was broken, and 7 or 8 dragon shields only lasted less than 3 breaths. Yang Kai has reached out to grab the primordial spirit fruit, and the next moment he can pick the spirit fruit in his hand. "Junior sister Gu!" Chu Huashang screamed. Gu Pan said nothing, reached out and took out a brush. The brush was almost half of her height. She held it with both hands, and in the void, she spat out a word, "Ink." It seems to be painting in the air. Under that point, a huge ink spot appears in the void, and the ink spot expands rapidly. The next moment, the world is dark, and everyone loses the light in front of them at this moment. Even the spiritual sense is blocked, and the sound quickly recedes. All of them become blind and deaf. After a breath, the abnormality dissipated. When they opened their eyes and looked at it again, many people were stunned. They saw that Yang Kai had clenched the primordial spirit fruit, and his face was full of excitement. But soon, his expression was a little wrong, from excitement to shock, puzzlement. Chapter 41:20. Under the gaze of the pack of wolves, Yang Kai froze in place. Chu Huashang cried, "What are you doing? Take it away." The 3 of them came here with great difficulty, and Yang Kai held the fruit and did not pick it. Was he tired of living? Yang Kai didn't want to pick up the fruit and leave, but under this grip, he couldn't catch anything. The primordial fruit tree in front of him and the primordial spirit fruit were all very solid, but they were illusory and there was no real thing. His big hand passed directly through the primordial spirit fruit without any hindrance. Chu Huashang soon noticed that something was wrong, and her face was stunned. The holy spirits behind them never said this. For a time, both she and Yang Kai didn't know what to do. On second thought, the holy spirits may not mean to hide it, but they don't know the situation here. They only know that if they want to leave the great void realm, they have to rely on the power of the primordial spirit fruit. But over the years, the bearers and holy spirits who have obtained the primordial spirit fruit have left the great void realm for the first time. No one has mentioned to them what is going on in the land of elders. What to do? Chu Huashang glanced at Yang Kai, full of anxiety. Gu Pan whispered, "Are we still going to stay here?" The people around them also stopped attacking at this moment, staring at Yang Kai's movements in a daze, frowning one by one. No one thought that the thing they fought so hard to get was so strange. Since Yang Kai couldn't pick the primordial spirit fruit, other people might not help. For a time, the scene was peaceful, but being surrounded by so many people, anyone would be uneasy. Yang Kai kept urging his power, but there was nothing in his hand. In a rage, his divine sense surged and he grabbed it fiercely. The next moment, accompanied by a soft sound, in front of everyone's eyes, the primordial spirit fruit was broken and turned into a sky full of spirit light. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Yang Kai was stunned on the spot, and he couldn't help but feel numb. He just tried it casually, urging the power of divine sense, who knew that he touched the key, but he never expected that this primordial spirit fruit was so fragile. Primordial spirit fruit, broken. Dozens of bearers, shouldering the instructions and missions of the holy spirits behind them, fought desperately for this primordial spirit fruit. For this reason, some people were seriously injured, some people died on the spot, and now, this fruit was broken by Yang Kai. Shock, confusion, anger. All kinds of emotions surged up, and for a moment, everyone looked at Yang Kai's expression. Without the primordial spirit fruit, when they left the land of elders, they couldn't explain it to the holy spirits. However, the strange thing was that after the primordial spirit fruit shattered, the spirit light that filled the air didn't immediately dissipate. Instead, it surged towards the back of Yang Kai's hand. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand, and with the continuous influx of spirit light, an extremely strange and mysterious pattern appeared on the back of his hand. With the formation of the pattern, Yang Kai inexplicably gained a trace of understanding. At this moment, he understood the magical effect of this primordial spirit fruit, and also why the people chosen by the holy spirits were called bearers. The holy spirits needed the bodies of these bearers as carriers, and with the power of this primordial spirit fruit, they could break free from the suppression of the great cosmological realm and escape from this place. The primordial spirit fruit was bound to break, and this strange pattern was bound to form. Everything happened naturally. The poor bearers thought that the primordial spirit fruit needed to be picked for the holy spirits to eat. Even Yang Kai thought so, and the holy spirits probably thought so too. In fact, the situation was completely different. But no matter what, the primordial spirit fruit had been obtained. This change happened too fast. First, Yang Kai crushed the primordial spirit fruit, which surprised everyone. Then the spirit light poured into the back of Yang Kai's hand, forming a complex pattern, which was completed in the blink of an eye. Although everyone didn't know what the mystery of the pattern was, they could guess that this must be a key. Since the spirit fruit had been broken, they could only snatch this key. Almost at the same time, the attack was launched again, and a series of secret techniques were launched at Yang Kai. Chu Huashang and Gu Pan's faces changed, and they used their secret techniques to resist. However, although the two's methods were good, they were alone after all, and they were in danger after less than 3 breaths. Yang Kai urged the Dragon Shield secret technique to protect the 2 women, and then urged the law of space. His figure flashed, and he had already appeared thousands of feet away with the 2. Not waiting for him to stand firm, Feng Yu had already rushed obliquely, his face a solemn color, and his mouth shouted, "Brother Yang, I'm sorry." When the words fell, a stone lotus suddenly appeared at the foot. The stone lotus was very small at first, spinning and quickly growing, and the lotus leaves were layered. I'm afraid there are thousands of layers. Yang Kai's brow raised, and he felt the breath of the holy medicine from this stone lotus. In other words, this stone lotus is a holy medicine, but I don't know what the use of this stone lotus is, and when Feng Yu got it. When I saw him before, he didn't have this thing. It seems that this guy has had a good opportunity recently. The stone lotus rotates, and the lotus leaves turn into an infinitely sharp blade, cutting the void and making a sound. Within 100 feet, no one dares to approach. Although Feng Yu's performance was good before, it was only outstanding in defense. At this moment he suddenly showed such means, and obviously did not intend to hide. "Go!" Chu Huashang whispered, "Now that Yang Kai has grabbed the primordial spirit fruit, it is natural to leave first. If you stay, you will only be besieged and put yourself in danger." Yang Kai ignored it, reached out in the void, and the dragon roared, and the black dragon spear appeared. Shaking out a spear stabbed forward. On the tip of the spear, a fist-sized black hole flashed away, and at the same time he whispered, "Brother Feng, you have to be careful." Feeling the terrifying power of this spear, Feng Yu's face became extremely dignified, and the black ball in his field of vision rapidly enlarged, as if to cover the whole world, giving him a sense of unavoidable. The 1,000-leaf stone lotus under his feet rotated faster and faster, almost turning into a spinning top. With a loud bang, a huge black hole appeared in everyone's field of vision. The black hole was a void of chaos, and the rotation of the 1,000-leaf stone lotus was also stagnant for a moment, wrapping Feng Yu and retreating. Yang Kai's figure shook at the same time. Although he forced Feng Yu back with a spear, he also suffered a little shock. In this moment of effort, there have been countless attacks coming. Chu Huashang's face was like dead ash. She stood with Yang Kai, which was equivalent to being in the vortex of attacks. This time, she was afraid that if she did not die, she would be seriously injured. She could not wait to twist off Yang Kai's ears. A round sun suddenly jumped out from behind Yang Kai, and the golden crow cried, flying and playing in the round sun, and a terrifying atmosphere filled the air. Golden crow casting sun. As the great sun hung high in the sky, many divine abilities were dissolved before they could even get close, and the remaining ones were greatly weakened. Yang Kai's spear flew out, filling the sky with spear afterimages, blocking all of the incoming attacks. The sound of the roar was endless. After a while, Yang Kai took back his spear and gasped slightly. Everyone looked at him and the big sun behind him, and there was a strong sense of powerlessness in the depths of their hearts. Although I have long heard that the power of the divine technique is boundless, after all, not everyone has seen it and verified it. Until this moment, everyone finally realized the tyranny of the divine technique. Chu Huashang's beautiful eyes were full of hope again, and she pulled Yang Kai's arm and said, "Let's go." Yang Kai patted her hand and smiled, indicating that she should be calm. Chu Huashang frowned and didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do. Brush, brush, brush. A figure swept over, from all directions, the sky and the earth, surrounding Yang Kai and Chu Huashang tightly. Although Yang Kai has the divine technique and the strength is terrible, it is related to their own survival, and no one is willing to give up. Yang Kai looked around and said slowly, "Who else wants to teach me?" Fang Yu stepped on the 1,000-leaf stone lotus and flew back. He stared at the big sun behind Yang Kai and sighed slightly. He had just tried it. He knew that he was not Yang Kai's opponent. He really didn't want to go forward and ask for humiliation. Although some people are eager to try, they dare not rashly start the war again. After a while, someone said angrily, "Yang Kai, although your fighting power is unparalleled, you are not the opponent of so many people. Now that you have got the primordial spirit fruit, why are you so aggressive? Is this to see me make a fool of myself? If so, it's not a big deal for us to die together, and no one can take advantage of it." As soon as this remark came out, many people nodded slightly and agreed. Yang Kai glanced at the man and said with a chuckle, "This brother is serious. I don't want to see you make a fool of yourself, but I want to discuss with all of you." Su Zhen sighed and said, "Brother Yang, if you have something to say, just say it." He and Yang Kai also have a good friendship. Now he doesn't know whether to deal with Yang Kai or not. If he doesn't do it, he can't explain it to Zhu Yan. If he does, he may not be able to take advantage of it. Yang Kai raised his right hand, and the strange pattern on the back of his hand instantly attracted everyone's attention. Although I don't know why the primordial spirit fruit turned into this pattern, what the Holy Spirit wants should be this thing. If I guess right, if any friend can kill me, this pattern should be transferred to him. When the words fell, the crowd was in an uproar, and several eyes suddenly sharpened. Chu Huashang turned to look at Yang Kai and wailed in her heart. "Is this guy a fool? Can this kind of thing be said casually?" Yang Kai grinned, revealing his fangs, "But friends with such thoughts should be mentally prepared to be beaten to death by me." After a pause, Yang Kai continued, "Also, I have something to say." Speaking of this, the figure suddenly disappeared. Everyone's face changed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, countless auras were locked, and no one noticed how Yang Kai disappeared. Before they could figure it out, Yang Kai's voice had come slowly from another direction. "If I want to go, I'm afraid you can't stop me." Chapter 41:21. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai slowly walked over from tens of thousands of feet away. The group of people were dumbfounded and stared at him blankly. After a long time, Su Zhen smiled bitterly and said, "I'm convinced." He completely extinguished the little thought in his heart. Yang Kai first showed extraordinary combat power, and now he took the initiative to expose the space divine technique, which was equivalent to being in an invincible position. If he wanted to fight, he could fight, but if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him, unless someone could seal this world in advance and prevent the use of the space divine technique. But even so, once a fight really broke out, the sealed world was bound to be broken again. For a time, Many people's faces were gloomy and their expressions were solemn. Up until now, Yang Kai had undoubtedly become the biggest winner in the battle of spirit seizing, and all the other bearers were just foils. They couldn't help but feel depressed. I wonder what advice Brother Yang has for us? Ning Dao Ran asked with a frown. Yang Kai had already taken the primordial spirit fruit, but he still didn't leave. Obviously, he had his own intentions, but now no one knew what he was up to. I don't dare to give advice. Yang Kai glanced at him. I just want to show you a way out. Yang Kai, if you have something to say, just say it. Lin Feng looked indignant. He was an elite disciple of the Zhen Wu Cave Heaven, but now he couldn't even compare to a guy of unknown origin. He was naturally unhappy. Yang Kai said, "There is only one primordial spirit fruit, and now it is in my hands. If you want to snatch it, you can only kill me, but this should be quite difficult. If you can't take back the primordial spirit fruit, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain it to the holy spirits." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked slightly stern. This was also what they were all worried about. The holy spirits were not so easy to talk to. They had spent so much to cultivate them and improve their strength. Many holy spirits even did not hesitate to consume the power of their own internal alchemy in order to leave the great void realm. Now that their bearers had failed, the first thing to bear the brunt of was how to face the blame and pursuit of those holy spirits after leaving. Do you have any good suggestions? Could it be that you can quell the anger of those divine spirits? Someone shouted loudly. If this was really the case, then their safety would also be guaranteed. Yang Kai smiled. Who can quell the wrath of the Holy Spirit? I don't have that ability yet. However, what if I can help you avoid the search of those holy spirits? If the holy spirits can't find you, they can't do anything to you. Ning Daoren said with interest, I'd like to hear the details. Each of the bearers must have been imprinted with the secret techniques of the saint spirits. Once they left the land of the ancients, no matter how they tried to hide or escape, they would not be able to escape the pursuit of the saint spirits. Yang Kai didn't know if he had it on him, but he guessed that he had it. Yang Kai rubbed his fingers together and a round bead appeared at his fingertips. Raising it up high, he said in a clear voice, This thing is the sealed world bead. It contains a world of its own and can accommodate living beings below the heaven opening stage. If you trust me, you can enter the world inside the bead to take refuge. You will be able to avoid the detection of those divine spirits. The sealed world bead. A world of its own. Isn't that a miniature universe world? Many people were in an uproar as they stared at the sealed world bead in amazement. Artifacts that could accommodate living beings were extremely rare, but the miniature universe world inside the body of a heaven-opening realm cultivator could because it was a miniature universe world. It could be said that the strength of a heaven-opening realm cultivator was directly related to the miniature universe world inside their body. Now that Yang Kai had taken out the sealed world bead, many people's eyes lit up and the fighting spirit and hostility in their hearts greatly dissipated. If they could really use this thing to avoid the pursuit of the holy spirits, it might be a good solution. However, everyone was a cautious person. Yang Kai's proposal sounded good, but it was impossible to know what a person's heart was, so who knew what he was thinking? After a long time, someone asked, What benefits does this bring you? What do you want to gain? Just as Yang Kai had said before, if he wanted to leave, none of the people present could stop him, but instead, he refused to leave and instead made such a proposal, which was quite suspicious. Yang Kai laughed. I don't want to gain anything, but if there is any benefit, it would be to end this spirit-seizing war. Moreover, once everyone enters the sealed world bead, they won't spread the news that I obtained the innate spirit fruit. Once I leave the Elderland, I'll be able to buy some time to escape. Yang Kai had no other choice, but it wasn't that he didn't have selfish motives. If he didn't do that, regardless of whether these people could stop him or not, they would definitely chase him relentlessly. That would be troublesome. Once he left the land of the ancients and reached the outside world, the holy spirits would be the first to know about the situation here. At that time, what he would have to face would not be the pursuit of the bearers, but the holy spirits. Rather than that, he might as well take them with him. Firstly, he would do them a favor. These guys would definitely achieve great things in the future. Now that he had saved their lives, how could he be afraid of not repaying him in the future? Secondly, as he said, he could buy some time to escape. The spirit-seizing war wouldn't end peacefully after obtaining the innate spirit fruit. It would only end when one could safely leave the great cosmological abyss. If not for this consideration, Yang Kai would have run away the moment he obtained the innate spirit fruit. Why would he stay? Yang Kai's words were sincere, and many people were convinced. Ding Yi carried his broadsword and stepped toward Yang Kai, saying straightforwardly, "I believe in Brother Yang. I won't participate in this spirit-seizing war." In a few steps, he arrived in front of Yang Kai and turned around. On the other side, Chu Huashang and Gu Pan looked at each other and also leaped and flew over. Although they had an agreement with Yang Kai before to join forces to resist the enemy and make plans after obtaining the innate spirit fruit, now that there was a better way to avoid fighting, they didn't have the heart to compete. Little fatty Su Zhen pondered for a moment and also came over, followed by Xiang Ying. In an instant, 7 or 8 bearers came to Yang Kai's side. With a good start, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. One after another, people flew over and nodded slightly at Yang Kai, withdrawing their auras and hostility. Fang Yu stepped on the 1,000-leaf stone lotus and flew over with an embarrassed look on his face. "Brother Yang, count me in." Yang Kai nodded slightly at him. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't have the intention to argue with him, Fang Yu was relieved. He turned his head and said gloomily to the hesitant bearers, "Brother Yang is benevolent and righteous. He will bring you out safely even if he doesn't care about the past. What are you hesitating for? Could it be that you want to wait until we leave the Elder Land to inform those divine spirits?" These words were too vicious. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of those standing around Yang Kai turned cold, and they looked warily at those who were still standing in place. Since they had accepted Yang Kai's proposal, it was tantamount to being tied to Yang Kai. If Yang Kai was safe, they would be safe, but if something happened to Yang Kai, they would definitely suffer. Before, it was Yang Kai who was worried about someone leaking information, but now it had become a group of people. The remaining 20 or so people felt the sharp gazes directed at them and their hearts clenched, realizing that if they didn't take a stand now, they would likely arouse public anger. No longer hesitating, they all rushed over to Yang Kai, cupped their fists, and greeted him as Brother Yang. Yang Kai responded to them one by one with a humble attitude. The situation was clear. None of the bearers were left out. There was nothing much to say. Yang Kai told everyone to relax and put them into the sealed world bead one by one, placing them somewhere in the sealed world bead. After doing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. The spirit-seizing battle had come to an end now. He had obtained the primordial spirit fruit, and the next thing he would have to face were the divine spirits. If he wanted to leave the great cosmological realm safely, he would have to plan carefully. Staring at the strange pattern on the back of his hand, Yang Kai's eyes turned deep. With this thing in hand, he was sure he could defeat Zhu Jiuyin. It was time for her to pay back some interest. Just as he was pondering, an enormous repulsive force suddenly came from all directions. As far as the eye could see, the nearby innate fruit tree had also collapsed, turned into specks of light, and disappeared. This primordial fruit tree had no physical body, but was a pure convergence of energy. Now that the fruit had been plucked by Yang Kai, it no longer had a foundation to exist. The primordial fruit tree collapsed, and the Elder Land was about to close. Yang Kai emptied his mind and allowed the repulsive force to push him away. The next moment, his vision blurred and he appeared outside the Elder Land. Almost without delay, Yang Kai immediately summoned the shadowless gauze to cover himself, concealing his aura and whereabouts. Just as he finished doing all this, an incomparably tyrannical divine sense suddenly swept over from all directions and enveloped him. Needless to say, Yang Kai knew that these divine senses belonged to the divine spirits who had been guarding the periphery of the Elder Land. Now that the Elder Land was about to close, they naturally had to search for their bearers as soon as possible to see if they had gained anything. Yang Kai held his breath and remained as still as a rock. Soon, these divine senses left to explore other places. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the shadowless gauze had played a role. In the outside world, an artifact like the shadowless muslin would not be able to escape the detection of a divine spirit. Every divine spirit was comparable to a high-rank splitter heaven opening when they matured. The shadowless muslin could only block the detection of a low-rank splitter heaven opening. Even a mid-rank splitter heaven opening had a chance of detecting it, let alone a powerful divine spirit. However, this was the great cosmological realm, and the power of the sacred spirits was greatly suppressed, which gave Yang Kai an opportunity. The surroundings were in a mess. When the everlasting land was closed, the cultivator who was still in the everlasting land was pushed out and scattered within a radius of a few hundred miles. Yang Kai glanced around and realized that the number of cultivator that made it out alive was not high. There were only about 40,000 to 50,000 of them. One had to know that there were about 200,000 to 300,000 cultivators when they first entered. It had only been a short while, and so many of them had died. It was clear that the land of everlastings was very dangerous. He didn't dare to stay, nor did he dare to use any power. He could only quietly and slowly move outwards with cautious steps. Chapter 41:22. The divine senses of the sacred spirits intertwined back and forth, causing Yang Kai to stop and hide from time to time. His speed was greatly reduced, and it took him an hour to walk 100 miles. At the same time, outside the land of elders, the faces of many sacred spirits were extremely ugly, because their respective carriers had no aura at all. If it was just one of them, it would be fine. It could only mean that the carriers were unlucky and died accidentally in the land of elders. However, it was a little strange that every sacred spirit was like this. Since ancient times, the land of elders had opened countless times, but there had never been such a strange situation. All the carriers were missing, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. Many sacred spirits looked at each other, and they were all puzzled. What exactly happened in the land of the ancients that caused all the bearers to disappear without a trace? On a hillside, Yuhi watched nervously. However, even if she was a fifth-stage heaven-opening realm, it was not easy to find Yang Kai among tens of thousands of people. After a long time without any results, she could only look at Zhu Jiuyin. "Have you found young master?" Zhu Jiuyin's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. He snorted coldly. "No, that kid is probably dead." Not being able to leave the land of elders immediately meant that Yang Kai should have met with misfortune. She could not understand. That kid was not weak, and he was the top existence among all the carriers. How could he be defeated? It did not matter if he was defeated, but he had ruined her plans. Could it be that he could not leave the great cosmological realm this time? However, it was unknown when the great cosmological realm would open again. Furthermore, even if the great cosmological realm opened again, no one would be able to break in. "Master is very lucky, he will be fine." Guizian comforted Yuhi. "Miss Yuhi, don't worry. Master might be delayed by something." Zhu Jiuyin sneered. "When the land of elders closes, everyone will be pushed out. Since Yang Kai did not appear, he will never." As she spoke, she suddenly turned her head to look in a direction, and a trace of strange light bloomed in her gloomy eyes. At that moment, she clearly felt Yang Kai's aura flash past. He couldn't help but recall a rare treasure in Yang Kai's hands, and suddenly understood. With a loud boom, a violent energy erupted. Over 1,000 cultivators were annihilated in an instant. Some of the saint spirits couldn't find their bearers and were furious. They attacked in anger. Without any hope of leaving the great cosmological realm, how could this sacred spirit care about the lives of those ants? He started a massacre to vent the anger in his heart. The huge body of the Fei shuttled through the crowd. While sighing, it opened its bloody mouth and a terrifying suction came out of its mouth, swallowing one martial artist after another into its belly. Previously, Chu Huashang restrained it and prevented it from swallowing martial artists. Now that Chu Huashang was gone, it had no hope of leaving the great cosmological realm. Naturally, it had to eat its fill. Chaos ensued. Tens of thousands of martial artists were horrified. Many of them had narrowly escaped death in the land of the ancients, reaping great wealth and opportunities. They thought that they could soar into the sky, but who knew that before their dreams could come true, they would be annihilated. Figures fled quickly. In less than half a cup of tea's time, about 30% of the tens of thousands of cultivators had been killed or injured. 100 miles away, Yang Kai looked back with a horrified face. Fortunately, he ran away quickly. Otherwise, he would probably suffer this unexpected calamity now. He tightened the shadowless muslin again and thought to himself, if Zhu Juin really left some tracking method on me, he should have noticed it by now, right? But no matter what, this was not a place to stay for a long time. At most, he would find a chance to contact Yueha again. Half a day later, the movement behind him gradually subsided. Yang Kai had entered a valley. He quietly dispersed the power of the shadowless veil and quickly covered himself again. Not long later, a flowing light suddenly rushed over from the horizon. Yang Kai saw it and snorted coldly. He knew that Zhu Jiuyin had indeed left a tracking spell on him, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to find this place so quickly. The flowing light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was not far away. Yang Kai lifted the shadowless veil and revealed himself. He looked at the flowing light and saw that there were 4 figures in the flowing light. They were Zhu Jiuyin, Yueha, and the rest. However, in the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed drastically and he shouted angrily, Zhu Jiuyin, are you an idiot? You can't even notice that there is someone behind you? I am going to be killed by you. After saying that, he turned around and ran. This was because behind Zhu Jiuyin, there were a few flowing lights that were chasing after him. Among the flowing lights, the leader was Jin Wu. Behind him were Zhu Yan, Hailstone Divine Ape, Kun Sha, and the rest of the Holy Spirits. There were about 7 to 8 of them. Fei transformed into a 2-headed monster and one of his heads laughed softly. Brother Jin Wu is really smart. How did you know that there is something wrong with Zhu Jiuyin? Jin Wu snorted coldly. This woman has 3 hostages. If they are useless, why would she keep them? Since she brought the 3 of them away, she would not do it without reason. However, what I don't understand is, where are the other bearers? Why is only the bearer of this bitch here? Kun Sha snorted coldly. We will know after we capture him and interrogate him. Zhu Yan said, only this person has appeared among the dozens of bearers. The primordial spirit fruit is most likely in his hands. If we can get him, we can leave the great cosmological abyss. That will depend on our own abilities. This brat runs quite fast. Is this the spatial divine technique? Impressive. With Yang Kai's abilities and speed, it was impossible for him to escape from the pursuit of the Holy Spirits. However, the spatial divine technique provided him with great convenience and allowed him to compete with the Holy Spirits. In front, Zhu Jiuyin was so depressed that she was about to vomit blood. How could she not want to secretly meet up with Yang Kai and make a fortune? However, she did not know what was wrong with Jin Wu. As soon as she moved, Jin Wu chased after her. She could not get rid of him at all. If there was enough time, she could think of a way to get rid of these annoying fellows. However, the closure of the Elder's Land meant that there was not much time left. She did not have the time to play along with Jin Wu and the rest. She could only go straight for Yang Kai. Brat, stop running. Zhu Jiuyin quickly approached Yang Kai and asked, let me ask you, have you obtained the primordial spirit fruit? If I don't run, am I going to wait for death? Yang Kai was furious and ran even more fiercely. As for the primordial spirit fruit, of course I have it. Show me. Zhu Jiuyin's voice trembled slightly. Yang Kai almost scolded her. At this time, he could not wait to hide it, but this woman actually wanted him to show it? However, it was no wonder that Zhu Jiuyin would make such a suggestion. Without seeing the primordial spirit fruit, she could not be sure if what Yang Kai said was true or false. If it was true, this fight would still be worth it. If it was false, there was no need to waste any more effort. With a solemn face, Yang Kai raised his right hand and showed the pattern on the back of his hand. Zhu Jiuyin did not understand. What is this? Yang Kai said angrily, the primordial spirit fruit. When the fruit is broken, it becomes this thing. Zhu Jiuyin was stunned for a moment. Then, he seemed to have understood something and suddenly said, I see. Are you satisfied now? Yang Kai gritted his teeth. It was fine that he showed the pattern, but Jin Woo and the rest of the Holy Spirits saw it clearly. At this moment, their eyes were shining brightly. It was obvious that they had realized the key point. Their eyes were like leeches biting on Yang Kai. They were filled with greed and excitement. "Come close to me, I will bring you away." Zhu Jiuyin suppressed the excitement in his heart and transmitted his message. Yang Kai did not even turn his head. He moved quickly and did not care about the consumption of his body. "Let's talk after you can get rid of them." As he spoke, Jin Woo suddenly shouted from behind, "That brat, what did Zhu Jiuyin promise you? I can double it. Also, if you can bring me away from the great cosmological abyss, I can protect you for 300 years. Hearing him say that, Zhu Yan also hurriedly said, "Brat, I'm willing to give you all of my collection, and I can protect you for 300 years. One of Fei Yi's heads chuckled. "I'll protect you for 500 years. One by one, the Holy Spirits fought to be the first to offer their own conditions. One was more generous than the other, and Yang Kai was very moved. Putting aside the other Holy Spirits' conditions, the key was Jin Woo. The power of his inner core was the power of the metal element. Yang Kai currently lacked the power of the metal element. If he could reach an agreement with him, he would not have to worry about the power of the metal element. When he thought of this, Zhu Jiuyin obviously thought of this too. She knew that Yang Kai lacked the metal element. She had also searched for metal element treasures for Yang Kai before, but unfortunately, she did not find anything. Afraid that Yang Kai would be moved by Jin Woo, Zhu Jiuyin snorted coldly. "Brat, don't forget that these 3 people are still in my hands." Before Yang Kai entered the Land of Elders, Zhu Jiuyin had detained Yu He, Lu Shui, and Guizian. Unless Yang Kai did not care about their lives, he would definitely be restrained by her. Forget about Lu Shui, Yang Kai did not have any friendship with her. They only interacted because of the Sword Pavilion. Later on, she took the initiative to join him because she wanted to seek a period of peace. However, Yang Kai could not give up on Yu He and Guizian. The former had helped him a lot, and the latter was even more loyal to him. It was precisely because she wanted to control the 3 of them to restrain Yang Kai that Zhu Jiuyin did not abandon them. Otherwise, if she brought them along, she would consume more energy and slow down her speed. Yang Kai snorted coldly. "Since I have an agreement with you, I will abide by it. You don't have to worry about it." "But how do we solve the current situation?" Zhu Jiuyin said anxiously, "The Land of Elders is closed, and there is not much time left. The fog in the great cosmological realm may rise again at any time. When the fog rises again, it will be the time for you to leave. Don't run anymore, quickly come to me." "The great cosmological realm is also closing?" Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that Zhu Jiuyin would not lie to him at this time. Only then did he know why this woman did not care about hiding her whereabouts and came to find him so anxiously. According to her, the fog in the great cosmological realm could rise again at any time. If he did not hurry, he might lose both the woman and the treasure. After pondering for a moment, he decisively slowed down and waited for Zhu Jiuyin to catch up. Chapter 41-23. Seeing this, Jin Woo and the others knew that the situation was bad. Once Zhu Jiuyin and Yang Kai met up, their plan would fail. Thinking of this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Jin Woo's eyes as he shouted, "Zhu Jiuyin, this king can't leave the great cosmological abyss, so don't even think about leaving. Stay here forever." As he spoke, he opened his mouth and roared. A beam of golden light spurted out of his mouth and blasted toward Yang Kai. The golden light was extremely dazzling and shrouded an area of 100 miles. A great sense of danger rose in his heart. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he felt the aura of death looming over him. Although there was an invisible world suppression in the great cosmological abyss that prevented the sacred spirits from unleashing their full power, this attack was still extremely terrifying. Wherever the golden light passed, heaven and earth collapsed and the void was filled with cracks. What made Yang Kai even more horrified was that Jin Woo's attack shook heaven and earth and shattered the space within 100 miles. The nomological laws were ruined, and he could not use the space divine technique to teleport away even if he wanted to. A shriek was heard as the aura of a sacred spirit filled the air. A huge phantom of an 8-legged spider suddenly appeared behind Zhu Jiuyin. The spider's image filled heaven and earth with a silver crescent moon behind it. It was the Dharma idol of her main body, the heavenly moon demon spider. In an instant, the demonic chi filled the sky. The golden light bombarded the heavenly moon demon spider Dharma idol. The Dharma idol shook slightly and dimmed a little. "Jin Wu, you're courting death." Zhu Jiuyin was furious, and her pretty face was extremely distorted. Fortunately, she had reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have been doomed by this attack. Once Yang Kai died, she could forget about using Yang Kai's power to leave the great cosmological abyss. She could only wait for the next opportunity. She had never expected Jin Wu to be so decisive. He would rather not have the opportunity than let others have it easy. This was a classic example of harming others without benefiting oneself. Jin Wu laughed. "Come and kill me if you can, be asterisked. I'm afraid you don't have the ability." He had fought with Zhu Jiuyin for countless of years, and neither of them found each other pleasing to the eye. It was just that their abilities were on par, and after so many years of suffering losses, they couldn't do anything to each other. Now that he saw Zhu Jiuyin's rage, he was naturally happy. Suddenly, he shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, what are you waiting for? Could it be that you still have unrealistic hopes? Since that kid cares about the lives of the 3 hostages, I'm afraid he won't be willing to cooperate with you." These words hit the nail on the head, and the holy spirits who were chasing after them sighed slightly. They didn't hesitate any longer, and started to attack one after another. Terrifying attacks rained down on Yang Kai, intending to kill him on the spot. Yang Kai's hair stood on end and his scalp went numb. Just now, Jin Wu's single attack was enough to put him on the brink of death. Now, with 7 or 8 saint spirits attacking him at the same time, how could he have a good time? Even with Zhu Jiuyin's full protection, the odds were against him. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian immediately activated the Golden Crow Forging Sunday. A massive sun leaped out from his back and hung high above his head. His aura swiftly surged. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks of 7 or 8 saint spirits came, and Zhu Jiuyin's physical body was shattered. His mind was shaken, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The massive sun was destroyed at the same time, and Yang Kai spat out blood. He was in a sorry state. It was only 1 round of attacks, and Yang Kai couldn't take it anymore. Luckily, Zhu Jiuyin blocked most of the attacks for him. In addition, he had a strong foundation and a half-dragon body. Otherwise, he would have died for sure. This kid is so tough." The Golden Crow was slightly surprised, but that was all. If he could survive the first round of attacks, he wouldn't be able to survive the second round. However, before they could attack again, Yang Kai, who was severely injured, suddenly flashed and disappeared on the spot. Under the coverage of his divine thoughts, the heaven and earth lost Yang Kai's aura. The Golden Crow was stunned. Where did he go? The other holy spirits were also shocked, and they didn't know what was going on. On the other hand, Zhu Jiuyin's eyes flashed, and a red blood mist suddenly burst out from his body. His speed increased abruptly, and he escaped in a direction at lightning speed. He obviously used some kind of secret technique to increase his speed. "Chase!" The Golden Crow shouted and chased after him. Yang Kai disappeared inexplicably, but as long as they followed Zhu Jiuyin, they would definitely be able to find Yang Kai. Red Star City, Yang Kai's mansion. A figure flashed, and Yang Kai suddenly appeared. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground, and his aura was extremely weak. He took a few deep breaths, and there was a lingering fear on his face. His current strength was not bad, and in the spirit-seizing battle he suppressed all the heroes. However, compared to the holy spirits, he was still like a piece of cake. It was too easy for the holy spirits to kill him. Just now, he took advantage of the pause in the attacks of the holy spirits to find an opportunity to escape. He used the space spirit bead to return to the Star City directly. This couldn't be helped. If he continued to stay there, he would only attract more terrifying attacks. He was lucky to survive the first round of attacks, but he didn't have the confidence to block the second round. Scanning his body with his divine sense, Yang Kai's face sank. His injuries were really serious. His body was ruined, his bones were broken, and his internal organs were shattered into pieces. Even his Dao seal was shaking. With such terrible injuries, if it was an ordinary person, they could only wait for death. Fortunately, he had the wood element power condensed from the essence of the immortal tree and the dragon vein in his body. As long as he did not suffer a fatal blow, there would be a time for him to recover. Forcing himself to sit cross-legged, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of healing spirit pills into his mouth. Then, he silently operated his secret art and adjusted his aura. Before he left, he had sent a message to Zhu Jiuyin. However, the land of everlastingness was not close to Red Star City. He could use the space spirit bead to quickly return. If Zhu Jiuyin wanted to return, it would take at least a day. With this day as a buffer, she might be able to find a way to get rid of the pursuit of Golden Crow and the others. The key now was whether he could wait for Zhu Jiuyin to arrive. She also said that the land of everlastingness was closed and the fog of the great cosmological abyss could rise again at any time. Once the fog rose again, it would be the time for outsiders like them to leave. If Zhu Jiuyin had not returned by the time the fog rose again, then things would be terrible. Therefore, he had to quickly recover some strength and then go back to look for Zhu Jiuyin. This way, he might be able to save some time. For hours later, Yang Kai pushed the door open and came out. Although his injuries had not healed, at least he had the strength to move. As soon as he came out, he saw two behemoths waiting for him in the courtyard. They were the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon. When the land of everlastingness opened, there was no one left in Red Star City, but these two strange beasts stayed here. Both of them were subdued by Yang Kai not long after he entered the great cosmological abyss realm. They had been by Yang Kai's side until now and could be considered loyal. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai, the Scarlet Jiao's huge eyes revealed a trace of joy. The Earth Dragon, however, did not care. It opened its mouth wide at Yang Kai and kept squirming, spitting saliva everywhere. Yang Kai laughed, took out 2 dragon blood pills, and distributed them to them before raising his head and patting them on the head. All good things must come to an end. I'll be leaving soon, so pay attention to yourselves. I hope we can meet again in the future. These two guys had the bloodline of the dragon race. Yang Kai had been feeding them dragon blood pills all these years, so they might have a chance to awaken as holy spirits in the future. If they had the opportunity, they might be able to leave the great cosmological abyss. However, the chances were slim. After all, their competitors were existences like Jin Wu. They had some spirituality, and after being enlightened by Zhu Jiuyin, they could be considered to have some spiritual intelligence. Hearing Yang Kai's words, they suddenly quieted down. The Scarlet Jiao looked at him eagerly, its eyes full of reluctance. 2 black bean-like eyes also appeared on the Earth Dragon's slippery head, blinking. Let's go, let's go. Yang Kai did not dare to delay any longer. He waved at them and soared into the sky. The Scarlet Jiao growled and the Earth Dragon hissed. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly returned. He looked at the 2 guys up and down, then looked down at the strange pattern on the back of his hand. Yang Kai already understood the purpose of this pattern when he obtained it. Rather than calling it a pattern, it was better to call it a strange space. And this space could carry holy spirits. Holy spirits were born and raised here, so they were branded with the mark of the great cosmological abyss. Even if the fog of the great cosmological abyss rose again and the great cosmological abyss closed, they would not be able to escape the restraint of this place. However, if they hid in this strange space, they could deceive heaven's secret, avoid the detection of heaven and earth, and jump out of the cage of the great cosmological abyss. Other than this, no other method would work. Even if he took the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon into the small sealed world, when Yang Kai left the great cosmological abyss, these 2 guys would still be intercepted by heaven and earth. This was also the reason why Yang Kai did not take them into the small sealed world before. However, since the pattern on the back of his hand could carry holy spirits, it should not be a problem to put the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon inside, right? Shaking the pattern on the back of his hand, Yang Kai poured his strength into it. In the next moment, a ray of light shot out from the pattern, covering the scarlet Jiao Jiao and the Earth Dragon. Under the cover of the light, these two big guys were directly sucked into the strange space. Yang Kai also let out a slight groan. He felt that a small portion of the strength he had just recovered was consumed in an instant. He understood that there was a price to pay to activate this pattern. If it was like this after only taking in the scarlet Jiao Jiao and the Earth Dragon, if he wanted to take in Zhu Jiuyin, who knew how much he would have to pay? After all, that woman was a holy spirit, much more powerful than the scarlet Jiao Jiao and the Earth Dragon. After a while, Yang Kai soared into the sky again and flew in the same direction. Along the way, he did not dare to delay in the slightest, constantly taking spirit pills to restore his strength. An hour later, Yang Kai, who was galloping, suddenly felt something and turned his head to look around. Suddenly, he was shocked and shouted in a low voice, "Oh no!" Between heaven and earth, wisps of fog emerged from the endless void. This fog gave Yang Kai a very familiar feeling. It was the Great Cosmological Abyss Fog. Back then, the entire Red Star City was swallowed by this Great Cosmological Abyss Fog and wrapped in the Great Cosmological Abyss realm. Now that the fog had reappeared, the previous process would probably be reversed.